Yuan Xi never anticipated that her life would take such a turn for the worse. Not only had she traversed realms, but she had also undergone a transformation in her very being. And now, how had she found herself entangled in a world reminiscent of Warhammer? What is this zero-number original body? Is that me, Emperor Mikado? If you continue to indulge her, she will ascend beyond our reach. Mikado, fear not, my lord, Yuan Xi is a well-behaved child. All original bodies, sister, a hug please. Chapter 1, Where am I? My lord, I do not understand. Mikado, it is imperative. We require a preliminary experiment to mitigate potential errors. In a concealed laboratory beneath the Himalayas, two figures gazed at the small infant suspended in a nutrient pod, lost in contemplation. What is this? Why do I feel so sticky? Yuan Xi, in a daze, recalled that she hadn't consumed much alcohol during her social engagements the previous night. Could it be that she had vomited on herself? How utterly repulsive. She hastily attempted to rise and wash herself. With great effort, she opened her eyes, only to be met with a breathtaking visage. The hair, as white as freshly fallen snow, cascaded like silk, her skin radiated like the moon, her lips a delicate pink, and her eyebrows shaped like willow leaves. Yet, it was her strikingly beautiful violet eyes, glimmering like glass, that captivated Yuan Xi. For a fleeting moment, she believed she beheld an angel. Wait a minute, who are you? I thought I was alone, how did you get in here? The stranger mirrored her astonishment, as if questioning how Yuan Xi had found herself in this place. Yuan Xi reached out, but her hand merely encountered a smooth, cold surface, akin to glass. Glass? A flicker of clarity emerged as Yuan Xi surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, she lay within a capsule, encased in a resplendent chamber filled with peculiar objects she had never encountered. The beautiful face she had seen was merely a reflection of her own. Surely, this must be a dream. Yuan Xi earnestly wished it were a dream, believing she had merely drunk a bit, returned home, and collapsed into slumber. But what was this place? Alas, the uncomfortable stickiness on her skin and the icy texture in her hand revealed the truth. Child, you are not dreaming, consider it a surprise. What a surprise indeed. Where is everyone? Who can explain this situation to me? She examined herself closely, discovering her body wrapped in a sticky white fabric, her form neither excessively slender nor lacking in grace. Wow, these long legs! Yuan Xi exclaimed, her voice a melodious yet slightly hoarse whisper, suitable for broadcasting. She shifted her body, sensing something protruding from her back, but the capsule's confines were too narrow for her to see. Hello? Is anyone there? Ania, where are you? She called out several times, her mind racing with thoughts. It appeared she had indeed crossed over, though to where remained a mystery. Regardless, she resolved to make the best of her circumstances. Did not all traversers possess a system? System? It appeared there was none. After several minutes of shouting yielded no response, Yuan Xi decided to devise her own means of escape. Surveying the capsule's interior, she found no mechanisms. The only way out seemed to be through breaking the glass. With no tools at hand, she resolved to use her fists. If it were tempered glass, she might end up with broken bones. Nevertheless, she would give it a try. Taking a deep breath, she realized the capsule offered little room for movement, limiting her force to mere centimeters. This would require considerable effort. Drawing in a breath, she clenched her fists at her waist, then unleashed an unparalleled force within the capsule. The glass shattered like parchment, shards flying in all directions. Yuan Xi was momentarily bewildered. She had prepared for failure. Glancing at her fists, she found no wounds, not even a trace of impact. Turns out I am quite formidable. As she stepped out, a sensation of liberation coursed through her back. Turning around, she beheld clusters of pristine white feathers. These were wings, akin to those of a bird, and at that moment, 3 pairs unfurled majestically behind her. A beautiful face and wings. Have I become an angel? Yuan Xi surveyed the entirety of the room, which was opulent and grand, its decor reminiscent of a newly wealthy tycoon. A towering, solid door loomed behind her, while mechanical contraptions surrounded her. The capsule that had confined her stood at the center, connected to several pipes, with a layer of transparent viscous liquid within. This does not resemble heaven. Avoiding the clutter, she approached the grand door, her instincts warning her of the danger posed by the incomprehensible objects surrounding her. Standing before the door, she examined the lavish carvings. Alas, they were indecipherable. To her surprise, she found it effortlessly yielded to her push, despite its apparent metallic thickness. Beyond the door lay a lengthy corridor, leading to yet another grand entrance, still adorned in ostentatious gold. Yuan Xi walked barefoot upon the marble-like flooring, flanked by marble columns, feeling as though she traversed a palace from ancient Greece. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, she discovered a door adorned with a digital dial. Yuan Xi pondered, was this a door requiring a code? Pushing against it proved futile. She contemplated entering a sequence, yet an inexplicable instinct warned her that an incorrect entry might yield dire consequences. With no other option, she decided to wait. Sitting cross-legged, she mused about how one might sleep with wings. Do angels require rest? As she pondered the logistics of angelic bathroom habits, a profound sensation surged within her heart. Yuan Xi stood, her gaze fixated upon the great door. Someone was approaching, an individual of great significance. It felt akin to the connection between a creator and their creation, reminiscent of a father? The father of angels, God? The door creaked open, revealing two figures bathed in radiant golden light. To the left stood an elder cloaked in a robe, silver strands of hair cascading down, wielding a staff crowned with a blazing flame. Surprisingly, the elder was of a height that barely reached Yuan Xi's waist. To the right was a towering figure clad in golden armor, his skin a light brown, his features resolute. His black hair cascaded to his chest, adorned with a golden crown, his eyes gleaming with a golden luminescence. He seemed to emit light. In truth, he truly did. At this moment, he gazed down upon Yuan Xi. Yuan Xi stood frozen, glancing from left to right, before her eyes rolled back and she fainted. The emperor observed his eldest daughter collapsed on the ground, inquiring of his loyal companion. Do I appear that frightening? Mikado chuckled, who can say? Chapter 2, Zero Number Original Body? Is that me? On this day, the emperor convened in the palace with Mikado and the imperial guard to discuss the unification of Terra. Suddenly, he sensed a subtle fluctuation of psychic energy. Lowering his gaze to the floor beneath him, he recognized it as the location of one of the laboratories, where he had idly invented a few weapons, including the zero number. Is something amiss, my lord? Inquired the imperial guard respectfully as he reported to the emperor. The emperor remained silent, exchanging a glance with Mikado, and in an instant, this pair of lifelong companions understood each other's intentions. I have matters to attend to with the emperor, you all wait here. Mikado rose from his seat, the only one permitted to sit during an audience with the emperor. The two stepped outside together, and Mikado quietly inquired. My lord, what do you believe that is? Is there a possibility that it could be, my friend? You know well that to them, she holds no significance. In the emperor's grand design, the zero number original body was merely an experimental subject, a means to ensure that the subsequent 21 original bodies would not exhibit defects, serving as a preliminary endeavor. Thus, the emperor did not forge the soul of Ling Hao, she is merely a shell endowed with certain instincts. To the malevolent gods, entities devoid of souls are not even worthy of being considered as existing. Consequently, as the original entity was scattered across the cosmos due to the warp storm, only Ling Hao lay in solitude within her incubation chamber. The two ascended the long staircase, gradually approaching the laboratory. Suddenly, the emperor halted, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He utilized his formidable psychic power to penetrate the laboratory's anti-psychic barrier, witnessing the scene within. Ling Hao, who should have been quietly resting in her incubation chamber, was instead curiously surveying her surroundings, with a broken incubation pod behind her. Malcador gazed at the emperor in perplexity, for his psychic abilities were insufficient to discern the interior. The emperor resumed his stride. My friend, do you believe it possible for a pure human soul to inhabit a body where it ought not to reside? What a wondrous occurrence this is. Malcador instantly comprehended the situation. I am uncertain, matters of the soul remain an enigma, even after studying the lives of the immortal. However, my lord, do you perceive this as a blessing or a curse? Perhaps we must engage directly to ascertain. Finally, they arrived at the grand entrance of the laboratory, where the emperor deftly entered a sequence of numbers, and the door gradually opened. A tall and beautiful figure emerged slowly. The girl maintained a look of astonishment, glancing left and right before fainting. The emperor and Malcador exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Upon a grand 5-meter bed lay Yuan Xi, her eyes tightly shut. How unfortunate to find myself in this predicament, having landed in the Warhammer universe without signing up for conscription. Is it possible to return after putting a bullet through my head? Yuan Xi had long regained consciousness but hesitated to open her eyes and confront reality. She had initially believed she had arrived in paradise, yet this was no paradise. It felt akin to the depths of hell. Contemplating the formidable foes and extraordinary circumstances, she felt her temper rising, nearly causing her to faint again. Enough, since you are awake, rise. A voice resonated, soft yet imbued with an inexplicable authority. Yuan Xi opened her eyes to find the emperor seated beside her on a chair, perusing a book. He was not clad in armor but instead wore a garment reminiscent of ancient Greece. That is. Yuan Xi sat up, realizing she too was adorned in a similar attire, with her back accommodating wings through carefully crafted openings. What is your name? The emperor raised his gaze, his piercing scrutiny rendering Yuan Xi breathless. Yuan Xi, Yuan from Yuan Dan, Xi from the setting sun. Yuan Xi spoke obediently, only to suddenly realize she was not speaking in Chinese but in a form of English. How could she possibly refer to herself as Yuan from Yuan Dan? The emperor nodded, rummaging through his memories. I see, from that nation. What era? 2020.2020? Do you comprehend your circumstances? Yuan Xi shook her head. Malcador, take her to the library for a thorough understanding. Malcador entered, glancing at the beautiful girl who was nearly his height, and slightly bowed to the emperor. Understood, my lord. Malcador led the way quietly, with Yuan Xi following and observing her surroundings. Occasionally, they passed silent nuns and members of the Imperial Guard, who regarded Yuan Xi with curious gazes. Given her height, she presumed she might be one of the Imperial Guards, yet she had never heard of any guard possessing wings, and she seemed slightly taller than them. As for being an original entity, that was impossible. She had never encountered anyone resembling herself, let alone a female original entity. In the library, Yuan Xi perused book after book with astonishing speed, merely glancing at them yet retaining an extraordinary clarity of memory, even allowing her thoughts to wander freely. Yuan Xi vowed that if she had possessed such efficiency in her previous life, a score of 750 would have been woefully inadequate. Malcador sat nearby, sipping tea that seemed to have materialized from thin air. How is it? Do you comprehend sufficiently? Indeed, I believe I do. Yuan Xi raised her head, now entirely certain that she was in the Warhammer universe. The histories of Terra and the current state of the galaxy were laid out in her mind with superhuman clarity. Master of the Imperium, I have but one question. Malcador took a sip of his tea. Ask away. Who am I? You are the original entity Ling Hao, the daughter of the Emperor. Oh, Yuan Xi pointed at herself, uncertain. Original entity? Ling Hao, me? Chapter 3, Father and Daughter. My lord, I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. In the room, Yuan Xi once again faced the emperor. Frankly speaking, even after learning that she was an original entity and the emperor's daughter, she still felt immense pressure in his presence. Yuan Xi believed that if she were merely a mortal, she might be crushed by the energy and aura emanating from the emperor. What are your thoughts? What are you asking? What thoughts? Are you truly a riddle master? Yuan Xi internally scoffed, yet her superhuman intellect swiftly grasped the emperor's inquiry. It's admirable, uniting humanity under a single banner, such a grand vision. I will not be angered. Speak honestly, my child. The emperor gazed at Yuan Xi with a calm demeanor. Yuan Xi met his gaze, a surge of courage welling within her. Father, what you are doing now seems no different from the warlords on Terra. Had I not known you were not that kind of person, I would genuinely believe you to be an ambitious tyrant. The emperor sat in his chair, locking eyes with Yuan Xi, who remained unflinching in her gaze. Yuan Xi thought, don't falter, don't lose points. The emperor nodded. You are correct. In truth, he was already aware of what Yuan Xi had articulated. His subjects, even those closest to him, shared similar sentiments. However, such concerns paled in comparison to the significance of the Webway project in the emperor's eyes. The empire was inconsequential, it merely served as a tool to gather resources for the Webway project. Once the project was completed, humanity would be liberated from the warp, and the empire could cease to exist. Yet, these plans could not be disclosed to anyone. First and foremost, the details of the Webway project must remain confidential, and secondly, if it became known that the empire was unimportant, who would wholeheartedly devote themselves to the empire's service, the emperor himself was not of great importance. As long as the objectives were achieved, he did not care about his reputation or even his fate. Even if humanity were to label him a tyrant in the end, he would accept that as long as the Webway was constructed. What are your thoughts? Well, tomorrow I will draft a few plans for your review. Yuan Xi blinked. Initially, she had wanted to ask the emperor if she could leave Terra and find a decent planet to live on idly, yet, upon reflection, there was no such thing as idling in the Warhammer universe. It was merely a matter of waiting for death. It would be wiser to strive to alter the cesspool, for even in failure, at least she would have added a cleaner toilet to the mix, ensuring she would not regret having done nothing. In the end, thus, changing the emperor's reputation was of utmost urgency. Not only that, but she also aimed to alter some of his perspectives. In doing so, it was possible that fewer original entities would rebel, and perhaps by reshaping the emperor's image into that of a gentle father, a happy ending might still be Attainable, the Emperor smiled, and Yuan Xi discerned a hint of beauty in his resolute countenance. It was no wonder Horus had turned out as he did. It appeared the Emperor possessed a certain charm. Very well, tomorrow you shall study in the palace library. Additionally, during this time, I will arrange for someone to train you in martial skills and abilities. Is that acceptable? Yuan Xi made a no gesture. Having become an original entity, she did not wish to be an incompetent one. Very well, you may rest for now. Okay, goodbye, Dad. Good night. As she watched the grand doors close, obscuring the 3 pairs of pristine wings, the Emperor smiled and shook his head. In the course of his long years, the Emperor was not without offspring, however, none had ever dared to be so uninhibited in his presence. Before him, they were either exceedingly respectful or trembling with fear, and at the very least, they would not display any frivolity. To be honest, the Emperor found this refreshing. He sensed that Yuan Xi did not harbor disrespect towards him, rather, she simply wished to avoid excessive solemnity in his presence. Father, how does one get to the palace dining hall? The grand door cracked open slightly, revealing a charming, flattering visage peeking through. Go down the stairs, turn right, and walk straight. Okay, bye, Father. Father, where am I sleeping tonight? Less than an hour later, the Emperor was weary as he observed the head poking out once more. Decalixian, take the princess to find a suitable chamber. The princess? Me, a member of the Imperial Guard, approached from a distance, eyeing Yuan Xi with palpable suspicion. Come along, princess, the guard said, emphasizing her title. Thank you, Mr. Guard, you are truly kind. Decalixian, who was walking ahead, nearly stumbled but continued as if nothing had happened. The Emperor witnessed this exchange and felt an inexplicable unease. The future Emperor mused, this is merely the beginning, the future holds far more challenges for you. Chapter 4, What do you mean by, I will conquer Terra? In an open space outside the palace, 2 golden figures clashed like lightning, the sound of their weapons meeting resonating like a torrential downpour. I concede, the guard said, gazing at the blade of a sword poised dangerously close to his mask, retracting the spear he had intended to thrust. Thank you, Mr. Guard. Yuan Xi sheathed her sword and patted the guard on the shoulder. Your Highness's swordsmanship is already quite formidable. I can no longer instruct you further. Not at all, I still have much to learn, but I appreciate your guidance, Mr. Guard. The guard regarded Yuan Xi, clad in golden armor, with the gaze reserved for a monster. No amount of beauty or politeness could alter the fact that she was indeed a creature of the extraordinary. In just a single morning, she had transformed from a novice unfamiliar with swordplay to a powerful warrior capable of easily overcoming the Imperial Guard. The guard recalled the day when the Emperor had informed them of the original body project. Nearly all the guards had opposed the notion, yet the Emperor had been resolute in pursuing it. A wave of anxiety washed over the guard. 20 or so originals, each a formidable entity, posed a grave threat. How could they protect their sovereign if these beings turned against the Emperor? Yuan Xi disregarded the curious stares of the surrounding guards, instead waving at them amiably. My father asked me to learn martial arts from you all. Since one has already been defeated, shall we have a few more? The guard captain, Valdo, stood at a distance, still grasping the sun god spear. He gestured to 2 guards beside him, who promptly stepped forward. How does it feel? A voice emerged behind Valdo, who did not turn around. Since the speaker wished to remain unnoticed, Valdo refrained from showing any unusual reaction. It is quite terrifying, Valdo replied softly, observing the golden figure in the center of the training ground easily managing 3 opponents at once. My lord, do you truly expect such a monster to save humanity, Valdo? Humanity indeed requires their strength. So you do not deny their monstrous nature? Valdo inhaled deeply. You are the Emperor, you see farther than anyone else, so I shall support your decision unconditionally. There was no response, and Valdo understood that the Emperor had departed. He turned to Yuan Xi, who had just defeated 3 guards. Alright, you may step down, I will spar with the princess. Yuan Xi regarded Valdo, her original body buzzing with excitement, a thrill that coursed through her from the heart to the tips of her wings when faced with a formidable opponent. Yuan Xi recognized that the guard before her was none other than the esteemed Constantine Valdo, the strongest beneath the originals. She understood that only by defeating him could she truly step into the realm of the originals and earn the right to alter the dire circumstances of the future. Thus, Yuan Xi smiled, raising the long sword gifted to her that very morning by the Emperor, alongside the golden armor she wore. Please, with little further ado, the battle commenced in an instant, the long sword clashing against the spear, generating powerful gusts of wind that astonished all present. The guards could only barely discern the movements of the 2 combatants, and deep within, they questioned their own ability to withstand such power and speed. A powerful strike sent Valdo staggering back, and Yuan Xi grinned as she twisted her wrist. When it came to technique, she knew she could not compete with the seasoned Valdo. However, the true terror of the originals lay not in their speed or strength but in their capacity to learn. Valdo's expression sharpened. Within a minute of engagement, Yuan Xi had adapted to his rhythm and mounted an effective counterattack. Truly, she was a testament to the Emperor's bloodline. Since the Emperor wished for him to aid her growth as much as possible, Valdo knew he must also give his utmost effort. Uncle Ma, do I truly possess psychic energy? Within the palace at night, Yuan Xi curled her tall form in a chair, asking the elderly man sipping tea before her. Of course, we discovered your psychic energy fluctuations that day. Moreover, since the Emperor wishes for you to lead the Terra Unification War, having another means at your disposal can only be beneficial. Indeed, that very morning, the Emperor had roused Yuan Xi from a deep slumber, handing her a suit of golden armor and a long sword while she was still half asleep. Before she could utter a word, the Emperor had declared, "We'll discuss the plan later. Today, you will go to the training grounds to hone your skills with the guards. In the evening, you will learn about psychic energy from Mikado. In a few days, I will announce you as the leader of the Terra Unification War." Upon hearing this, Yuan Xi instantly became alert. The Terra Unification War? At that moment, the war was only halfway through, with the palace in the Himalayas at its center. Half of the scattered minor factions across the Eurasian continent had been eradicated, yet many heavyweight contenders remained. As the saying goes, the beginning is often the hardest. Indeed, the most challenging aspect of the grand expedition was the initial Terra Unification War. Terra was undeniably a battleground of great significance, never engaging in trivial conflicts. Various factions capable of dominating several star systems were confined to this locale, each a warlord in their own right. Gene thieves, remnants of iron men, dark technologists, and chaotic sorcerers all vied for control within the confines of Terra, rendering even the Thunder Warriors appear remarkably human in comparison. In the original narrative, by the later stages of the grand expedition, the Emperor had withdrawn from direct involvement, yet during the Terra Unification War, he had been fully engaged, and now, this towering golden figure before her was proclaiming that she should lead the Terra Unification War. "Who are you, truly, Emperor?" Yuan Xi leaped from her bed and sat on the floor, hugging the Emperor's leg. "Daddy, your adorable daughter is a bit of a failure. Please refrain from telling her such frightening things." Yuan Xi looked up at the Emperor with a pitiful gaze, and for a moment, she thought she saw a vein twitch on his forehead. "No, there is no negotiating, off you go." The Emperor tugged at Yuan Xi's collar, lifting her like a pet, and opened a spatial portal, vanishing from sight. "Ugh, heartless old man," Yuan Xi pouted as she sat on the ground. "I can hear you," a voice echoed directly in her ear. "You must have misheard," she retorted defiantly. Chapter 5, Psionics and Thunder Warriors. The subspace is a realm where the emotions of all living beings converge, devoid of time and space. Where the laws of physics cease to exist. The projections of all souls in the universe gather in subspace like countless stars forming a galaxy. Among them are the exceptional few, who share a profound connection with subspace. They can draw upon its power to gain various miraculous abilities, such as foresight and telepathy. There is no limit to what they can achieve, and they are referred to as psionics. However, one must remember that every gift carries a hidden price. Gaining such power means being prepared to be observed by those beyond our realm. At this moment, Yuan Xi is immersing herself in the wondrous state as per Mikado's guidance, seeking the sensation within her heart. After a moment, she opens her eyes, her violet gem-like irises shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Malcador nods, indicating that Yuan Xi has succeeded. "How do you feel?" Yuan Xi gazes around, her curiosity akin to that of a young cub exploring its surroundings. It's strange, yet delightful. In Yuan Xi's eyes, the golden palace transforms into a novel world filled with vibrant hues, the dazzling color seemingly awakening the deepest desires within her, making her yearn to remain in this realm forever. No wonder Xiao Magu is so captivated by subspace. It is undoubtedly far more appealing than the grim reality of the world. Remember, child, to only sample the wonders of subspace lightly, you must not delve too deeply. This is not merely my advice but an edict from the Emperor. I understand, Yuan Xi replies, blinking as she closes her psionic vision. It is worth noting that Malcador's psionic form resembles a beautiful youth with white hair. Your abilities can only be sensed by you. How do you feel? Uncle Ma inquires. It seems I have a touch of everything. Yuan Xi scratches her head, recalling a moment when she had a premonition 2 seconds in advance, which allowed her to alert Malcador in time. Malcador adopts a knowing expression. The Emperor had intentionally tested all subsequent original bodies during the creation of Zero. Essentially an exercise in assembling resources. Thus, theoretically, Zero possesses the abilities of all original bodies, albeit in a diminished form. with that said, my task is complete. Your Highness. Practice diligently. Wait, Uncle Ma, if you don't teach me, and Uncle Valdo doesn't either, what can I learn in just one day? Yuan Xi squats down, tugging at Mikado's cloak, the size difference making the scene somewhat comical. Malcador pulls his cloak free from her grasp. Your Highness, you must believe in yourself. You are already impressive enough. It is unnecessary to squander time on trivial matters. Yuan Xi watches Malcador walk away, contemplating her impending participation in battle so soon after her arrival. With the Terran Unification War still ongoing for less than a century. According to the original narrative, it would take over 2 more centuries to conclude the Great Expedition, making her future seem promising. At this moment, Yusotin is restless. As the original body of the 4th Thunder Warrior Legion, he has seldom witnessed all the original bodies gathered in one place. In reality, Thunder Warriors do not have original bodies. The term merely refers to the leaders of their respective warbands. He turns to the original body of the 3rd Legion beside him. Have you learned why the Emperor summoned us together? No, these Imperial Guards are as silent as tombs. Within a tent at the Empire's border, 20 original bodies of various legions sit in assembly, while 2 Imperial Guards stand silently at the entrance. Not long ago, these warriors, who were engaged in battles across the lands, were ordered by the guards to gather here, disrupting several planned offensives. Frankly, had it not been for the claim that this was the Emperor's will, they might have resorted to violence against the 2 guards. A heavy sound of footsteps resonates, causing everyone in the tent to rise. A stream of golden light floods in as all present recognize the Emperor's arrival. The Emperor parts the curtain and steps inside, his commanding gaze sweeping over all assembled. Malcador and Valdo stand at the Emperor's sides. Yet, at this moment, the attention of all Thunder Warriors is fixed not on the 3 in front, but rather on the figure looming behind the Emperor. She is exceptionally tall, towering at least 3 meters, while the average height of a Thunder Warrior is approximately 2.7 meters. Clad in resplendent golden armor, she possesses 3 pairs of beautiful, pristine white wings. Her hair is as pure as snow, and her striking violet eyes resemble fine gemstones. 2 long swords hang at her waist, suggesting a strength that belies her appearance. She embodies purity and beauty, a sight that seems incongruous in the dark and brutal universe. Yusotin thinks to himself. Having heard tales of the elusive Empress, could she be the one? What purpose does the Emperor have in bringing her here? The Emperor places his left arm around Yuan Xi's shoulders, the sound of metal claws clashing with armor resonates, forcing Yuan Xi to stand alongside him. From this day forth, I shall no longer personally engage in the affairs of the Unification War. My daughter, Yuan Xi, will lead you in my stead. I require you to show her the same respect you have shown me. The Emperor gently pats Yuan Xi's shoulder, encouraging her to speak. Yuan Xi takes a deep breath, stepping forward to meet the curious, skeptical, and amused gazes of those present. Yusotin will never forget this day, nor how the angel knelt, her right hand resting upon her heart, and solemnly made her promise. For my father, for the Empire, and for the warriors who save humanity from endless strife. I understand that you may not trust me or believe I can lead you as perfectly as my father does. Indeed, I do not possess his overwhelming power nor his strategic wisdom. But I swear, I, Yuan Xi, the Emperor's daughter, the Princess of the Empire, vow to devote all my strength to the cause of humanity. I will face terrifying foes alongside you until my last drop of blood is shed. I will share in the glory of victory or the depths of defeat with you, though I may not have lived alongside you. I gladly embrace the prospect of dying with you. Yusotin vividly remembers the dust that clung to the angel's wings as she knelt, and he recalls her violet eyes seemingly glowing with determination. Chapter 6, The Terra Chicken Dinner Tournament. Just yesterday, she expressed a desire to practice with me more. Don't you think it's a bit too soon for her? Valdo voiced his concern within the sprawling palace of the Himalayas. She has only just learned how to fight. And now you want her to lead the troops into battle? The Emperor, engrossed in splitting his thoughts among multiple matters of state with Malcador, did not look up. I didn't expect you to care so much for Zero. Valdo, standing nearby, scoffed, if only your other original sons were as capable as her, I would have far less to worry about. The Emperor rubbed his brow in frustration. He was exceedingly busy. Alongside the overwhelming administrative duties, the flaws of the Thunder Warriors had yet to be fully revealed. The new generation of Astartes was nearing completion, And he still needed to arrange collaborations with the Mechanicus on Mars. The repairs on the webway were still in disarray. Even if he were to split himself into 1,000 pieces, he would still feel overwhelmed. Valdo. My decision to have her lead the army is not only because I believe in her, but primarily because she struggles to believe in herself. Just days ago, she was merely an ordinary human in Phase 2, in a time when humanity could not even leave the solar system. And now she must participate in a war that spans the entire galaxy. Thus, she is afraid, she is apprehensive. I understand her fears. Yet I hope she realizes she is capable. She is here not by mere chance, but because the original body's form is worthy of her soul. She requires a trial. A victorious trial, after which she will confront the reality of her identity as a primordial being and the fact that she is a princess of the Empire. Valdo raised a question: what if she fails? Similarly, Machado, who was seated nearby handling state affairs, interjected, what is there to panic about? There is still me. And the Emperor. Valdo glanced at the two elderly men who had arranged everything for the child and remarked, I realize now that you two are truly simple-minded. My salary for this month has vanished. Don't say that, I was merely jesting. Within the military tent at the Empire's borders, Yuan Xi scrutinized the map of Terra with a furrowed brow. Aside from the small forces that crumble at a touch, there remain formidable challenges for the Empire. The nation of Albia, which occupies North America, has a monarch who has repeatedly refused to bow to the Emperor. Employing machines akin to the relentless war machines of the future to resist the assaults of the Thunder Warriors. In the Caucasus wasteland, the Thunder Warriors have yet to engage with the formidable foes who are rumored to possess powerful gene-altered creations. In South America, the technologically advanced barbarian faction of Hybaxi wields potent ion reactor technology. The Moransun Federation, boasting a large contingent of psychics and augmented troops, occupies the Scandinavian region, formerly known as Northern Europe. The leaders of the Pacific Rim Empire, Nathan Dumm, is reputed to be one of the most intelligent individuals on Terra, with whispers suggesting he can read the thoughts of his subjects and possesses machines capable of distorting others' minds. The Uresh Empire, situated in Central Asia, may not match the technological prowess of other barbarian factions, yet it harbors an enigmatic and formidable power. These are merely the overt challenges, with numerous smaller factions that cannot be overlooked. They may seem weaker on the surface, yet desperation could compel them to unleash some forgotten technology of the Golden Age. All the while cursing, how dare you drive us to the brink? Yuan Xi grimaced, internally cursing the Emperor repeatedly. How could one demand a peak battle right off the bat? One must first assess whether a mule or a horse can pull the load, yet I am thrust directly into the battlefield. Is your Highness dissatisfied with our previous actions? Iligos, the primordial of the Thunder Warriors' 6th Legion, cautiously inquired of Yuan Xi, having noted her distorted expression. He did not believe Yuan Xi was troubled by the enemy but rather by her own discontent. Yuan Xi quickly waved her hands. No, Mr. Iligos, your actions have been flawless. And I am immensely grateful for your efforts, otherwise, my headache would be far worse. I am merely contemplating how we ought to engage in this battle. Iligos was taken aback. The princess had addressed him as Mr., despite the envious glances of his colleagues. He asked Yuan Xi, then, Your Highness, what are your thoughts? Yuan Xi's demeanor shifted, the aura of despair dissipating. Everyone, I kindly request your assistance in locating a few mortals. They need not possess great power, merely intelligence and cunning. Does the mortal princess doubt our capabilities? Li Huasi, the primordial of the 12th Legion, hastily questioned. I have great faith in you, Mr. Li Huasi. Yuan Xi replied, shaking her head, but the forthcoming plan can only be executed by mortals. Please observe, Yuan Xi pointed to a specific location on the map. Her face illuminated with a confident smile. The Indonesian Federation. Their bishop, Tang, is quite mad. He mandates the forced breeding of citizens he deems genetically compatible, while those of inferior bloodlines face extermination. Almost all who oppose him have been ordered to be burned alive. Perhaps it won't be long before he is overthrown by his own subordinates. However, we cannot afford to wait that long. Yuan Xi raised her finger and gently shook it. We can send individuals to infiltrate the Indonesian Federation and incite a rebellion from within. After Tang is overthrown, chaos will ensue, presenting us with the perfect opportunity to act. Once we occupy the Indonesian Federation, Yuan Xi directed her finger toward Oceania, we shall use it as a springboard to penetrate the heart of the Pacific Rim Empire. It is rumored that Albaya and the Pacific Rim Empire are in constant dispute. We can leverage this to forge an alliance with Albaya. I believe my father holds a favorable view of their monarch. We can attack the Pacific Rim Empire from two fronts. Thus, the primary threats to the east of the empire will be neutralized, while the complexities of the western forces should be approached with caution. However, remember, Yuan Xi scanned the Thunder Warriors. Our assault on the Indonesian Federation must not be rushed. Should external forces intervene before they have fully divided, it may inadvertently unite them, resulting in a significant setback. That is why I seek a few mortals. The characteristics of the Thunder Warriors are too conspicuous for them to infiltrate. Yet, she reassured them. Do not be anxious, there will be several hard battles awaiting you in the future. Long live your highness. The tent echoed with the thunderous cheers of the Thunder Warriors, their earlier doubts melting away like snow. They believed that it would not be long before Terra was unified under the Empire, and they would join the galactic battlefield to fight for all of humanity. Chapter 7, Geniuses and Madmen. Who is the smartest person in this universe? It is I. It must be I, it can only be I. Nathan Dumb is convinced that if anyone possesses the wisdom and power to control everything, it can only be himself. The line between genius and madness is razor thin, and Nathan Dumb walks the tightrope of this distinction. At the pinnacle of a certain nest in Oceania, Nathan Dumb removed a helmet connected to a myriad of tubes and stood up. He had azure eyes and short silver hair, appearing no different from an unaltered mortal. Yet, in truth, Nathan Dumb's mind had been enhanced for full utilization, and exquisite genetic modifications granted him an almost eternal lifespan. This was merely a fraction of his trivial achievements. He turned to gaze at the chair and helmet connected by cables and pipes, which were his most cherished inventions, capable of monitoring the innermost thoughts of those within range and even distorting anyone's mind. Perfect. Who besides Nathan Dumb could achieve such a feat? He approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking his subjects in the nest. Poor Tang, he may not yet realize his fate, perhaps his days as a bishop are numbered. And he shall surely be killed. Nathan Dumb said, pressing his hands against the glass, tears streaming from his eyes. Is Angel plotting against me? How disheartening. Perhaps I should intervene. Yes, the best plan now is to prevent her from causing a rift in the Indonesian Federation. Subspace transmission technology is highly effective for interstellar travel measured in light years, yet it tends to falter on planets. Therefore, thwarting the Empire's occupation of Indonesia would significantly diminish the threat to the Pacific Rim Empire. But suddenly, Nathan Dumb knelt on the ground, grasping his throat tightly. I want it, Angel, Angel, I want it. Nathan Dumb is a genius, and yet he is a madman. He possesses an almost obsessive desire for control, which drives him to monitor the innermost thoughts of all his subjects. He yearns to control everything beautiful. The city-state of Auric in Antarctica possesses satellites capable of monitoring the globe, and Nathan Dumb frequently utilizes them to observe all that transpires on Terra. His methods so clean that the fools of Auric have yet to notice. One day, as he surveyed Terra as usual, a figure captured his attention. What a beautiful creation! Reminiscent of the divine messengers from the ancient scriptures of Terra. He recognized the tall figure beside Yuan Xi, the emperor. Perhaps the emperor is equally perfect. But Nathan Dumb's keen intuition prevented him from forming any thoughts about it. Even now, Nathan Dumb merely regarded the emperor as a nascent warlord. However, at this moment, the warlord has astonishingly created a masterpiece that even he himself admires. How remarkable! One cannot help but wonder what his expression would be if he were to seize that beautiful creation. Initially, Nazendum was exhausting every ounce of his energy to figure out how to capture Angel for himself, but to his surprise, the other party insisted on coming to him instead. He believed this must be the hand of fate, as if destiny had chosen to bestow that exquisite object upon him, Nazendum. Thus, he raised his head, his tear-streaked face breaking into a strange smile, murmuring, Please, hurry and perish, I can no longer wait to meet Angel. He stood, gazing towards the dimly lit horizon. Angel, come forth, I await you here. Yuan Xi inexplicably felt a chill, as if someone repugnant had fixed their gaze upon her. She lifted her head to examine the psychic barrier, pondering whether such invasive surveillance could truly penetrate one's own powers. Shaking her head, she turned her attention to the line of trembling mortals before her. Do not be anxious. Warriors, Yuan Xi said, her warm smile illuminating the atmosphere. I am Yuan Xi, the daughter of the emperor. You must be the elite of the army. one of the mortals. Visibly nervous, inquired, "My lady, have you summoned us for a specific purpose?" He was merely a minor figure in the military, having achieved the rank of captain due to his cleverness and resourcefulness, never imagining that the emperor's daughter would personally summon them. "I have a mission to entrust to you," Yuan Xi stated, her gaze steady as she met the eyes of each individual. "I wish for you to infiltrate the Indonesian Federation and orchestrate a rebellion, inciting conflict between their archbishop and the common people as much as possible. We shall provide assistance at the appropriate time. I have but one request: our target is solely the ruling class led by the archbishop, and we must strive to minimize civilian casualties. I understand that this task is perilous, but the empire needs you, humanity needs you. This may sound overly grandiose, so I assure you that all who partake in this mission, regardless of the outcome, will have their families treated with the utmost care by the empire. Should you return safely, I will, in my personal capacity, grant you immense wealth, and those who excel in completing the mission will receive further rewards." Yuan Xi turned, stating, "I shall turn back in 1 minute. If you remain here after that minute, I shall consider it your willingness to participate." She glanced back, finding all present still standing. With a smile, she performed a solemn bow. "I sincerely thank you all, and please, take care." The mortals were filled with excitement, truth be told. Infiltrating an enemy nation might indeed be safer than the battlefield. Moreover, with the princess herself making such a declaration, there was no room for hesitation. "We pledge our loyalty to Yuan Xi." Loyalty. As they departed, Yuan Xi sighed. She had no wealth to offer, apart from her attire, she was utterly destitute. Yet, it mattered not. For her lack did not equate to the absence of others' resources. Yuan Xi utilized her psychic powers to contact the emperor. "Hello, dear father, are you there? What is it? Could you allocate some gold coins?" Chapter 8, the god of all machines. Kabwahar was merely an ordinary minor general of casting at that time. If Tyla was a place teeming with shallow waters and turtles, then Mars was no different. As the casting world of humanity's golden age, Mars boasted a unique culture of mechanical reverence, wherein the populace believed that machines possessed souls, all under the protection of a great god of all machines. However, the question arose, what was the true visage of this god? The debates raged on, and so it was that each faction worshipped their own interpretation. If Mars hosted 1,000 factions, it followed that there were 1,000 gods of all machines. Perhaps it was an exaggeration, yet the reality was largely accurate. Har's mechanical god sect was but a moderately influential faction on Mars, revering the god named Umanasaya. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, Har might have led a devoutly mundane existence. Then, a radiant figure arrived, shimmering with golden light. Initially, Har regarded him with disdain, viewing him as merely a petty warlord from Tyla, a beggar come to Mars. Although several factions on Mars had attempted to venture to Tyla to reclaim technology, they were swiftly rebuffed, returning in disgrace. Perhaps this little warlord was even more formidable than himself, yet he could not allow his demeanor to falter, aside from Umanasaya. No one could compel him to bow. "I agree to the alliance," Har thought he would firmly refuse, but the figure before him was undeniably impressive. The Golden Giant had arrived on Mars and effortlessly repaired machinery that had eluded the sect's scholars for centuries, imparting knowledge that had stumped academics for generations. Har observed as individuals recited binary hymns while lubricating machines. He could scarcely discern whether the figure was an envoy of Umanasaya or the god himself. The Golden Giant nodded and produced the long-prepared Olympian Treaty. Har read through it meticulously, and soon, the components of his own being began to overheat, prompting him to dispense oil as well. Umanasaya had become the orthodox deity of Mars, perhaps even of the galaxy. Was he dreaming? Your Imperial Majesty. Does our mechanical god sect truly only need to supply equipment to the Empire with no other obligations? Of course. You see, our imperial emblem is a double-headed eagle, symbolizing the equal status of the mechanical god sect and the Empire. Furthermore, you will have priority access to the remnants of technology discovered during the Great Expedition. By Umanasaya. I cannot refuse. I shall sign. Har was about to affix his signature when he suddenly paused. Your Majesty. I believe it would be prudent to finalize the signing after you have unified Tyla. Har regained his composure, realizing that without Tyla unified, it was premature to dream of galactic dominion. First, secure Tyla, then we shall discuss further. Until then, let us wait. Very well, the Emperor nodded, demonstrating his ample patience. Ahem, while we cannot act directly in Tyleus unification, you may entrust us with the production of your equipment, treating it as an added bonus to the treaty. Har voiced. Regardless of whether the towering figure was genuinely powerful or merely a pretender, he hoped for Tyleus' success and the treaty's fulfillment. The Emperor produced a stack of blueprints, Model M2 power armor, various weapons and munitions, and the basic equipment for the future Astartes, all gathered. Thank you for your assistance. Har inexplicably felt he had been duped, yet there was little he could do at this point. My lord, how did it go? Upon returning to the palace, Malcador hurriedly inquired of the Emperor. He agreed, but only after the unification of Tyla. What of Zero? That child is currently plotting unrest within the Indonesian Federation and has resolved conflicts with several surrounding factions. They have all declared their incorporation into the Empire. The Emperor nodded, expressing his tacit approval. Wardwa, assemble 300 elite troops and gather the Western forces. I shall personally lead the expedition. Wardwa took his leave, while Malcador asked. Do you not intend for her to make preliminary contact? The Emperor rubbed his temples. For her, it is still too early. Tang concluded another arduous day of work, diligently striving to maintain the purity of his people's bloodline. Just then, a knock interrupted his thoughts. Suppressing his inner fury, he called out, Come in. A servant entered the room and knelt before him. Your Grace, there have been several uprisings in the nests today. We have lost several factories. Execute those wretches at once. Is it necessary for me to instruct you? Take him away and burn him alive. The servant immediately begged for mercy, bowing repeatedly, blood staining the pristine floor. Please spare me, Your Grace, spare me. You dare to sully my floor? Torture him first, then burn him alive. A number of guards dragged the unfortunate soul away, while several silent servants busily cleaned the floor. Tang took a deep breath to regain some semblance of calm and noted in his diary before sleep that today had been uneventful. Chapter 9, Rebellion on a desolate and dimly lit plain, fierce gunfire and cannon fire interwove like a net. The Thunder Warriors clutched their grenade launchers tightly, shouting, Unity! 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 They unleashed a torrent of firepower upon their imperial foes across the battlefield. These were genetically modified monsters, towering at nearly 2 meters and equipped with various weaponry. Though they were merely a horde of intellectually challenged beasts, they were not to be underestimated. At the heart of the battlefield, where the violence was most brutal, countless severed limbs and dismembered bodies were flung high into the air, only to rain down like a macabre downpour. Yuan Xi wielded a sword in each hand, transforming herself into a relentless meat grinder amidst the chaos. Every enemy before her crumbled like fragile straw. With every swing of her longsword, numerous foes succumbed, while enemy bullets and artillery fire were gracefully evaded as if she were performing a dance. Stay close to the princess, Yusotin shouted, as a throng of Thunder Warriors fervently followed Yuan Xi, pouring fire upon the surrounding enemies from the breach she had created. Not far away, atop a small city-state's walls, a man observed as Yuan Xi approached ever closer. He turned to his companion and inquired, Is it too late for us to surrender? As a minor leader of a small faction, he had never desired to entangle himself in the violent conflicts of larger powers, merely wishing to sustain his own modest domain. Yet, a few days prior, a sudden phone call had come, claiming to be from a princess of the Empire, requesting that he join their ranks. He had vehemently retorted, Who do you think I am? The Empire? Not a chance. If you want my territory, come take it. If you seek my life, then try your luck. Then Yuan Xi arrived. Initially, he had been confident, believing his army of modified soldiers to be invincible, dismissing her small contingent as a mere dream of conquest. Yet, his forces were swiftly decimated. This was beyond comprehension. The hapless city lord, witnessing the figure that had effortlessly slaughtered his army, felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Upon turning around, his heart nearly stopped. The once invincible figure on the battlefield now stood before him. The city lord suddenly realized how tall and beautiful she was. This mythical being was surely not human. Yuan Xi smiled, and under ordinary circumstances, her enchanting smile would have captivated everyone present. However, at this moment, the smile, marred by splatters of blood, only evoked horror. Greetings, Lord of Lantis. We finally meet. I am Yuan Xi, daughter of the Emperor, the Empire's Grand Princess, and currently the commander of the army. I had previously reached out to you, but perhaps our lack of face-to-face interaction led to an unpleasant conversation. Now, we can discuss matters more thoroughly. Haha, Your Highness Yuan Xi, this is all a misunderstanding. Yuan Xi bent down and patted the shoulder of the ordinary man before her, turning him to face the scene below. At that moment, the Thunder Warriors stood silently in formation beneath the city wall. While the City Lord's modified army had been reduced to mere remnants scattered across the distant plains. Suddenly, all of Lantis's defiance dissipated. He took a deep breath, conceding that the city-state of Lantis would integrate into the Empire and henceforth comply with its commands. Very well, soon someone will come to liaise with you. You have done well, and the common folk under your rule seem to live comfortably. Your position will remain unchanged, and you may even receive a promotion in the future. Keep up the good work. Yuan Xi patted the city lord's shoulder, leaping from the 20-meter-high city wall and gracefully descending like a bird. The Thunder Warriors parted to allow her passage. Yusotin, dispatch a team to procure supplies, the rest shall withdraw. A group of individuals rushed in and out with fervor. Silent, efficient, and lethal, this was the consensus regarding this army. Back at the same tent, Yuan Xi listened to reports while perusing a book. She had consciously sought to alter the fate of the Thunder Warriors, having subtly questioned the Emperor during this time. The Emperor had not concealed anything and agreed to Yuan Xi's efforts to address the genetic issues plaguing the Thunder Warriors. However, Yuan Xi was at a loss. She had no choice but to learn. It was truly the case that one must study until the end of life, even as a primary entity. She found herself laboring to acquire knowledge. During this period, Yuan Xi fervently read, studying the manuscripts detailing the Emperor's creation of the Thunder Warriors, feeling as though she might soon lose her hair from the strain. This was not the end, for when the Astartes made their appearance, she would also need to assist her troublesome younger brothers in resolving their offspring's genetic defects, otherwise, they might abandon her in their time of need, leaving her without a means of redress. Your Highness, we have received word from the Federated States of Indonesia. Yuan Xi closed her book, speak. The Archbishop had dispatched a considerable number of troops to suppress the rebellious factions. But the uprising at the base of the nest had escalated to the point of near uncontrollability. Yuan Xi tapped her fingers on the table. Relay the order, all forces in the Southern Empire that have completed their missions are to be recalled immediately. Those who can finish their task swiftly must do so. Those who cannot should abandon their missions. Maintain only the most basic defensive forces at each outpost, all remaining troops will gather here. Inform our agents within the Federation to promote the message that the citizens of the Empire live in peace and prosperity under the benevolent and wise Emperor. Prepare equipment and be ready to launch an offensive. Understood. Yuan Xi surveyed her surroundings, where the primary entities of the 4th, 6th, 12th, 13th, and 19th legions of the Thunder Warriors were gathered closely around her. Yuan Xi smiled, do not rush, my warriors. The victory we have long awaited is drawing near. Within the grand floor-to-ceiling windows atop the nest, Tang gazed grimly at the city below. At some point, everything seemed to conspire against him. Those wretched, contemptible commoners, where did they find the audacity to oppose him? How dare they? Sparks ignited beneath Tang's feet, they were not mere sparks but explosions. From above, the mighty detonations appeared as nothing more than flickers of light. The army's counterattack commenced. Under normal circumstances, the rebellious civilians would quickly be quelled by the soldiers' presence. However, today, the appearance of the military only intensified the long-suppressed fury of the people. Their vision was simple, to survive, to live a life as ordinary as any other. Yet that accursed archbishop sought to strip them of even this most basic aspiration, thus they rebelled. Since death was inevitable, they preferred to perish with fervor rather than in silence. They raised their rudimentary weapons, repelling wave after wave of soldiers. This was far from over. They intended to bring the sinner to a definitive end. Tang glared, watching in fury as his army was repeatedly pushed back. What were they doing? Failing to manage a mere uprising of commoners? They were a bunch of fools. No, Archbishop. Tang turned to see the source of the voice. A servant who had been following behind him, a figure who should have remained perpetually bowed in silence. He raised his head, meeting Tang's gaze with neither fear nor anger. Only calmness. This is not a rebellion, this is a revolution. Chapter 10, The Dark History of Haji Huang. This rebellion, or revolution, ignited like wildfire, fueled by long-repressed anger. Determined to burn everything to the ground from the grassroots up. However, as a warlord entrenched in Terra for ages, the trump card of the Federated States of Indonesia was not to be underestimated. Just as the revolutionary forces were about to storm the Archbishop's palace, Tang dispatched his most formidable troops, the Iron Men. As the architects of humanity's descent into the Dark Age, the strength of the Iron Men was well known to all. Even so, the warlords on Terra had, to some degree, hidden a few Iron Men within their ranks. Regardless of the potential for rebellion, if they remained dormant, rebellion would not ensue. Previously, there had been no necessity to activate them, but now, it was imperative. Failure to do so would result in their demise. As those silver iron behemoths were thrust into the fray, the situation took a dramatic turn. They are tireless, disregarding the bullets of the Revolutionary Army. And the intense gunfire forces the Revolutionary Army to retreat step by step. A group of incompetents, relying on my Iron Legion. Tang grinned malevolently before the floor-to-ceiling window. These wretched commoners ultimately fell at his hands. Suddenly, Tang noticed something. In the distant sky, a squadron of fighter jets was approaching. Whose army is this? And who sent them? The aircraft swooped down, raining landing pods from the sky. As the doors opened, there emerged the fully equipped Thunder Warriors. Yuan Xi charged ahead. Kicking open the landing pod door, her 3 pairs of wings flapping as she soared like a hawk, directly attacking the retreating Revolutionary Army and charging towards the Iron Legion. In reality, she flew there using psychic energy. The Thunder Warriors roared, following Yuan Xi into battle against the enemy. Most members of the Revolutionary Army were somewhat bewildered. Who were these giants? However, a portion of them sparkled with excitement, and soon a few stood forth. They were indeed the Imperial Army. The Emperor must have foreseen our impending defeat and sent his forces to rescue us. Yuan Xi shattered the Iron Legion before her and turned to face the thousands of people, raising her longsword high. I, Yuan Xi, the Imperial Grand Princess, the daughter of the Emperor. In the name of my father, the future ruler of Terra and the future sovereign of humanity, I bring you salvation and freedom. I declare that the era of your Archbishop's tyranny is over. What follows will be a new age of reason and hope brought forth by my father. A tide of fervent shouts surged forth, and everyone rushed forward towards the Archbishop's palace, their enemy's palace. They had awaited this day for far too long. Yuan Xi continued to fight against the Iron Legion encircling her. It must be said that they were formidable. Under the might of AI, they could barely keep pace with her speed, and for them, there was no such thing as a vital point. Even with just a small portion intact, they would desperately obstruct the enemies before them. Yuan Xi drew a second longsword. The 4th, 12th, and 13th legions hold the line. The remaining legions follow me to break through and behead the enemy. The assault woven by her 2 longswords was impenetrable, and all foes that approached were reduced to dust in an instant. Occasionally, Yuan Xi unleashed psychic lightning to strike down even more adversaries. How did they arrive? Why was there no news? Tang, in his fury, overturned the table before him. Who are they? Who? A force named the Empire from the Himalayas. A nearby servant trembled in fear. Contact the leader of this so-called empire immediately. No need, my father is extremely busy and has no time to speak with you. The air fell silent for a moment. And upon seeing the towering figure that suddenly appeared in the room, Tang felt his heart skip a beat. Excuse me, I have matters to discuss with your Archbishop. Could you please step aside? Yuan Xi smiled at the servant, who immediately scurried away in fright. How ridiculous. Making me seem like some kind of demon when I am so charming, Yuan Xi muttered to herself. Witchcraft. Tang took a deep breath, regaining his Archbishop's authority. The other party was questioning how he entered. It was merely a translocation through subspace, which could be considered subspace sorcery, I suppose. Indeed. Although your room is equipped with a Geller field, it is far too weak. What would it take for you to spare me? Tang lifted his chin, striving to maintain his imposing demeanor as he gazed into Yuan Xi's eyes. Regrettably, I cannot do that, Yuan Xi replied with a smile, shaking her head. If the other party were a benevolent ruler, her first course of action would undoubtedly be negotiation. Alas, nothing could better appease the people than the death of a tyrant who has long oppressed them. Then what are you waiting for to kill me? I wish to know the location of your Federation's technological knowledge and to grant you a dignified death. Tang chuckled, a dignified death? Indeed. Do you prefer a swift demise at my hands, or would you rather I deliver you to the furious populace outside? Tang suddenly slumped down. dejectedly lowering his head, 3 levels beneath the palace, the key is my left eye's iris. Thank you. The longsword was raised and then fell, marking the end of the Archbishop's brutal reign. From the moment the Thunder Warriors joined the battlefield to the conclusion of the war, merely 6 hours elapsed. And the Indonesian Federation was officially annexed into the Empire's territory. Quite remarkable indeed. Within the palace atop the Himalayas, Malcador looked on helplessly as the Emperor gleefully spun in circles. Malcador, this child Yuan Xi has truly surpassed my expectations. I was prepared to cover for her, but I never anticipated she would perform so admirably. Had she launched a full-scale assault on the Indonesian Federation, she would certainly have succeeded, but at a far greater cost and time. Moreover, this child is endearing towards both the army and the common folk. I have not heard a single negative remark about her during this lengthy period. Excellent. The Emperor may appear stern to outsiders, but Malcador knows that whenever something extraordinarily joyous occurs, the Emperor reveals his loquacious, fatherly nature. It can only be said that aging tends to bring such traits. My lord, have you considered what reward to bestow upon that child? The Emperor grew slightly serious. The equipment she wore was hastily crafted by me overnight. I plan to meticulously create a suit of power armor and 2 finely crafted energy swords for her. If only you could greet her with this demeanor and expression. The Emperor never reveals his chatty, fatherly side. He always maintains a stern face when meeting Yuan Xi, and only she knows what kind of person he truly is. Otherwise, any other original would have already stirred up family discord. Zero has arrived. Baldo pushed open the door and entered. The Emperor took his place in the central chair, the table before him piled high with duties. Malcador sat in the adjacent chair, casually perusing a report. Baldo stood by like a guard. Good morning, Dad, Uncle Ma. Uncle Valdo, Yuan Xi announced as she pushed open the door, her face beaming with a radiant smile as she greeted them individually. Both Valdo and Malcador smiled and nodded in response, while the Emperor remained stoic. Malcador, there's no saving him. Dad, I contacted Albaya. They are indeed loyal to the Empire, but their monarch wishes to speak with you personally. Yuan Xi continued unabashedly. The Emperor nodded, acknowledging this matter. You have performed well recently. Do you desire any reward? Although he had already decided what to give, the Emperor still inquired. If necessary, he could send it along with the equipment. However, for some reason, an ominous premonition stirred within the Emperor's heart. Really? Then you must answer me one question, one I have long wished to ask. The Emperor had an inkling that he should not allow Yuan Xi to pose this question, yet having spoken, he could not prevent her from asking. Go ahead, my child. So, is the story of the she-wolf of Rome true? The Emperor, Malcador, Valdo, the Emperor's hawk-like gaze locked onto Yuan Xi's eyes, and she met his stare defiantly. Suddenly, the Emperor laughed, caught off guard by amusement. He instantly appeared behind Yuan Xi, lifting her before vanishing from sight. Valdo, bewildered, looked to Malcador. What are they up to? Malcador sipped his tea and sighed, such mischief. Before long, the two reappeared, with Yuan Xi clutching her backside and sobbing as she nestled behind Malcador. Pointing at the Emperor who had returned to his seat, Uncle Ma, you must control my father. Who does that to a child's backside? I struck with psychic energy. The Emperor replied, his expression unchanging as he did not even look up. That does not justify hitting her backside. How old is she now? Malcador also chimed in. After a flurry of chaos, Yuan Xi departed, and the atmosphere once again settled into a tranquil calm. What did she mean by that? After some time, Valdo suddenly asked, with Malcador also looking at the Emperor in confusion. Both of them, one being the leader of the Imperial Guard and the other the Chancellor of the Empire, were well versed in historical matters, yet they were utterly unaware of the connection between this history and the Emperor. The Emperor shouted inwardly, Yuan Xi. Chapter 11, A gloomy future. The battle for the Federated Republic of Indonesia was a resounding triumph, however, for a segment of the Thunder Warriors. This victory seemed less worthy of celebration. They discovered an unexpected presence within their ranks, well-equipped diminutive figures who did not belong to the Thunder Warriors but rather to a newly emerged Astartes Legion. In contrast, some observant Thunder Warriors noted a gradual reduction in the scale of their expansion, indicating that these Astartes were gradually supplanting the Thunder Warriors in the ongoing unification wars. This was unacceptable. The Thunder Warriors had endured countless hardships, only to allow these unfamiliar Astartes to reap the rewards. Thus, they dispatched a representative, the renowned Steel Lord, Yusotin, leader of the 4th Legion, to seek clarification. Yusotin first approached the Imperial Guard, hoping to relay a message to the Emperor, but found his inquiries met with silence. With no other recourse, he sought out Yuan Xi, fully aware that only the Emperor's words held weight in such matters. Yuan Xi explained the genetic deficiencies of the Thunder Warriors and the plans concerning the Astartes Legion. In truth, the Emperor wished for Yuan Xi to keep this information from the Thunder Warriors, believing that the possibility of remedying their genetic flaws was uncertain. He felt it prudent to withhold this knowledge until after the Thunder Warriors had completed their campaigns. Yuan Xi, however, rebuked the Emperor, asserting that such matters could not remain concealed. The Thunder Warriors undertook significant risks in their transformation, driven by a genuine desire to liberate all humanity. With clear communication, they would surely understand. Yusotin, somewhat dazed, listened intently. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, Yuan Xi might have feared he had rendered him speechless. Yusotin, what troubles you? Yuan Xi gently inquired, shaking him from his stupor. Yusotin finally regained his composure. Your Highness, our genetic flaws. Fear not, Yusotin, fear not, Yuan Xi urged, grasping his shoulders and meeting his gaze. Neither I, nor my father, nor the Empire has forsaken you. We are all searching for solutions to your genetic deficiencies. Please, do not abandon hope. In that moment, Yuan Xi's warm smile radiated with a brilliance surpassing any light, illuminating Yusotin's spirit. I intend to appoint the Thunder Warriors as instructors for the Astartes Legion. Would you be willing to return and inquire if your comrades would be open to mentoring the new recruits who will inherit your legacy? And thus, the fate of the Thunder Warriors seemed sealed. Within the vast tent, the 1st Legion's original body spoke despondently. I had thought we would fight alongside the Emperor and your Highness to save all humanity. I never imagined this would be our end. Is this not a sufficient conclusion, Ilya? Yusotin replied, observing the dejected figure beside him. At least we have not been discarded like tools. At least the Emperor is willing to share this truth with us. Moreover, did not Her Highness indicate that once our genetic flaws are resolved, we could continue to battle as Astartes instructors? Is the identity of the Thunder Warriors truly of such paramount importance? I concur. Iliogos of the 6th Legion rose to speak. Did Her Highness not suggest we become instructors for those Astartes? As it happens, I have learned that they too comprise 20 legions. I shall ascertain the strength of their 6th Legion. Take care, those little ones number but a handful, someone interjected. Fear not, I shall exercise discretion. Outside the tent, voices receded into the distance. Astartes, I sense an ominous foreboding. Within the expansive tent where Yuan Xi resided, she diligently perused her books while jotting down notes. At this moment, the eastern battlefield under her purview was in a phase of recuperation, as vast tracts of land and populations in the Federated Republic of Indonesia required resettlement. Intelligence regarding the Pan-Pacific Empire was still being gathered, and Yuan Xi seized this opportunity to immerse herself in genetic knowledge, readily contacting the Emperor with any queries, akin to a diligent tutor. Ensuring no one was present, she activated a concealed switch beneath the table, revealing a hidden door in the floor. Entering, she found herself in a laboratory filled with an array of bottles and jars lining the walls. At the center of the lab stood a massive surgical table, upon which a Thunder Warrior was bound. Upon seeing Yuan Xi, the Thunder Warrior thrashed violently, his eyes ablaze with rage. Had his mouth not been securely sealed, he would have undoubtedly unleashed a furious roar. This was a warrior who had succumbed to genetic frenzy, having attacked indiscriminately on the Western Front before being apprehended by the Imperial Guard and brought here. The 17th clinical trial commences, Yuan Xi murmured, the surgical knife in her hand glinting with a cold light. The Astartes sensed that the Thunder Warriors were behaving unusually of late. In previous missions, the Thunder Warriors had always been eager to outshine the Astartes, fearful of losing recognition. However, recently they appeared unperturbed, observing the Astartes complete their tasks while engaging in irritating banter. How disappointing, if we could defeat them in mere moments, one remarked. Indeed, their combat prowess is lacking, and their tactics are utterly chaotic. The Astartes initially resolved to endure the Thunder Warriors' arrogance, acknowledging their past achievements. However, the situation became intolerable, and they felt compelled to voice their frustrations. Thus, the Astartes were soundly defeated. They could not comprehend how a being could wield such physical strength without the aid of powered armor, questioning if this was indeed humanity. They beheld the leading Thunder Warrior smiling at them, declaring, "By Her Highness's command, we are now your instructors. Conduct yourselves well and do not bring shame upon our empire." Astartes, the future appears bleak. Chapter 12, Xiang Yu requests Liu Bang tell me your name, young one. Reporting, Instructor, I am gone. On the training grounds. A Thunder Warrior stood before a line of Astartes, bellowing. Tell me, gone, why did you join the military? To obey the Emperor's commands. Damn it. That is the most perfect response I have ever heard. Private Gon, you are truly a genius, your intellect undoubtedly exceeds 260. Such scenes have been playing out across the Empire, with Thunder Warriors tirelessly training the Astartes, who, in turn, endured the rigorous instruction, all observed by Yuan Xi. This was, in fact, Yuan Xi's strategic maneuver, an intricate scheme directed at the Emperor. Fearing that the Emperor might resort to purging the Thunder Warriors as in the original narrative, she sought to bridge the gap between the Astartes and the Thunder Warriors. On one hand, the Thunder Warriors, through their interactions with the Astartes, shed their fears of potential abandonment, thereby alleviating tensions between the Emperor and their ranks. On the other hand, should the Emperor truly contemplate a purge, he would have to consider the sentiments of the Astartes who had formed amicable bonds with the Thunder Warriors. Yuan Xi understood that the Emperor was keenly aware of her subtle machinations. Yet, the Emperor remained silent, offering no response to Yuan Xi's audacious actions. She comprehended that he was signaling to her, if the genetic flaws of the Thunder Warriors could be rectified within the stipulated time, it would be as though nothing had transpired. If not, the Emperor would still act. A formidable dilemma indeed. During this period, Yuan Xi frequently visited the palace. Not to meet the Emperor or Malcador, but for another significant person. Mother, I have come to find you. Lady Astartes, the most distinguished geneticist under the Emperor, was directly involved in the Thunder Warrior and Primarch projects. In recognition of her accomplishments, the Emperor named a legion formed from the genetic seeds of 20 Primarchs as Astartes. Ethically speaking, Lady Astartes could be considered the adoptive mother of the Primarchs, thus this affectionate call of mother is well deserved. When Yuan Xi expressed her desire to treat the Thunder Warriors, the Emperor promptly sent her to Lady Astartes. Lady Astartes held a motherly affection for her creations and earnestly wished to save the Thunder Warriors. She devised numerous plans. And it was undoubtedly the right decision for Yuan Xi to study alongside her. Good child, mother has brought you some sweets to take home. Thank you, mother. From a maternal perspective, Lady Astartes was exceptionally competent. In the classroom, she was a stern and serious teacher. Outside the classroom, she was a gentle and loving mother. She genuinely cherished Yuan Xi, yet she recognized her own mortal limitations and felt unworthy to be the mother of the Primarchs. As long as she could witness the children grow up safely, she would be content. Unfortunately, the true mother of the Primarchs had sent them away. And she could not fulfill even this simple wish. Then, a miracle occurred. A child, who should not have existed, miraculously possessed a soul. When she participated in the creation of the Zero, she could never have imagined this day. However, now there was a lively, joyful girl who called her mother. Thus, when Yuan Xi expressed her desire to learn about genetics, Lady Astartes devoted herself wholeheartedly, wishing to impart all her knowledge. Mother, Plan 9 has failed. The subject's rejection reaction was too severe. Lady Astartes looked up at Yuan Xi, her face brimming with pride. Truly remarkable, within just a few days, Yuan Xi had transformed from a mere student to an academic partner capable of seamless communication. Do not worry, the experimental data indicates our overall direction is correct. We shall conduct a few more adjustments. Knock, 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 the laboratory door was rapped upon. Yuan Xi opened the door to find Malcador standing outside. Your Highness. The Emperor requests your presence. If it is my father seeking me, that is acceptable. Just as Yuan Xi intended to bid farewell to Lady Astartes, she noticed the latter standing behind her without her knowledge. Let us go, Lady Astartes said with a smile. Yuan Xi glanced at Malcador, who smiled silently. Well then, let us proceed together. In the administrative hall, the Emperor and Malcador often handled affairs. Yuan Xi boldly pushed open the door. What is it, father? The Emperor glanced up. In a moment, accompany me to Albia to negotiate with their monarch. Ah, aren't they the ones who wish to converse with you? Why summon me? Will you go? Yuan Xi pondered. You want me to enter a marriage alliance? Finished, Malcador thought, sensing the murderous intent in Lady Astartes' gaze behind him. The Emperor, exasperated. Rubbed his temples. I merely want you to hone your diplomatic skills. Why do you let your imagination run wild? You should have said so earlier. Should I prepare something? No need, just wear civilian clothes and go as you are. The negotiations with the monarch of Albia proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Their ruler admired the emperor's courage to arrive in civilian attire. Yuan Xi thought, do you believe he could topple an entire nation dressed this way? And the dialogue further solidified the ruler's conviction that the emperor was not merely a warlord of Terra, but a true champion of humanity, capable of rescuing all from the Dark Age. Thus, he quickly declared his allegiance. What have you learned? The emperor inquired of Yuan Xi on their return journey. Father, would you dare to remove the 10-meter-thick psychic filter enveloping you and try again? Throughout the diplomatic process, Yuan Xi observed no diplomatic maneuvers. The emperor relied solely on his multifaceted abilities to exert his charm. In simpler terms, the emperor exuded an alluring charisma, particularly regarding humanity. And the other party naturally pledged allegiance, leaving Yuan Xi with little to learn. Enough, be off with you. Oh, goodbye, father. Upon returning to her tent in the eastern border of the empire, Yuan Xi resumed her military duties as usual. Is there still no intelligence from the Pan-Pacific Empire? None. Your Highness, their intelligence is tightly guarded, and our spies have gleaned nothing. Ah, this is troublesome. Yuan Xi frowned, feeling the progress stagnate. If this delay continued, unification efforts would falter, yet a rash attack could burden the empire with unacceptable losses. Your Highness, there is news. A thunder warrior rushed in. Your Highness, Nasandun requests an audience with you. Who is Nasandun? The leader of the Pan-Pacific Empire. He seeks us out before we have even located him. Strange. Why would a warlord not approach the emperor but choose to come to me? After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Xi tapped her fingers on the table. Send a reply. Inform him I shall attend. You cannot go, Your Highness, this is clearly a trap, a banquet of treachery. You must not attend. Illegos. Yuan Xi turned to her side. Do we possess any other means of intelligence gathering? None, Your Highness. Then it is settled, since Mr. Nasandun has cordially invited us. We cannot let such a good opportunity slip away. We shall attend the banquet. Chapter 13, The Banquet of Treachery. My lord, what shall we do? This child has become so impulsive this time. Within the palace chamber, Malcador paced nervously. I have placed too much pressure on her recently, without any intelligence on the opponent. She has grown overly eager for success. The emperor remained composed. Valdo, deploy 3,000 imperial guards to the southernmost point of the Indonesian Federation, and upon receiving my orders, immediately break through to rescue the crown princess. Valdo accepted the command and departed, while the emperor's gaze focused on the tactical map. Planning to utilize Albia as a stepping stone to seize the Moransun Federation, a collective that fervently worshipped the gods of chaos. The emperor was not keen on Yuan Xi encountering them too soon. Oh, by the way, Malcador, have you met him recently? How did he fare? Malcador paused, letting out a sigh. He falls far short of your expectations. Do not be anxious, Malcador, give him some time. A squadron of storm eagles soared through Terra's dim clouds, and below them lay a colossal, shadowy nest. The storm eagle fleet landed at the nest's port. And Yuan Xi pushed open the hatch, surveying her surroundings. Silence, a quietness that did not belong to the nest. Yuan Xi used her Primarch-enhanced hearing to gather sounds from all directions. She could hear the roar of machines and the thud of cargo landing, yet there was an absence of any spoken words. Given the nest's vast population, this was nearly impossible. Suddenly, the Thunder Warriors beside Yuan Xi sensed something and quickly formed a line in front of her, guns aimed forward. A group, no. A multitude, of iron men rushed towards them. An estimated 10,000, well-equipped and possessing combat capabilities that far surpassed those of the antiquated forces of the Indonesian Federation. The formidable iron men abruptly halted, forming a neat line about 30 meters in front of Yuan Xi and her companions. Then, they all stood in perfect formation and pulled out drums. Not just drums, but trumpets, accordions, and various instruments, and then they began to play. Yuan Xi could not comprehend the music, and it was not particularly pleasing to her ears. Yet, she found it absurd that the Iron Men, who once plunged humanity into the Dark Age, now served as a ceremonial band under Nasandun's command. Once the performance concluded, the Iron Men divided into two rows, facing each other, leaving a broad pathway in between. Nasandun stood at the end of the path, his handsome visage beaming with a smile. Dressed in an elegant suit that made him resemble a celebrity walking the red carpet. This does not bode well, Yuan Xi murmured to herself. Your Highness. We are the ones arriving, a nearby Thunder Warrior quietly added. Princess from the Himalayas, we finally meet. Nathendam strode forward with purposeful steps, his azure eyes brimming with eagerness. Ignoring Yuan Shi's reaction, he grasped her right hand with both of his. Keep your distance from His Highness, warned a Thunder Warrior beside Yuan Shi, aiming his weapon at Nathendam's head. With a light chuckle, Nathendam released her hand, saying, Mr. Illigos, do not be too hasty. If you were to blow my head off, all the Iron Men of the Pacific Rim Empire would spiral out of control. I presume your empire wouldn't wish to confront 500,000 enraged Iron Men. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together and covered his face, taking a deep breath. At that moment, Yuan Shi felt an overwhelming urge to turn and leave. It was simply too bizarre. She inhaled sharply, suppressing her impulse to flee, and forced a smile. So, Mr. Nathendam, do you have any particular business with me? Oh. I almost forgot the main affair. I have prepared a banquet, we can discuss matters over a meal. It's truly unfortunate if today's dishes do not suit His Highness's palate. From the moment the food was served, Yuan Shi and her entourage merely observed as Nathendam indulged heartily, or scrutinized the Iron Men serving the dishes, disregarding what was presented to them. Why is there not a single person here? Yuan Shi could no longer muster a smile and questioned coldly. Oh, that, Nathendam swallowed his food and smiled at Yuan Shi. I did not wish for them to make noise and disturb my meeting with His Highness, so I had them silenced. Just as Yuan Shi opened her mouth to respond, Nathendam interrupted, Your Highness, I am aware of your intentions. However, I can assure you that your father cannot achieve them. Huh. If my father cannot do it, who else can? You? Indeed, I can. Yuan Shi smiled for the first time during their conversation. If you can, then why have you remained cooped up in your small territory for so long? Because I have no interest in that, Your Highness. You know what I know. And you do not know what I know. I am privy to all the secrets of Terra's enemies, the truth behind the Iron Men rebellion 7,000 years ago. The hidden mysteries of the subspace, and I know your father is an immortal. I even have the means to kill an immortal. Yuan Shi's heart stirred with tumult. Yet she fought to maintain her composure. If you are so capable, would you be interested in joining the Empire? I am sure my father would welcome you. No. Your Highness. What I desire is something your father cannot provide, and he would never tolerate me. Then what is it you wish to convey? Why have you summoned me? I wish to assist you, Your Highness. With that, Nathendam produced a small box and opened it to reveal a ring. The ring radiated a peculiar luminescence, with a pure white gem embedded at its apex. This ring is directly linked to all Iron Men of the Pacific Rim Empire. Wearing it allows you to control all Iron Men directly. Your Highness, are you satisfied with this gift? Oh, how benevolent, Yuan Shi scoffed. This is no mere kindness. It is love. Your Highness, I love you, and that is why I present this gift to you. Is that not enough to prove my affection? Yuan Shi closed the box containing the ring, holding it tightly in her palm. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave, and there is no need for Mr. Nathendam to see us off. Farewell, Your Highness. We shall meet again. On the return journey, Yuan Shi remained silent. The Thunder Warriors exchanged glances filled with understanding. They all recognized that their princess was angry. As soon as the plane landed, Yuan Shi furiously punched a massive boulder standing 5 meters tall, shattering it into gravel-sized fragments. One of the Thunder Warriors whispered, Your Highness, do not be upset. We shall ensure that Twisted Head rolls, guaranteeing he never dares to disrespect you again. No, Illigos. My anger is not directed at that. From the outset, something had felt amiss. The fact that he knew his name was unsettling. Especially since Illigos had never revealed it in front of others. The banquet's discussions were alarmingly candid, practically announcing, I am aware of all your plans. This indicated that Nathendam was fully cognizant of everything that transpired today. Yet, Yuan Shi felt powerless against him, for he possessed the capability to overturn the table. She could not afford to gamble on whether he indeed commanded 500,000 Iron Men. If his claims were true, this was beyond the current military capacity of the Empire. Unless they utilized the Emperor or Malcador's superhuman abilities to annihilate the enemy outright. Yet Nethendem had explicitly indicated his familiarity with subspace and the means to kill immortals, effectively challenging them. Was it feasible to deploy heavy artillery? Not a chance. The territory still housed an indeterminate number of civilians. Even with her psychic detection, Yuan Xi had failed to ascertain their precise numbers and distribution. For the nascent empire, their population was an invaluable resource. Otherwise, why not simply have the Emperor eradicate all life on Terra? Yuan Xi retrieved the box, intending to personally deliver it to the Emperor. The fact that she could return safely was undoubtedly due to Nethendem wanting her to bring it back, and despite having discovered nothing, she remained exceedingly vigilant. Father! 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 Yuan Xi reached out through her psychic link to the Emperor, but received no response. Uncle Ma, where has my father gone? She reluctantly contacted Malcador instead. His Majesty is currently assaulting the Moransun Federation. Is there something you need? I wish to speak with my father in person. I must go now, Uncle Ma. Oh, sigh. This child is always so impetuous. What has occurred, teacher? None of your concern. Continue your studies, Alpha Ruiz. Understood. Chapter 14, Damn it, Spicy. Moransun Federation. Once resplendent palatial walls now lay in ruins. It had once been a magnificent cathedral, a place of worship for a powerful and wise deity. Yet now, with the arrival of the man before them and his army, everything was lost. The sacrificial king lay on the ground, struggling to breathe after his anticipated defeat in confrontation with the Emperor. His psychic attacks had barely grazed the ornate armor of his adversary. His psychic troops had all perished beneath the golden spears of the opposing army. I had warned you. Everything that has transpired today is merely the result of your own actions. The Emperor's voice was cold. He had previously cautioned against engaging with them. Yet the sacrificial king remained obstinate, even going so far as to sacrifice an entire city-state's populace. It seems no one can stop you now, right? King of Terra. The sacrificial king mocked. I am the king of humanity. One Terra is no longer sufficient for your ambitions, is it? You shall ultimately be consumed by your own desires. As the Emperor began to speak, he was interrupted by another voice. To hell with you, you old fossil, still rambling on. At that moment, Yuan Xi arrived, immediately kicking the sacrificial king 10 meters away with her long leg. As she spoke, she gestured dismissively at the Emperor. Do not misunderstand, old man. I am not referring to you. Then she pointed at the sacrificial king, unleashing a torrent of curses. I speak of this bastard who sacrifices thousands for his own schemes. The lowest of the low, the scum of all scum. I should have just punched him directly. Are you casting aspersions, young lady? The Emperor could no longer contain himself, covering Yuan Xi's mouth with his hand. It seems you have been rather idle lately. We shall find time for some training. Well. I suddenly remembered I came here for a purpose. Father, you carry on. With that, Yuan Xi departed without a backward glance. The Emperor turned his attention back to the sacrificial king. Do you have anything else to say? Is she your weapon? She is my daughter. You know full well what it is. The Emperor ceased speaking, raising the Emperor's sword high. The blade fell, and the Moransun Federation was formally annexed into the empire. How are you, my father? Have you discerned anything? The Emperor examined the ring in his hand, a cleverly crafted device, possessing merely the functions of receiving and transmitting signals, though the nature of the signal source remained shrouded in mystery. Father, is it possible that Nethendem could manipulate others' minds using this device? She feared that her adversary could wield this trinket to brainwash individuals. It is highly improbable. Had it been that simple, the opposing side would have already subdued the entirety of Tyla. Then, father, regarding what he said, do not underestimate it, nor should you place undue trust in it. Proceed boldly. If necessary, I shall personally intervene. Yuan Xi suddenly felt a wave of relaxation. Indeed, with the Emperor present, the sky could not fall. Yiligeos. Summon all the legions from the Eastern Front. Upon returning to her tent, Yuan Xi immediately gathered all the officers. I hereby issue the following orders, aside from the First Legion, which will serve as the main reserve. All other legions will be divided into tactical squads of approximately 300 individuals to infiltrate the Huan Taipingjiang Empire. The areas each legion is responsible for will be assigned after the conclusion of this meeting. Your task is to sabotage all critical factories, transportation nodes, and other essential facilities within your designated regions. Remember, no engagement with the enemy is permitted without my explicit command. Preserving our forces is paramount. Withdraw upon mission completion. And even if the task remains unfinished, retreat is mandatory. No conflict is to arise prior to the final assault. Furthermore, unless I am present to issue directives, all decisions shall be left to the respective legion commanders. Communication between legions is forbidden unless I or the Emperor is physically present. No information shall be trusted otherwise. Understood. There were no objections. A warrior's code dictates the execution of orders. Out of trust in Yuan Xi, not a soul would dare utter a word of dissent, even if it meant sending them to their demise. Yuan Xi furrowed her brow, occasionally glancing at the ring. Did Nazendam not possess omniscience? No matter, let him know. I am overtly signaling my intent to cause turmoil. Should he come for me, I shall flee. If he does not pursue, I shall continue my machinations. Yuan Xi recognized Nazendam's arrogance. He would never detonate merely due to her provocation. Such a man would remain convinced of his control unless cornered. But that is of no concern. He may cling to his 500,000 Iron Legion, yet his nation cannot afford the same luxury. Sever his support, cut off his supplies. If he possesses the courage, let him come and engage the Empire. We shall see who prevails in the end. Yuan Xi began to comprehend Nazendam's intentions. The ring in her possession might indeed be genuine, and alterations to it were plausible. He was gambling, wagering that Yuan Xi would don the ring to avoid direct confrontation with his Iron Legion. Even if the one wearing the ring were not Yuan Xi, the individual permitted to don it would undoubtedly be someone of immense trust within the Empire. Regardless, it would be a gain for him. With a swift motion, she crushed the ring in her hand and gazed into the distance, her expression cold and exuding a terrifying aura. Undoubtedly, the adversary before her was the most formidable she had faced since arriving in this world, yet he was not invincible. If Yuan Xi could not overcome him, how could she hope to contend with various otherworldly beings and the gods of chaos in the future? Could it be that Nazendam, ambitious and astute, possessed an inexplicable understanding of subspace, was not merely dispatched by some blue avian faction? Open me, and you shall gain boundless knowledge. Everything you wish to know will be revealed to you. Come, open me. Nazendam perused a book in his hands while a black-covered tome on the opposite shelf intermittently emitted a cacophony of sounds. Enough. What I wish to learn does not require your assistance. Nazendam did not cast him a glance, turning to leave. Quite intriguing, Kenki remarked. Yuan Xi's guerrilla tactics rapidly commenced, targeting numerous energy facilities and transportation nodes within the Huan-Taipingjiang Empire. Surprisingly, Nazendam made no response. Each time, he merely feigned activity, dispatching a few iron warriors to pursue casually, as though the losses were trivial to him. Yuan Xi grasped the situation. He was prepared for a protracted stalemate. Originally, her strategy aimed to at least compel the enemy's forces to disperse, yet this indifference was unexpected. Nazendam was clearly signaling, I shall not move. What can you do to me? But why? If Nazendam were merely protecting his territory from imperial encroachment, he could easily expel the Thunder Warriors and fortify his borders, isolating himself. Instead, he stubbornly withstood destruction. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Xi arrived at a chilling conclusion. No, it cannot be. Yet, it can. Based on their initial encounter, he likely harbored a perverse desire directed towards her, which elucidated his behavior. He was waiting for her. As long as she refrained from revealing herself, he would persist in this stalemate. But could she withstand such a test? She could not. On one hand, she needed to study genetic knowledge to address the genetic defects of the Thunder Warriors and Astartes. On the other, the emergence of the color sin was imminent, and the Empire must seize the opportunity during its birth to conduct a grand expedition, necessitating the unification of Tyla beforehand. Lastly, according to intelligence from the Thunder Warriors, the Huan-Taipingjiang Empire harbored at least 2 billion civilians. The Empire's rampant destruction would ultimately harm the innocents. The Emperor would not intervene. Any discerning individual could see this was a trial set forth by him for Yuan Xi. Unless a grave problem arose, the Emperor would remain uninvolved. To hell with this. Let us confront him. Gritting her teeth, Yuan Xi resolved to venture personally to Oceania. Regardless of Nazendam's tactics, she would face them head-on. She was a primordial entity. And if necessary, she could call upon her father for assistance. Chapter 15, Capture the Thief. Capture the King. 9 months had elapsed since Yuan Xi took command at the front lines. During this time, she had executed every feasible strategy, guerrilla warfare, surprise assaults, and even occupied several city-states. Yet her opponent remained as unyielding as a turtle, withdrawing his head and feigning ignorance. Yuan Xi had made several deliberate appearances, yet Nazendam remained undeterred, simply dragging out the confrontation. Yuan Xi understood, the device capable of controlling hearts was undoubtedly located in the core of Nazendam's territory. And he was patiently waiting for her to delve deeper. The frustration was palpable, too palpable. Yuan Xi contemplated, direct confrontation was unfeasible, as the losses would be too great. A decapitation strike was also out of the question, given the enemy's intelligence capabilities, which would merely lead to her downfall. Yusofton sent a telegram to Nazendam, informing him that our last meeting was quite enjoyable, and I have prepared a banquet to invite him to. 10 days from now. The location will be a city-state 300 kilometers west of the Huan Taipingjiang Empire's capital. Your Highness, are we to? Yusofton gestured with a hand across his throat. Keep it confidential. Yuan Xi winked and picked up a book from the table to peruse. Your Highness, the enemy has responded, stating he will arrive punctually on that day. Yuan Xi smiled. Excellent, find a few skilled chefs to properly entertain our guest, we must not lose face. Yuan Xi grasped the essence of the situation, a plan had crystallized. In light of both parties being well acquainted, they could only engage in overt strategies. If the enemy could ensnare her, then she could ensnare him as well. Ah, Mr. Nazendam has arrived. Yuan Xi greeted him with a smile imbued with a terror that Yusofton had never witnessed. The primordial entity exuded a formidable aura, rendering her smile akin to the harbinger of death at the door. Nazendam too smiled, or rather, Yuan Xi had never seen him without a smile. Your Highness has certainly caused me a considerable amount of trouble lately, I have worked diligently to carve out time to meet you. As he spoke, he casually pushed aside a chair and began to feast, comporting himself as though he were the master of the domain. The city-state where Yuan Xi and her retinue resided had been occupied by the 4th Legion of the Thunder Warriors 3 months prior and had since served as her command center. At this moment, approximately 500 Leiting warriors were stationed within the central edifice of the city-state. Yusofton exchanged a glance with Yuan Xi. For no less than 50,000 iron men lay in ambush, obscured by optical cloaking, hidden in every corner within a 20-kilometer radius. My lord. Today's meeting truly caught me off guard, to speak frankly, you seem rather anxious. Nazendam, as he spoke, elegantly dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a tissue. You always appear so self-assured, Yuan Xi observed, gazing into Nazendam's eyes from across the table. Indeed. I possess the ability to be self-assured, Nazendam shrugged. No, you do not, Yuan Xi's voice suddenly rose, during our last encounter. You claimed that only you had the capacity to save humanity. Now, I can assure you, you cannot, and you will never be able to. My father once ventured barehanded to other nations in pursuit of peace. Tell me, Nazendam, would you dare to do the same? You do not dare. My subordinates just informed me that there are 50,000 iron men surrounding us. Is it truly only 50,000? You profess to understand subspace and the immortals. So tell me, Nazendam, are you truly not afraid of my father? No, you are terrified, deathly afraid, otherwise, why would you risk meeting with me today? Yuan Xi's invitation to Nazendam was merely a test, and the outcome revealed Nazendam's fear of the emperor. Nazendam was indeed testing Yuan Xi's patience. But he was equally testing the emperor's. Once the emperor's patience waned, he would personally intervene to obliterate the Pacific Empire. If Nazendam were truly unafraid of the emperor, he could have continued to hide. Yet he came because Yuan Xi's invitation also afforded him an opportunity, a chance to approach Yuan Xi closely once more, to seize her before the emperor acted. Nazendam ceased his laughter. His gaze turned frigid as he fixed his eyes upon Yuan Xi, akin to a cold serpent. Yuan Xi continued, I suspect you possess another ring. Do you intend to employ sweet words to bestow it upon me, only to have your iron men launch an attack? In a perilous situation, I might take the risk of wearing your ring, allowing you to brainwash me. My lord, you are indeed astute, Nazendam replied coldly, acknowledging Yuan Xi's insight into his plan. He was indeed afraid of the emperor. Although he had means to eliminate the immortals, they would not simply stand by and allow him to do so. Nathan Dumb was clever, he would never gamble with his own life. His intention today was indeed to have Yuan Xi wear his specially crafted ring, to brainwash her, and then swiftly escape from Terra. However, it seemed that his plan had long been exposed. But my lord, you seem to have misunderstood something, Nathan Dumb chuckled again. A scheme must be rooted in strength. I could simply launch an attack, incapacitate you, and take you back for proper brainwashing without such convoluted measures. As he spoke, Nathan Dumb moved closer to Yuan Xi, placing a hand on her shoulder. Your army is surely surrounding us from all directions. Capturing the king before the thief is indeed a splendid plan. But my lord, do you believe they can triumph over my forces? Yuan Xi was correct. The Iron Men accompanying him today numbered far more than 50,000, they were 300,000, lying in wait for their master's command, ready to unleash havoc upon their foes. Yuan Xi shrugged off Nathan Dumb's hand. Capturing the king before the thief, how insightful. So, Mr. Nathan Dumb, do you consider yourself a thief or a king? Nathan Dumb suddenly sensed something, gazing in astonishment behind him, towards the east, where he had come from, the capital of his empire. Yuan Xi stood, drawing two long swords from her waist. Then I shall commence the capture of the thief. This was a tactical exchange, with Yuan Xi herself as the bargaining chip to reclaim the capital of the Pacific Empire. The entire institutional foundation of the Pacific Empire rested upon Nathan Dumb's brainwashing of his people. And one could say that the brainwashing apparatus was the very heart of the empire, with its core undoubtedly situated in the capital. At this moment, the armies that had previously been engaged in guerrilla warfare across the Pacific Empire were converging upon the capital. For the sake of secrecy, Yuan Xi did not issue the orders herself but instead had the emperor relay them. A significant portion of Nathan Dumb's Iron Army was currently 300 kilometers away from the capital, rendering it the most vulnerable time for defense. Yuan Xi's command was singular, to destroy the brainwashing apparatus at all costs and in the fastest possible time. The most formidable aspect of this plan lay in the fact that Yuan Xi and the 500 Lei Ting warriors would have to confront the wrath of 300,000 Iron Men alone. Yet Yuan Xi smiled, Yusotin smiled, and all the Lei Ting warriors smiled. They aimed their weapons at Nathan Dumb and the tidal wave of enemies surging forth. They chanted, Unity! 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 Chapter 16, Courage. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, and Nathan Dumb's expression remained frozen in shock. The multitude of Iron Men deactivated their optical cloaking, appearing as if they emerged from a rift in space. They stood before Nathan Dumb, as explosions erupted against them, shattering them into fragments while leaving Nathan Dumb unscathed. But was that enough? Far from it. Yuan Xi tore through the chaotic battlefield like a blazing comet crashing into the enemy ranks. Since her arrival in this world, Yuan Xi had wielded no weapon other than her two long swords, for she required none. She herself was the swiftest bullet, the fiercest gunfire. The Iron Men obstructing her path crumbled like fragile building blocks before her unstoppable force. Yuan Xi tore apart one enemy after another, closing in on Nathan Dumb, who was now just a few meters away, nearly able to smell the metallic scent of blood that stained her sword. Stop her! Halt her! Nathan Dumb cried in a flustered tone, having lost all semblance of composure. In mere seconds, the teleportation device on his person would activate, as long as he could escape. It would not be deemed a failure. Even if everything he possessed turned to ashes, as long as he survived, he could rise again. Too late, far too late. Nathan Dumb had been overly arrogant, misjudging Yuan Xi's strength and her resolve. Yuan Xi disregarded the hail of gunfire, unleashing torrents of blazing lightning from her form, incinerating everything in her path. She reached out, firmly clutching Nathan Dumb's contorted face, lifting his head, and with a powerful strike of her own, Nathan Dumb fell into unconsciousness. As Nathan Dumb lost consciousness, the Iron Army fell into complete disarray. They would now only follow their master's last command to protect him. Yet their master was in the hands of the enemy. What should they do? At all costs, reclaim him. Yuan Xi flung the unconscious figure behind her. Do not let him awaken. With that, she plunged back into the fray. Yusotin gritted his teeth, enemies continued to pour in. The formidable computational power behind the Iron Men allowed them to execute optimal coordination at minimal cost. Their bullets had no blind spots, and their ambushes were always unexpected. This terrifying creation, which had once nearly thrust humanity to the brink of annihilation, now unleashed its power upon the battlefield. Lightning swept across the arena as Yuan Xi took action again. Yusotin, clear the internal enemies, activate the prepared defenses, have 50 men support me at the front. And the rest must hold this position. Yuan Xi brandished her long sword and charged forth. Nathan Dumb had likely made preparations in advance, as Yuan Xi unleashed her psychic attack. The lightning began to dissipate as it approached. Damn. Yuan Xi lamented her inability to match the caliber of psychics like Magnus or Mikado. Now she could only fight as a warrior. At this moment, the Thunder Warriors stand atop the city walls, unleashing a barrage of gunfire and cannon fire upon the distant enemy. While Yuan Xi fiercely defends the main gate, shattering every foe that dares to approach. Wusutin, his eyes ablaze with fury, finds himself battling countless adversaries below, while the Thunder Warriors, who pride themselves as the Emperor's mightiest blades, can do nothing but witness the chaos unfold. Yet, Wusutin is powerless, for this is an order from Yuan Xi herself. The conclusion of the war does not hinge on whether Yuan Xi can eliminate 300,000 Iron Men, for that is an impossibility. The war will only cease when the main forces capture the capital of the Huan Taipingjiang Dikwa, and obliterate the mind-controlling apparatus and the Iron Men's command center. All they can do now is strive to survive during this critical period. Hundreds of kilometers away, the capital of the is engulfed in a deadly symphony of gunfire and explosions. Yiligeo stands at the forefront, his voice hoarse from shouting, "Charge! Charge!" Thousands of Thunder Warriors and Astartes advance fearlessly through the hail of enemy fire, sacrificing themselves as one body falls only for another to take its place. Fall back. New recruits. The Thunder Warriors hold the front lines, where the battle is fiercest, and death looms ever closer. They must press forward at all costs. Racing against time and death itself, for the baton of this race is the life of their revered prince. Aircraft swoop down from the sky, dropping bombs into the dense enemy ranks, even as others are shot down, crashing into the blazing battlefield. "Blast that artillery!" roars Iliao of the 1st Legion. As concentrated bullets are fired at the artillery that relentlessly sweeps the skies, only to be met by a thin veil of energy shielding. The Void Shield, a nightmare for nearly all ranged weaponry, envelopes the artillery in impenetrable protection. "Commander, I have a way to destroy that artillery." Amidst the storm of bullets, Iliao sizes up the diminutive figure before him. "Tell me, Astartes, what is your plan to obliterate it?" "Commander, I can break through to the vicinity of the artillery and penetrate the Void Shield to destroy it." "Do you wish for death?" "Get lost, rejected." Gazing at the obstinate figure before him, Iliao suddenly comprehends something. When he speaks again, his voice is grave and solemn. "Tell me your name, warrior." "Astartes 1st Legion Rookie Angelinia." "I salute you, warrior Angelinia." Iliao calls out to those around him, shouting to all, "Cover him, let him get close, protect him." Angelinia discards his explosive rifle, revealing himself to the enemy, and he runs with all his might. Bullets pierce his arm, and shrapnel embeds itself in his chest. Yet he continues to run. Iliao watches the staggering shadow, witnessing the warrior praying, whether to the emperor or some other deity, he does not know. But now he too can only pray. Misfortune strikes as a shell lands precisely beside Angelinia, the shockwave knocking him down. "No." Iliao charges forward, but is halted by the Astartes beside him. "Commander, trust him, trust Angelinia." Indeed, he rises again, even with one arm and half his body shattered, he stands tall. "For the Emperor." Angelinia lets out a final roar of defiance, channeling all his strength as he lunges into the Void Shield, pressing the bomb firmly against the artillery that reaps the lives of the warriors. "Advance, charge." With the sound of the explosion, Iliao emits a thunderous roar, transforming into a raging lion. As the enemy stronghold crumbles, the tide of battle shifts dramatically, and the Imperial forces breach the Iron Men's defenses, advancing into the heart of the city-state. Yuan Xi has grown numb, time and space have lost all significance. All she can do is annihilate everything before her. Even as she instinctively dodges, counters, and slices through bullets or dispatches foes that approach her stealthily, she still feels bullets graze her skin, burrowing into her flesh. Blades cut across her cheek and pierce her body. Wusutin and the others have long descended to fight alongside Yuan Xi. Having exhausted their ammunition, they choose to share her fate. Yuan Xi is now a sight of turmoil. Her once artistic alabaster skin is marred with wounds, her formerly pristine wings and long hair stained with blood. Even her once glimmering golden armor lies in tatters. Her dual swords have long been shattered, cast aside to an unknown fate, and now she fights barehanded, tearing through her enemies. Time stretches on, perhaps merely an instant or a lifetime, when the tide of enemies surging forth suddenly freezes, as if their power source has been severed. It is over. Yuan Xi collapses to the ground, utterly drained, lacking even the strength to lift her head. At her feet and around her, countless fragments of metal pile into hills. Wu Sutan. Are you still alive? I am, Your Highness. Wu Sutan stumbles to her side, nearly crawling. How many of us still survive? 130, I counted, Your Highness. Thanks to you, we still have 130 left. How long has it been? 11 hours, Your Highness. Yuan Xi lifts her head. As the flowing evening glow pierces through the murky, dust-laden sky of Terra, rays of crimson light cascading down like droplets of rain. She opens her arms to the sky. To the reflected glow, unleashing a hoarse cry of desperation. Chapter 17, How wonderful it is to have you on this day. Waljuo, having completed his tasks as usual, returns to work. Upon entering the palace, he spots Malcador silently standing outside the administrative hall. What is the meaning of this? In this day and age, even the Chancellor of the Empire has taken over my role as a doorkeeper? Master of the Seal, is the Emperor not inside? Why are you standing here? Waljuo approaches to inquire, but Malcador merely sighs. I advise you not to go in. Oh? What are you afraid of, Master of the Seal? Waljuo peeks through the door, only to see an Astartes lady below, furiously berating the Emperor. You are truly a cold-hearted and indifferent being. What is your heart made of, stone? She shouts angrily, while the Emperor sits quietly with his head bowed, not uttering a word. Waljuo quietly closes the door. Haha, I just remembered I have some loose ends to tie up. So I'll take my leave. Malcador watches helplessly as Waljuo sneaks away. Today, he had intended to enter and handle affairs. But upon seeing the Astartes lady storm into the room, he couldn't help but be taken aback. In this day and age, who would dare to point a finger at the Emperor and scold him? According to his duties, he should have gone in to mediate the situation. But seeing the Emperor remain silent, enduring the scolding, he decided to take a break instead. Leaning on his staff, Malcador murmurs, what a tragedy. The Astartes lady is at her wit's end, though she had initially accepted the injured Yuan Xi without complaint. She understands the responsibilities of the original body and knows that such events are unavoidable in the future. However, upon hearing that Yuan Xi had led 500 men to battle 30,000 iron men for 11 hours, while the Emperor remained indifferent and refused to dispatch even a single imperial guard, she can no longer bear it. Do you think she is like you? Do you understand that no matter how strong she is, she can still die? You can lift Terra into the sky. Yet you let the imperial guards surround you every day, neglecting your own daughter. You truly have a heart of stone. The Astartes lady has completely cast aside her sense of hierarchy. All she wishes is to give this indifferent father a proper scolding. The Emperor remains silent, acknowledging that even he admires the genetic technology of the opposing side, seeing them as irreplaceable talents beneath his command. Had it been anyone else, they would have already been dismissed with a flick of a psychic hand. He was not indifferent, rather, he had been attentively observing Yuan Xi. Whenever Yuan Xi showed signs of faltering, he would promptly intervene to rectify the situation. In the Emperor's vision, the Imperial Guard would refrain from participating in the grand expedition, serving solely as his envoys and protectors. Thus, he endeavored to minimize their public appearances as much as possible. However, the Emperor did not voice these thoughts. He refrained from revealing to the person before him, who was berating him, that he too was concerned about Yuan Xi and his aspirations for the future. This did not stem from the Emperor's inability to speak or a tendency toward social withdrawal, but rather from his belief that such admissions would be futile and could potentially stir up further complications. It was better to remain silent and allow the other party to vent their frustrations. Lady Astartes, exhausted from her tirade, cast one final remark at the unyielding Emperor before turning to leave. You are neither a good father nor a good ruler. The Emperor remained silent, rising quietly to depart. Yuan Xi lay upon her sickbed within the palace, her back against the wall, engrossed in her reading. The myriad of injuries she had sustained were nearly healed, a testament to the robust constitution of her original form. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since succumbed to their ailments. Ah, father. The Emperor entered, casually conjuring a chair to sit beside Yuan Xi's bed. My daughter, you have performed admirably. I had crafted a new set of power armor and 2 swords for you some time ago, but I have yet to find the opportunity to present them. Once you recover, I shall personally bestow them upon you. Father, how much have we lost? Yuan Xi fixed her gaze upon the emperor. Do not dwell on it, Yuan Xi. We have secured this victory, and that is sufficient. No, father, this was merely luck. Yuan Xi sighed, our success hinged entirely on Nasandum's underestimation and arrogance. Indeed, Nasandum underestimated us. He could not fathom that Yuan Xi would use herself as bait to draw his main forces, nor did he believe his seemingly impregnable fortress could be breached by the Empire. His arrogance blinded him to the potential of others. Had there been someone he trusted to command the Iron Legion after his incapacitation, Yuan Xi would have faced defeat. All of Yuan Xi's victories have stemmed from the opponent's blunders, and she firmly believes that any triumph built upon such errors is but a stroke of fortune. Should her luck wane, the repercussions would not only spell her downfall but also jeopardize the entire empire. Observing Yuan Xi's despondency, the emperor felt a wave of disorientation. She had never displayed such emotions before. Even on the day she first arrived in this world, she had been merely a curious fawn, filled with trepidation toward the unfamiliarity. More often than not, she appeared vibrant and whimsical, even to the point of exasperating the emperor. In an unexpected gesture, the emperor reached out, gently stroking her head. Even he was surprised by his own action. Yet, he maintained his composure and spoke, "No, my child, you must not doubt your own excellence. You have fulfilled your duties to the utmost, your wisdom and courage warrant this victory. Now, you need only accept it with pride." Yuan Xi gazed at the emperor in astonishment. Then smiled. It was peculiar, despite Yuan Xi lacking the emperor's perceptive abilities, he found her smile somewhat blinding. She raised her hands above her head, grasping his wrist. "Thank you, Father. It is wonderful to have you." The emperor remained silent, simply observing her. "Oh, by the way, Father, could you entrust Nasandum to me? What do you intend to do? I have some experiments that may require his assistance." In the dungeons beneath the palace, Nasandum was bound hand and foot, imprisoned. "Ah. This must be our first meeting. You shine brightly." He looked up at the emperor with a playful smile. "She seems to hold you in high regard. I imagine you must have portrayed yourself as a benevolent ruler before her." Nasandum burst into laughter. The ambition to rule the world often masquerades as a noble desire to save it. "Which sort are you, Your Majesty?" the emperor responded, his voice resonating like the chimes of a distant cathedral bell. "It matters not, you have ample time to observe and discern my true nature." Chapter 18. Deceived at this moment, the empire found itself in an unprecedentedly clear situation. With the incorporation of the Pacific Rim Empire into the imperial fold, the Eastern Front was laid bare, and the influx of population and resources rejuvenated the empire significantly. Most gratifying for Yuan Xi was the unprecedented improvement in relations between the Thunder Warriors and the Astartes. The Astartes discovered that these more seasoned and formidable veterans did not look down upon them due to their lesser experience on the battlefield. They would even shield the Astartes in moments of peril. Conversely, the Thunder Warriors recognized that these diminutive figures, while not as powerful, possessed loyalty and commendable courage towards the Empire, leading to a decline in their disdain. Although the Thunder Warriors still relished the rigorous training of new recruits, the atmosphere had shifted from one of hostility to camaraderie. Yuan Xi observed all of this with genuine joy. In her efforts to address the genetic deficiencies of the Thunder Warriors, she had even enlisted the Emperor to expedite the process. Perhaps soon, these valiant warriors would no longer have to fear the prospect of becoming mindless monstrosities. Just days prior, the Emperor had designated a plot of land adjacent to the palace for the establishment of a genetic research institute, appointing Lady Astartes as its director. Upon her recovery, Yuan Xi spent her days immersed in this new endeavor. Recently, the number of Astartes had noticeably increased, and they could be seen patrolling or undertaking missions throughout the Empire. Yuan Xi contemplated that the Thunder Warriors' shortcomings extended beyond genetic flaws. They also had shorter lifespans and diminished resistance to chaos. She intended to implement similar modifications to the Thunder Warriors as those performed on the Astartes, facilitating their integration into the Astartes ranks. 3 months had elapsed since the war against the Pacific Rim Empire, and the Empire was currently in a phase of recuperation and reinforcements. This period could be regarded as the most leisurely time since Yuan Xi's arrival in this world. "Your Highness, a Lord Astartes has come to deliver a message." A mortal cautiously knocked on the door, and Yuan Xi smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you, good sir." No, no, Your Highness, you honor me. Yuan Xi bent down to pat the mortal's shoulder as she stepped outside, where a figure clad in black armor stood resolutely in the hall of the Research Institute. Lord Astartes. Initiate Sirius, pays his respects, Your Highness. The Astartes performed the Aquila salute, his hands crossing over his chest. The First Legion, the Death Angels, was the first to be formally established and currently boasted the largest numbers. Recently, the Emperor had unveiled the Empire's insignia, a golden Aquila. And this salute had begun to gain traction. Yuan Xi returned the salute. What is it, warrior? Your Highness, the Emperor wishes for you to proceed to the palace. He has matters of importance to discuss with you. Very well, I understand. I shall take my leave now, Your Highness. The Astartes turned to depart. Yuan Xi regarded his retreating figure, then suddenly called out, wait. He turned back. Is there something you need, Your Highness? Yuan Xi approached him, lowering her head to scrutinize him intently. The Astartes visibly stiffened, towering over her like a student before a teacher. What is your name? Sirius, Your Highness. Yuan Xi smiled. Placing her hand upon the Astartes' cheek through his helmet, Sirius, it is a pleasure to meet you. Alfarius stumbled into the office of the Chancellor, essentially Mikado's private workspace. Resembling a marionette devoid of purpose. He was slumped in the chair, utterly unaware of when Mikado had entered. What is it, Aerferwise? Aerferwise briefly regained his composure. Teacher. Her Highness the Princess seems to have recognized me. Mikado settled into a small chair beside him. What did she say? She expressed that she was pleased to meet me. Mikado sighed. You should refer to her as sister. After a moment of silence, Aerferwise softly asked, then, teacher, may I meet sister again in the future? Mikado genuinely felt pity for the child. Despite having returned to his family, he was forced to live under a false identity. After all, the Emperor had assigned him the duty of a secret police officer, which meant that this child could never stand in the sunlight. When his brothers eventually returned, he would be left watching from the sidelines. Realizing the child's plight, it seemed all the more fortunate that Yuan Xi recognized him. Both were sensible children who would not speak of what should remain unsaid. If the child wished to meet, then let him. It's fine. You can go whenever you wish from now on. Aerferwise nodded in confusion. Well then, teacher, I shall get to work. Watching Aerferwise's departing figure, Mikado took a sip of tea. Such a tragedy. Meanwhile, within the palace, the Emperor inquired of Yuan Xi, who was engrossed in the book before him. Father. Are you not merely spouting nonsense? The Emperor stiffened, his fists clenched. He should not have revealed the imperial truth he had meticulously crafted to Yuan Xi. The imperial truth was primarily divided into two parts, human supremacy and scientific rationalism. The former asserted that humans were the noblest race in the galaxy, destined to rule, advocating for the extermination of all extraterrestrial beings to restore humanity's former glory. In reality, it merely provided a justifiable pretext for the Empire's conquests. The latter posited that everything could be explained through science, claiming that the worship and superstition surrounding deities were the greatest obstacles to human progress. Demanding the eradication of all religions and a comprehensive promotion of scientific rationalism. Essentially, it aimed to sever the connection with the entities in the subspace, thus preventing them from influencing humanity fundamentally. While this appeared commendable, Yuan Xi found numerous flaws. Firstly, if you claim to exterminate extraterrestrials, what constitutes an extraterrestrial? After millennia, humanity throughout the galaxy may have transformed beyond recognition, perhaps they have become more alien than the aliens themselves. Secondly, if everything can be explained scientifically, then how do you explain subspace? Yuan Xi believed that the entities within subspace could not be concealed indefinitely. Although one could not directly disclose the existence of malevolent deities, it would be prudent to at least inform others that there were unsavory elements in subspace, allowing for some psychological preparation for the day when the truth would be unveiled. With these thoughts, Yuan Xi expressed his concerns. While from the Emperor's perspective, Yuan Xi ought not to possess such knowledge about subspace, he was, after all, a capable psion, able to claim he had witnessed unsettling phenomena in subspace. The Emperor sighed. He was aware that Yuan Xi shared his thoughts. However, he was too impatient. Having predicted that the emergence of color aberrations would only grant subspace tranquility for 200 years, he lacked the patience to meticulously refine every aspect of the Empire. This marked the divergence between Yuan Xi and the Emperor. The Emperor believed time was of the essence and that they should take immediate action. Yuan Xi contended that hasty steps could lead to dire consequences, asserting the necessity of solidifying the empire's foundations. Neither approach will suffice, if it truly becomes unmanageable. Delegate those troublesome matters to me, and I shall bear the burden. Agreed. Observing the emperor's prompt consent, Yuan Xi's eyes widened in astonishment. He had always been the one to ensnare the emperor, but today, he found himself ensnared instead. You. Yuan Xi stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. The following day, the emperor announced to the entire empire the appointment of Yuan Xi as the executive vice-emperor, granting him all rights except for the allocation of the imperial guard. Aminuosi! Mikado exclaimed, such a tragedy. Chapter 19, Wuershi Empire. Had it not been for the emperor's recommendation back in the day, I might still be an ordinary civil servant. Of course. There is nothing inherently wrong with being a civil servant, it merely seems that the position of chancellor offers a broader horizon for me. Bearing the newly conferred title of vice-emperor, Yuan Xi found himself compelled to learn the intricacies of governance from Mikado, gazing upon the mountain of documents before him. Yuan Xi felt overwhelmed. Uncle Mikado, are all these matters to be resolved today? No, these are merely the catalogues. You must search for the corresponding documents in the adjacent room before you can begin your work. Alas, this exemplifies the drawbacks of lacking AI. A flaw of the empire itself. An incessant influx of paperwork inundated the palace daily, all requiring handwritten reviews. Yuan Xi could scarcely fathom the magnitude of paperwork that would arise when the empire conquered millions of planets. Unlike the emperor or Mikado, who seemed to possess a split personality, Yuan Xi, after 3 days of grueling work, was finally carried out of the administrative hall, mumbling incoherently. The emperor maintained a stern demeanor throughout. Yet Mikado could only speculate on the emperor's hidden delight. My lord, a golden-clad imperial guard entered. The western border of the empire has been attacked by the Wuershi Empire. Currently, our forces have temporarily repelled them, but reconnaissance indicates that they are mobilizing their troops, and another large-scale offensive cannot be ruled out. The emperor's gaze hardened. Summon the 1st Astartes Legion and all Thunder Warrior legions that did not participate in the Pacific Rim War. I shall personally oversee the command. The Wuershi Empire posed the most formidable challenge currently visible on Terra. Even though their technology did not rival that of other barbaric factions, the sheer number of their forces and the psychic amplification devices they wielded had caused significant trouble for the empire. The empire had previously clashed with the Wuershi Empire multiple times, yet each conflict had ended inconclusively. Now, with the empire's substantial growth, the emperor intended to decisively eliminate this thorn. Securing the Wuershi Empire would mean that nothing could impede the empire's influence on Terra. Oh. And when the Grand Princess regains her composure, let her join the front lines. Yuan Xi protested, are you treating me like a beast of burden? The emperor replied. Not with such a conscience. Inside the encampment, Yuan Xi perused the intelligence reports in his hands. What do you think? The emperor inquired, surveying the defensive map laid out on the table. Father, do you favor a more aggressive strategy or a more cautious one? Speak freely. An aggressive approach would be for you to charge in alone and deal with them, while a cautious approach would involve gathering a group to assist you. The emperor felt a throbbing headache. If all else failed, perhaps he should resort to administering a beating to the child. Yuan Xi believed he was articulating a sound argument. Why should the emperor, a nuclear option, be sent to engage in close combat with the enemy while he could simply accompany him if he felt that charging alone was beneath him? Father, the intelligence you provided is woefully incomplete. We need several pressure-filled offensives to uncover their hidden cards, yet our numbers cannot compete. To create pressure, we must deploy some elite forces. Tell me, is there anyone more elite than you? Logically, it would be most suitable for me to be the one to strike at the end. Shouldn't I handle this probing task? Then who should take it on, Uncle Waldo? The emperor remained silent, simply gazing at Yuan Xi. Haha, father, you want me to take this on, don't you? Father, if you continue like this, you might lose me. Ugh. Can I not go then? At the front lines, Yuan Xi, adorned in splendid golden armor, surveyed the distant forces of the Wuershi Empire. In terms of numbers, the Wuershi Empire's army far surpassed that of the Pacific Rim Empire's Iron Men. Yet, unfortunately, their forces were merely flesh and blood, lacking any extraordinary high-tech equipment. Aside from their numerical advantage and a somewhat troublesome psychic amplification device, they were hardly worthy of consideration as formidable adversaries. Yuan Xi unsheathed the two long swords at his waist. Examining them meticulously, he was now clad in the newly crafted gear designed for him by the Emperor. The golden power armor is not only more resilient and lightweight but also more elegantly fitted. Its surface is adorned with exquisite and dazzling patterns, predominantly featuring the emblem of the golden sky eagle. Instead of a power pack on the back, it has openings reserved for Yuan Xi's 3 pairs of wings. The power devices are distributed throughout the armor's layers, ensuring that even if one part is damaged, the overall functionality remains largely unaffected. What pleases Yuan Xi most are the 2 long swords bestowed upon her by the Emperor, their blades enveloped in a formidable disintegration field, capable of severing any foe. More importantly, they are remarkably durable. If not for her current discontent, she would have wielded one in a dance of glory. Curse you, old Blackheart, for stepping in dog waste. The Imperial Guard behind Yuan Xi stiffened, pondering whether to inform the Emperor about her disparaging remarks. After some contemplation, they decided against it, reasoning that the Emperor would likely be indifferent to her words. Although the Emperor has always been regarded as untouchable by the guards, it is evident to all that his attitude towards Yuan Xi is quite exceptional. Who else, besides Yuan Xi, can jest with the Emperor, provoke his ire without fear of reprimand, or receive his personal appointment as Vice-Emperor? It seems that the princess is merely throwing a childish tantrum, so they chose not to report her conduct. The Emperor had learned from his previous encounter with Lady Astarte, where he faced a harsh reprimand, and this time dispatched 10 guards to protect Yuan Xi. Yet, Yuan Xi sensed that it might be uncertain who would protect whom in the end. Come, let us convene in the tent to discuss the battle details. Yuan Xi took the hand of Astarte, who was attempting to shrink into the shadows beside her. Mother recently gave me a new snack, let me share it with you. Astarte felt a mix of sweetness and anguish. The sweetness lies in the fact that no matter what identity he adopts, his sister always recognizes him, engaging him in conversation or sharing delightful morsels that their adoptive mother provided. This simple joy is perhaps the happiest moment in his otherwise busy life, filled with lessons from Malcador and various infiltration missions. Generally, Malcador takes good care of him, yet he is more often stern and demanding, consumed by his duties, leaving little time for Astarte. The Emperor, too, is distant. Apart from work reports, Astarte has never had the privilege of seeing him, and his cold demeanor makes it clear that he sees him as a subordinate rather than a son. Only Yuan Xi's concern offers him a semblance of familial warmth. The anguish arises from the fact that regardless of his disguise, his sister recognizes him every time. He is a spy, and those identities are mere fabrications of inconspicuous personas. Yet now, the imperial princess chooses to walk alongside him, a mere nobody, rather than converse with the prominent figures of the Legion. Everyone in the Legion scrutinizes his background, eager to discover how he won the princess's favor. However, such identities cannot be traced, they are false, and any investigation would expose the truth. Thus, every encounter with Yuan Xi necessitates a new identity, and during this brief period, Astarte has adopted dozens of them. Perhaps it would be better not to meet Yuan Xi at all. Avoiding her would mean fewer complications. Yet Astarte cannot restrain himself. Sometimes, he finds himself drawn to her, obliviously enjoying a small snack, only to return to reality, realizing that he has yet to resolve his internal conflict. He understands that once he makes up his mind, he will no longer be troubled by such trivialities. Stealing a glance at the radiant smile of Yuan Xi, Astarte thinks to himself that perhaps this is sufficient, that this is indeed quite good. Chapter 20, Blood Sacrifice to the Blood God. The Emperor entrusted Yuan Xi with command over 5 battle groups from the Astarte 1st Legion, as well as the 16th and 19th Thunder Warriors Legions, alongside a squad of 50 psychics. Their singular mission is an assault, and yet another assault. This squad must strive to breach enemy lines, creating an opening for the larger forces while also probing the enemy's hidden cards. Yuan Xi's strategy is straightforward. With the 50 psychics at the center of formation, the Astarte and 16th Thunder Warriors Legion will spearhead the assault, ensuring that the psychics' capabilities cover the entire formation. Meanwhile, the 19th Thunder Warriors Legion will execute flanking maneuvers, providing cover for the main force. Yuan Xi herself will be at the forefront, tearing through any opposition, and the 10 guards assigned to protect her will also partake in this endeavor. As dawn breaks, Yuan Xi conducts her final pre-battle rally. At this moment, I find no further words are necessary. I have but one question: do you wish to present this victory to the Emperor, to the Empire? All present, Astarte and the Thunder Warriors alike, fervently shouted, "For the Emperor!" Yuan Xi had long pondered this. She genuinely could not comprehend the unique allure the Emperor and the Primarch hold for humanity. When she walks the streets, she is treated like a celebrity, with some individuals moved to tears merely at the sight of her, and she possesses no psychic filter. The Thunder Warriors and Astarte, who endure their grueling lives like ascetics, are equally fervent in their admiration for Yuan Xi and the Emperor. Yuan Xi resolved to reform the military's ethos going forward. Onward. Astarte found himself in the far corner of the formation, occasionally stealing glances toward Yuan Xi. However, the densely packed crowd obscured his view. "Brother, are you part of our battle group? I don't believe I've seen you before," and Astarte beside him suddenly inquired. "I'm a new recruit, Sada, who arrived yesterday," Astarte adeptly replied. "Oh, my apologies, there have indeed been many new recruits lately. I heard that a few have particularly caught the princess's eye. Do you think I have a chance?" Astarte struggled to maintain his composure. Having never encountered such a loquacious Astarte. Besides, when has his sister taken a liking to new recruits? That distinction belongs solely to him. Silence. The battle group leader intoned solemnly, and the chattering Astarte fell quiet. Suddenly, Astarte felt a premonition and looked ahead. At that moment, all Astarte received the command, "The battle commences." Like a well-oiled machine, all Astarte and Thunder Warriors aligned as planned, unleashing a barrage of explosives upon the surrounding enemies. At the center, the squad of 50 psychics chanted incantations, forming an immense barrier, rendering the psychic assaults from the Yuan Xi Empire ineffective. As if they had vanished into thin air. At the forefront, Yuan Xi surged forth like a tiger among sheep. The Primarch's assault was swift and fierce. Her dual sword slicing through the air like a tempest, leaving behind a trail of dismembered foes. Contrary to her dazzling appearance, Yuan Xi's attack prioritized simplicity and efficiency. Focusing solely on eliminating the maximum number of enemies with the least expenditure of resources. Her expression was sharp, her eyes reflecting a cold light. With a flap of her wings, she ascended into the sky, diving down like a falcon. Raising her swords above her head, she cleaved through a massive device in the enemy ranks before it could be activated. The surrounding enemies roared in fury, but in the blink of an eye, they were reduced to fragments by her blades. The Primarch's power surged within the bloodshed. And the seemingly endless tide of adversaries was nothing more than dust to be brushed aside. In the next moment, waves of psychic energy surged toward Yuan Xi, revealing that she had exceeded the protective range of the psychic barrier, leaving her exposed to the relentless onslaught. In an instant, a scene reminiscent of myth unfolded before them. Yuan Xi raised her twin swords, deflecting a surge of spiritual energy back towards her foes, unleashing a violent explosion among their ranks. Yet, this was not the end. Countless waves of spiritual attacks continued to surge forth. With relentless fervor, Yuan Xi wielded her blades, conjuring a shimmering barrier of sword light before her. If one were to measure the speed of her sword tips with the most advanced technology, they would be astonished to find they reached 1,000th the speed of light. Thus, Yuan Xi repelled wave after wave of spiritual assaults. Moments later, she stood at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by devastation, yet not a single enemy remained. Her gaze remained sharp and piercing, accompanied by an unsettling sense of foreboding. Perhaps she had felt it since the battle commenced. Yuan Xi's precognitive abilities could only foresee 2 seconds into the future, a significant advantage in combat, yet she was unable to glimpse further ahead. Suddenly, Yuan Xi let out a desperate cry, "All Thunder Warriors, retreat immediately!" But it was too late. Like a blade slicing through space, a vast rift appeared before them, a subspace portal. Through this gateway, Yuan Xi beheld a pair of enormous, crimson eyes. In the next moment, a horde of twisted monsters surged forth from the portal, all adorned with the insignia of the Yuan Empire. The situation had become painfully clear. The Yuan Empire stood tall amidst formidable foes due to the chaotic evil deity lurking behind it. With the emergence of these grotesque creatures, a surge of bloodthirsty rage washed over the Thunder Warriors present. Their resistance to chaos was far inferior to that of the Astartes, making them particularly susceptible to the corrupting influence of the filth from subspace. "Did you not hear my command? Quickly, all Thunder Warriors, retreat!" Yuan Xi gritted her teeth and soared into the air, diving towards the grotesque entities. The Imperial Guard, now at her side, silently advanced against the new adversaries. Alpharius observed Yuan Xi's silhouette, having never witnessed such a display of uncharacteristic fervor from his sister. He raised his explosive round gun and unleashed a torrent of fire upon an enemy charging at him. Strangely, the explosive rounds failed to deliver their expected devastation. A deep crater was etched into the enemy's forehead, yet it continued its relentless assault towards Alfarius. What manner of creature is this? Alfarius pondered, coolly unsheathing his chainsaw sword to sever the enemy's head. As the Thunder Warriors withdrew from the battlefield, the pressure on the Astartes intensified. Surprisingly, the barriers erected by the psychics appeared to have some effect against these formidable foes. The squad leaders immediately ordered the protection of the central psychics, urging them to converge towards Yuan Xi. Yuan Xi began to comprehend why the Emperor sought to liberate humanity from subspace. As she battled these blood-soaked abominations, she felt an overwhelming disgust emanating from within. This was not merely a physiological reaction, but a profound loathing for the filth of subspace. Yuan Xi's spiritual energy enveloped her twin swords, elongating their already slender forms until they reached an astonishing 5 meters in length. This incongruous length would pose a challenge for any master of swordsmanship, yet Yuan Xi spun gracefully as if she were a dancer. The Imperial Guard instinctively distanced themselves from Yuan Xi, for she had transformed into a colossal, whirling blade, shredding through the oncoming tide of enemies as effortlessly as a sickle through wheat. The Crimson Army fell in droves. When the last of the vermilion abominations was cleaved in two, Yuan Xi commanded, "Everyone, retreat at once." Her gaze remained fixed upon the rift, where the once quiet subspace portal now trembled as a pair of enormous hands emerged, tearing it wider. A colossal monster stepped forth, its skin as red as blood. Clad in grotesque armor, with demonic wings sprouting from its back and hooves resembling those of a horse. It wielded a bizarre battle axe in one hand and a chain leading to a massive hammer in the other, its terrifying visage adorned with peculiar horns, exuding a scent of scorching sulfur with every breath. It emerged from the portal, raising its axe to the heavens, roaring, "Blood for the blood god." Chapter 21, Cabania my lord, you cannot intervene. Trust her, Valdo. The Emperor had sensed the chaotic power the moment it was unleashed. He had long speculated about the potential presence of a chaotic evil deity behind the Urish Empire, yet he had not anticipated such a direct intervention. During the extermination of the Moransun Federation, who worshipped the evil deity, they had merely observed with indifference. Why had they chosen to act now? It was Yuan Xi. Unlike the Moransun Federation, this operation involved her, which explained the deity's involvement. It was a bid to claim a prized possession. Khorne was aware that his timing was premature. Yuan Xi had yet to acquire her own legion. The optimal moment would be when the plan of the Blue Avian commenced. Yet, Khorne could not wait. Yuan Xi was precisely to his taste. Initially, when she was born, he had given her little thought. A being of psychic energy and love might appeal to his colleagues. Perhaps even to a new colleague soon to emerge due to her appearance, but that was not what Khorne desired. He craved the thrill of battle. And thus, Khorne reveled in the chaos. For the god of blood and war, engaging in close combat with innumerable foes was a sight to behold. Leading a grand war was a joy, which explained why he attempted to corrupt the stone men in the original narrative. Yuan Xi fit this mold perfectly. Even more delightfully, Khorne discovered that beneath her fierce exterior lay a torrent of fervent emotion. Oh, what more is there to say? All in. Khorne realized that Yuan Xi would undoubtedly be of interest to his fellow deities, and they would certainly vie for her attention. This could not be allowed. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Today, he would seize the opportunity to claim her. The winged demon grinned wickedly as waves of monsters poured forth from the rift behind him. Yet, like sardines encountering a shark, they veered away from Yuan Xi and targeted those behind her. I am Cabania, the blood god's bloodthirsty demon. Yuan Xi, the blood god favors you. Join us and relish in endless war, offer your blood and skull to the blood god. It was Saint Gilra, no, Cabania. Yuan Xi had not expected to encounter Khorne's demon here. She remained silent, ignoring the enemies darting around her. Her focus rested solely on the towering, sanguine creature before her. She intended to slay him, to reduce him to ashes. In a flash, Yuan Xi lunged at Cabania like a golden bolt of lightning, her sword clashing against the battle axe, producing a shrill cacophony of metal against metal. Cabania roared, eager for a fierce clash with Yuan Xi. This was an extraordinary combat encounter. For mortals, witnessing the Astartes in battle was akin to observing a tempest swirling with shadows. For the Astartes present, watching the clash between Yuan Xi and Cabania was no different. They could only perceive a blur of gold and red intertwining, colliding with thunderous echoes. As the battlefield became riddled with craters from their ferocious exchange, countless lesser demons caught in the crossfire, shredded by the aftermath of their conflict. The only one capable of discerning the spectacle was Alfarius. His gaze remained fixed on Yuan Xi. Should she falter, he would reveal his true power without hesitation. Even if it meant facing reprimand from his mentor upon his return. Haha, Yuan Xi, I can feel your excitement as well, can't I? You two are stirred by the fervor of today's battle. Join us, Yuan Xi, under the banner of the Blood God, you shall forever relish this sensation. You misunderstand. My exhilaration stems from the anticipation of ending your life. Yuan Xi revealed a terrifying smile, one that sent shivers through anyone who beheld it. However, Kabenka could only feel exhilaration. For now, recruitment could wait, as he too desired to revel in the thrill of combat. The massive battle axe grazed Yuan Xi's chest. And had it been but a moment slower, her heart would have been cleaved in twain. In response, Yuan Xi swiftly pivoted, her long sword cleaving towards Kabenka's neck. But he deftly ensnared her blade with his chain. Yuan Xi felt a twinge of urgency. She had the stamina to endure, yet her comrades, the Astartes, could not afford to linger. A swift resolution was imperative. With determination, she relinquished her sword, entangled by the demon's whip, and instead charged directly at the descending axe. As the axe neared her head, she sidestepped, her other sword piercing the demon's chest. But the encounter was not without cost. She had not evaded entirely. And a gaping wound now bled profusely from her left shoulder. The demon knelt, clutching its wound, feeling as if reality itself were rejecting it. Destined to be banished back to the subspace. Yuan Xi, you cannot kill me, we shall meet again. Is that so? Yuan Xi inhaled deeply and shouted towards the heavens, Father. A long sword descended, embedding itself in the earth before her. As she withdrew the blade, flames danced along its length. Kabenka exclaimed in alarm, a rift in subspace erupted suddenly. And in an instant, he was drawn into it. Yuan Xi sighed, wishing to obliterate the demon entirely, but knew the dark god would intervene. Perhaps it sufficed to have exiled a significant demon. The subspace rift sealed, and with no power to support them, the lesser demons were swiftly vanquished. With Yuan Xi dispatching several with her sword. Withdraw. Yuan Xi commanded the Astartes before her, confident that today's events would remain secret among the First Legion, masters of discretion. So. Father, you must explain yourself now. This can all be elucidated through science. Yuan Xi remained silent, seated with a skeptical expression directed at the Emperor. While the medic continued to tend to her wounds. Everyone out. Once her injuries were addressed, the Emperor dismissed all present, leaving only Yuan Xi and himself in the chamber, where he erected a psychic barrier to ensure their discourse remained private. Subsequently, the Emperor divulged the details of the Chaos God and the Primordial Project. You could have mentioned this sooner, Yuan Xi remarked, massaging her temples, relieved that she was already aware of these matters. Had she been ignorant, the outcome could have been dire. So, Father, will you inform the others? Oh, you never learn, the Emperor replied, as a disagreement arose once more. He believed that the scattered sons might not be prepared to handle the truth of the Dark God and preferred to withhold such knowledge. Yuan Xi countered that the Dark God would inevitably target her brothers and that informing them in advance would be prudent. After all, they were primordials and capable of understanding the gravity of the situation. She knew that in the original narrative, very few of the traitorous primordials had actively sought to ally with Chaos. Enough of this for now, Father. What are your thoughts on the assault on the Ursh Empire? The situation had been assessed. They possessed a vast army of psychics and 1 billion troops, along with siege machines capable of annihilating an entire city. Perhaps you should lead the charge yourself. I suddenly recall an urgent matter at Mother S, Yuan Xi suggested, attempting to withdraw. The Emperor seized Yuan Xi, reassuring her, fear not. I shall not assign you an overly arduous task. The bewildered Yuan Xi blinked in disbelief. Indeed. Chapter 22, The Crimson Engine. Kerrigan is the leader of the Ursh Empire. Regarded by all in Terra as an undeniably brutal tyrant. He commands vast territories and billions of troops, while he may lack the advanced technology of other warlords. His neighbors do not. Thus, Kerrigan secured a formidable siege engine from a clandestine meeting in North Africa, placing him in an advantageous position to dominate Terra. However, he has recently faced setbacks against a minor warlord from the Himalayas. The Emperor had proclaimed himself the strongest warlord during the Empire's nascent days, surpassing all others. Yet, few took him seriously. Claiming to be the strongest does not make it so. I could assert the same, they would say. As the Empire expanded, its visible might grew, prompting other warlords to take notice. You truly possess remarkable prowess. Kerrigan could no longer tolerate such a formidable rival and promptly summoned his army, planning a preemptive strike against the Empire. Ultimately, he was repelled. Seething as he reviewed the intelligence reports, "What do you mean a 3-meter-tall angel is wreaking havoc among our ranks? Are my troops merely idle?" Seated upon his throne, adorned in his unique pearl armor, a relic from humanity's golden age, now impossible to replicate, Kerrigan summoned Lutois, Shinkai, and Qualton. These notorious warlords formed the power core of the Ursh Empire, and now Kerrigan needed to deliberate with them on the Empire's affairs. "My lord, our frontline forces are in retreat, their augmented warriors are formidable, our cavalry, infantry, and psychic troops are at a loss against her." As he witnessed Yuan Xi decimating his forces on the battlefield, Kerrigan's gaze turned icy. "Qualton, I care not for your trivial concerns, I seek only victory." Qualton pondered, "My lord, we can ensnare them in a trap." "What use is a trap if my target is her?" "Precisely, my lord. Observe the map." Qualton indicated a location. "Based on their current route, they will undoubtedly attempt to seize this stronghold." "You wish to set an ambush here?" Kerrigan countered. "No, my lord. Given that cursed woman's capabilities, she may not fear our ambush." "My lord, we could deploy the Crimson Engine." Kerrigan paused, then erupted in laughter. "Yes, indeed. Let us slaughter those wretched beasts." "But, my lord, what of the other enemy forces?" "Prepare everyone. I will personally lead the charge and gauge the might of this so-called emperor." Yuan Xi studied the map intently. "Next, we shall seize this location, correct?" "Indeed, your highness." At this moment, the Empire's forces were divided into two factions, one commanded by the emperor and the other by Yuan Xi. They flanked the Ursh Empire's troops, aiming to encircle and annihilate them. Yet, a colossal stronghold now obstructed Yuan Xi's path, and it was evident that heavy defenses awaited her within. Nevertheless, she resolved to confront this formidable challenge head-on. "If we circumvent the front lines, they will stretch too far, and we will find ourselves like a fishbone lodged in the throat of the rear, attempting to unite with the emperor to strike. Yet the emperor is currently preoccupied with restraining a multitude of enemies on the other side." "Have we discerned the situation in Chaodao?" "Not yet, your highness." Yuan Xi nodded. Ever since learning of the Chaos Goddess' involvement behind the Ursh Empire, Yuan Xi has remained on high alert. However, since that revelation, there have been no further signs of the Chaos Goddess' interference. Thus, it was not Ursh that summoned the Great Demon, but rather the Chaos God that delivered the Great Demon to them. Nevertheless, they are undoubtedly connected to the Chaos God, and one must remain vigilant. "Your highness, the scouts have returned." A member of the Imperial Guard entered, presenting a stack of papers to Yuan Xi, who accepted them and examined them closely. Yuan Xi stated, "This collection of intelligence not only elucidates the defensive arrangements, enemy numbers, and equipment, but also thoroughly details the identity and familial background of the Chaodao Lord, as well as the dietary habits, architectural styles, and cultural attire within Chaodao." Yuan Xi looked up in bewilderment. "What purpose do I have for such information?" It was compiled by a new Astartes recruit. Alpharus was filled with anticipation. He had exerted himself to carry out a task for his sister and wished to impress her. Oh, but wait, as an agent, he could not afford to be noticed. No matter, as long as he could assist his sister to the fullest extent, that would suffice. To his surprise, Yuan Xi found the intelligence rather commendable. They would dispatch a small squad of mortals alongside a squad of Astartes to infiltrate, assassinate the primary officials within Chaodao, and sabotage internal military facilities. Upon completing the mission, they would continue their infiltration, awaiting the grand offensive of the main force. Yuan Xi's mind, as clear as a calculating machine, meticulously arranged every aspect of the infiltration, when to act, the specific steps to take, and where to hide during the operation. Indeed, as Yuan Xi had orchestrated, with the night punctuated by cannon fire, she led her forces into a full-scale assault, causing chaos within Chaodao where effective organization was difficult to achieve. The Chaodao Lord was assassinated, leading to relentless turmoil within, and military facilities were dismantled by the enemy. Faced with Yuan Xi's disciplined army, surrender was the only viable option. Yet, unexpectedly, a considerable faction of the Ursh forces launched an assault against Yuan Xi. From them, she detected an overwhelming stench, emblematic of the Chaos God, a grotesque transformation where allegiance to such entities strips one of their very humanity. Yuan Xi, along with her legion, approached the vast expanse of Chowdo. A place difficult to encapsulate in mere words. It was rife with filth and decay, with sewage flowing through the cracks of the streets. And vermin or other creatures scuttling about, carrying unknown pathogens. Every individual bore a numbed expression, even Yuan Xi, who stood in stark contrast to the surroundings with her multitude of armored soldiers, received only cold, fleeting glances as they continued their tasks. The vitality and dignity of humanity seemed absent, as if they were merely flesh and blood machines. Imperial Guard, accompany me to the summit of Chowdo. The remaining Astartes shall proceed to the designated locations for resupply. Do not disturb the civilians here. Yuan Xi withdrew her gaze, recognizing that some changes cannot be achieved overnight. Yet, she would strive, and the Emperor would strive, to forge a luminous future. Upon reaching the pinnacle of Chowdo, the environment transformed dramatically. Lavish decorations adorned the space. And Yuan Xi even beheld a fountain with crystalline water. Individuals clad in opulent attire sought to converse with the new sovereign of Chowdo, only to be intercepted by the Imperial Guard. Yuan Xi sat at the edge of the fountain, her fingers grazing the flowing water, while the body of the assassinated Chowdo lord lay discarded at her feet like a dead dog. Julius. I am here, Your Highness, replied the Imperial Guard beside her. Convey my orders, execute all those who have directly participated in the governance of Upper Chowdo and dispose of their corpses in the residential quarters below. Everyone? Yes, everyone. As the bodies of those adorned in fine garments were cast before the apathetic masses, a shift occurred, the previously unchanging motions of the populace transformed. As they gathered around the heaps of corpses, merely watching from a distance. An Astartes spoke, "It is done. The noble class that once oppressed you has been executed by the Crown Princess. You are no longer the slaves of so-called nobles, you are now citizens of the Empire." One by one, the crowd knelt before the Astartes, who recalled the recent command from the Crown Princess forbidding Astartes from allowing mortals to kneel, causing him to panic. Do not kneel. But there was no response, not a single individual rose. Buhao, if the brigade commander sees this, I shall be punished. Run. Just as the Astartes was about to flee, a thunderous sound halted his steps. The noise was so intense that many mortals behind him clutched their bleeding ears, rolling on the ground in agony. What was it? At the summit of Chowdo, Yuan Xi looked up, beholding a colossal machine that obscured the sun. The machine, resembling a vast inverted cone, floated above Chowdo, casting a shadow over the entire area. Yuan Xi murmured, Kerrigan, they say you are a tyrant. But I perceive that you are merely too modest. Chapter 23, Where have you come from? Chowdo resembled an anthill inundated with molten lava. As billions of inhabitants received the same command, flee. Kerrigan is truly mad, this is his domain, his Chowdo, where his people reside. Yet he seeks to annihilate Yuan Xi along with billions. The Astartes obeyed Yuan Xi's directives, striving to maintain order during the evacuation, firing artillery to create massive openings for escape. Yet, it was too slow, far too slow. How could billions escape in such a short time? Even if a mere fraction managed to flee, it would be a blessing from the Emperor. Yuan Xi soared towards the enormous object radiating an aura of destruction, her twin swords elongating in her grasp, 30 meters. The blade extended to 30 meters in her hands, she aimed to shatter the entity before it could unleash its wrath. Yuan Xi twisted in the air, expending all her strength to swing the elongated sword, activating the decomposition field along the blade. It was a strike unmatched, carving a vast breach into the object, allowing Yuan Xi to glimpse its internal structure. Yet, with a resonant hum, countless minuscule metallic fragments surged forth from within, as though a liquid, perfectly mending the breach. Yuan Xi swung again with all her might, even entering the interior to unleash her psychic assaults, reducing everything she encountered to ashes, melting the incessantly emerging metallic dust into molten iron. Yet, it continued to self-repair, at a speed surpassing her destructive efforts. As Yuan Xi found herself at a loss, the entity responded. Streams of crimson light converged from the apex of the conical structure towards its pointed base, and then a small fireball appeared at the tip. As Yuan Xi approached, it felt akin to nearing a blazing sun. Julius, what is the status of the evacuation? Yuan Xi landed and contacted the Imperial Guard outside Chowdo via her communication device. Your Highness, 2/3 of the Astartes have evacuated, approximately 200,000 mortals remain. And we are currently 5 kilometers outside Chowdo, still proceeding with the evacuation. Damn. Yuan Xi had attempted to contact the Emperor but to no avail. And even reached out to Malcador, yet failed to connect. Yuan Xi understood, who else could orchestrate such a situation but Kerrigan or the Chaos God lurking behind him? Regardless, this was a trap laid for Yuan Xi, a dire predicament she must confront. Yuan Xi now possesses the ability to soar freely. For no one can impede her flight should she choose to escape. Yet, can she truly abandon those warriors who have placed their trust in her? As well as the countless mortals to whom she has just pledged her promises? Kerrigan, if only I could lay eyes upon you. I would surely rend you into pieces. Yuan Xi's self-deprecating smile flickered as she ascended to the pinnacle of the tallest edifice in Chengdu, gently closing her eyes. A stream of white luminescence enveloped her wings, which then expanded endlessly. Look, what is that? Within Chengdu, in every location where the sky is visible, all eyes turned upward to witness the ominous machine veiled beneath enormous, pristine wings. And they continued to grow, ever larger. Ultimately, Yuan Xi's wings enveloped the entirety of Chengdu, spreading across the skies like a resplendent shield, repelling the divine spears descending from above. No, sister, no. Alvarez murmured, gazing upward. He felt an icy chill coursing through him. Like divine retribution, a searing pillar of fire descended. Upon colliding with the wings cloaked in white light, it scattered like water from a high-pressure hose against a boulder. Flames radiating outward, consuming the entire sky. Positioned directly beneath the blazing pillar, Yuan Xi felt immense agony as she knelt upon the ground. The energy barrier enveloping her wings was steadily depleting, and she could almost sense the infernal heat emanating from above. Yet, the divine spear's assault showed no signs of abating, its power only escalating in the future she foresaw. Alvarez began to run. He must reach his sister. He was aware that the Imperial Guards had been dispatched for evacuation, leaving Yuan Xi utterly alone in this moment of dire cruelty. He knew he might not be able to alter the course of events, but he had to be by her side. It was the only thing he could do. As flames began to breach Yuan Xi's energy barrier, she chuckled bitterly. It's over. I shall become a roasted chicken wing. When the flames made direct contact with her wings, Yuan Xi could no longer stifle a cry of despair. She felt an intense heat, followed by an overwhelming chill. Her senses were becoming increasingly disoriented, and she was on the verge of fainting. But she could not succumb. If she did, all her efforts would be in vain. Yuan Xi bit down on her own hand, hoping the pain would keep her more alert. Once pure wings turned to charred black, feathers falling away, as blood seeped from the gnarled remnants, drenching Chengdu in a rain of crimson. An hour, a minute, a fleeting moment, or an eternity, Yuan Xi was unaware that the pillar of fire had already vanished. It was Alvarez who rushed to her side, pulling her bloodied hand from her mouth. Sister, please, stop. It is over. Is it? Yuan Xi was uncertain. Perhaps it was. The once damaged wings began to retract, eventually returning to their normal size, drooping behind her. The once gleaming feathers were no more, leaving only charred remnants and wounds stained with dried blood. Yuan Xi collapsed to the ground. Although the injuries to her wings were not fatal, her energy was entirely spent, and the sensation of depletion rendered her unable to sustain herself. Alvarez hoisted Yuan Xi onto his back and sprinted down from the summit of Chengdu, heading towards the nearest place capable of healing her. The Astartes, upon seeing Yuan Xi, fell silent, performing the gesture of the eagle of the Emperor over their hearts. The mortals, perhaps not understanding the significance of this gesture, clumsily imitated it with their frail fingers. Doctor, please, save her. Alvarez implored as he dashed toward the nearest hospital in Chengdu. The apothecaries of the Astartes were of utmost importance, among the fastest to evacuate the area. Yes, my lord, I will do everything in my power. Alvarez stood anxiously outside the ward, several Astartes entering quietly behind him, silently praying for Yuan Xi's safety. Outside the ward, Alvarez was consumed by worry until an inexplicable sense suddenly assaulted his senses, an abhorrent stench. With a swift kick, he burst through the ward's door. Inside, the bed lay empty, and a foul, rotund creature donned in the former doctor's white coat emitted mocking laughter toward the Astartes outside. As it spoke, maggots tumbled from its mouth. Alvarez seized the creature by its throat. Where is she? Join the embrace of the father. Hee. I demand to know her whereabouts. Yuan Xi struggled to open her eyes, grotesque faces swimming before her vision. She bolted upright, the Nagwa spirits scampering away in mirth. The surroundings were filled with twisted trees, murky sludge flowing nearby, and swarms of flies and maggots everywhere. Several pale green creatures, resembling bizarre Pokemon, peered at Yuan Xi from behind the trees. What have you brought me to? Chapter 24, The Trial of the Gods. Nagua is the most ancient entity among the chaos deities, possessing characteristics that starkly contrast with the other chaotic beings to emerge later. Unlike the likes of Kine, Slaanesh, or the unborn Sinch, who each have their preferred targets, Nagua embodies the essence of a loving elder, embracing all life equally. Whether you are a species traversing the galaxies or a mere bacterium, the Father loves you without discrimination. Thus, regardless of who you are, if you seek the Father's embrace, Nagua will welcome you. Of course, if you can spread the Father's love further, he will take even greater interest in you. But why would Nagua abduct Yuan Xi into the subspace? Did he truly desire her? Not necessarily. Even though Yuan Xi respects life, it is directed towards humanity, or rather, the Empire. When it comes to the enemies of the Empire, such as the alien races, Yuan Xi would unleash merciless destruction. Nagua's intentions were quite simple. He had already chosen a favorite among his figurines, the child Mo, whom he increasingly adored. However, what if the child felt lonely in his presence? While his other children were also charming, Mo might not get along with them. But Yuan Xi was perfect. Nagua sensed that she would undoubtedly care for her brother. Thus, it was decided, Yuan Xi would be brought in to provide a sisterly presence for the future Mo, ensuring the child would not feel isolated. Truly, the Father is benevolent, sing praises to him. I praise you, you monstrous head. Yuan Xi kicked a few scampering Nagua spirits into a repulsive, oozing pulp, cursing vehemently. It was unavoidable. If you awaken to find yourself cast into a latrine surrounded by excremental spirits, your curses would be far harsher than Yuan Xi's. Yuan Xi realized that the Emperor must be detained by the chaos deities. This had clearly been a scheme targeting her from the beginning. Damn that Kine. Kine, actually. This time it has nothing to do with me. Yuan Xi unleashed a rampage within Nagua's garden, tearing apart any moving creature she encountered, with her sword absent. She had no choice but to endure the revulsion and tear them apart with her bare hands. She understood that this would not eliminate them. But it was all she could do, as Nagua seemed intent on trapping her for eternity. Yuan Xi was uncertain whether the Emperor's current strength could rescue her from the clutches of the chaotic deity. She had to save herself. Time lost all meaning in the subspace. And Yuan Xi continued to kill and run. She sensed a feeling eroding her senses, akin to the pervasive stench, causing her movements to slow and her cognition to spiral into confusion. Why does my hand have a mouth? Yuan Xi observed the large mouth that had formed in her palm. A scarlet tongue sweeping over yellowed, pointed teeth. No, it seemed that a human hand should indeed possess a mouth. Yuan Xi withdrew her gaze, unaware of when the scene before her began to transform. The dark green sky gradually shifted to a cerulean expanse adorned with fluffy clouds, and the murky waters morphed into a crystal-clear stream. It felt as though she had stepped into a picturesque garden, where delightful little creatures frolicked in joyous abandon. How warm and beautiful it was. Look, what a splendid place, let us stay here, a gentle voice whispered in Yuan Xi's ear. The gender of the voice was indistinguishable. Yet it was soothing, akin to a benevolent elder comforting a child. Why should I stay here? There is no reason. Simply remain by the side of the loving Father and savor eternal tranquility. A small dog approached Yuan Xi, speaking up. She bent down to pick up the puppy, which urged her, come, speak, praise the loving Father. I praise your grandmother's legs, Yuan Xi retorted as she crushed the Nago Ling in her arms. And the scene before her swiftly transformed. Before her stood a grotesquely immense and bloated figure. It resembled a colossal Nago Ling, yet its size was overwhelming. Yuan Xi found herself standing in the palm of its hand, beneath which bubbled a cauldron of boiling liquid. Unfazed, Yuan Xi fixed her gaze upon Nago, coldly sneering as she pointed forward, what's wrong? After 10,000 years, the feculent spirit finally dares to reveal itself. Yuan Xi understood that Nago would attempt to corrupt her, but mere corruption would not suffice. As long as she remained resolute, she would never forsake her identity. To maintain her fury, Yuan Xi discovered a simple yet effective method. Aren't you always gentle and loving? Then I shall remain forever enraged. To hell with your gentleness and love. If you wish for me to become a stinking can, wait until the next life. Yuan Xi's fiery retort persisted, you ancient, repulsive creature. If you wish to be the maggot in the cesspool, then stay there forever. You wallow in filth yet seek to spread your stench onto others. And you dare to call yourself a loving father? Pa. You are merely a large piece of excrement in the latrine, forever eager to drag others into your filth. Yuan Xi felt the hand beneath her tremble, and several Nago Ling clinging to Nago emitted piercing shrieks. Oh, angered, are we? This is your intent? To toss me into the cauldron? In the next moment, Nago's massive hand swept, casting Yuan Xi out of the garden. Dazed, she surveyed her surroundings. She had been expelled. Yuan Xi had anticipated that Nago would be infuriated and kill her. Then, a scarlet whirlwind enveloped her. Not this, buddy. Thank you for the gifts of nature, Kongru remarked. Initially bestowing blessings upon Kerrigan and the Emperor in battle when suddenly, a soul of particular interest appeared in the subspace. Oh, is that not a limited edition figurine? Though tainted by the odor of Nago, its essence remains unchanged. A windfall has fallen from the heavens. No matter, I must obtain this figurine today. When Yuan Xi opened her eyes once more, she found herself in a colossal arena, lying in its center. The sky above was a blood-red hue. And a fierce wind swept through, stirring the scorching yellow sands. The arena was devoid of any presence save for Yuan Xi. As she touched the rough yet sturdy walls, she realized that her bare hands caused no harm. Yuan Xi attempted to soar into the air, although her wings had yet to recover. She could take flight using her spiritual energy, only to discover that such energy was ineffective here. Escape was futile, as if a solid barrier loomed above the arena. Despite straining every muscle, she could not break through. A sound of something slicing through the air resonated, and a massive axe landed in the arena's center. Warily, Yuan Xi approached, sensing that the axe seemed tailor-made for her, at least in terms of size. Suddenly, the rusted gates of the arena swung open, and hordes of small demons charged towards Yuan Xi. She did not reach for the axe. Instead, she fought barehanded, reducing hundreds of these demons to mere pulp. As the last demon fell, the gates opened once more, this time unleashing an even greater and more formidable wave of demons. Yet Yuan Xi continued to prevail with her bare hands. Wave after wave of demons surged forth, each stronger and more numerous than the last. Even the most resilient of beings would grow weary. Yuan Xi gradually felt the strain, her armor began to crack, and wounds began to surface. Kneeling, she gasped for breath, losing track of how long she had fought or how many demons she had expelled. Roars echoed, and the next demons were even taller than Yuan Xi, resembling red minotaurs as they charged at her with wild ferocity. Damn it! Yuan Xi retaliated with a powerful punch, sending one demon reeling, its hooves carving deep furrows in the ground, yet it continued to charge. Yuan Xi was driven back by the relentless onslaught, and she fell beside the axe, spitting blood. Great! If I don't use it now, I might very well perish. Grasping the axe, she swung with all her might, severing a demon's head. At that moment, a warm surge flowed from the axe into her body. She felt her wounds healing, her strength returning, and even her power amplifying. Quickly, she vanquished this batch of demons, only for another wave to come rushing in. Kongru understood how to corrupt one who thirsted for blood, simply provide him strength and war, and he would unhesitatingly join his ranks. With the axe's aid, Yuan Xi cleaved through wave after wave of demons, yet she felt no fatigue. Rather, she became increasingly invigorated, her strength surging forth. Unbeknownst to her, she began to smile, laughing joyfully as she shattered one foe after another. Kongru recognized that it was time, this time. The gates did not open. A deep voice resonated, "Come, speak, blood sacrifice to the blood god, revel in endless war. And the blood god shall bestow upon you boundless power." Ha! Yuan Xi scoffed coldly, casting aside the axe. "I sacrifice your mother, oh wait, you have none." Kongru retorted. "Your corruption techniques are more tedious than those of the feculent spirit. You're merely a hapless, enraged dog-headed creature, yet you dare to call yourself a god of war?" Ignoring the thunderous roars, Yuan Xi pointed skyward. "You're simply taking advantage of my father's absence to bully me. Let me tell you, if you dare confront my father in the real world, he could break all 3 of your legs. Remember, 3. Kongru was enraged. Was there ever a moment when he was not? Regardless of Yuan Xi's provocation, he only desired her demise. Just as a terrifying attack was about to be unleashed, the space trembled, and a blue rift suddenly appeared in the crimson sky. No. Don't tell me you're about to use me as a dungeon. Chapter 25. Return. If there is a chaotic deity who embodies the essence of chaos, it is undoubtedly the trickster god, Jianqi. As the god of knowledge and deception, Jianqi delights in crafting intricate and grandiose plans. Unfortunately, unless revealed at the very last moment, no one knows the true nature of Jianqi's designs, perhaps not even Jianqi himself. This time, his scheme to plunge the entire galaxy into the abyss of chaos was meticulously orchestrated long ago, and the current situation aligns perfectly with his plan. Yet Jianqi remains dissatisfied. What is the worth of a plan devoid of surprises? Stagnation is a preference of Nago, while Jianqi thrives on change. Thus, he simultaneously guides the realization of his plan while seeking to undermine it. Until Yuan Xi's arrival, when she appeared, Jianqi's foresight became obscured, and he thought, this is precisely what I desired. Although his original plan now faced the possibility of failure, Jianqi dismissed such concerns, for it was all part of the grand design. However, Yuan Xi could not be allowed to come to harm. Yet now, his two colleagues had taken the initiative to intervene, which was unacceptable. If anything were to happen to Yuan Xi, who else could usher in change for the future? Thus, Jianqi came with singular intent to rescue Yuan Xi. Though he appreciated her thirst for knowledge, it was merely a matter of satisfaction. If I can retrieve Yuan Xi, I shall do so, if not, it matters little. The priority is to rescue Yuan Xi from the hands of the brutish captor. Yet the dilemma lies in the fact that Yuan Xi is unaware of this. Observing Jianqi's actions has left her utterly bewildered. First, Negu, then Conger, and now Jianqi has decided to join the fray. In her fury, Yuan Xi disregards all else. Since they have come, she shall unleash her wrath upon them. You foolish, dim-witted creature, what business do you have here? Spouting nonsense like a child afflicted with polio one moment and an elderly fool the next. You can only deceive immature minds, what else can you do? Do not let my father catch sight of you, or I shall pluck your feathers clean. Jianqi is taken aback, bewildered by the fact that she is berating him when he had come to save her. The more Yuan Xi scolds, the more fervently she does so. Her fingers raised in defiance towards the heavens, you, a canine-headed being, you, a dim-witted bluebird, you, a feculent creature, and oh, let us not forget the lascivious serpent spirit. You are nothing but the hidden talents of a dung pit, you aspire to meddle in the realm of reality? Let me assure you, it is utterly impossible. As long as I draw breath, you shall gain nothing, destined to wallow in that filth for eternity. Chenny, I have done nothing. Why do you scold me? Conger, initially enraged, suddenly finds amusement in her indiscriminate tirade, for though Yuan Xi has inadvertently included herself, she has also vented her frustrations upon the three entities Conger detests. Furthermore, Conger admires Yuan Xi's bravery, to scold four wicked beings in the presence of two evil gods, well done. Jianqi feels little impact. It is not uncommon for creatures to hurl insults at him, even his own demons sometimes curse themselves in silence. He remains silent now. For the urgent matter is to rescue Yuan Xi and return her to the realm of reality. From the deep blue rift, a colossal psychic hand emerges, grasping Yuan Xi to pull her away. Yet she resists, at the moment Jianqi strikes. Yuan Xi regains her ability to wield psychic powers and has no intention of departing with the most treacherous of the evil gods. Conger intervenes, ensnaring Yuan Xi with crimson energy, anchoring her in place. Jianqi grows anxious, directly addressing Yuan Xi, come with me, I shall return you to the world of reality. Huh? Do you think I would believe you? No, I speak the truth this time. Why does no one believe the truth anymore? The atmosphere becomes utterly stagnant, Yuan Xi stands firm, her form flickering with red and blue light, resembling a dual selection of the two evil gods. Two voices whisper incessantly in her ears, one urging her to trust, promising escape, while the other beckons her to join in eternal carnage. Leave me be. Yuan Xi bellows, a searing pure white flame igniting from her being. You filthy aberrations of the subspace, what prowess do you possess aside from self-appointing as gods? I am the daughter of the Emperor, the first gene progenitor to grace this world, you shall not claim me. The pure white fire flares like a tempest, expanding relentlessly, engulfing the sand beneath and the remnants of the arena. Those once formidable constructs, which had left Yuan Xi powerless, are now consumed by this intense flame. There are no ashes. Nothing remains, this fire does not destroy but adheres with relentless heat. Jianqi and Conger simultaneously emit roars of anguish, as the flames envelop them, they feel pain. Even evil gods can suffer. Yuan Xi raises her right hand high, streams of fire erupting from her palm, transforming the space into a blazing inferno of pure white. Conger howls in despair, this is his domain, his essence entwined with everything here, and yet he feels pain. In a whirl of chaos, Yuan Xi is expelled from Congress realm. Now floating serenely within the subspace, free from the grasp of the malevolent gods. Some demons attempt to disrupt her, but with a mere wave of her hand, the pure white flames latch onto them, sending them fleeing with terrified screams. Time becomes nebulous, until a golden light appears. Father, is that you? Save me. Yuan Xi nearly weeps. Laboriously making her way toward the luminescence, even paddling like a dog in her desperation to escape this place. In a tumultuous swirl, she lands softly in a steady embrace. Yuan Xi looks up at the Emperor, ready to speak, but he interrupts her. Rest now, my child. Ah yes, I am so weary, why am I so tired? Yuan Xi's injuries in the realm of reality remain unhealed. Her current state reflects that before her venture into subspace, wings charred and psychic energy depleted. It is indeed remarkable that she remains conscious. The Emperor gently lays the unconscious Yuan Xi upon a bed, his psychic energy radiating a soothing light over her forehead. Valdo stands hesitantly behind the Emperor. Inquire, Valdo. My lord, what transpired? The situation appears exceedingly peculiar to Valdo, as the Emperor returned from a battle with Caligan, accompanied by a severely injured Yuan Xi. Valdo, she triumphed over the evil gods, wagering her life to prove her loyalty and her love for humanity. The moment Yuan Xi entered subspace, she prepared herself for death. That is why she dared to confront the evil gods, for she never anticipated returning alive. Yet she has returned, whether by miracle or otherwise, safe and bearing an unwaveringly strong heart. Jianqi, is there no one to commend me? Chapter 26, The Stars and the Rising Sun. I shall elucidate your dreams. Yuan Xi jolts awake from her slumber, gazing at the vigilant guards beside her, who promptly lie down and cover themselves. Ahem, where is father? The Emperor is stationed at the front lines. Valdo enters. You have been unconscious for 2 days. The Emperor has informed your troops about your situation here. So do not worry. I must seek father, there are matters I wish to discuss. Yuan Xi swiftly rises, her injuries nearly healed, new feathers sprouting upon her wings. And most importantly, she feels a surge of extraordinary power within her. Follow me. Valdo guides Yuan Xi to the newly established command center where the Emperor is presently conferring with several Astartes officers and Thunder warriors regarding military strategy. Your Highness. Upon entering, all but the Emperor and the guards pay Yuan Xi their respects. They have heard of her valorous deeds, witnessing how she protected an entire nest, earning their utmost admiration. The Emperor and Yuan Xi exchange a glance. He gestures for her to stand beside him, placing a hand upon her shoulder. Do you have any thoughts? Yuan Xi studies the map laid out before them, stroking her chin. My recommendation is to abandon the gradual, fortress-like strategy in favor of employing highly mobile heavy firepower in concert with infantry for rapid infiltration. We are uncertain when the siege engine may become operational again, thus, we must maintain sufficient mobility to counter it. Let us forego the protracted siege of the nest, deploying small Astartes units to execute sabotage and assassination missions to disrupt their organizational capabilities. Once we neutralize the core elements of Caligan and the others of Wuershi, we can address the remaining threats. The Emperor nods, agreed. The officers in the command center have no objections, silently proceeding to execute their orders. Now, only the father and daughter remain in the expansive command center. Father, you have awakened half of your subspace essence. Half? Although the Emperor had been detained by the evil god Caligan, he had been vigilant regarding Yuan Xi. Despite the corrupting influence of the evil gods, she had not succumbed. At the final moment, she unleashed her potential and awakened half of her subspace essence. Why only half? Just as the evil gods possess dual aspects within their cores, so too do the progenitor subspace essences embody both sides, and Yuan Xi has awakened the darker aspect. This is pain and intrinsic, conceptual suffering. Just as it can scorch the malevolent gods, any soul charred by that flame will endure profound agony. Unlike the Emperor's fire, which can obliterate demons eternally, this flame does not extinguish souls, it merely punishes. Even the most apathetic of the Nagwa demons would experience excruciating torment when scorched by this flame. And that pain is everlasting. As long as the soul exists, it will perpetually experience the sensation of being burned. Yuan Xi's eyes widened in astonishment. Does this mean I have become a formidable foe against demons? If the malevolent god intervenes personally, I may be exempted. Oh. Yuan Xi's spirit dampened once more. realizing that her awakening was a solitary endeavor. The Emperor gently patted Yuan Xi's head, offering solace. The malevolent god will not intervene lightly. And removing your flame does not come without cost. The sole method to eradicate this anguish is to sever a part of the soul, which is already quite remarkable. Then, Father, since I have awakened half the essence of the subspace, does this mean the malevolent god will no longer target me? The Emperor paused for a moment. That is not necessarily the case. After all, Yuan Xi has only awakened partially. And the malevolent gods still have the opportunity to drag her into the abyss. Furthermore, the grand scheme has yet to commence. There will be ample chances to seize Yuan Xi in the future, and a single failure is insignificant. Saiyan, can I finally join the fray? Perhaps to the Empire. Ursh is now an adversary not to be underestimated, yet the Empire shall not falter. The future of the Empire lies in conquering the galaxy and restoring humanity's glory. It will not be hindered by Ursh. Amidst the valiant charges of countless mortals, Astartes, and Thunder Warriors, Kerrigan's prideful army and psychic troops suffered relentless defeats. Even the reactivation of the Red Engines yielded little against the highly mobile Imperial forces. The failure of the Ursh Empire had become a foregone conclusion. However, Kerrigan refused to accept defeat. After all, he was Kerrigan, and how could he succumb to failure? He disregarded his nation's dwindling resources, conscripting wave after wave of civilians into the military, still attempting to repel the Emperor and restore Ursh's former glory. In the stillness of night, the Emperor stood atop the command center, gazing at the towering nest city several kilometers away, the capital of the Ursh Empire. Father, are you counting stars? Yuan Xi quietly approached the Emperor, perhaps intending to startle him, but how could she possibly frighten the Emperor? Stars. The Emperor raised his gaze. Apart from the inky night sky and the hazy moon, there was nothing else. The skies of Terra had been shrouded in a yellow haze for far too long, leaving the inhabitants unaware of the colors of the sky or the appearance of stars. Sit here, child. The Emperor perched on the edge of the rooftop, his legs dangling over the side, and Yuan Xi joined him. Look, that is the Big Dipper. The Emperor pointed to the dark sky, yet even following his direction, Yuan Xi could see nothing. That is Centaurus. The Emperor spoke at length, sharing many stories, and Yuan Xi had never seen him so loquacious. Perhaps on matters that seemed trivial to him. Nevertheless, she listened intently. The Emperor had gazed at the stars from every corner of Terra. From his days as a frail child to his current status as the mighty ruler of humanity, much had changed, yet much remained the same. In his deep voice, he recounted tales of his youth, his aspirations and struggles, and how friends who once shared his ideals drifted away one by one. The Emperor gradually fell silent. And apart from the thunderous footsteps of Astartes and Thunder Warriors echoing through the night, there was no other sound. Rest assured, Father. Yuan Xi spoke. Observing the Emperor's profile, this time will be successful. The most important thing is that I will be by your side. I will never leave you, no matter when. The Emperor did not look at Yuan Xi. He smiled, though she could not discern whether it was a smile of appreciation or self-mockery. Yuan Xi merely shifted closer to him. The moonlight cascaded down like white silk. As the first rays of dawn pierced the horizon, the Empire's offensive commenced. Countless Astartes and Thunder Warriors charged fearlessly at the forefront, with a vast multitude of mortals providing cover from the rear. Storm Eagles and various warplanes traversed the skies, and massive war machines unleashed relentless artillery fire upon the dense enemy formations. The Emperor confronted Kerrigan once more. Last time, the intervention of the malevolent god allowed Kerrigan to evade doom. This time, the Emperor would ensure Kerrigan's complete demise. Yuan Xi soared through the skies, her dual blades dismantling Ursh's war machines. Having awakened half the essence of the subspace, she disregarded all psychic attacks, as white flames swept through the psychic warriors, who fell in anguished cries. As the sun gradually dipped behind distant mountains, the Empire declared victory. Kerrigan's headless corpse was displayed within the nest city, and his pearl armor was taken by the Emperor. The Imperial forces continued to scour the battlefield for resources. The Emperor stood atop the nest city, gazing at the twilight, high enough to pierce the clouds and glimpse a faint blue in the sky. Yuan Xi quietly approached him, and the Emperor spoke. Once the genetic defects of the Thunder Warriors are resolved, I will integrate them into your legion. Ah. But I intended to send them to their respective Astartes legions. Yuan Xi stepped beside the Emperor, both watching the sunset. Indeed, but only you have the authority to command them. Ah, very well. Your genetic seed has been successfully developed, and we are now seeking suitable candidates. Ah, really? Yuan Xi had never inquired about her legion. And the emperor had never mentioned it. She understood why. She was an unexpected occurrence, an anomaly outside the emperor's plans. And thus the Zero Legion had never been part of his designs. Yuan Xi felt a tinge of regret, yet she would not voice it to the emperor. For she comprehended him. She realized that in the empire's future, there was no need for the Zero Legion, and she was prepared for this reality. Yes, truly. The emperor nodded, lowering his gaze to meet Yuan Xi's eyes. From now on, you shall be called Yuan Xi, with Yuan signifying the beginning and Xi signifying hope. The emperor uttered this final sentence in Chinese. Yuan Xi's heart surged with emotion as she suddenly leaped onto the emperor's back, wrapping her arms around his neck, startling the nearby imperial guards. Thank you, father. The emperor smiled, a smile unseen by any imperial guard, radiating more brilliance than his own aura under the sunlight. Have you decided what to name your legion? Yuan Xi leaned against the emperor's back, watching the sun gradually sink. Let us call it the Dawn Angels. Good. Yuan Xi gently pecked the emperor's cheek. Love you, father, you are the best. Chapter 27, Conclusion. The emperor has arrived, Terra is at peace. The emperor has arrived. The blue skies are here. The unification of Terra was progressing fervently. With the expansion of the empire's territory and the growth of its population, an increasing number of Astartes were born, and the other Astartes legions, aside from the first, began to take shape. This signifies that the empire's strength is continually surging. And the remaining enemies on Terra will inevitably be crushed into the dust of history beneath the empire's might. Furthermore, the imperial truth has been officially released. Yuan Xi did not significantly alter its content. After consulting with the emperor, she incorporated several clauses. These include definitions for humans and xenos. In truth, as long as one supports the empire, I will consider you human regardless of your form, and a discreet reminder regarding the abominations of subspace. Emphasizing that what can be explained by science is scientific, while the inexplicable is the fault of subspace. You know, the universe and subspace cannot be equated. Aside from this, the supremacy of humanity and opposition to religious faith remain unchanged. And the imperial forces will continue to eradicate all enemies of the empire under the guidance of the imperial truth. The Achaemenid Empire, located in the region of ancient Terra corresponding to modern-day Iran, swiftly pledged allegiance. They had allied with the nascent empire early in the unification wars to resist the conflict. And now that the emperor had risen to prominence, they were eager to attach themselves to his cause. It is noteworthy that the emperor originally intended to designate this place as a recruitment ground for the 15th Legion. However, after a conversation between Yuan Xi and the emperor, this plan ultimately fell through, resulting in the selection of only a few mortals as reserves for the 15th Legion. Rumors suggest that the Imperial Grand Princess may have conversed with two of these individuals, though the specifics remain shrouded in mystery. The Haikydan, a force not far from the Empire's core, also resides in the Himalayas. Upon reviewing the intelligence concerning Haikydan, Yuan Xi felt a profound sense of malice emanating from GW. The ritualistic practices of flaying and offerings to deities, as well as the ominous undertones of the Himalayas, became unbearable for her. Consequently, she led her troops to obliterate Haikydan within 5 years. The Caucasus Wasteland War emerged as one of the most challenging conflicts following the Uresh Empire's campaign. One can only imagine Yuan Xi's expression upon encountering the genetically modified monstrosities and towering mechanical sentinels scattered across the battlefield. This protracted war, under Yuan Xi's coordination, saw 6 Astartes legions and tens of thousands of Thunder warriors engaged in combat. Even the long-absent Imperial Guard joined the fray. Yuan Xi fought valiantly at the forefront, nevertheless. The Empire incurred significant losses, particularly the Astartes 18th Legion's Dragon Knights. Fortunately, Yuan Xi's timely arrival prevented the annihilation of the 18th Legion. Located in Antarctica, Aurek is not particularly formidable, possessing only a satellite capable of global surveillance. They maintain a primitive worship of a certain deity. In response, the Emperor dispatched the 17th Legion, the Imperial missionaries, whose primary duty is to disseminate the Empire's truths, an appropriate task for them. The scene unfolded somewhat like this: 17th Legion, are you loyal? Aurek, loyal. But I wish to practice my faith. 17th Legion, no religion allowed. Do you see this book of Imperial truth? No religion. Aurek, then I shall be disloyal. Consequently, the 17th Legion swept through Auric. 17th Legion, are you still loyal? Will you still practice your faith? Auric, loyal. Loyal. I will no longer practice my faith. Thus, Auric was joyfully incorporated into the empire. Hybaxi occupies the territory once known as Brazil, boasting formidable technological prowess, including powerful plasma reactor technology. However, their ruler, Dalmerskin, repeatedly refused to pledge allegiance to the empire. Thus, war was declared. Under the personal command of the emperor and Yuan Xi, Hybaxi's stubborn resistance appeared almost comical, resulting in yet another headless corpse beneath the emperor's blade. Other factions on Terra were briefly mentioned. It suffices to say that the slow progress of Terra's unification stemmed from the emperor's need to conserve strength. He feared that a lack of restraint might lead to disastrous consequences, potentially obliterating Terra entirely. Moreover, the Great Crusade could only commence after the emergence of the color sin, rendering haste futile. Yet, Yuan Xi was in a state of urgency. Overwhelmed by the task of addressing the genetic flaws of the Thunder Warriors while simultaneously tackling those of the Astartes, there was simply no time for warfare. In stark contrast to the original narrative's 300 years, Yuan Xi's intervention resulted in Terra's unification within merely a century, during which she dealt with all hostile factions, hidden aberrations, and every religion on Terra. In the final church on Terra, the emperor met with Yuan Xi and the last remaining priest, named Yulia, an elderly man with graying hair. When faced with Yuan Xi and the emperor, he exhibited no signs of nervousness, resembling an old friend sharing stories of his youth alongside the emperor. Recounting his initial resistance to the emperor and how a radiant figure had redeemed him in his moments of confusion, he sought to convey to the emperor that religion should indeed have a place in the world. However, the emperor merely revealed that the golden figure he had encountered was none other than himself, leading Yulia to a state of despair as he and the church were consumed by flames. In his final moments, he uttered a singular phrase, one that blurred the line between a curse and a warning: in the future, they too will worship you as a deity. Throughout the ordeal, Yuan Xi remained silent, fully aware that this was a palpable truth, perhaps a truth destined to unfold in the future. Even now, there were faint signs of such a phenomenon on Terra. Yet, Yuan Xi could not halt the fervor of others' veneration. She would, however, ensure that such tragedies were guided appropriately. 50 years after Terra's unification, significant breakthroughs were achieved in resolving the genetic issues of the Thunder Warriors, bringing Yuan Xi to the brink of tears. The arduous journey had finally borne fruit after over a century of relentless work. The existing Thunder Warriors underwent modification surgeries and were implanted with the corresponding genetic seeds of their legions. Now, apart from being slightly stronger than the Astartes, they bore no distinction from them, and Yuan Xi integrated them into their respective Astartes legions. Thunder Warriors, little ones, did you miss me? Astartes, stay away from us. Although only Yuan Xi possessed the authority to command the Thunder Warriors, they were eager to undertake missions alongside the Astartes. As the saying goes, an elder in the house is like a treasure. Some Astartes legions even appointed Thunder Warriors to the position of acting legion commander, clearly demonstrating that these seasoned veterans were more than capable of fulfilling such roles. Now, Yuan Xi faced a novel dilemma as she gazed thoughtfully at the 50 canistered beings before her. The livery of the Zero Legion was an orange hue, situated between gold and red, adorned with the emblem of the Zero Legion's dawn angels, a sun encircled by 3 pairs of wings. Yuan Xi was pleased with her progeny, as they exhibited no genetic flaws. However, their compatibility was alarmingly low. If the other Astartes legions were akin to 1 in 10,000, the Zero Legion was 1 in 100 million, with only a handful emerging from the billions of inhabitants on Terra. Is this even feasible? Yuan Xi initially hoped to emulate the 13th brother's strategy of mass recruitment, but it seemed futile, prompting her to abandon the notion altogether. Mother, is there a problem? Yusonis timidly inquired, lifting his gaze to his genetic progenitor. Once merely a minor noble on Terra, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of the Imperial Grand Princess during a war and was nearly scorched by Yuan Xi's stunning and formidable presence. He had taken a chance by entering the Astartes selection, never anticipating that he would become a progeny of the Grand Princess. What did you call me? Mother. Is there a problem, my lady? Yusonis was nearly paralyzed with fear. Yuan Xi stood with her hands on her hips, chest puffed out. Call me Mama. Yusonis, this is not quite how I envisioned the Grand Princess to be. Oh, by the way, Are you all prepared for the upcoming interviews for the positions? Is this even reasonable? There are so few of us, yet the employment pressure remains so high. Chapter 28, Preparing for the Expedition. Emperor, I am utterly incensed. How dare you, a warlord and a charlatan wielding psychic powers, flaunt your authority in such a manner? I tell you, if you seek knowledge of the gene cult, it does not exist. My life has been sacrificed in the pursuit of genetic research countless times. The moon, as humanity's oldest foothold in the cosmos, has long served as a pinnacle of cutting-edge genetic research during the Golden Age, leading to the establishment of a unique gene cult. Both the Emperor and Yuan Xi earnestly desired the genetic knowledge and technology, believing it could play a pivotal role in rectifying the genetic flaws of the Astartes. They made several trips to the moon and offered assurances akin to those given for Mars, with Yuan Xi even sketching the triple-headed eagle. Yet, their overtures were met with indifference. Why, you may ask? The Empress of the gene cult harbored a strong desire for genetically modified warriors like the Astartes. They managed to obtain the genetic material from one of the legions and attempted to clone it, resulting in a horde of irrational monstrosities. However, how could this be possible? Clearly, the genes are identical, yet the results are vastly different. Surely, it cannot be my incompetence. Perplexed, the Empress reached a conclusion: the Emperor must have used sorcery to alter these genes, which stands in stark contradiction to the core tenets of their genetic cult that espouses genetic supremacy. And yet, they expect me to join them? Absolutely not. In truth, she was correct, for the gene seeds of the Astartes indeed contained components of the subspace. However, to secretly study our work and then turn against us simply because you could not achieve results yourself is rather dishonorable. Moreover, the Emperor chastised us quite severely for it. Upon returning to the ship, the Emperor and Yuan Xi found that the Imperial Guard could no longer contain themselves. My lord, how can we endure such insults? The Emperor remained silent, gazing down at the moon. Deploy the Astartes 7th, 13th, and 16th legions. By the next full moon, I want to see the Imperial Aquila planted on the moon. Now, set course for Mars. The 3 legions were ecstatic. They referred to the Astartes as Space Marines. Yet they had only fought on Terra, so their battles were not truly interstellar. Now, they were finally venturing into space, albeit merely to engage in combat on the moon, which was not far from Terra, yet it was still a prestigious first step into the cosmos. For the Emperor, the soldiers of the 3 legions charged into the moon like wild stallions, while the genetic cult hastily unleashed its genetically modified army to intercept them. However, to the Astartes, who had already triumphed in the unification war on Terra, these adversaries seemed far too weak. After conquering the pinnacle of competition, battling these genetically modified monstrosities felt trivial. They were dispatched by the Astartes with ease. The Empress of the genetic cult, witnessing the devastation, grew frantic. Cast out those failed products quickly. But we cannot control them. Now, the genetic cult hastily disposed of their failed clones of Astartes onto the battlefield. Initially, these uncontrollable monsters did indeed pose some difficulties for the Astartes. Yet the 16th Legion sensed something amiss. They discovered that these creatures evoked a sense of familiarity. Upon encountering the 16th Legion, they instinctively avoided them as if they were comrades. The floodwaters had breached the Dragon King's temple. The genetic cult's legion was the 16th Legion. In an instant, the 16th Legion surged through the throng of monsters, directly assaulting the core of the genetic cult. The Empress was utterly defeated. Within merely 6 hours, everything she possessed was lost. She slumped in her chair. Contact the Emperor and inform him that we surrender. Have him retract his wolves. My lady, we cannot reach him. Where has he gone? Mars. At that moment, the Emperor was still engaged in discussions with Kabahar, when Yuan Xi leaned in to whisper to him, Father, the moon reports that they have surrendered. Tell them it is too late. The Empress of the genetic cult, upon receiving this news, felt as if the sky had fallen. Contact Mars. If you do not spare my life, I will spoil all your collaborations. Moon, Mars, do not cooperate with her. She surely intends to devour you. Mars, irrelevant. Moon, I advise you not to trust her. Mars, I advise you not to advise. Ultimately, the genetic cult was thoroughly defeated by the Astartes, and all their technologies and texts were transported back to Terra. Due to the outstanding performance of the 16th Legion, it was officially renamed the Inuit Songlong. The moon attempted one last desperate struggle, sending emissaries to Terra with their most potent virus to infect the Astartes. Unfortunately, Yuan Xi, having anticipated this, caught them red-handed, marking a true turn of events. As for the other planets in the solar system, they were swiftly conquered by the Empire. Some, like Venus, pledged loyalty even before the Emperor made a move, while others, such as stubborn space pirates, remained oblivious to reality and fell before the Empire's might after suffering losses among the Astartes. Thus, the solar system officially became the domain of the Empire, allowing the Emperor to commence preparations for the Great Crusade. Long ago, the Emperor had initiated grand construction projects, nearly gathering all of Terra's populace to erect a breathtaking edifice known as the Star Beacon. In the future, it would serve as a guiding lighthouse for the Imperial fleet navigating through subspace. The Emperor would remotely power the Star Beacon with his psychic energy to illuminate its path. Concurrently, he sought out specialists in communication and subspace navigation on Terra, the Star Speakers and Navigator families, who would become an essential part of the forthcoming Great Crusade. For Yuan Xi, the most delightful news was acquiring a glorious Queen-class warship. Indeed, it was magnificent. In the Martian shipyard, Yuan Xi and the Emperor gazed upon this colossal marvel. The Imperial wing had been completed at the Martian shipyard. Yuan Xi surveyed the pristine fortress stretching approximately 25 kilometers and glanced back at the 200 Astartes he had painstakingly assembled, lost in thought. To be honest, it felt somewhat excessive, akin to a first-grade boy encountering the alluring widow next door, a sense of helplessness enveloping him. "Fear not, we are pursuing an elite soldier approach," reassured Captain Usonis of the Dawn Angels Primaris Guard. Indeed, this was no exaggeration, the Zero Legion was comprised almost entirely of elite soldiers, under equal numbers and equipment. The Zero Legion's combat prowess was unparalleled, a testament to Yuan Xi's unique training methods. Yuan Xi believed that legions should not be confined to a singular tactic. Differentiating roles by companies was utterly unacceptable. Everyone must develop comprehensively. This proved burdensome for Yuan Xi's progeny, as he preferred practical training, but with such a limited number of soldiers, they could not see battle. No matter, there were ample training partners available. Who knows how those Astartes endured the practical training sessions with the Thunder Warriors? These Thunder Warriors were stronger and more numerous, and the Astartes had to breach their defenses or withstand their assaults in various scenarios. Some may wonder what happens if they do not meet the standards. If they fail, they train again until they succeed. Fortunately, the Thunder Warriors were also considerate. Especially since these youngsters were the offspring of the prince, they would patiently guide them, thus avoiding conflicts. Beyond combat capabilities, Yuan Xi demanded that the Dawn Angels excel in all aspects: virtue, intelligence, physique, aesthetics, and labor. She even organized charitable activities for the Astartes, requiring full participation. Those who fell short in personal conduct or were found to oppress civilians were mandated to engage in charity for 10 years. In such a high-pressure environment, did her progeny harbor discontent? Surprisingly, no, for when not in training or missions, Yuan Xi completely shed her authoritative demeanor. She enthusiastically organized Legion activities, such as barbecue parties, and encouraged Legion members to cultivate their hobbies and even seek love, rather than living like ascetics. Whenever Yuan Xi organized Legion activities, other legions would turn envious. "We want that too. Father, please return, we wish for such camaraderie." Thus, Yuan Xi's legion regarded her as a mother who only turned serious during examinations. In their daily lives, the legion members would even jest with her. And Yuan Xi delighted in playful banter with her children. "Do not worry, your legion will flourish," the emperor reassured, patting Yuan Xi on the shoulder. "In the future, when your brothers return, they will each have their own warships. By the way, father, I have long wished to ask, why did you mold me as a female?" At the time, Mikado jested that creating half of the Primaris as females would improve familial relations. To satisfy his whim, I configured you as female. "Mikado, what do you mean by my preferences?" I was not joking at that time. Chapter 29, A Heavy Burden to Bear. Long, long ago, the galactic sovereign, Gu Xing, engaged in an earth-shattering battle with the cosmic star god. Thousands of stars were obliterated in their clash, ultimately resulting in the shattering of the star god, while Gu Xing vanished without a trace. The Lingzhu, a creation of Gu Xing, became the final beneficiaries, developing a formidable empire based on the technology left behind by their creator. The Lingzhu Empire emerged as the new overlord of the galaxy. These humanoid beings, resembling humans, were vastly different. They possessed far greater physical strength and spiritual prowess, their souls shining like brilliant torches in the subspace, whereas humans resembled mere embers. Simultaneously, their senses were heightened, having liberated all Lingzhu from labor through their advanced technology. Their greatest pleasure lay in indulging in various forms of hedonism. It can be said that there was nothing they had not attempted, leading the entire Lingzhu society into a state of brutality, violence, and excess. The Lingzhu's indulgence and desire coalesced in the subspace, nourishing the birth of a new malevolent deity. Finally, with a scream echoing in every Lingzhu's mind, the Dark Prince, the god of pleasure, was born. In that instant, a terrifying rift in subspace tore through the heart of the Lingzhu Empire. Countless souls being consumed by the lustful deity as mere snacks. The once glorious Lingzhu fell into decline, with only a few surviving the calamity. Yet, this was not the end. The malevolent deity was now highly intertwined with the Lingzhu, and the remnants of the Lingzhu would forever evade its gaze. However, this was fortuitous for humanity. As the cries of the malevolent deity dispersed the long-looming subspace storm, the Imperial fleet prepared for action. With a multitude of genetically modified soldiers and mortal auxiliaries all in place, the star torch on Terra shimmered brightly in the subspace. In the name of the Emperor, the great expedition commenced. Yuan Xi's flagship, Wings of the Empire, soared through the dark, silent cosmos, flanked by dozens of small warships and assault boats. Due to the limited number of Yuan Xi's forces, the Emperor granted her the authority to recruit soldiers freely and to command other legions in joint operations. At this moment aboard the warship, Yuan Xi was conducting a lesson. Alright, turn to page 16 of your textbooks. Do not lose due to poor expression, children. I was quite disappointed by your diplomatic approach 2 days ago. In a vast chamber aboard the warship, 300 Astartes sat like high school students in a classroom, while Yuan Xi stood at the podium, tapping the blackboard. 2 days prior, Yuan Xi's fleet had arrived at a planet governed by the Human Federation. As Yuan Xi's ship docked in orbit around the planet, they received a communication request from the other side. Yuan Xi perceived this as an opportunity to train her progeny and dispatched a squad of Astartes. Who would have thought that a conversation would escalate into a conflict? Captain Caddis of the Dawn Angels stood up, aggrieved. Mother, they claimed to coexist peacefully with the aliens on the planet and insisted we should not exterminate them. That is unacceptable, we only retaliated after they attacked us. The other Astartes nodded in agreement, equally distressed. Indeed, we believed our actions were justified. Yuan Xi sighed. Could you not have stabilized the situation first? Wait until you brought them up to explain. If necessary, we would have descended with a larger force. How could you so recklessly engage them with so few personnel? Thankfully, the technological prowess of that planet was not too formidable, otherwise losing her progeny would have pained Yuan Xi deeply. Seeing the hundreds of aggrieved eyes fixed upon her, Yuan Xi waved her hand. Enough with the banter, class is dismissed. Pay attention next time. Long live Mother. The Astartes cheered, rushing out of the classroom like high schoolers on break. The Dawn Angels had far more leisure activities than other legions, organizing a sports match as they awaited its commencement. Yuan Xi sighed and returned to her quarters, the largest room on the entire warship, devoid of furniture aside from a table and a bed. Instead, towering bookshelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with countless tomes, leaving little space for Yuan Xi's personal belongings. Do not misunderstand. This was not a sudden thirst for knowledge on Yuan Xi's part, but rather a necessity. Yuan Xi was not only the imperial crown princess but also the vice-emperor of the empire. Although she had not handled administrative affairs for some time, the emperor had entrusted her with the formidable task of establishing the political, economic, and judicial frameworks of the empire. The great expedition had just begun, with countless planets streaming into the empire like water into a sponge. However, as the saying goes, it is easy to conquer a realm but difficult to maintain it. In Yuan Xi's view, governing was even more challenging. The current expedition consisted of capturing a location, planting a flag, informing them to remember their taxes, and then departing hastily. The economic, political, and cultural systems remained discordant with the empire. This was untenable. Once incorporated into the empire, trade and communication were inevitable. Yuan Xi had no choice but to immerse herself in literature, seeking a unified and representative currency while endeavoring to build a broadly applicable administrative system to ensure efficient governance over the ever-expanding worlds. Mother, a knock resonated at the door. and Yusunis entered. "Ah, Yusunis, why aren't you watching the match?" Yusunis shook his head. "It's not worth it, I know the first company will win without watching." The structure of the Dawn Angels was simple, 4 companies, each comprising 120 soldiers, culminating in a 20-person Primarchs guard. The current troop count constrained Yuan Xi to maintain such a legion structure. Yusunis picked up a book and sat on the bed, flipping through its pages. His once idealized perception of Yuan Xi had nearly shattered, yet his admiration for her only intensified. He respected Yuan Xi's dedication to the empire and cherished her tenderness towards her progeny. Even now, as he sat on Yuan Xi's bed, he said nothing, wishing to assist but feeling powerless. All he could do was quietly accompany his mother. Yuan Xi continued to write fervently on the paper, occasionally consulting books to ensure no conflicting ideologies arose. Time passed, moment by moment. "All right, Yusunis, it's time to rest." After an indeterminate duration, Yuan Xi finally spoke, pulling the book from Yusunis' hands. "Mother, do you rest as well?" "Of course. Tomorrow we shall assault an alien planet. Get some sleep, we need to secure that planet for the Empire." "Good night, Mother." Yusunis gently closed the door, and at that moment, Yuan Xi quietly opened another book. A heavy burden to bear. The Empire's forces swept through the galaxy, claiming world after world for its dominion. One day, while Yuan Xi was engaged in dialogue with a human faction, the Emperor's psychic communication came through directly. "Come to the coordinates I sent you, return to Terra with me. I have found your brother." Chapter 30, The Prodigal Son. Kasunia is a desolate planet not far from the solar system, rife with nests and industrial pollution. The resources of this planet were depleted millennia ago, and members of the Mechanicus occasionally arrived to extract technology. The only distinguishing feature of this planet was the vicious gang members prowling the slums. An orphaned original entity was discovered and adopted by a gang lord named Kajitan, who named him Wuming. Thus, the original entity grew amidst the long-standing bloody conflicts of the gangs. Notably, the original entity's extraordinary physique had yet to be uncovered for reasons unknown. He was merely an ordinary gang member called Wuming. Slightly more intelligent and stronger than an average person. Becoming a modest gang leader was the pinnacle of his aspirations. One fateful day, a member of the mechanical cult stumbled upon the cultivation chamber of the primordial entity and attempted to seize it for study. This act incited desperation in Wuming, for it was the sole evidence of his identity. If they wished to take it, they would have to contend with him. A fierce battle ensued, resulting in Wuming slaying his opponent. Upon reflection, he realized this could be a fortuitous turn of events, with such a feat to boast of. He might attain the title of Killing Name, which would, in essence, be his true name. However, when Wuming returned with the corpse of the mechanical cult member, Kaji Dun was left in shock. "Child, whom have you slain?" he inquired. "Foster father, can I now obtain my true name?" "Do not call me foster father. You are indeed my son." The vengeance of the mechanical cult soon followed, as a massive drilling machine thundered ominously, intent on uprooting the underground faction. Kaji Dun fell into utter despair, ultimately requesting Wuming to end his life to secure the killing name. In Kaji Dun's final moments, Wuming acquired his true name, Horus Lupekar. At that instant, it was as though a switch had been flipped. Horus's physique expanded dramatically, and a torrent of knowledge and memory surged into his mind. When the members of the mechanical cult kicked down the door, they were greeted by a towering figure over 3 meters tall. "Who is this?" they wondered, perplexed. As he proclaimed himself the son of their erstwhile ally, while questioning the whereabouts of the boy who had slain their comrade. Consequently, Horus was taken back to Terra. Aboard the spaceship, Horus was filled with anxious anticipation, now aware of his identity, and he was about to meet his long-lost biological father. Perhaps he ought not to be so nervous. After all, this was merely a typical reunion between a son and his biological father. Yet, the transition from an ordinary gang member to a prince of an empire spanning the galaxy left him apprehensive. Accompanying Horus were some of his friends from his gang days, who observed the transformation of their companion into a giant with mixed emotions. "Indeed, Horus, not only have you acquired a name, but you are now a prince. Do not forget your brothers." "Yes, how could one frown upon such splendid fortune?" Horus gazed upon his mortal friends encircling him and released a sigh of relief. "Fear not. I shall ensure my brothers partake in the bounties of life." Indeed, what was there to fear? He had become formidable in his own right. At that moment, Terra was adorned with festive decorations, as countless mortals gathered at the port, awaiting the return of the emperor's firstborn. The procession was slated to last 3 months. Though the emperor initially desired it to extend for a year, only to be met with resistance from Yuan Xi. What of the 20 brothers? If each were to stay for a year, the people of Terra would scarcely need to work, merely awaiting the procession. Yet the emperor remained undeterred. For he envisioned great responsibilities for his 16th son as a war leader. Should his future sons require simplicity? He believed it only fitting to grant Horus a modicum of special treatment. Yuan Xi, with an expression of disbelief, questioned the emperor, "Father, is Arthur Pendragon your alias?" "Yes." "What of it?" The emperor sighed, shaking his head. "Father, you do not grasp the hearts of men. History has taught us that rulers must not fear scarcity, but inequality. If Horus has yet to become a war leader, you risk widening the gap between him and his returning brothers." Ultimately, the duration of the procession was settled at 3 months, and Yuan Xi decreed that future royal returns would adhere to this standard. A vessel emblazoned with the insignia of the mechanical cult approached the port of Terra, and all mortals strained their necks in anticipation. They yearned to glimpse the emperor's first son, questioning whether he would possess the same beauty and nobility as the grand princess. As the ship's hatch slowly opened, a muscular man over 3 meters tall emerged, followed by a group of somewhat ragged mortals. These ordinary gang members from Cosonia felt the weight of millions of eyes upon them, rendering them somewhat anxious. The assembled crowd, having waited in eager anticipation, felt a tinge of disappointment. Truth be told, the prince was not unappealing, yet he seemed to pale in comparison to the grand princess. Ah well, back to work. As Horus advanced amidst the thunderous cheers of the multitude, his gaze remained fixed upon the towering golden figure ahead, radiating brilliance. When he stood before the emperor, he felt as though he might be scorched by his father's resplendence. This imposing figure was his father. Enough with the dazed expression, speak. The tense atmosphere dissipated as Yuan Xi nudged the emperor's side with her elbow. The emperor cast a reproachful glance at his daughter before approaching Horus. He placed a hand on Horus's shoulder, saying, "Welcome home, my son." Together, they ascended the float of the procession, which commenced its slow journey. The crowd witnessed the emperor and Horus engaged in amiable conversation, the emperor even presenting Horus with a book on constellations. A gesture befitting the tender bond between a benevolent father and his dutiful son. In reality, only Yuan Xi, positioned nearby, understood that the emperor, socially awkward, was merely listing the novel wonders surrounding them, akin to a tour guide. Horus, too, struggled to articulate coherent responses, mumbling inarticulate sounds that could easily be mistaken for the babbling of an elderly mind. "Step aside," Yuan Xi interjected, positioning herself between the two. "How is it that you cannot even express yourself clearly?" Horus stood in disbelief. The emperor of an entire nation had been pushed aside in full view of the crowd. Was this not an act of overstepping? Yet the emperor made no protest, instead gesturing to Yuan Xi, introducing her to Horus. "This is my daughter, the Grand Princess of the Empire, your sister." Horus hastily greeted Yuan Xi, "Greetings, sister." Yuan Xi stood before her brother, who towered over her, and gently caressed his face. "You have suffered." "Nay, sister, I have fared rather well, truly." Horus had not anticipated such kindness. In truth, life in Cosonia had been fraught with hardship. His foster father was an ultimate recluse who never sheltered him, forcing Horus to navigate a brutal existence alone. Countless times he had narrowly escaped death in gang conflicts, often receiving severe beatings from rival factions. "Shoo," Yuan Xi placed a finger upon his lips. "It is all right, that is all in the past. Do not fear. I shall support you through anything." Suddenly, his anxieties melted away, and the trepidation and confusion that had accompanied his arrival on Terra dissipated. "Thank you, sister." "Ah. What of the brothers from Cosonia who accompanied me?" "Do not worry, the Imperial Chancellor is attending to them." When Mikado returned to the Chancellor's estate, he was surprised to find Alfarius present. Clad in the armor of the First Legion, Alfarius had removed his helmet and sat in silence, staring blankly at the table before him. "What troubles you? Why did you not go to see your brother?" Alfarius snapped back to reality. "Master, I did visit. After escorting my brother's friends to their destination, I returned." Mikado understood well enough and raised his teacup. "Jealous, are we?" "Not exactly, master, rather." Alfarius paused, contemplating. "Master." I did not expect father to exhibit such an expression. Alfarius had witnessed it, the Emperor's lips curling into a smile as he met Horus. Until now, the Emperor had only smiled at Yuan Xi. Yet Alfarius remained silent, for he understood that no one could harbor ill will towards Yuan Xi, even the Emperor, who was cold as ice in his presence. Yet, the Emperor smiled at Horus, his son whom he had just met. Why was it that he alone received such warmth? As for Yuan Xi, since the Great Crusade, their encounters had dwindled, for he was merely a false identity, traversing between legions, lacking the right to seek her out. Kuhalusi, the original entity returning as a prince, can openly seek out his sister. Yet, will she forget him in the process? Indeed, while he is her brother, Kuhalusi is also her brother, making it inherently difficult for him to approach her without reservation. With Kuhalusi's return, he will undoubtedly capture her attention. And as his brothers arrive one after another, what chance will he have for solitary moments with her? Malcador sighed. I shall arrange a false identity for you within the Zero Legion, henceforth, you may meet her at your leisure. Ah, thank you, master, he replied. Malcador sipped his tea, lamenting the plight. Chapter 31, The Moon and the Stars Question, Who was the happiest about Kuhalusi's return? Answer, the Inuit Songlong Legion. The 16th Legion had nearly surrounded the imperial palace, exclaiming joyfully, We have a father. We have a father. They were all eager to meet their genetic progenitor. Truly, it would be a lie for any legion to claim they were not envious of the Zero Legion, witnessing that group of orange canisters crowding around their original. Their eyes were nearly glazed over. Now, they too had a father. Upon arriving at the palace, Kuhalusi was greeted by a throng of canisters surrounding him, calling him father. Bewildered, he thought to himself, I don't even have a wife, how could I have such a multitude of sons? They are genetically modified from your lineage. So ethically, you are indeed their father, Yuan Xi explained softly. In the future, you shall lead them. As he gazed at the progeny encircling him, Kuhalusi felt the weight of responsibility settle upon him. But sister, am I truly capable of leading them? Yuan Xi nudged his side with her elbow, reassuring him. Do not worry, you possess the ability. If not, you can always learn. Waving farewell to his offspring, Kuhalusi entered the palace, where a grand dining table had already been arranged, surrounded by only a few individuals, such as the commander of the Imperial Guard, Baldo, and the Imperial Chancellor, Malcador. You are the Imperial Chancellor, Kuhalusi softly inquired. Malcador smiled and waved his hand dismissively, I am merely a facilitator for the Emperor. You may call me the Master of Seals. Kuhalusi humbly asked, Master of Seals, might I inquire where my brothers who accompanied me have gone? I wish for them to join this banquet. Malcador inhaled deeply, visibly troubled. My lord, this is a royal family banquet, and inviting outsiders would not be appropriate. Kuhalusi countered, they are not outsiders, without them, I would not be here today. Yuan Xi was about to interject but was held back by the Emperor. Rolling her eyes, she realized this was a test set by the old man. Turning to the Emperor, Kuhalusi addressed him, Father. The Emperor waved his hand dismissively, Kuhalusi. They have already been taken care of, you need not concern yourself with them. Father, I have just pledged to share both hardship and joy with them today. Is it not unjust to leave me in this predicament? Kuhalusi exclaimed, pushing open the grand doors. Father, sister, please enjoy your meal, I must find my brothers. The Emperor remained silent, observing Kuhalusi's retreating figure. Such impressive acting for one just awakened, Yuan Xi teased. Regardless of whether it is genuine or feigned. The fact that he can present it is sufficient, the Emperor remarked. Indeed, they have all discerned it. Kuhalusi has realized this is a trial aimed at him. And he has submitted an exemplary answer sheet. The Emperor wished for Kuhalusi to one day assume command, if he could not interact well with friends from his childhood. How could he lead brothers of diverse temperaments in the future? Whether genuine or not, as long as Kuhalusi was willing to undertake such an endeavor. Even if it were merely pretense, the Emperor would be satisfied. A guard quietly approached Valdo and whispered something to him, causing his previously jovial demeanor to stiffen. Ahem. It seems there has been a slight mishap. Oh no, this is catastrophic. Those mortal friends Kuhalusi brought back have somehow learned they must undergo Astartes transformation to remain by his side. They were so eager that they rushed off without even eating. The supervisor at the Astartes transformation facility grew frantic, exclaiming, This is madness. Astartes are chosen from childhood. How can we transform you when you are all fully grown? The gang members, however, were oblivious to the complexities and believed the supervisor was deceiving them. They insisted on undergoing the transformation, knowing full well that as friends of the returning prince, the supervisor would not dare refuse them. Thus, he dispatched someone to notify the palace, desperately trying to buy time. However, the gang noticed the delay and threateningly declared, "Fine, even if something goes wrong. It won't fall on you, but if you delay further, my brothers will smash this place." Perhaps it was genuinely perilous, but they could hardly care less. They understood their own limitations. Arriving in Terra was solely due to Kuhalusi's influence. Having witnessed the splendor of the Starry Sea, they had no desire to return to the desolate land of Casonia. Moreover, they genuinely wished to fight alongside Kuhalusi. If they did not transform in time and he surrounded himself with more capable allies, they would lose their chance to hold a significant place in his heart. Thus, they made a reckless gamble. As members of the underworld, they feared not death, accepting that should they fail, they would meet their end. Well then, let us proceed with the operation. And inevitably, all perished. When Kuhalusi searched the streets for his brothers, he was left in utter disbelief. Where are they? Where have my brothers gone? He frantically wandered the streets as chaos erupted within the palace. Why are they so anxious? I am merely trying to figure out how to safely transform adults into Astartes. It would take only 2 or 3 years at most. Why the rush? Yuan Xi truly did not anticipate such an occurrence. Who informed them about the transformation? The emperor remained calm, pouring himself a glass of water and taking a sip. Do not fret. Yuan Xi held her forehead in exasperation. I am not worried, you should be more concerned about whether Kuhalusi is anxious. From Kuhalusi's perspective, it felt as though his brothers had vanished in the time it took to share a meal. If he was not anxious, he must have been foolish. What should I do? How do I explain this to Kuhalusi? The emperor remained silent, glancing at Malcador, who was sipping tea. Malcador sighed, realizing he was to play the villain in this scenario. Within a few days, under the guise of the imperial chancellor, Malcador punished several inconsequential individuals to appease Kuhalusi. The latter was left exasperated. Although he was aware of the situation's intricacies, he still felt a surge of anger. If you had addressed this matter earnestly, I would have had no objection. After all, my brothers were indeed at fault. Yet, this has been a clear attempt to placate me. However, Kuhalusi was unable to voice his grievances. After all, it was indeed his brothers who had made the error, and should anything truly transpire, blame could not be placed elsewhere. Thus, he quietly made a mental note of Mikado's actions. I will remember this grievance. Currently, Kuhalusi had more pressing matters at hand. Namely studying alongside Yuan Xi and the emperor. The emperor granted him a year to assume command of his legion, during which Yuan Xi and the emperor diligently taught Kuhalusi on Terra. Yuan Xi meticulously prepared a highly scientific schedule for Kuhalusi, mornings spent learning martial skills and cultural education with the emperor. Afternoons devoted to legion management and strategic guidelines with Yuan Xi and the Zero Legion, with even 10-minute breaks between each class. Yet, Kuhalusi grew weary of those 10 minutes. He felt no fatigue. He cherished the time spent with his father and sister. He took pride in his father's grand aspirations and felt immense comfort in his sister's gentle and humorous insights on legion management. The painful memories of Casonia seemed to be fading further from the name of Kuhalusi. As night fell upon the palace lawn, Kuhalusi lay beside Yuan Xi, gazing up at the stars. I believe that is Polaris. Horus followed Yuan Xi's, but saw nothing. Sister, there is nothing there, and it seems you are pointing to the south. Ah, how I wish father were here, he could point out the stars clearly at any time and place on Terra. Horus nodded affirmatively. Indeed, father is quite remarkable. Horus? What kind of person do you think father is? Horus pondered for a moment. I believe father is a great, powerful, and perfect individual. If anyone can restore humanity's former glory, it must be him. Haha, you really have a thick filter when it comes to father. I have always thought he is just a big fool. Horus suddenly sat up, glancing around to ensure no one was nearby before whispering, Sister, what are you saying? Isn't it true? Yuan Xi lay gazing at the moon. He is merely a person, you say restoring humanity is such a heavy burden. Apart from this big fool of a father, who else could bear it? He acts as if he knows everything and can do anything, when in reality, he is simply an old man who struggles to articulate his thoughts. Horus then lay back down. Perhaps that is precisely what makes father great. After a moment of silence, Yuan Xi spoke. Horus, you must remember he is just a person, always has been. He has walked step by step from being an ordinary mortal to today. Remember. He loves us as any mortal loves his children. Horus did not fully grasp the meaning of his sister's words, but he solemnly promised, I remember, sister. A shadow fell. It was the Emperor, dressed casually, standing on the lawn above Yuan Xi. He looked down at his son and daughter. Horus felt a rush of nervousness, as he always did in his father's presence. Father, would you like to lie down with us? Yuan Xi suddenly asked. The Emperor said nothing, calmly sitting on the grass beside Yuan Xi before lying down. Thus, Horus lay next to Yuan Xi, with the Emperor on the other side. His nervousness dissipated, replaced by a profound tranquility, as serene as the quiet night. Father, please show us the stars. The Emperor raised a hand, pointing at the empty night sky. Save for the round moon. Here is Andromeda, and here is Polaris. Chapter 32, The Minister, Mikado. So why must I follow you? Horus said. Your legion is too small. Acting alone is too perilous. It is better to move together for mutual support. At the Martian shipyard, Horus was overseeing the acquisition of their glorious Queen-class battleship, the Revenge of the Soul, while Yuan Xi and the Emperor looked on from above. Yuan Xi rolled her eyes. Aren't I with the other legions? Do you need to accompany us? A year swiftly passed, and they were about to embark on the Great Crusade. Their trip to Mars was solely to take possession of the newly constructed battleship and prepare to leave Terra. Yuan Xi had initially wanted to descend with Horus to view his ship, but the Emperor had stopped her, insisting she not act alone. The Emperor wished for Yuan Xi to accompany him and Horus. Yet, Yuan Xi did not understand. She felt she had little left to teach Horus. She could comprehend the Emperor's need to instruct his warlord, but why should she accompany them? Father, I am a Primarch. Do you not think allowing me to act independently would be more efficient? Yuan Xi narrowed her eyes. Could it be that this is not Horus's opinion, but rather your own? The Emperor remained silent. In truth, Horus had indeed expressed to the Emperor his desire to embark on the Great Crusade alongside his father and sister. However, he was also a discerning individual and had stated that everything should follow his father and sister's wishes. Today was simply the Emperor's reluctance to let Yuan Xi depart. Father, are you worried about how you and Horus will interact, and wish for my assistance? Yes. You should have said so earlier. Do not worry. Horus is so fond of you that he might as well tattoo I love Dad on his forehead. With my help, I assure you, you will achieve a scene of paternal affection. Indeed, Horus's love for the Emperor was genuine. In their past sparring, the Emperor had once struck Horus down with a single blow, only to silently help him up, which Horus perceived as a tender gesture from his father, brushing off the dust and gently asking, Did I hurt you, my son? Horus had stared blankly, replying, No, father. Not at all. The Emperor was taken aback, wondering how he had managed to make his child so addled as to speak nonsensically. Yuan Xi, watching the exchange, was on the verge of laughter. She understood the dynamic clearly. The Emperor, unaware of how to interact with his son, was silently trying to care for Horus in his clumsy way. While others might never discern the Emperor's paternal love, Horus, with his imagination, not only saw through it but layered on a filter, leaving the Emperor perplexed by Horus's occasional whims. It was not that Yuan Xi's presence was unnecessary. Both father and son tended to bottle up their feelings. The Emperor, a socially anxious father, and Horus, who became nervous upon seeing his father, were both reticent, thus requiring Yuan Xi's mediation. Very well, let me know when you are set to depart, and I will arrange for the Wings of the Empire and the Revenge of the Soul to accompany your ciphers. The Emperor's dream ship was constructed on Terra, not Mars. Early in the Great Crusade, the Emperor's warship was a combat lighter of similar size to the Queen class. Really, father? Horus beamed. Yes, from now on, you will act alongside me. The Emperor nodded and stood beside Horus, flanked by the officers of the Shadow Moon Wolf, who eagerly watched the tender scene of paternal affection unfold. Now, the Emperor's most valued legion was undoubtedly the 16th Legion. The once arrogant 1st Legion could no longer boast of their seniority. Yuan Xi had no time to interrupt the father-son bonding. She had a multitude of tasks to attend to. Setting aside the myriad issues concerning the Astartes' genetic defects, she barely grasped the political structure of the empire. Within the Chancellor's office, Yuan Xi was discussing these matters with Mikado, while Alfarius brewed tea for them. He and Yuan Xi shared an unspoken understanding, though they appeared to maintain the typical dynamic between a standard Astartes and a Primarch. Yuan Xi treated Alpharius as a brother, even without voicing it. It was as if they both acknowledged their identities without needing to articulate them. Uncle Mac. Do you think this will work? Yuan Xi handed a document to Mikado, who opened it and sighed. This is challenging. Sigh, Yuan Xi echoed, admitting her lack of skill in politics. She yearned for her brothers, adept in political matters, to return quickly so she could lighten her burdens. Come back soon, Gil Lyman, your sister is anxiously awaiting you. Why do I feel an ominous premonition? Alpharius sat nearby, shrinking back like a henchman. He had only been taught how to infiltrate and gather intelligence, leaving him entirely out of his depth in political affairs. Sister. A voice called urgently as Horus pushed past his guards and entered the room. There were only 3 chairs. And Alpharius began to rise, but Yuan Xi stopped him with a hand. Why are you not with father? What brings you here in such haste? Yuan Xi fetched a larger chair from the adjacent room and placed it beside Horus. Is there something urgent? I just returned from Mars with father. Upon hearing you were working with the Chancellor, I came. Horus sat down. To be honest, the chair was still a bit small for him. I was hoping to offer my assistance to you, which is how I found out you were here. Although the words were directed at Yuan Xi. Horus's gaze frequently shifted towards the side where Mikado was sipping tea, while he disregarded Alpharius as merely Mikado's escort. Since that day, Horus had exerted considerable effort to investigate Mikado. He learned that Mikado, as a close friend of his father, had joined him in establishing the empire, dedicating himself wholeheartedly. At that moment, Horus almost felt he had misjudged Mikado. However, as he delved deeper, he uncovered discrepancies. He discovered that over time, Mikado had appointed a multitude of officials, most of whom were incompetent relatives, yet they managed to evade accountability through deception. Horus continued to pursue the matter, questioning who had shielded these officials from scrutiny. It became evident to Horus that Mikado was conspiring with these officials for personal gain. And the previously admirable image of selfless dedication was either a result of moral decay with the accumulation of power, or a deception that had ensnared both his father and sister. Despite Horus's repeated complaints to the emperor, each time he was met with the same admonition not to trust solely in what he had observed, leaving matters unresolved. How could there be any doubt? Mikado was clearly a treacherous minister wielding immense influence. Why did no one believe him? Thus, Horus vowed to expose Mikado's hypocritical facade before his father and sister. Upon hearing that Yuan Xi was spending time with Mikado, he rushed over in a state of urgency. You treacherous minister shall not lead my pure sister astray. Mikado felt wronged. Those relatives were indispensable. Their parents held significant positions within the empire, shouldn't their opinions be considered? Moreover, given the current educational standards of the empire, these relatives were relatively cultured. Others might be far worse. Though these matters were justified, they were undeniably disgraceful, yet someone had to carry out the tasks. Who among them possessed the requisite authority to undertake such responsibilities? Only 3 individuals, the Emperor, the Vice-Emperor Yuan Xi, and Chancellor Mikado. Choosing one with lesser influence to handle the dirty work was a challenging endeavor. Therefore, Mikado felt aggrieved, everyone tacitly accepted these arrangements. Yet he bore the brunt of public scorn. The newly returned prince seemed to harbor an aversion towards him, and once he assumed command, what would prevent him from devouring Mikado? How splendid! Yuan Xi failed to perceive the underlying tension between the two. She handed Horus a thick stack of documents from the table. We are currently deliberating on how to govern the millions of worlds in the empire moving forward. Please examine this thoroughly and share your thoughts. Horus picked up the documents and flipped through them. Is this the language of the empire? I recognize every character, yet I cannot comprehend their meaning. What do you think? Any suggestions? Horus, sweating profusely, stammered, What a calamity, Mikado remarked. Chapter 33, The Unparalleled General Abaddon Promotion and Wealth, please proceed elsewhere. Fearful of death. Do not enter this door. Horus raised his gaze to the imposing plaque of the Astartes Military Academy and glanced at the slogan inscribed on the building, Hear the Emperor's command, win battles, and maintain excellent conduct, lost in contemplation. Yuan Xi gently patted Horus on the shoulder. What do you think? Isn't it particularly well organized? Yuan Xi and Horus had followed the Emperor into the Great Crusade, and their first task was to travel to Kosonia to retrieve the first batch of newly modified troops. If it were up to the Emperor's wishes, the recruitment of new soldiers could have been entrusted directly to the planetary governors, who would simply send any modified recruits to the barracks without regard for their quality. The quality of new recruits would naturally improve with experience on the battlefield. However, Yuan Xi dismissed this notion, believing that the Astartes, as the Empire's elite, should undergo comprehensive enhancements. After all, the gene templates were destined to fight alongside their progeny, and if their descendants were inadequate, they might hinder the gene templates. Thus, enhancing the combat capabilities of the Astartes in advance was deemed necessary. Furthermore, Yuan Xi considered it crucial to bolster the loyalty and psychological resilience of the Astartes, as the princes might not provide their offspring with relevant instruction. Consequently, the Astartes Military Academy was established, comprising a comprehensive training institution for all legions on Terra. Due to Horus's return, the Academy for the 16th Legion was also separately established in Kosonia. The principal, directors, and instructors were, of course, the Thunder Warriors, who relished the challenge of training the Astartes. After all, only Yuan Xi could command them, and they generally looked down upon mundane tasks. To prevent them from becoming stagnant within the Legion, Yuan Xi assigned them this role. "Your Highness, esteemed gene template." A Thunder Warrior greeted the two, forming a gesture of the Aquila with his hands. "Zingili, it has been quite a while." The former Thunder Warrior of the 16th Legion, Zingili, scratched his head. "Indeed. It has been a long time, Your Highness." Although the Thunder Warriors had undergone gene seed implantation corresponding to their templates, they were generally reluctant to address them as fathers. During the Unification Wars, they had merely referred to their Legion templates as commanders, making the term father somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, Horus did not mind such matters. He held these seasoned veterans in great esteem and had received considerable assistance from the Thunder Warriors when he assumed command of the Legion. "Zingili, I heard that the first batch of new recruits from Kosonia has completed their training." Zingili nodded at Horus. "That's correct, esteemed gene template. The written examinations have been completed, and the physical tests are nearing their conclusion." The written and physical tests were relatively straightforward, primarily assessing whether one possessed the capability to join the battlefield. As long as one did not slack off in the academy, passing was generally achievable. Yuan Xi had devised numerous training regimens for the new Astartes recruits, encompassing not only martial assessments but also battlefield decision-making and vehicle operation. Evaluating the personal character of each recruit was also a critical component. During routine training, the Thunder Warriors observed each recruit's conduct, issuing reprimands or even expulsion for any instances of bullying. Yuan Xi permitted them to seek wealth and status through their roles as Astartes, but she adamantly forbade any actions that would harm humanity or the Empire. The Emperor had even questioned Yuan Xi's mental purity due to her stringent standards. After all, he believed that any recruit, regardless of their shortcomings, was acceptable as long as they fought for the Empire and remained within reasonable bounds. However, Yuan Xi could not abide by such leniency and directly invoked her authority as Vice-Emperor, compelling all legions to enforce this edict, even preventing any alterations after the templates returned. Horus, an ardent admirer, believed his sister's approach to be remarkably astute. Although the speed of recruitment had diminished, the quality had significantly improved. Most importantly, through the training and life at the military academy, the bonds among the Astartes had grown closer. Who, besides his sister with such brilliant ideas, could have conceived this? Actually, be quiet. Sister, shall we observe the physical tests? Certainly. The Astartes, who had yet to begin their physical tests, were ecstatic upon hearing this news. They had the opportunity to showcase their abilities directly before the princess and the father of the gene. Perhaps a commendable performance could lead to an immediate promotion. How splendid! Meanwhile, those who had completed their tests lamented their own lack of fortune. Yuan Xi and Horus stood atop a high platform, surveying the training grounds below, which had been arranged to resemble a trench warfare environment. The task assigned to the trainees was to withstand the assault of a three-man Thunder Warrior squad for 3 minutes on their own. The Astartes enjoyed a positional and equipment advantage, making it generally easy to endure for 3 minutes. Zingili handed Horus a stack of documents. Here is the list of new recruits for today's assessment. Horus accepted the list, scrutinized it carefully, and then passed it to Yuan Xi. Yuan Xi merely glanced at it briefly before her gaze suddenly fixed upon one particular page. Taiyushing, Iskayer Abaddon, and Yuan Xi handed the document back. As Horus took it, "Sister, is there any issue with this new recruit?" "None," Yuan Xi shook her head, "but there might be some surprises." As expected. Our invincible Abaddon indeed stood out as the most striking figure today. This fellow managed to take down a Thunder Warrior with the force of 3 punches. But why is his health bar so remarkably thick? Horus was grinning from ear to ear. He had just gained a formidable warrior under his command. He immediately called for Abaddon to meet him in person. How shall I describe Abaddon? He is quite benevolent. Originally the son of the most powerful gang leader in Cosonia. He turned against his father after being commanded to kill his friend as part of the Cosonian coming-of-age ritual. He subsequently killed his father and went into exile. Later, a Thunder Warrior noticed this robust mortal and engaged him in a brief conversation, which went roughly as follows: "What is your name?" "Abaddon." "What are you doing here?" "Fleeing from pursuers." "And your father?" "I killed him." "Shall I find you a new father?" "Fool." With that, the Thunder Warrior knocked Abaddon unconscious. Upon awakening, he realized the warrior intended for him to become an Astartes. Well, had he mentioned that earlier? Abaddon had always thought transforming into a towering figure was rather appealing. And it provided a way to escape his pursuers, 2 birds with 1 stone. He readily consented. Thus, Abaddon became a glorious Astartes. Thanks to his natural talent and hard work. He quickly excelled in military academy, with instructors noting that apart from his tendency towards impulsiveness, he was outstanding in every aspect. Horus scrutinized Abaddon, growing increasingly satisfied. And after a brief conversation, Abaddon was soon captivated by Horus's charisma and pledged his loyalty. Splendid. With the unparalleled General Abaddon on my side, the enemies of the Empire across the galaxy shall find no respite. At this moment, Yuan Xi approached and glanced at Abaddon's peculiar hairstyle. "By the way, why do you sport such a hairstyle?" The skyward braid was quite fashionable during this period, favored by many silent sisters and even some of the Eldar. However, it was predominantly women who sported such a troublesome and hard-to-manage hairstyle, and few men across the Empire chose to adopt it. Well, that hairstyle may appear stylish, but it's somewhat implausible. Abaddon thought it looked rather cool and added a few inches to his height, though he felt a bit embarrassed to admit it publicly. Just as Yuan Xi was about to tease him further, she received a psychic communication from the Emperor. "Return quickly, we have detected signs of orc presence at the Empire's border." Chapter 34, Orc. If one were to describe the orc species, also known as the green-skinned, the word would be waagh. Created by the ancient saints as weapons of war against the star gods and the great deceivers, war is embedded in their very genes. They are a species born for conflict. Despite having diminished significantly over time from their former Waak might, they remain one of the Empire's most formidable foes. Their most distinctive feature lies in their Waak energy, a collective psychic force that can dramatically alter reality. As long as they believe they still have ammunition, their weapons will continue to fire endlessly. If a pile of scrap metal is gathered and they think it can fly, they can manifest an aircraft. Their incomprehensible technology, rapid reproduction through spores, and inherently aggressive nature render them one of the most terrifying Xenos in the galaxy. The Emperor discovered a small orc tribe, comprising approximately 20 million green-skinned warriors engaged in battle in a star system at the Empire's frontier. To prevent this green menace from breaching Imperial territory, the Emperor decided to take the initiative and eliminate this orc force. "Father. Dad." On the Severus, the Emperor glanced at the children walking alongside him and waved his hand. Yuan Xi and Horus approached to observe the star map on the table. "Let us hear your thoughts." Yuan Xi remained silent, casting a glance at the contemplative Horus. It was evident to any astute observer that the Emperor was testing Horus. A mere 20 million greenskins were nothing but trivial in the presence of the combined forces of the Emperor, Horus, and Yuan Xi. Horus understood he was expected to devise an impeccable strategy to respond to his father. "Father. We could lure the enemy out with a small force while a main contingent launches and exterminate us on these planets. When the greenskins are in disarray, another main force could flank them." "Acceptable," the Emperor nodded, his expression inscrutable. Horus, sensing this, lowered his head, lost in thought about his father's emotions. Yuan Xi then nudged the Emperor with her elbow. The Emperor cast a glance at Yuan Xi, noticing her frequently glancing at the dejected Horus while exchanging knowing looks with him. After a brief silence, the Emperor declared, "Horus, you have done well, truly worthy of being my finest son. Horus looked up in surprise. Thank you, father. In a sense, orcs are akin to mushrooms. The best method to deal with them is to deploy exterminatus on their home planets. However, their whack energy field significantly mitigates the effectiveness of such weapons. Thus, jump assault tactics are essential when confronting orcs. By eliminating a portion of their forces, their whack energy is weakened, allowing exterminatus to take effect. Abaddon was among the forefront members of this jump assault unit. Although merely a new recruit, he was included in the mission by Horus's directive. At this moment, with some time before the operation commenced, Abaddon stood proudly before an orange canister, boasting, "Just wait and see. You shall not seize the glory of the Shadow Moon Wolves, the honor of Horus. We, the Shadow Moon Wolves, shall shine brightest in this war." Abaddon felt quite displeased. A few green-skinned aliens were hardly a challenge for the Shadow Moon Wolves. Why must they collaborate with these orange canisters? Isn't that stealing military credit? Captain Caddis of the Dawn Angels, scratching his head, replied, "Brother, didn't anyone tell you? Our Zero Legion is coordinating with you. After the battle, all credit will go to the 16th Legion. What do we need military accolades for with our mere 500 men? If you confront Abaddon, he might unleash a barrage of insults, but if you speak to him gently and explain, he would be less irate." Abaddon awkwardly chuckled, genuinely unaware, and scratched his head. "Ah, I see. I misunderstood. No worries," Caddis waved his hand, "you're a decent guy. Come visit the Zero Legion next time." Abaddon slowly expressed a question mark. What did play mean? Was the Zero Legion truly that leisurely? A flash of red light signaled that the operation was about to begin. Caddis patted Abaddon on the shoulder. "I'm off, brother. See you on the battlefield." "Oh, goodbye," Abaddon waved absent-mindedly, as the veteran Shadow Moon Wolves beside him regarded him with mixed expressions. Initially, when Abaddon sought out Caddis, they had found it amusing. The young recruit daring to confront the squad leader was one thing, but to challenge the Zero Legion? Everyone knew how fearsome the Zero Legion was. Given their reputation, they had no concerns about Abaddon getting into trouble, though a beating seemed inevitable. Being beaten would be welcome. They had long harbored resentment towards this new recruit. Why should he be so fortunate as to catch their father's eye during the martial test? Only to be singled out for a task suited for seasoned veterans like himself? They were utterly envious. But who would have thought that this lad not only escaped unscathed but also formed a friendship with Caddis? Why is it that he possesses such remarkable fortune? Could it be that he is the true protagonist? As Horus entered the room, clad in resplendent pearl-white battle armor, his once gentle smile was replaced by a countenance of cold resolve. His military philosophy, to cherish one's soldiers and wield them like clay, guided his leadership. In times of peace, Horus was willing to engage with his sons in a paternal manner, yet in times of war, he transformed into the strategic god of the hunt. "My progeny, my warriors, I have long heard tales of your ferocity as the fiercest pack of wolves under the Empire's banner. You have vanquished countless foes and achieved monumental feats. I have always regretted not witnessing those moments firsthand. Now, it is my privilege to stand alongside you in battle for the first time since my return to the Empire. Are you willing to join me in annihilating more enemies and creating even greater legacies?" Tens of thousands of Astartes stood in formation, their voices resonating through the vast chamber like thunder, echoing mightily. "For you, we shall lay down our lives." Horus saluted his progeny, the Shadow Moon Fenris Wolves, with a gesture of respect. "For the Emperor! For the Emperor!" The battle commenced, with Horus leading a small contingent of Astartes to draw the orcs' attention. As the orcs focused on Horus, he would retreat into the void of space, luring the greenskins to chase after him while the Emperor and Yuan Xi's fleets unleashed extermination orders upon the planets teeming with orcs, simultaneously encircling those who dared to pursue. Horus's mission was undoubtedly the most perilous component of this plan, as he would face millions of orcs head-on. Hence, Yuan Xi entrusted the Zero Legion to Horus and ordered the accompanying Thunder Warriors to mobilize fully. To be honest, if not for the Emperor restraining him, Yuan Xi would have accompanied Horus into the fray. "You have awakened half of your subspace essence. Descending further would yield no meaningful trial for Horus," the Emperor whispered to Yuan Xi in Horus's absence. Indeed, at this moment, Yuan Xi, having partially awakened his subspace essence, stood as the pinnacle of raw combat power, second only to the Emperor. Yuan Xi could guarantee that even if St. Gilliman returned, he would not pose a challenge. Are you not concerned that something might happen to Horus? I have faith in him. Yuan Xi rolled his eyes. Father, you truly have a vast heart. The emperor smiled, veins protruding from his forehead. Oh dear, Yuan Xi groaned. Father. You need not use psychic energy to thump my head, I'm going to tell Mother. A newly inducted Imperial Guard glanced at a seasoned veteran beside him. Senior. Should we not intervene? The veteran signaled with his eyes. No need to interfere, it's merely some playful banter between father and daughter. What business is it of yours? Chapter 35, The Battle Commander. The orcs gazed skyward as drop pods descended like raindrops upon the earth. I wonder if a bunch of big brutes will emerge from those metal cans to engage us in a special whack wrestling match. Indeed, I was right about that. As soon as the drop pods landed, the Astartes emerged, methodically forming ranks and unleashing a fierce barrage upon their foes. Whack! A fight is grand. The greenskins adore a good brawl. The orcs brandished an array of bizarre weapons and charged towards the Astartes, a hail of bullets and shells weaving through the battlefield. Whack! A few greenskins looked skyward, spotting a larger drop pod plummeting from above. That must be an even bigger whack brute. Indeed. It was Horus who had landed on the surface, wielding a masterfully crafted power sword and donned in pearl-white power armor. His assault was as swift as lightning. And in an instant, the orcs surrounding him were reduced to mere remnants. Whack! I must challenge that formidable brute. The greenskins pressed forward, undeterred, rushing towards Horus. Get lost. Abaddon arrived at Horus's side, cleaving an orc that attempted to strike Horus in two. Thank you, Abaddon, Horus acknowledged as he dispatched another greenskin, grateful for Abaddon's presence. This was precisely why Horus had requested Abaddon's involvement. He recognized the raw potential within him. Despite the pride and ambition gleaming in Abaddon's eyes, Horus was eager to refine this gem, intending to forge him into a sharp blade for the Legion. The Shadow Moon Fenris wolves surrounding Horus were also taken aback by Abaddon's displayed prowess. Perhaps this lad truly possessed some skill. Whack! Accompanied by the anguished cries of greenskins, a flurry of orange figures entered the fray. Caddis led the Dawn Angels in a charge into the orcs' flank. They had shed their usual languid demeanor, transforming into a silent, efficient war machine. Everyone marveled at their teamwork and exceptional combat prowess. They now resembled orange war chariots trampling over green grass, each explosive device accurately striking its intended target, while the greenskins rushing at them met their demise at the hands of the Astartes, who remained unfazed within their inner ranks. Abaddon, witnessing Caddis's remarkable prowess amidst the greenskin horde, was bewildered. So this is how formidable he is? Does that mean I appeared as a mere jester earlier? You here, brother? Caddis approached Abaddon, his armor splattered with crimson blood, effortlessly dispatching a nearby greenskin with a sweep of his sword. I forgot to introduce myself earlier. I am Caddis, commander of the Zero Legion. I am Abaddon, a new recruit of the 16th Legion. Haha, fear not, after this, you shall likely rise in rank. Caddis's prediction proved accurate. The war concluded swiftly. Horus possessed an uncanny battlefield instinct, consistently making the most astute decisions at the opportune moments. Following Horus's feigned retreat, the greenskins took the bait and ascended into space, while the Emperor and Yuan Xi executed the extermination orders as planned. Amidst an exhilarating space battle, the Empire achieved a resounding victory, and accolades were bestowed. Abaddon was promoted to the rank of squad leader, and it was evident to all how much Horus valued him. With sufficient experience, he would undoubtedly rise through the ranks, destined for greatness. Due to Abaddon's outstanding performance during the campaign, there were no objections to his promotion. However, the most surprising development was the profound friendship that blossomed between Caddis and Abaddon. Sister, I have come to fetch Abaddon. Yuan Xi could barely contain herself as she observed the somewhat awkward Abaddon by Horus's side. Was it possible Abaddon could not find his way back? If he truly could not, did it require the genetic progenitor to personally retrieve him? You mentioned becoming friends with Caddis, and I have no objections. I encourage my offspring to foster good relations with other legions. But why do you come daily? Is it that you find the vengeance of the soul uncomfortable and prefer to be aboard my imperial wing? Eventually, even Caddis could not contain his laughter, as Abaddon had merely sought him out for casual conversation and to experience the leisure activities of the Zero Legion in recent days. However, why do you come here every day? We also have our regular training sessions. What do you want from me? Abaddon is like a stubborn plaster. Even when Cardus and the others are training, he refuses to leave the Imperial wing and concocts reasons to stay. Yet, the intensity of the Zero Legion's training is simply too severe. Every time, Abaddon ends up bruised and battered, but his resilience is remarkable. He remains steadfast. Why don't you faint? If you don't, how can we carry you back to the Soul of Vengeance? Abaddon feels quite unjustly treated. On his first day seeking out Cardus, Horus earnestly advised him, Abaddon, make sure to engage with Cardus, communicate with him more. Rest assured, the great Horus. I shall forge a bond of friendship between the Inuit Songlong and the Dawn Angels. That day, Horus personally came to fetch him, and Abaddon shed tears of gratitude. The next day, Horus reminded him again to engage with Cardus. The day after that, Horus reiterated the same advice. By the fourth day, Abaddon hesitantly asked, Can I not? No, you must. Oh, father, I beg you, I do not wish to go. No, you must. Abaddon is in distress. Completing his father's tasks is no easy feat. Cardus is beginning to suspect he has a masochistic tendency for enjoying being beaten. If this continues, how can he maintain his position within the Legion? Yuan Xi, noticing Abaddon's woeful expression, rubbed her temples and said, Enough, stop persecuting Abaddon. I haven't barred you from the Imperial wing. Feel free to come and go as you please. Abaddon quickly nodded in agreement, pleading for an end to his torment. Yuan Xi acknowledged that she had indeed been somewhat neglectful of Horus lately, but her workload had been overwhelming. She had been buried under mountains of documents for weeks without contacting the Emperor or Horus. Horus, too, had no desire to burden Abaddon. He simply lacked a legitimate reason to approach Yuan Xi. He could not disrupt her work for the childish reason that he missed her. Now that Yuan Xi had seen through his feelings, Horus could only awkwardly lower his head in silence. Oh, Cardus, take Abaddon back, come with me. Yuan Xi grasped Horus's wrist as they walked through the corridors of the Imperial wing, and Horus felt a bit dazed, as he had forgotten the paths Yuan Xi led him through. For a being of his genetic heritage, this was akin to the onset of dementia. Yuan Xi guided Horus through a door, and he was astonished to survey the room's interior. This was the second place he had seen, after the Terran library, filled with a vast collection of books. The shelves were densely packed, nearly overflowing in this room, which was as large as a football field. Additionally, thousands of manuscripts were either interspersed among the towering volumes or entirely covering the floor, leaving no space to step. Yuan Xi led Horus through the labyrinth of books until they reached a table and a bed, the only two pieces of furniture in the otherwise vast room. Yuan Xi seated Horus on the bed, saying, If you wish to find me, just come to this room, I am usually here. Sister, do you work here all the time? Horus inquired, picking up a manuscript filled with political measures, which had been scribbled over and ultimately crossed out, while the back contained various genetic knowledge. Horus could only grasp a general idea of the content but could not fully comprehend it. Yes, I typically stay here. Then don't mind me, please continue your work. Yuan Xi glanced at Horus, who appeared calm and collected, yet beneath the surface, emotions churned like a tide, though Yuan Xi could not discern their nature. Yuan Xi shrugged, very well. Thus, Horus quietly observed Yuan Xi's delicate features under the lamplight, and through her violet eyes, he glimpsed the intricate script on the paper before her. Father, are you there? Come in. Horus knocked and entered. The Emperor was plotting the advance routes for the legions and looked up at Horus, signaling him to explain his purpose for visiting. Horus took a deep breath. Father, I wish to participate in politics. The Emperor was taken aback, puzzled by this sudden shift from his son, who had previously dismissed political matters. Why this sudden interest? Father, having seen my sister at work, I wish to help share the burden. The Emperor understood. It was a case of compassion for his sister's overtime work that prompted Horus's desire to assist. However, 95% of the Empire's political affairs were handled by the Emperor and Mikado, with only 5% currently overseen by Yuan Xi. In essence, the Emperor was managing affairs in a thousand-thread multitasking manner. The Emperor and Mikado were the true champions of the Empire. Yet, the Emperor reconsidered. This was a positive development. After all, Horus was destined to become a warlord, and understanding political maneuvering was essential. Moreover, it was a perfect opportunity to spark Horus's interest in leadership. The Emperor then feigned solemnity and remarked, Your duty lies in the Great Crusade. The political arena is not one you can simply enter. But Father, the Emperor raised a hand, cutting off Horus's words. However, there are indeed avenues available, my son. Are you familiar with the concept of a warlord? Warlord. Chapter 36, Rings, Necklaces, 30 Years. Yuan Xi was unaware of the conversation between the Emperor and Horus, but she could sense Horus's heightened enthusiasm. His yearning for military achievement and strength had transformed into a tempest, enveloping the Inuit Sunlong Legion in an atmosphere of solemnity. Yuan Xi pondered. Could it be that the Emperor was manipulating Horus? No, she needed to investigate. Yuan Xi knocked on the door and cautiously peeked inside. The Emperor immediately shot a psychic bolt at her. Come in, stop peeking. The Emperor and Horus were engaged in a game of chess, where the rules mirrored the strategic deployment of troops on the battlefield. This was one of the most common activities between the father and son. At this moment, they sat cross-legged on the floor, intently focused on the chessboard before them, with a teapot and 2 teacups on the table. Horus fetched a cup and placed it before Yuan Xi, who was also seated cross-legged nearby. While Yuan Xi sipped her tea and observed the chess match, it became apparent that Horus's pieces were on the verge of overwhelming the Emperor's. Understanding dawned, the trickster was at it again. Under Yuan Xi's incredulous gaze, the Emperor cheerfully conceded defeat. Horus felt a pang of reluctance. He wished to spend more time with his father. Often, while playing chess or sharing tea, he would deliberately prolong the moments, as that allowed him to linger by his father's side a bit longer. Once the game concluded, his father would return to his duties, and he would have to depart without disturbing him. Well then, I shall take my leave, father. However, today the Emperor waved his hand, gesturing for Horus to stay. Ignoring Yuan Xi's increasingly incredulous expression, he gently inquired, my son, which constellation do you favor? Horus had read the constellation book gifted by the Emperor countless times, perusing it before sleep or during leisure, able to recite its contents verbatim. Horus was a devoted adherent of the Empire's truths and had always scoffed at superstition. Yet he held a reverent affection for that book symbolizing the constellations. In the past, Horus would have claimed his favorite was Leo, as it represented the elder brother among the signs. He knew that his brothers would soon return to the Empire one by one, and he was uncertain how to regard this, but he was the first to return to his father's side. He aspired to care for his returning brothers like the eldest son of the family, regardless of being the 16th son of the Emperor. However, ever since the Emperor introduced the concept of the warlord role to Horus, he began to favor Sagittarius, which symbolized dominion. Becoming the warlord not only signifies one's ability to intervene in the political arena as the foremost military officer, but it also embodies the symbolic meaning that Horus is the favored son of his father. Does Horus genuinely desire the power to command the entirety of the Empire's armies? Perhaps, but not definitively. His yearning to be the most beloved son is overwhelming, especially with 19 brothers vying for their father's attention. How much of that gaze will remain for him? These unspoken thoughts linger in Horus's heart as he candidly informs the Emperor of his admiration for Leo and Sagittarius, expressing his fondness for the majesty of Leo and the invincibility of Sagittarius. The Emperor nods in satisfaction, producing a ring, a golden ring, weathered by time, upon which the images of a horse's hoof, an arm, and a bent bow can barely be discerned. This is a ring crafted in Persia a year before my birth, representing the indomitable Sagittarius. This is you. The Emperor places the ring into Horus's broad palm. My warlord. My centaur, the commander of the Imperial Legion where man and soldier are one. Wherever you turn, the Legion shall follow. Wherever you go, the Legion shall accompany you. Wherever you strike, the Legion shall attack. My son, simply advance, and the Legion shall march with you. Horus departed, wandering out of the room in a daze. Standing in the corridor, carefully toying with the small ring in his palm, giggling foolishly under the incredulous gazes of the nearby guards. Just as he was about to leave, Yuan Xi emerged, stating, I have something for you too. Yuan Xi had come to ascertain whether the Emperor had manipulated Horus, only to witness the Emperor directly perform a display of such manipulation. Before she could express her disdain for the Emperor, she was ushered out. Sister, Yuan Xi remarked, observing the golden ring in Horus's palm, why haven't you put it on? Well. In truth, Horus wished to examine the gift from his father more thoroughly but decided it prudent to wear it now. Clumsily, he attempted to fit the ring onto his fingers, fearful of damaging it. Unable to contain herself, Yuan Xi took the ring from Horus's hands, grasped his left hand, and gently slid the ring onto his left pinky. As Horace gazed at the ring on his finger, a foolish grin spread across his face, prompting Yuan Xi to pull him along. Sister, where are we going? Horace finally snapped back to reality, perplexed by Yuan Xi's pull. Did you not hear a single word I said? Yuan Xi rolled her eyes and said. I also have a gift for you. Upon arriving at the Imperial wing, Horace entered Yuan Xi's chamber. She carelessly tossed aside a large stack of manuscripts from the table and handed him a small wooden box. Open it. Inside was a silver necklace adorned with a creature Horace had never seen before, a lion's head, deer antlers, tiger's eyes, dragon scales, horse hooves, and a cow's tail. All remarkably lifelike. This was a qilin, a mythical beast symbolizing auspiciousness in the ancient Terra. Yuan Xi removed the necklace from the box, stating, unlike our father, I do not harbor great expectations for you. Regardless of whether you are the so-called warlord, you will always be my brother. I only wish for your safety, which is worth more to me than anything else. Yuan Xi carefully unfastened the necklace and said, Come, bend down, and I shall place it upon you. Horace, still dazed, cradled the wooden box, bending his neck to allow the cool metal to touch his skin. Fortunately, father gifted you a golden ring. If it were copper, I would be committing a grave offense. Horace's scattered thoughts were suddenly cleared, and he chuckled, Sister, have you not committed any offenses of your own? Indeed, she replied. Laughter filled the air as Horace found solace in this moment. This was the happiest time of Horace's life, fighting alongside those who mattered most to him. As one enemy after another was crushed beneath the might of the Empire's legions, and one human regime after another succumbed to the brilliance of imperial reason. During this period, Horace continually sought to enhance his capabilities in various aspects, learning how to gently consolidate other human regimes. To Horace, the long night merely isolated humanity. The Empire need not view anyone distrustful of it as an enemy. Negotiation and compromise became the most meaningful lessons he acquired. However, unforeseen events also transpired. At one point, Horace and the Emperor were stationed on a planet of a human regime when a city-state named Leslie refused to join the Empire. They secretly dispatched troops to circumvent the Imperial defenses and ambush the Imperial camp. At that moment, neither Horace nor the Emperor was prepared, they were even without their armor. Fighting back-to-back as plasma weaponry felled Horace. Struggling, Horace urged, Father, do not worry about me, flee. Yet the Emperor resolutely refused to abandon him, proclaiming, My son, I will not forsake you. Thus, the Emperor remained until reinforcements arrived. Horace beheld Yuan Xi soaring through the sky, her twin blades dancing like a white rainbow. As thousands of enemies perished beneath her strikes, while many more writhed in agony, consumed by white flames. At that moment, it seemed as though a divine envoy had descended to deliver judgment. I am not a god. Facing Horace's adoring gaze, Yuan Xi felt an ominous premonition and quickly voiced her thoughts. She approached the battered Emperor, carefully supporting him, her hands clasping his arm with a fierce tenderness. Oh dear. Is this not our invincible father? How could you sustain such injuries? Doctor, come quickly, and ensure my great father is well taken care of. We must not allow any lasting repercussions. The Emperor nearly faltered in his act of grievous injury, subtly delivering Yuan Xi a psychic reprimand that Horace could not perceive. Yuan Xi was genuinely irate. The Emperor, the father of the Primarchs, embodied every flaw inherent to them, prideful, stubborn, suspicious, and obsessive. Yuan Xi could not comprehend why he harbored such distrust toward Horace, feeling compelled to stage such a performance. Was he a dramatist? How old was he? Still indulging in such antics? Furthermore, it was exceedingly dangerous. He possessed innate strength and confidence that events would unfold according to his design. What if the adversary wielded technology capable of slaying him? Who could predict the capabilities of relics from the Golden Age? Moreover, what if Horace encountered an unforeseen mishap? I know my limits. Silence. In the Emperor's chamber, Yuan Xi stood with her hands on her hips, scolding her father, while the Emperor remained silent. The guards surrounding the Emperor exchanged glances. Senior, is this not a sign of disrespect toward our lord? Should we not intervene? If you wish to go, do so. I shall not. The old guard understood well that this father-daughter duo was engaged in a mutual exchange. If the Emperor truly grew angry, he would not be feigning ignorance. Should they attempt to detain Yuan Xi, the Emperor would be the first to intervene. Besides, did they possess the strength to do so? Father, are you there? I have come to play a game of chess with you. A knock echoed at the door. It was Horace. Yuan Xi cheerfully opened the door, exclaiming, "Ah, Horace. Come in. I was just having a friendly discussion with father." Horace looked perplexed. Was it not his father's working hours? What could his sister and father be discussing? He glanced at the emperor, who, after a brief silence, nodded in response to Yuan Xi's amiable gaze, affirming, "Yes. Then sister, come and watch me play chess with father." "All right." How delightful it is. If only such moments could linger a little longer. So, what exactly is this pug? Chapter 37, Forli Mon Lucy and Xuanfu. At the edge of the Sun Star domain lies a planet known as Finley, characterized by its harsh and inhospitable environment, teeming with terrifying beasts and populated solely by uncivilized tribal communities. The cultivation pod containing the original entity descended upon this world, and intriguingly, it was not humans who initially raised the original entity. The Finley wolf, the mightiest creature on this planet, can grow to the size of a horse in adulthood. These wolves, relying on their pack dynamics and experience in combating various other Finley beasts, have established themselves at the pinnacle of the food chain. The original entity was nurtured by a mother wolf and grew up alongside two wolf siblings. Eventually, the wolf pack, to which the original entity belonged, launched an assault on a human village. The local inhabitants bravely resisted and repelled the pack, while the original entity ferociously hindered the humans, allowing most of the pack to escape. Later, the previous king of Finley, Tingjir, decided to eradicate this troublesome wolf pack. During this time, the mother wolf that had raised the original entity was also slain, and the hunting party captured the still-growing original entity. The king took a liking to this fierce wild child, and thus the original entity was named Mon Lucy. After coming into contact with humans, Lucy's wisdom and combat skills soared, undeniably making him the most formidable warrior on Finley, unmatched by any adversary or beast. Upon the king's demise, Lucy swiftly ascended to the throne, embarking on conquests that saw one tribe after another pledge allegiance to him, making global unification merely a matter of time. During this period, Lucy's tribe formed a close bond with the Finley wolf pack. To the original entity, wolves and humans were not dissimilar. Both groups hunted together. This perspective explains his lack of sorrow over the mother wolf's death. It was inevitable to be conquered by a stronger pack. He soon integrated the wolf pack into his tribe, where wolves and humans hunted and lived together, with his two wolf brothers ever by his side. The emperor soon took notice of this warrior from Finley, suspecting he might be his son, and thus contacted Yuan Xi. "You stay here. I shall step out for a moment." "Where are you going?" "It seems I've found your brother." "I want to go too." "What for? Do you not have a sense of social awareness? What if you offend him upon first meeting?" "Fine." The two then donned a psychic disguise as ordinary individuals clad in robes and traversed the icy plains of Finley. At that moment, Lucy's tribe was hosting a feast, and the emperor and Yuan Xi stealthily infiltrated Lucy's court. "Oi, why don't I recall you too? Who are you?" A drunken man approached the emperor, occasionally belching unpleasantly. "I am the Lord of Humanity." The drunkard chuckled. "You claim to be the Lord of Humanity?" "I am the Lord of the Galaxy." Suddenly feeling a chill, as if the iciest winds of the Finley plains had swept over him, he sobered up and began to retreat, observing the emperor with growing trepidation. The surrounding individuals also took notice, eyeing the emperor with caution. By all accounts, they were the most elite warriors of Finley, yet even without any action from the emperor, they felt a deep-seated reverence emanating from within. "Ha ha ha! An extraordinary guest has arrived." A raucous laugh erupted as a robust and imposing figure, flanked by two giant wolves, emerged from the crowd. "I am the Lord of Humanity." The emperor reiterated, "I have come in hopes that you will pledge your loyalty to me." The onlookers regarded the emperor as if he were a fool. "Do you understand whose territory this is? You dare speak thus to our king? Lord of Humanity, you must have sufficient strength to back your claim." Lucy remained unfazed. "Let us compete. If I win, I shall pledge my loyalty to you." "Very well." The emperor nodded, glancing at Yuan Xi. "See. I've not offended anyone." Yuan Xi had already taken to devouring a leg of beef, having not experienced a proper meal since their arrival. The royal cuisine could be summarized thus: unfulfilling and scant, merely placing a few blades of grass upon the plate. The presentation was exquisite. Yet each bite was a testament to technology and harsh labor. It would barely earn a single star on any food delivery app. Yuan Xi longed to prepare a meal herself, yet the ingredients and seasonings were inadequate, rendering her attempts unsatisfactory. She felt on the verge of tears, savoring the authentic flavor of roasted meat, believing that even if it cost her life, it would be worth every penny. Ah, it's time for a competition. Yuan Xi approached with her beef leg in hand. A group of individuals presented enormous platters, each bearing a whole roasted cow. For the first round, let us compete in eating. The emperor chuckled. Child, do you know who King Arthur is? Do you know whose moniker belongs to the king's appetite? If you can defeat me in this culinary contest, I shall consume this platter on the spot. Ha ha ha, Yuan Xi, clutching the beef leg in one hand and a goblet in the other, laughed heartily alongside several burly men, imagining the emperor's expression even without seeing his face. Lucy, with a toothpick in his mouth, chimed in, for the next round, we shall compete in drinking. The emperor, taken aback, had not anticipated being outperformed by his own son in both eating and drinking. Lucy, Lucy! The spectators erupted in cheers, and even Yuan Xi joined in. The onlookers regarded her with curious eyes. Sister, which side are you on? Lucy, belching, leaned toward the emperor. Do you believe I could still win in wrestling even in this drunken state? His demeanor was as audacious as a large husky. The emperor chuckled, both amused and exasperated. And Lucy became the second person after Yuan Xi to elicit laughter from the emperor. Unable to contain himself any longer, the emperor revealed his true form, donned his powered gauntlets, and with a single punch, sent Lucy into a slumber akin to that of an infant. The air fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter, as their king was still catching his breath, and this giant had bested him in a fair contest, prompting the hardy Finlisi folk to cheer for this unfamiliar strongman. As for their king, he could be set aside. His presence was obstructing the flow of the banquet. When Lucy awoke, it was a week later. Upon opening his eyes, his first act was to erupt into laughter. In truth, he had long been aware that the emperor was his father, yet the people of Finlisi would not pledge loyalty for such a reason. As the Wolf King, Lucy would only follow the mightiest alpha, and was there any wolf in this galaxy stronger than the emperor? When he encountered the emperor once more, he swiftly pledged his loyalty, and the emperor took the opportunity to share the imperial truths, the responsibilities of the original entity, and the undertaking of the grand expedition with Lucy. We shall take our leave now. You may select your companions for the journey. Lucy nodded and posed a question. By your standards of intelligent beings, the Finlisi wolves must also qualify as such, correct? The emperor, however, turned back to impart a profound statement. There are no wolves on Finlisi, brother. You appear formidable. I wish to spar with you. Father Wuan Ti want us to engage in such trivial matters. TCH, fine. Lucy pouted, returning to the plentiful food on the table. Hey, Lucy was nearing his limit. He envisioned the day his brothers would return, yet when that day arrived, he found himself less composed than he had anticipated. He sought out his father, eager for a heartfelt discussion. Father, he is merely a barbarian. The emperor placed a reassuring hand on Hey Lucy's shoulder. Do not underestimate him, Hey Lucy. Your bloodlines are not so different. He has conquered a world 100 times more savage than Bikasuania. Had we not brought him away, the entire planet would inevitably have been his. That is an impressive feat. Hey Lucy wavered, yet he remained discontent. He wished to articulate his feelings but found himself at a loss for words. The emperor discreetly glanced at the small note Yuan Xi had given him, and spoke, Do not worry, my son, in my heart, you will always be my most cherished pride. Horus raised his head abruptly, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Is that true, father? The emperor nodded affirmatively. Indeed, if possible, I hope you can assist our newly returned brother. You know he has many shortcomings. Understood, father. I will seek him out immediately. As Horus gazed at his elder brother's departing figure, the emperor wiped the sweat from his brow. He opened a spatial portal and retrieved a book, flipping through its pages. Do not lose to inexpressiveness, a collection for the socially awkward father, Yuan Xi authored. As Horus traversed the corridor, a pang of regret struck him. His earlier demeanor had indeed been less than commendable. Horus, how can you, the self-proclaimed eldest son of the family, lack such composure? Why treat this newly returned brother so poorly? Horus resolved to mend their fraternal bond, vowing to conceal any sign of displeasure regardless of his brother's roughness. Standing before the dining hall, Horus forced a gentle smile. He pushed the door open. Forgive me, brother. For my earlier attitude, I wish to apologize. However, Horus's smile gradually froze as he beheld a sight that shocked him. There stood Yuan Xi, his radiant and beautiful sister, casually linking arms with that scoundrel, Russ, as they indulged in drink. Yuan Xi raised her glass, occasionally emitting a few crude chuckles, while Russ incessantly poured her more wine. Drink up, sister. Come on, I can handle more. Horus's heart raced with indignation. What have you done to my sister? Chapter 38, The Space Wild Wolf. With a loud belch, Russ proclaimed, Sister, I don't think this is necessary. Indeed, sister, Russ has said so we should, no. It is necessary, very necessary. At that moment, Yuan Xi, Russ, and Horus were all aboard the Imperial Wing, journeying back to Terra via the subspace route. This matter is lengthy. Upon Russ's return, the Emperor wished for him to lead the troops into the Great Crusade, only to be thwarted by Yuan Xi's swift elbow to his side. The Emperor, though not angry, was perplexed. What's wrong? What do you mean, what's wrong? Have you forgotten something? What? Yuan Xi sighed, utterly exasperated. The parade. The parade for the return of the Primarch. Only then did the Emperor recall this detail. He was about to argue that Russ need not make such a fuss but thought better of it seeing Yuan Xi's ire. Very well, take Russ back to Terra. Be swift. In the past, the Emperor would never have agreed. To him, the Great Crusade was paramount, and any delay in its progress was intolerable. More importantly, according to the Emperor's prophecy, half of the Primarchs would eventually rebel, leaving him little inclination to cater to the emotions of all his sons. The Emperor was not a deity, he harbored mortal desires and longed for a harmonious family, for the mundane joys of life, to quietly witness humanity's ascension. Yet fate did not permit such aspirations, for he was the master of humanity, the most powerful of mortals. Should he indulge in trivial matters, the repercussions would be too great to bear, compelling him to set aside those ordinary ambitions in relentless pursuit of victory. However, Yuan Xi became an exception. While the prophecy suggested all Primarchs could betray him, Yuan Xi remained steadfastly loyal across all timelines. The Emperor did not put stock in prophecies, he viewed them merely as references. Yet, the prophecy itself hinted at certain truths. Most importantly, outcomes that seemed preordained began to blur with Yuan Xi's arrival, revealing possibilities the Emperor had not dared to contemplate. Perhaps he ought to try believing in her. Thus, many times, the Emperor indulged Yuan Xi. A small part of him hoped this unexpected variable might forge a different outcome. Watching Yuan Xi depart, the Emperor fell into silence, pondering whether he anticipated the trivial ambitions of the ordinary or the lofty delusions of grandeur, an uncertainty even he could not articulate. I will accompany you. Horus, why would you want to do that? Isn't it better to stay here with father? Horus was anxious. While he had no objections to Russ's parade upon his return, he could not allow his sister to return alone with that rascal. My sister cannot be led astray into drunkenness by you. Russ, unfazed, didn't mind much, he wasn't particularly keen on such mundane affairs. It was Yuan Xi's promise of 3 months of uninterrupted feasting that persuaded Russ to agree. Yuan Xi understood that the Wolf King was indifferent to such matters. Even if he was the only brother who returned without a parade, he would merely chuckle. Yet, to outsiders, it appeared as if the Emperor was being unjust, leading to murmurs among the ranks, and potentially escalating into conflicts among the Primarchs, truly a troublesome affair. Horus watched Yuan Xi coaxing Russ, nearly losing his sanity. In a moment of impulsiveness, he grasped Yuan Xi's arm, pleading in a soft tone, Sister, I truly wish to join you, please, just agree. A brief silence enveloped the air. Horus felt his face flush. What am I thinking? To be honest, Horus was ill-suited to plead, even with his considerable looks. Yuan Xi felt a chill run down her spine. Even Russ regarded Horus with his golden gaze, and perhaps it was not mere illusion, Horus perceived a calm amusement lurking within those beastly eyes. Beneath Russ's barbaric exterior lay profound composure and wisdom, akin to the glaciers of the Fenris Ocean, revealing only a fraction of its true nature. From their first meeting, Russ detected Horus's emotions, sadness, anger, and intense resentment. Horus resented Russ for shattering his perfect 30 years of solitude, he was no longer unique. Thus, while he sensed that Russ was a good person, he instinctively maintained a degree of distance. Yuan Xi, however, was different. The Emperor's affection for his offspring stemmed from viewing them as useful tools, while Yuan Xi's fondness for Russ reminded him of the nurturing mother wolf who raised him, warm and selfless, drawing him closer to her. Russ acknowledged a small desire for retribution against Horus, but he never anticipated Horus would put on such a show. All right. I will agree to your request. I shall inform father. Yuan Xi smiled, realizing that Horus was merely acting out of childish stubbornness. Fine, I will indulge you. Once Yuan Xi departed, only Horus and Russ remained in the room. Just as Horus sought a topic to discuss, Russ interrupted. Brother, would you like to drink? Horus nearly choked in disbelief. No drinking. Fear not, it's homemade, with low alcohol content. You've got to be kidding me. At the starport of Terra, Malcador sighed. With the return of the Primarchs, he foresaw a chaotic future. Serving the Emperor had its drawbacks. One could neither meddle in royal affairs nor remain aloof without risking disgrace. Thankfully, should anything go awry, the Emperor and the Grand Princess would shoulder the burden. If a significant crisis arose, it likely wouldn't fall upon him. A magnificent warship descended gracefully, and the gathered crowd craned their necks. Another prince returns to our empire. I heard it's the sixth brother. Let me see what he looks like. As the gates opened, Russ strode forth, flanked by two massive wolves, toward the awaiting Malcador, with Yuan Xi and Horus trailing behind. The spectators were somewhat disappointed. This sixth brother appeared rather brutish. Perhaps even less refined than the last. Nonetheless, appearances must be upheld, for the higher-ups demanded that if the noise level reached a certain decibel, tonight's meals would be upgraded. Luz, with a grin, shook hands with Malcador amidst the cheers of the populace, as they ascended the flower-adorned carriage alongside Horus and Yuan Xi. You are indeed the famed chancellor. Praised the sixth prince, yet the old minister humbly remarked that he was merely an ordinary elder on the verge of passing. Were it not for the emperor's guidance, he might still be tilling the fields. Horus, standing nearby, incessantly shot glances at Malcador. For 30 years, Horus had kept a watchful eye on Mikado's every move on Terra, only to find that Malcador had ceased to put on any pretense. Engaging in factionalism, executing decisions without consultation, and deceiving both superiors and subordinates, he had done it all. You, treacherous scoundrel, I shall expose your facade before all one day. My father's empire cannot harbor such vermin. Yuan Xi observed all this, reflecting on the lively return of two princes. If all returned, the heavens themselves would be in turmoil. Let them create their commotion. In the worst case, the emperor shall bear the consequences. As the carriage rolled into the palace, Luz chuckled at his progeny gathered nearby, waved, and entered through the main gate. Inside the palace, Luz eyed the exquisite delicacies on the plate, inhaling them like jelly, only to chew and declare, not tasty. I find it equally unpalatable, Yuan Xi remarked, already devouring the roasted whole cow Luz had brought back. Horus felt a sense of dread. His sister could no longer remain beside the sycophant. If this continued, his pure and noble sister would surely become a second husky. Sister, Luz is about to take command of his legion. Let us join father and not waste time on Terra. Ah, no need, Luz replied, accepting the leg of beef Yuan Xi offered. What do you mean no need? Horus frowned. Luz, the great crusade is urgent. My sister and I cannot linger here waiting for you to fully assume command of your legion. I say you need not wait long. Luz retorted, tearing off a piece of meat to feed the two massive wolves beside him. Horus chuckled, understanding that taking command of a legion was no simple task. Earning the acceptance of his progeny, whom he had never met, and persuading them to carry out possibly unfamiliar tactics was no trivial feat. It required more than mere words. Oh, how long will it take you? How long did it take you? A year. I needed merely a minute. Horus furrowed his brow. Not out of disbelief in Luz's exaggeration, but from genuine concern. Brother, I mean no offense, but taking command of a legion cannot be rushed. Please do not hasten. Luz grinned, standing and approaching the window. Below, the 6th Legion awaited him. Brother, sister, just watch. Luz leaned out, howling loudly to the thousands of Astartes below. Awoo. Every Astartes of the 6th Legion felt a shudder from within. What was the sensation? My DNA is reacting, I cannot endure. They instinctively responded with howls to their wolf king. Even the two massive wolves beside Luz joined in, creating a symphony of howls that reverberated throughout the palace. Luz turned, smiling as the sunlight shimmered in his golden eyes. Behold, the wolf pack welcomes their wolf king. In that moment, Horus acknowledged that his brother was indeed worthy of being the son of their father, a true sword of the empire. Malcador conceded that this seemingly crude barbarian was far from simple. Yuan Xi admitted that in terms of bravado, he was indeed outmatched. Meanwhile, Bardo, patrolling the palace, wondered aloud. Can someone explain what is happening? Is there a wolf commotion in the palace? 3 months later, the Helof and Ku Air set sail. And the 6th Legion was officially renamed the Space Wolves. Chapter 39, The Ordinary Life of Alpha Ruiz faced his first setback in his professional journey. Brother. Something about your scent seems off. A group of Space Wolves Astartes surrounded Alpha, who was disguised as one of them, scrutinizing him closely. Alpha feigned calmness. Perhaps it is because I am new here. Before the return of the Primarch, the 6th Legion was known as the Grey Wolves, merely displaying slight wolf-like features. Aside from that, they were just ordinary Astartes. However, when Luz returned and unleashed his howl, it seemed to flip a switch, transforming the Legion into something far more wolf-like. Even now, it was excessive for an Astartes to discern Alpha's disguise purely by scent. This is peculiar, this has never occurred before, one Astartes scratched his head. Noting that all members of the wolf pack should be able to instinctively recognize their brothers. Could it be a case of genetic misalignment? Brother. Did you mistakenly join the wrong legion? Of course not, I am not one of your brothers. Alpha returned empty-handed. Attempting multiple identities but each time being exposed by this pack of huskies. He was utterly defeated, it seemed he could not infiltrate the 6th Legion. Marking the most significant failure in his career as a spy. Thus, he reported to the Emperor in a concealed chamber. Occasionally, he glanced at his father seated before him. Fearing that his recent ineptitude might provoke wrath. It's all right, you need not return to the 6th Legion. The Emperor remained calm, possessing other means of surveillance. Even if issues arose, as long as Alpha could still act normally, the Empire would remain secure. By the way, how is Omega faring? Alpha offered a bitter smile. Still unaware of his precise location. Omega was Alpha's twin brother, both being part of the 20 original subjects. Unfortunately, the subspace vortex that took the originals had cast Omega onto a desolate planet filled with beasts. Alpha could sense Omega's thoughts, allowing them to share experiences. Yet they could not determine each other's locations, the galaxy was vast, and searching for him proved futile. Very well, you may leave. Yes. Alpha respectfully bowed and exited. Finding the Emperor's demeanor towards him still distant, yet he had come to terms with it. After all, he was merely a spy, the Empire's hidden eyes. A being not meant for the light. Should he ever be exposed, the Emperor would undoubtedly sever ties without hesitation. Alpha was prepared for such an eventuality. During this rare holiday, he decided to visit his sister for a respite. It was indeed the Zero Legion that posed the greatest challenge for Alpha's infiltration, with fewer members. It was easier to identify an outsider. If your company had 50,000 employees, you might not notice one extra, but with merely 50, an additional presence would be glaringly obvious. Alpha recalled his first day in the Zero Legion, where he was quickly discovered. Fortunately, Yuan Xi swiftly covered for him, allowing Alpha to visit the Zero Legion during his holidays. Squad leader, that fellow is back again. During the semi-finals of the Zero Legion S-Cup, Melu, the second squad leader of the Rising Sun Angels, frowned upon hearing the news. Although Yuan Xi had managed to mask Alpha's presence that day, everyone knew he was not one of them. All had attended military school, and due to the Zero Legion's small size, it was common knowledge that every member could be recognized. We certainly know you are an outsider. Furthermore, as he never seemed to train with them, his frequent appearances during leisure time raised eyebrows. What does this mean? Are you a favored child of Yuan Xi or perhaps of the Emperor himself? This suspicion led many Astartes to harbor ill feelings towards this seemingly privileged interloper. Legion members had repeatedly inquired about this matter to Yuan Xi. But each time he skillfully deflected their questions, further fueling their irritation. Commander, shall we not drive him away? The mere thought of this Astartes appearing when we have toiled tirelessly in our training is quite discomforting. No rush, let us indulge him a little. Meluo concocted a plan in his mind. We are all forged from the fires of battle, and since you have the privilege of being in Astartes, for your future safety, we must subject you to some rigorous training. Do not blame me. This is merely to prevent you from becoming so inept that you might suffer an untimely demise at the hands of an unexpected foe. Integrate him into the football team of the second company and instruct the opposing team to intensify their efforts. Commander Gao observed. Alpha, who had been waiting on the sidelines for the match to commence, noticed an Astartes approaching him. Before Alpha could utter a word, the Astartes seized his hand. Brother. Lend us a hand, one of our players is injured, and we need you to fill in. To be honest, the reasoning was rather foolish, but Alpha, feeling a surge of excitement, acquiesced. The football used by the Astartes was custom-made, as a regular ball would have long been punctured by their powerful kicks. Yuan Xi had crafted a football from ceramic steel for his progeny. Alpha played as a winger, and as he advanced the ball toward the goal, he was met with a tackle. Truth be told, the tackle was unsuccessful. Alpha had halted the moment he sensed the opponent's approach, fearing he might inadvertently cause them harm. Observing his indifferent teammates and the despondent demeanor of the opposing side, Alpha realized this was a test of his capabilities. Since this was the case, he decided to shed his guise. What he had initially intended as a display of ordinary Astartes camaraderie had only resulted in estrangement. Therefore, he revealed his true identity. He was a Primarch, and if he did not showcase his prowess, they might genuinely mistake him for an Astartes. Thus, the match transformed into Alpha's personal exhibition, leaving all Astartes in awe as he repeatedly breached the opposing goal. His speed was unparalleled, and his strength could not be matched even by 8 Astartes combined. Meluo watched in astonishment, while Diaz, the commander of the Third Company, began to vociferate in frustration. You, with your prominent brows and bright eyes, have resorted to extreme measures, even enlisting outside help to secure a victory. Referee, this is corruption. After a brief warm-up, Alpha disregarded the stunned Astartes around him and turned to leave. It was time to seek out his sister, who should have just finished her work. Ah, it's you. Please. Have a seat, I will be with you shortly. Alpha had misjudged. Yuan Xi's work was never-ending, yet she momentarily set aside her tasks to converse with Alpha. For various reasons, Alpha's existence must remain concealed until the official return of the Primarch of the 20th Legion. This was not just due to the Emperor's strict orders. Even Yuan Xi recognized the necessity of this caution. Yuan Xi and Alpha engaged in a game of chess, not the mentally taxing military strategy of the Emperor and Horus, but a more leisurely game of Ludo. With their capabilities, they could easily manipulate the dice to yield desired results, yet they allowed fate to dictate the roles. For they sought not victory but cherished these rare moments together. Farewell, my sister. Farewell, do come to play again. Joyous moments are fleeting. And tomorrow heralds the return to the arduous grind of work. As he prepared to depart, he spotted a small group of Astartes approaching, led by Meluo. What was the meaning of this? Alpha furrowed his brow. If they intended to cause trouble, even as offspring of his sister, he would impart a stern lesson. Meluo stepped in front of Alpha and bowed his head. I apologize, brother, I believe I misjudged you, and I owe you an apology. Taken aback, Alpha smiled and waved his hand dismissively. No worries, I am not offended, I enjoyed myself thoroughly. Meluo exhaled in relief and extended his hand. The Zero Legion welcomes you, brother. Alpha grasped Meluo's hand. Thank you, my friend. Today, Alpha's mission was to infiltrate Horus's inner circle and report his every action to the Emperor. Frankly, Alpha found this task rather tormenting. At the daily meeting of the Shadow Moon Wolves, Horus was discussing current marching routes and future strategies, but soon veered off topic. Children. I have not recounted that 30-year tale in 2 hours. Here we go again, Alpha thought. Ever since Russ's return to the light, he had heard the story a dozen times, and he could hardly fathom how the other Shadow Moon Wolves endured it. They rescued me from the darkness of Kosonia. We shared a time together. For 30 years, they focused on nurturing and caring for me. 30 years may seem brief, compared to 30,000 years. It is but the span of a heartbeat. Yet, even so, I cherish that time. Father, please stop. The ears of the Shadow Moon Wolves were nearly calloused from hearing the same tale. While one hearing was amusing, dozens became unbearable. The Wolf King had only returned half a month prior, and they could hardly imagine how the days to come would unfold. Abaddon, stand up. At that moment, Abaddon, still a squad leader, was slumped over the table, drooling. He groggily rose upon hearing Horus's command. Is it over? Then I shall take my leave. A nearby squad leader whispered, we are only at 30 years, there are still the centaur golden rings, the Chelan silver necklaces, and tales of I love father, father loves me. Sister loves me, and I love sister yet to be told. Abaddon felt his vision darken, this was just the beginning. Horus looked at Abaddon, whose expression was one of despair, and nearly burst into laughter. Abaddon, go to the back and listen. What a misfortune, Alpha mused. Chapter 40, titles are hard to think of. Russ, I must advise you. Your sister is exceedingly busy every day. Why do you insist on having her accompany you for drinks? Russ scratched his nose. Brother, you misunderstand me. I have never sought her out for drinks. It is always she who comes to find me. How bold of her to be labeled a glutton for drink. Yet you must admit your own faults. Russ rolled his eyes. You don't believe me? And who are you insinuating as a glutton for drink? With Russ's return, the Imperial forces gradually dispersed, making coordinated actions impossible. Yuan Xi contemplated for a moment, having submitted her writings to the Emperor. She surmised that he could converse with Horus without her assistance. Thus, she resolved to act independently. In her view, the relationship between the Emperor and Horus had never been better. As long as both could calm their hearts and sit down to speak honestly, there could be no conflict between them. If the Emperor remained as he had been, paralyzed by social anxiety and unable to voice his thoughts, then he would only have himself to blame for being betrayed by his own son. After departing from the Emperor and Horus, Yuan Xi spent some time in the company of Russ, occasionally seeking him out for a drink. Upon hearing this news, Horus's expression darkened. It was over, all over. Had he been too late? Now the two were holding each other accountable through the star communicator. Russ, you have corrupted my sister. Horus, if you can criticize me for anything else, I shall endure it, but to say such a thing, I cannot tolerate. What is wrong with drinking? Whether she wishes to drink is her freedom. How dare you imply that her enjoyment of drink makes her a bad person? Perhaps even father enjoys a drink. Can you claim father is bad as well? You lie. I have never seen father drink a single drop of alcohol in these 30 years. Here we go again. Alpha thought, covering his ears, it was time for the ancestral performance to begin. In a previous period, every time Luce achieved a significant victory during the Great Expedition, Holes would write letters to express his congratulations. His words were filled with genuine warmth, devoid of any sarcasm. He truly appreciated and rejoiced in his brother's accomplishments. Gradually, Luce began to reassess his perception of Holes, who he had previously regarded as a mere child, one who stubbornly desired to monopolize their father and sister's attention. Now, however, Luce saw Holes as an open-minded, cheerful, and admirable brother, if only he would cease to mention those 30 years. The letters from Holes piled up on Luce's desk, each one inadvertently referencing those 30 years, mentioning golden rings and silver necklaces. Luce understood that Holes was not boasting, he simply placed an undue emphasis on those 30 years. Unable to refrain from speaking of them, Luce lowered his gaze, caressing his wine cup, a silver-gray chalice engraved with the totem of a formidable wolf, a gift from Yuan Xi. Crafted from special materials, it ensured that the beverage within remained perpetually cool. Luce cherished this gift, for drinking from it was truly delightful. He wished to tell Holes that he too possessed gifts, but upon reflection, he pondered whether voicing such a sentiment would make him appear as childish as Holes. Thus, he remained silent, allowing Holes to prattle on. "Father, come, the princess wishes to drink with you," exclaimed the Space Wolf Sergeant Gongner, bursting through the door, a massive goblet in hand. "Holes, Luce, my apologies, brother, but I have suddenly urgent matters to attend to. I must hang up now." Luce, you, observing the sudden silence of the star speaker before him, Holes paused momentarily before inquiring of his companion Abaddon, "Did he just hang up on me?" Abaddon scratched his head, perhaps. Meanwhile, Yuan Xi and Luce had already begun to drink. They were partaking in a beverage known as Fenless honey wine, which, much like a pastry devoid of its namesake, contained neither honey nor true alcohol. However, according to the mortal auxiliary forces accompanying the Space Wolves, this drink served excellently as fuel. This concoction induced in the Astartes a state of inebriation, essentially relying on its toxicity to numb their otherwise impervious bodies. In truth, Yuan Xi found its flavor akin to gasoline. Yuan Xi lifted the goblet and took a hearty swig, grimacing at the unpleasant taste, yet feeling compelled to continue drinking. He was exhausted, not in a physical sense, for the nature of his being made fatigue difficult to perceive, but rather in a mental capacity. If given the choice, he would gladly forsake everything for a restful slumber. Indeed, he could easily drift off. Yet, due to the nature of his being, even in sleep, his mind remained vibrant and active. Thus, even while asleep, he was not fully at rest, awakening to find everything unchanged. There was no alternative. Although no amount of alcohol could truly intoxicate Yuan Xi, he hoped that after consuming some, he might experience a fleeting moment of drowsiness, akin to a brief nap. Luce? Soon the Imperium's wings will depart, and you will need to act independently. Fear not, sister, you need not worry about me. Yuan Xi leaned over the table, shaking his head. Luce, no one is infallible, there will always be times one requires assistance. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to communicate with either father or me. If we are unavailable, you may seek the Chancellor on Terra, he can offer substantial aid. Understood, sister. Luce nodded. And if I encounter those entities? Then you must immediately inform father, never act alone. Agreed. Indeed, Yuan Xi had directly shared the matter of the 4 Chaos Gods with his brothers. Unlike the Emperor's veiled approach. Whenever Luce or Holies inquired, Yuan Xi would provide answers, albeit not exhaustive ones. After all, revealing the Emperor's entire strategy would mean exposing one's own hand. Thus, Holies and Luce were only aware that in the warp resided 4 malevolent entities intent on abducting them. Under Yuan Xi's insistence, both brothers understood the gravity of the situation. So they chose to keep it to themselves, not even confiding in their closest allies, fearful of inadvertently corrupting those around them. Luce was astute. Recognizing that if even Yuan Xi and the Emperor held such trepidation, he certainly could not manage the matter alone, risking his own safety would be unwise. Goner. Transport 2 shipments of my treasured honey wine to the Imperium's wings. Yuan Xi waved a hand dismissively, no need, Luce, drink it yourself, I do not truly enjoy this beverage. Luce understood Yuan Xi's predicament, yet felt powerless to assist, for his wisdom lay not in politics or scientific knowledge. What has sister been busy with lately? Oh, the 9th Legion. Of course. Initially, the Thunder Warriors had implanted the genetic seeds corresponding to their respective legions, yet a few Thunder Warriors had received genetic seeds from other legions. Such as the 9th. The genetic defects within the 9th Legion were excessively severe, termed bloodthirst, which induced intense bloodlust when it manifested. On the battlefield, they often succumbed to madness, attacking indiscriminately, which is why other legions referred to the 9th as flesh-eaters. Consequently, Yuan Xi issued a strict decree: the Thunder Warriors of the 9th Legion were to be monitored at all times. Should any Astartes exhibit signs of bloodthirst, they were to be immediately subdued. Now, these Astartes had developed muscle memory. Upon experiencing bloodthirst, they would become drowsy, and in their drowsiness, bloodthirst would strike again, leading them to fall into slumber at the sight of the Thunder Warriors. The Thunder Warriors were also in a tough spot. While other legions enjoyed their retirements, they were compelled to work overtime. Yet they accepted it, for it was all in service to the Imperium, and they would not complain. I estimate it will take about a decade to resolve this issue. Ugh, so much work, how bothersome. Luce chuckled at Yuan Xi, who was now ruffling his own hair in frustration. Do not fret, sister, we have many brothers, and surely a few can help lighten your burden. Then I shall be eternally grateful, let us drink. Ha ha ha, cheers. At that moment aboard the Vengeance of the Soul, Luce was urged to pick up the phone. Chapter 41, Xuan Yuanli. In a brief moment, Yuan Xi found himself struck by absurdity. As he walked amidst pavilions and towers, witnessing the green-tiled roofs and bustling vendors clad in coarse cloth, one might think they had stepped into the ancient past. Yet just as such thoughts emerged, he could see the flowing energy of a long sword in the hands of a magistrate, airships gliding overhead, and the orderly rows of electromagnetic cannons atop distant fortified walls. The juxtaposition of antiquity and futurism, advancement and primitivism harmoniously coexisted before Yuan Xi. It seems rain is imminent. He gazed skyward, where dark clouds loomed and thunder rumbled, with fine droplets beginning to fall. Standing beside him, the Emperor, who had disguised himself as an ordinary person, observed a vendor skillfully erecting a large umbrella. Let us go inquire. The planet on which Yuan Xi and the Emperor found themselves was called Duomus, a name meaning home in the local tongue. In the Golden Age, Duomus was renowned as a premier tourist destination for humanity, celebrated for its pleasant climate and breathtaking landscapes. However, following the Dark Age, the few remaining humans on Duomus swiftly plunged into civil war. What transpired during that time remains a mystery. All that is known is that after a conflict that nearly reshaped the entire planet, Duomus fell into silence, its surviving inhabitants' technological prowess regressing to a primitive state. 90% of Duomus's surface is covered by ocean, where terrifying sea monsters roam. The remaining land is shrouded in dense forests, teeming with man-eating beasts, leaving humanity on the brink of extinction in this desperate environment. However, everything changed with the arrival of a singular individual. This tall and robust man seemed to descend from the heavens, appearing on this planet without any forewarning, akin to a divine savior sent to rescue humanity. He swiftly galvanized the remnants of humankind to resist the predatory beasts of the jungle. Not only that, he enhanced the local language and script, uniting the previously isolated tribes. He instructed the indigenous inhabitants in constructing edifices, crafting weapons, and cultivating sustenance. Under his guidance, humanity gradually flourished, and he unequivocally ascended to the status of emperor. Together, they expelled the beasts and established shelters, achieving a state of peace and prosperity, all within the span of a mere century. Upon learning of these developments, the emperor quickly deduced that this man must be his son. This time, he had learned his lesson and brought Yuan Xi along without needing any reminders. The emperor and Yuan Xi inquired about many individuals, each person speaking of their emperor with reverence, their words brimming with admiration. Yet, their fervent demeanor suggested that mere praise was insufficient. They often knelt before the distant palace before extolling their emperor. It appeared that the people of this realm were excessively zealous about my brother. The emperor, however, shook his head, understanding the emotions of the locals, having witnessed countless similar scenes over his lengthy existence. Come, let us see my son. The two made their way toward the towering palace, with Yuan Xi observing his surroundings intently. This place bore a striking resemblance to ancient China, not only in its architecture, culture, and systems but also in the square script and the features of the populace, with their yellow skin and black hair, leaving Yuan Xi in a state of reverie. Oh, by the way, father, what is my brother's name? I believe it is Xuan Yuanli. Your Majesty, you should rest now. Xuan, what time is it? There are only 10 minutes left until sunset. Xuan Yuanli emerged from his laboratory. His tall frame accentuated by his black hair and eyes, his neatly cropped hairstyle framing a handsome face. Dressed in a tattered work uniform, he rolled up his sleeves to reveal a tapestry of scars, the most noble emperor of Domus appearing in that moment as an ordinary laborer. Your Majesty, you should not overexert yourself, your health is far more important than these matters. Xuan, you do not understand. Xuan Yuanli, with an air of humility, seated himself on the steps below the throne, gesturing for the person beside him to join him. Xuan, feeling resigned, sat down and stared at his toes. Xuan Yuanli gazed toward the palace gates, where the crimson sun gradually sank beneath the distant jungle. Xuan, one lesson I have learned from the past is that time waits for no one. When you relax, those fears you dread will seize the opportunity to catch up with you. Xuan also turned his gaze to the fiery twilight. As the emperor's close attendant, he understood his sovereign better than anyone else, yet this understanding only deepened his confusion. The emperor was immensely noble, yet remarkably approachable. He never demanded service from his subjects based on his status, he only made heartfelt requests. There had been a time when someone proposed that all must kneel before the emperor, a suggestion the emperor firmly rejected, stating, "Emperor is merely my title. It does not elevate me above you." Yet, despite this, the citizens still spontaneously knelt before him. The emperor was ever diligent, inventing powerful technologies while tirelessly attending to his duties. He frequently spoke of past lessons but had never divulged any details of his own history. Your Majesty, why will you not share your past with us, even a little? Xuan waited for a response, hoping that the emperor might grant this small request, just as he had once permitted Xuan to address him with honor. However, he was met with silence. The emperor remained contemplative. After a long pause, Xuan Yuanli finally spoke. Xuan, go and rest well. Xuan gently closed his eyes. Then, I shall take my leave, Your Majesty. On a rainy night, with thunder rumbling and raindrops cascading from the eaves, Xuan Yuanli was engaged in his daily administrative duties until a message arrived via his communicator. Your Majesty, 2 individuals seek an audience with you, claiming to be your kin. The palace guards remained vigilant, observing the 2 figures cloaked in secrecy not far away. Despite the rain pouring down, not a single drop dampened their garments. The raindrops evaporated before they could touch them. Yuan Xi was vehemently chastising the emperor. Father, are you foolish? The people revere their emperor so intensely, when you approach them declaring yourself as the sovereign of humanity, it might seem like a provocation. Are you not inviting their ire? The emperor, however, felt no concern, for he indeed was the sovereign of humanity. If his son were to challenge him, he would not hesitate to engage in a skirmish. As long as it facilitated the grand expedition. Then, a throng of people surrounded a towering figure who emerged. Yuan Li was not adorned in a yellow robe but rather wore a simple suit reminiscent of traditional Chinese attire, embellished with golden tiger motifs. Upon seeing the two, he initially felt disappointment, but soon, an unfamiliar emotion surged within him, as if he began to grasp their identities. He slightly inclined his body. "Welcome, esteemed guests from afar." "Ah, now this is tea," Yuan Xi exclaimed, savoring a cup of tea with delight. The emperor removed his disguise and seated himself beside Yuan Xi. "Sister, if you enjoy it, I can prepare more. That would be appreciated." Upon seeing his brother for the first time, Yuan Xi noted two words: refined elegance. Unlike the rough demeanor of Helis or the wild essence of Luce, Yuan Li was taciturn yet as tranquil as water. The emperor, uninterested in the tea, inquired of Yuan Li, who was preparing tea for Yuan Xi, "Are you willing to join the grand expedition?" "Yes." The response was unequivocal, devoid of hesitation. And his expression remained unchanged. Yuan Xi cast a sidelong glance, but the emperor nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, select your companions for the journey. Once arrangements are made, I shall send someone to escort you." Something felt amiss, it was too perfect. Yuan Xi narrowed his eyes. This erased gene entity from the original narrative exhibited an unsettling perfection. As if genuinely captivated by the emperor's grand vision and wholeheartedly ready to devote himself to the emperor's endeavors, Yuan Xi had closely observed the Astartes 2nd and 11th legions and found no anomalies or signs of contamination. Could it be due to the original entity? What might unfold in the future? Yuan Xi halted the departing emperor, posing a question to Yuan Li. "Li, could you share why you are inclined to join the grand expedition?" Yuan Li's expression remained composed. "It is merely a matter of mutual benefit, sister, merely a matter of mutual benefit." "Father." "Indeed." On their way back, Yuan Xi inquired of the emperor beside her, "Once Li returns, can he accompany me?" "Yes." The emperor was aware that Yuan Li was somewhat unusual, but he had no inclination to delve deeper. Since Yuan Xi was willing to take responsibility for the matter, he would leave it to her. Yuan Xi reached out to Helis and Luce. "Another brother has returned, would you like to meet?" "Sure, sounds good," Luce replied. "Rest assured, sister, I will be there." Helis assured her, his inner thoughts revealing a concern. "Let us hope he is not another sycophant." Chapter 42, The Roar of Dawn. "Brother, let us share a drink sometime." "Absolutely, no problem." The Wolf King conversed with the new arrival, finding him to be quite amiable, especially for someone who bore the rough image of a barbarian. This brother, refined in manner, treated him with great respect. During their first encounter, when he had leaned in to sniff the newcomer, the latter had merely joked, "What do you smell?" The Wolf King scratched his head. "I'm not quite sure what it is, but it smells pleasant." "It is likely the flavor of tea." Yuan Xi sat nearby, holding a cup of tea. "Li, you might not know what kind of liquor Russ is referring to. I suggest you consider it." Russ bared his teeth in annoyance, wondering why his own reputation was being undermined at such a moment. However, Yuan Li chuckled. "Sister, your words only pique my curiosity. I must certainly give it a try." "Absolutely not." Horus entered late, and upon seeing Yuan Li for the first time, he felt a sense of reassurance. This newcomer radiated the aura of a civilized individual. Excellent. If only another Russ were to arrive, Horus would surely explode. Horus shook hands with Yuan Li, saying, "Brother, I am Horus, the first child to return to my father and sister. We spent 30 years alone together. If you have any questions, feel free to approach me. I will certainly assist you if I can." "Brother, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have read your letter, and it has greatly benefited me." Horus scratched his head. "Oh, you flatter me. By the way, do not drink Russ's liquor, brother, it is toxic." Russ, who had been sampling the tea, retorted, "Horus, what do you mean? How dare you tarnish my Fenris honey wine? Everyone in the Empire knows how delightful and affordable my honey wine is. Who has ever drunk our honey wine and not praised it?" Horus remained unfazed, "Yet I have heard that several mortals, out of curiosity, diluted your honey wine hundreds of times and fainted on the spot. They were fortunate that your legion's medics intervened and saved their lives." "Slander, this is slander." Russ pointed at Horus, looking at Yuan Xi. "Sister, he is slandering me." Ha ha ha, Yuan Xi was already laughing uncontrollably, and soon Russ joined in, even Horace couldn't help but laugh. While Shan Yuanli merely smiled. Yuan Xi secretly observed Shan Yuanli, his demeanor was truly impeccable. Although he was taciturn, communication posed no issues. Yet, Yuan Xi sensed something was amiss. Was he pretending? Was he feigning this courteous demeanor? Was he merely acting amicably with his brothers? No, at least Yuan Xi and the Emperor did not believe so. He was genuinely humble, and he truly cherished his brothers, yet he was concealing something. Yuan Xi realized what was amiss. Shan Yuanli was hiding his intentions. He was concealing his emotions. Yuan Xi understood that everything the Emperor knew about Shan Yuanli was undoubtedly incomplete. A significant part of his story was certainly missing. Yuan Xi would not press Shan Yuanli for answers, she merely hoped that one day he would open his heart. She clapped her hands. Li. We are about to head to Terra, will you accompany us? Horace and Russ awkwardly shook their heads. Sorry, brother, our tasks are quite heavy. And we may not be able to join you back to Terra. Shan Yuanli smiled understandingly. It is all right, I understand. After bidding farewell to the two, Yuan Xi patted Shan Yuanli on the shoulder. Li, what do you think of your brothers? They are all exceptional. Horace is open-minded and cheerful, while Russ is carefree. They are both good brothers. Indeed, Li, I have told Russ before that no one is omnipotent. If you encounter any difficulties, try communicating with your brothers, with me. Or with your father, everyone will be willing to help you. Shan Yuanli remained silent for a moment. Thank you, sister, I will remember that. What is it? On the way to Terra, Shan Yuanli found Xian in the cabin. He was sitting on the bed, and Shan Yuanli could see the fear and confusion in Xian's eyes. Xian had once been a homeless orphan, his family consumed by the savage beasts of Domus. 20 years ago, Shan Yuanli discovered him and brought him under his wing, naming him Xian. To Xian, Shan Yuanli was almost like a father, the most important person in his life. Your Majesty, I am very frightened. Just yesterday we were envisioning our future on Domus, and now we must leave everything behind to face the completely unknown. Shan Yuanli sat beside him. Do not worry. We are quite capable, those challenges will not defeat us. And please, do not call me Your Majesty, my father is the Emperor now, from now on. You may call me Father. Father. Yes, I will take you to Terra to implant my genetic seed. At that time, you will also become one of those towering armored giants, and you will still follow me as my son. I understand, Father. The port of Terra was once again bustling with people. They felt that every time a new prince was welcomed, it was akin to a lottery, with good fortune. One might draw a handsome golden figure, but with ill luck, one might draw a brutish white figure. It was said that this time it was the second prince returning. Let me see what the matter is. The spaceship landed, and Shan Yuanli emerged alongside his companions. Oh, this time it's not bad, at least a purple one. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Shan Yuanli shook hands with Mikado. I have heard much about you from my brothers, today I finally get to see you in person. Mikado wore a wry smile. Hearing that from the brothers is one thing. Russ might have said something nice about me, but if Horace speaks well of me, then I would be surprised. Indeed, before arriving, Horace had fervently advised him, brother, keep your distance from that schemer, he harbors ulterior motives. Shan Yuanli did not perceive Mikado as a schemer. After all, he was also the ruler of a planet and understood that certain matters were unavoidable. The distinction lay merely in who performed them. Without a doubt, Mikado was that outsider. Moreover, they were all serving the Emperor, and if he were slightly scheming, it was of little consequence. Once one had the capability, the ruler would turn a blind eye. The entire court is loyal to the Emperor. How could there be any disloyal subjects? On the float, Mikado inquired about Shan Yuanli's views on the Empire. Shan Yuanli articulated his thoughts eloquently, expressing his respect and admiration for Mikado. Mikado felt on the verge of tears. It was truly a relief to finally have a perceptive prince after enduring hardships. Is this the Terra Palace? It is truly resplendent. Shan Yuanli noticed the Astartes surrounding the palace. He knew these must be his progeny. Sister, what are they called? Yuan Xi, standing nearby, shook her head. They are called Dawn Roar. During a war, they launched a surprise attack at dawn and achieved great results, hence, they named themselves Dawn Roar. Of course, you may rename your legion, that is your right. No need, I like this name, it is just fine. Then create a symbol for your legion. Shan Yuanli took the paper and pen Yuan Xi handed him, and with a few strokes, a roaring tiger's head leapt onto the page. This is the most elite hunter on Domus, known as Yuan Xi. I hope my legion can annihilate any enemy ruthlessly, just like Yuan Xi. Yuan Xi glanced sideways. It appeared that this brother was not as gentle as he presented himself. All right, Yuan Xi clapped her hands, let us eat. Sister. May I dine with my progeny? Malcador sighed, this scene felt all too familiar. Well, it seems I must play the role of the villain. Second Prince, this is not in accordance with etiquette. Yuan Xi smiled understandingly, then let it be, I have brought a cook with me, so there is no need to entertain me. Instead, we will host you, this way. I can also have an excuse to invite my progeny. All right. Malcador was about to say something, but Yuan Xi unexpectedly agreed. Well, I am merely a worker. The Vice-Emperor has spoken, and as a Chancellor, what more can I say? Vice-Emperor, why did you agree to him? After Yuan Xi departed, Malcador inquired of Yuan Xi. Just call me Yuan Xi, we are family, and there is no need for formalities. Let him do as he pleases. Sigh, then let it be as you say. Yuan Xi quickly mastered his legion, and all the Astartes of the Second Legion rejoiced at having a humble yet formidable father. Their livery transitioned from silver grey to russet, adorned with a roaring tiger's head on their pauldrons, while Yuan Xi donned a resplendent crimson battle suit, smiling as he gazed upon his progeny gathered around him. 6 months later, the Zhou embarked from the solar system, with the Second Legion, Dawn Roar, joining the grandeur of the great expedition under the leadership of Yuan Ti. In Chapter 43, The Flower Planting Chef, a dialogue unfolded between Russ and Yuan Xi during a post-battle meeting. Surprisingly, it was Russ who deemed Yuan Xi too extreme. Russ, with an unusually grave expression, voiced his opinion, brother, they have clearly expressed their willingness to submit to the Empire, why resort to violence? Russ? Are you not aware of how untrustworthy those xenomorphs are? Accepting them is akin to inviting a wolf into the house. Oh, forgive me. The wolf here does not refer to you. I merely wish to say that we should not afford those damn xenomorphs any opportunities. But they are not xenomorphs. Russ retorted, scratching his head in irritation. Not long ago, he and Yuan Xi had arrived at a planet inhabited by beings resembling insects, whose technological prowess was limited to interstellar travel within their own system. Upon witnessing the vast Imperial fleet, the local leaders readily pledged allegiance to the Empire. Russ had thought it advantageous, saving time and effort in a potential conflict, but was aghast when he saw Yuan Xi leading the Legion to slaughter these insectoid beings. They are not xenomorphs. Why did Dawn Roar uncover 3 million mortals in their dungeons? They are clearly xenomorphs enslaving humanity. What is wrong with my actions to save humanity by eliminating them? Russ smirked, having only just learned about the mortals on that planet. Yet he was adhering strictly to the truths of the Empire. All right, it seems there are no issues with you all, the fault lies with me. Yuan Xi sighed, pondering the difficulty of defining xenomorphs. According to genetic standards, there are hardly any pure humans left in the universe, and based on cranial structure, the Eldar possess skulls more akin to some subhumans. Upon investigating the insectoid beings, Yuan Xi discovered they were indeed a mutation of humanity. Strictly speaking, they were still human. Thus, the truth of the Empire states that anyone willing to submit to the Empire is considered human, and this is the only feasible approach at present. Therefore, Russ was not entirely wrong, he merely regarded the insectoids as subhumans according to Imperial doctrine, while Yuan Xi was not at fault either, as he viewed them as xenomorphs based on common sense. During this time, Yuan Xi recognized that Yuan Xi harbored a deep-seated hatred for xenomorphs. If they were xenomorphs, Yuan Xi would not hesitate to act against them. Surrendering was futile if one did not possess the means to do so. He would simply eliminate the option of surrender. He engaged with any xenomorphs and would also act against those who refused to submit to the Empire. Logically, such tactics should lead to significant casualties, yet Yuan Li's prowess defied such expectations. The Second Legion, Dawn Roar, comprised 12 companies, each named after a zodiac sign, with the company commanders referred to as cavalry generals, subordinate only to the Grand General, Yuan Xi himself. Each company had its specialties, for instance, the Zerat company excelled in infiltration, while the Chowoks company was adept at fortification. Yuan Xi would deploy different companies according to the battlefield situation rather than adhere to a singular strategy, consistently achieving remarkable victory-to-loss ratios through his sagacity. In terms of versatility, the Second Legion might only be surpassed by Yuan Xi's Null Legion, yet Xian Yuanli was also an adept operator. The stable troop supply from Domus ensured that the Second Legion's strength would never fall below 200,000. Discussions circulated that the combat effectiveness of the Second Legion had perhaps even surpassed that of the Shadow Moon Wolf, placing it just below the First Legion. Recently, the Second Legion's achievements skyrocketed, driving Horus nearly to madness, as he had scarcely communicated with Yuan Xi during this period. The more impressive the Second Legion became, the more anxious Yuan Xi grew, pondering why this legion would face erasure in the future. Enough of this overthinking, Yuan Xi clapped his hands. You all have performed admirably. Let me prepare a meal for you. Upon returning, Xian Yuanli also brought back produce from Domus, among which Yuan Xi discovered a substance akin to seasoning, tasting remarkably similar to conventional spices. Coupled with the Empire's expanding territories, which now provided purer ingredients, it was time to showcase the culinary aspirations of the Zhuanghua people. Though Xian Yuanli, a version of a Zhuanghua individual, maintained an air of aloof elegance, the craving for exquisite dining was an unalterable trait ingrained in his very genes. As for Russ, well, that indulgent glutton needed no further description. During their time together, the three frequently convened to explore ways to enhance their culinary skills. And Yuan Xi soon uncovered another talent, becoming the trio's designated chef. Mealtime. Mealtime. Russ howled like a wolf, while Xian Yuanli sat grinning at the dining table, displaying a rather endearing demeanor. Yuan Xi noted that if the Yuan Ti had inherited any attributes from the emperor, Xian Yuanli had undoubtedly inherited the emperor's charmingly taciturn nature. Here comes the dish, Yuan Xi, donned in an apron, presented a massive platter, black pepper charcoal grilled roaring beef leg. Please dine civilly and utilize your cutlery. I refer to you, Russ. Russ bared his teeth, retracting his eager hands as Xian Yuanli began to devour the meal with astonishing speed. Russ could not comprehend how his brother managed to consume so swiftly while maintaining such an ostentatious demeanor. Just as he had finally cut a small piece of beef and taken a bite, he glanced up to find Xian Yuanli beaming and pointing at the now clean beef bones. You are a bit slow, brother. In that moment, Russ felt an impulse to unleash his frustrations, almost wanting to punch that cheerful face. Yuan Xi poked his head out from the kitchen. Don't rush, there is plenty more. And leave some for me, you rascal. Horus had been feeling quite fatigued lately, largely due to the relentless competition posed by the newly returned brother. Horus aspired to become a warlord, understanding that achieving the best performance in the Great Expedition was essential for gaining his father's favor for the position. Yet, Xian Yuanli's return had propelled the Second Legion's achievements to meteoric heights. Horus calculated that at this rate, within a decade, the Second Legion would surpass the Shadow Moon Wolf to become the most distinguished legion in the Great Expedition. This cannot continue. How can I become a warlord under such circumstances? Thus, Horus, akin to a top student who had been usurped by a transfer student, was compelled to rally his own legion with fervor. Currently, the Shadow Moon Wolf was besieging a regime that refused to submit to the Empire and even sought to oppose it. Even the 16th Legion had nearly obliterated them. Yet they still refused to surrender. Now, the remaining defiant enemies were entrenched within a defensive stronghold built against the mountains. Horus sighed, having attempted peaceful negotiations multiple times, only to be met with steadfast refusal. On one hand, he genuinely wished to avoid further bloodshed among humanity, on the other, he did not wish to waste more time. After a moment of contemplation, he issued his final orders. Abaddon, take note. I hereby deploy the following strategy: establish a defensive line at Mount Ta with the 2nd and 3rd Companies, along with 2 tactical squads, while the 6th and 9th Companies, supported by 3 tactical squads, will conduct rapid flanking maneuvers. The 1st Company, along with 5 tactical squads, will execute a direct strike via teleportation. And the 4th and 5th Companies will hold the rear to prevent any enemy escape. Do you understand? I understand. Repeat it back to me. Bring the enemy 2 packages of Mount Ta. Abaddon jested, sensing that Horus had been rather tense of late. He directly addressed him. Great Horus, you needn't be so anxious. Why not have a little more faith in yourself and in the Shadow Moon Fenris? Horus, powerful yet humble, often sought the opinions of his progeny and made adjustments accordingly. At that moment, he realized that perhaps Abaddon was right. There was no need for apprehension. He should trust himself and his children. Soon, the Shadow Moon Fenris achieved victory. And Horus took a deep breath, a rare sense of relaxation washing over him. It had been quite a while since he had last contacted his sister. Perhaps he should reach out to her. Abaddon, how far is the Imperial wing from the vengeful spirit? Very close, just 300,000 kilometers. Horus nodded. Excellent. We needn't rely on the astropath for communication, let's send a video message instead. Xian Yuanli, could you save me some? Brother, you're simply too slow. There's nothing I can do. Russ scratched his head, pondering whether he could directly seize a portion of the food without depriving the taciturn one. Quite vexing indeed. Yuan Xi reappeared with a plate, presenting a dish of tomato braised beef, though it might not actually be tomato. Regardless, it was time to taste it. Horus observed the scene. His sister, clad in an apron, served the two famished souls at the dining table. Sister. Xian Yuanli and Russ simultaneously paused their eating. While Yuan Xi turned slowly, her gaze landing on Horus's dazed expression displayed on the large screen. Yuan Xi inexplicably felt a pang of guilt. Wait. Why am I feeling guilty for merely cooking? Yet, despite her internal thoughts, she softened her voice. It's Horus. Is there something you need? Horus maintained a stern expression. This meal was prepared by my sister herself. Oh dear, the guilt intensified. Yes. What's the matter? I've yet to taste the food made by my sister's own hands. I haven't had a single bite in 30 years. Why had these newcomers been allowed to enjoy her cooking before I have? Wait, Horus, let me explain. Yuan Xi hurriedly tried to comfort him, glancing at Russ for guidance. To her astonishment, she noticed Xian Yuanli covertly scooping beef with a spoon. Russ too was struggling to maintain his composure. This taciturn one was becoming unbearable. Chapter 44 Sigismund, when did you become the pride of Tianmen? Today, it is today. Once merely an ordinary Astartes of the 7th Legion. Sigismund had been summoned to serve during the unification of Terra and transformed into a true Astartes, a genuine veteran of the old Terra, proudly bearing the golden banner. His early life was shrouded in obscurity, yet he was now renowned for his unparalleled swordsmanship, with rumors suggesting he had never tasted defeat. Sigismund had a penchant for challenging others to duels. After sparring with his own, he sought out others in different legions. During the Great Crusade, wherever the 7th Legion operated alongside another, Sigismund would seek out opponents from that legion. He had visited the majority of 20 legions. And it was widely known that the 7th Legion had a martial enthusiast who sought battles daily. Not long ago, the 7th Legion had finally secured an opportunity to operate alongside the Null Legion, and Sigismund was elated. He had long awaited this chance. Having heard tales of the formidable warriors that comprised the Null Legion. Due to the Null Legion's small numbers, the Emperor mandated that at least one legion must accompany them, leading to a fierce competition among nearly all legions for this honor. After all, being with the Null Legion was exceedingly advantageous when fighting alongside other legions. Regardless of the effort expended, military honors were typically split evenly. If the original body had returned, the division could be as uneven as 70-30, favoring the original. However, the Null Legion was different. They truly did not seek military honors. Regardless of their contributions, they willingly relinquished all accolades. Inquiries directed to members of the Null Legion yielded responses such as, "My mother is a vice-emperor, what need have we for military honors?" It was indeed true. Their mother had already been bestowed with every conceivable title, and further honors would render her an emperor. Moreover, given their combat prowess, they had no need for accolades to validate their worth. Thus, every legion clamored to align with the Null Legion. Beyond military honors, their demeanor was amiable, often inviting members of other legions to visit their ranks. Not to mention, their combat capability instilled a sense of security on the battlefield. Sigismund, however, was not particularly interested in these matters. He merely wished to witness the so-called most comprehensive legion, the strongest in numbers, and the blade of the Vice-Emperor, the Dawn Angels. To see what formidable warriors they harbored. Consequently, he visited the Imperial wing, glancing around but soon realizing something was amiss. Where had everyone gone? He randomly intercepted a passing mortal. "Excuse me, friend, could you direct me to where the Astartes aboard this vessel have gone?" The mortal glanced at him. "Straight ahead. Turn left. At the end, there's a mahjong room. They're likely playing mahjong." Sigismund was momentarily perplexed. What on earth was mahjong? Was this a new form of training? He approached the door to the so-called mahjong room and knocked. No response. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open. Excuse me, I've got a full hand. Diaz, are you cheating? Can't take a loss, can you? Sigismund stood bewildered at the entrance, observing the so-called strongest legion engaging in a raucous game with small tiles in hand. What is this place? Oh, a guest. The atmosphere fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into a cacophony. Come join us, brother. Brother, come play. I guarantee it'll be fun. Get lost. You disgraceful lot. Cadus waved dismissively at his laughing comrades and approached Sigismund. Hello, brother. What brings you here? Sigismund hesitated, feeling somewhat reluctant to speak. After all, a martial enthusiast could readily challenge a warrior on the arena but found it challenging to propose a duel to gamblers at a card table. Yet, he gathered his resolve. Hello, I am Sigismund of the 7th Legion, here to seek a duel. Ah, I've heard of you, Cadus nodded. I am Cadus, captain of the Dawn Angels. We've heard tales of the exceptional swordsman from the 7th Legion. You have indeed come. Yes, Sigismund inhaled deeply. Captain Cadus, I wish to spar with you. Cadus smiled. Certainly, but I may need to finish this round first. Sigismund nodded. It was merely a game, and he could wait. 2 hours later, come on, reshuffle. Again. Brother. Are we still dueling or what? Just wait until I win this hand, then we will spar. Originally, Sigismund had merely stood by, not knowing which mischief-maker had prompted him to try a game. After contemplating briefly, he agreed, and thus the situation unfolded. Sigismund was grateful to Yuan Xi for permitting them to play mahjong but forbidding gambling, otherwise, he might have lost his trousers today. Sigismund relished the experience. Life in the Legion was often grim, akin to a daily existence of a hermit. Aside from honing his skills and seeking duels, there was little joy. He had long heard of the Null Legion's abundant recreational activities, and today's experience had proven thoroughly enjoyable. Cadus was nearing his breaking point. We play daily without becoming addicted. How have you become so hooked? Brother, do not forget the main purpose. These are mere trifles. Your martial skills are your greatest treasure. Cadus said, pulling Sigismund towards the exit. We cannot continue playing. Outsiders may claim we, the Null Legion, corrupt others, and if word gets out, Eusones will surely flay his own skin during training. Oh my goodness, my dear sesame paste, my hand is exceptionally good in this game. I am certain to win. Please let me down, my brother. Heed my advice. No matter how powerful you are in the game, it remains illusory. You must return to reality. Woe is me, my dear sesame paste. In the arena, the much-anticipated contest is finally about to commence. Cadus and Sigismund don their armor, each wielding a standard longsword. For this is merely a sparring session, not a fight to the death. The moment Sigismund grasps his sword, his demeanor undergoes a dramatic transformation, akin to an unsheathed blade, radiating an icy and suffocating brilliance. Conversely, Cadus's presence becomes more reserved. Unless one possesses extraordinary skill, it is nearly impossible to perceive his aura, as he remains akin to a dagger lurking in the shadows, dangerously lethal. Eusones also arrives at the scene, observing the duel in his capacity as the referee. Though he is indeed the foremost individual under the command of the Zero Legion, he had previously made an arrangement with Cadus. Should he triumph over Cadus, Eusones would then engage in a contest with him, but alas, he does not foresee Cadus's defeat. The duel begins. At Eusones's command, both combatants spring into action simultaneously. Cadus seizes the initiative, swinging his sword, only to be deftly parried by Sigismund. Following the momentum, Sigismund lunges towards Cadus, who skillfully twists his blade to narrowly graze Sigismund's armor. Subsequently, the two engage as if they were the most precise of machines, exhibiting flawless technique and extraordinary reflexes, akin to a dance rehearsed countless times. For an entire hour, not a single scratch mars their armor. Sigismund, exhilarated, realizes he has encountered a worthy opponent whose swordsmanship matches his own. He fails to uncover any flaw in Cadus's defense throughout the hour. Indeed, he has come to the right place with the Zero Legion. A powerful strike is intercepted by Cadus, who takes a step back. Brother, have you ever tasted defeat? Unless we count my sparring sessions with the Thunder Warriors instructor at the military academy, no. Can you accept your failure? Indeed, should I falter, it would merely indicate that I have room for greater improvement, and I would welcome it. That's good to hear. Cardus raises his unarmed left hand high. Observing this, Yusonis tosses a longsword to Cardus, who catches it with ease. My apologies, brother, but I actually prefer dual wielding. Sigismund, brimming with excitement, raises his sword. Bring it on, brother. In the instant they clash, Sigismund realizes he has already lost. With dual swords in hand, Cardus attacks as if he were two masters simultaneously. His relentless onslaught nearly overwhelming Sigismund. 3 hours later, Cardus's blade rests against Sigismund's throat, declaring Cardus the victor. Good match, brother. Good match. Sigismund removes his helmet with a hearty laugh. Although it is his first experience of defeat, he smiles. Brother, can you tell me you are the strongest in your legion? Cardus also removes his helmet and gestures towards the audience. See that white-haired figure in the front row? He is our original guard captain, Yusonis. After our last bout, which lasted 6 hours, I was ultimately bested by him. Sigismund chuckles. If I get the chance, I must spar with him. Cardus laughs in return. Of course. You are always welcome, brother. Now, let us quickly indulge in a game of mahjong. I have a feeling luck will be on my side this next round. Damn it. Yusonis leaps down from the stands, shouting. Cardus, have you corrupted the others again? No, brother, let me explain, please, don't hit me. Chapter 45, Horus the Emperor feels that his eldest son has recently been acting strangely. During this period, Horus often appears lost in thought and prone to daydreaming. Although Horus has previously displayed erratic behavior, this severity is unprecedented. The Emperor, though omniscient, is perplexed by Horus's condition. After perusing the book provided by Yuan Xi, he decides to inquire directly. During their daily chess match, the Emperor easily defeats the distracted Horus. Observing Horus's dazed state, he speaks, My son, you seem unwell. What troubles you? Horus snaps back to reality, acknowledging that his performance has indeed been lackluster. On one hand, he is genuinely pleased for his brother's achievements upon Yuan Li's return. Yet he feels a sense of urgency at the prospect of this brother becoming a formidable contender for the position of war commander. On the other hand, it is Yuan Xi. Horus does not feel jealousy towards his brother's amicable relationship with Yuan Xi. He believes that his esteemed sister should be admired by all his brothers. What truly unsettles Horus is the realization that he may no longer hold a special place in Yuan Xi's heart. Horus harbors a sense of pride. Having spent 30 years in the company of his father and sister, none of his brothers have shared such a lengthy bond with them. Alpha, you are correct. And he has always been acknowledged as exceptional by the entire empire. He believed that even as his brothers returned one by one, he could still remain the most unique in their hearts. Perhaps his father feels this way, as until now, Horus has not witnessed any significant interactions between his father and his other brothers. However, it seems his sister has gradually begun to forget him. Horus's disappointment does not stem solely from missing out on meals with Yuan Xi, but rather from the disheartening thought that in Yuan Xi's mind, he may not be much different from the brothers who will return later. Should it not be otherwise? Should he not be special? Horus feels conflicted. He recognizes that his sister is not at fault and that his own selfishness is to blame. It is perfectly acceptable for a sister to treat all her brothers equally. Yet, a voice echoes within Horus's heart, I long to be the most special one, I yearn to be the most special one. Horus cautiously raises his gaze to his esteemed father. Father, what kind of son would you choose as a war commander? Oh, my foolish child. Do I not make it sufficiently clear? The Emperor is bewildered. The golden ring he gifted, along with the words he spoke when presenting it, was nearly a direct indication to Horus, my dear son, await the day when I bestow upon you the title of war commander. Why then, does Horus still feel apprehensive? However, these sentiments cannot be openly expressed. After all, favoritism does not reflect well. Moreover, revealing this matter could negatively impact the future relationships between Horus and his brothers. Therefore, the Emperor carefully chooses his words. A war commander must not only lead the army to victory but also connect the various factions of the empire. Most importantly, he must serve as the bond that unites his brothers. Horus feels a wave of despair wash over him. Has he not lost everything? Setting aside Yuan Li's rapid accomplishments in leading the troops, just the point about fostering good relations with his brothers, currently, other than Horus and Yuan Li, there is only Russ, Alpha. I have no objections. However, Horus has not maintained a pleasant relationship with Russ, while Yuan Li has swiftly become close with him. It seems his father is explicitly indicating that the future war commander is destined to be Shan Yuanli. Horus feels tears welling. He cannot allow this to happen. Struggling to maintain composure, he stammers, "Yes, father, it should be this way, The emperor is taken aback. What is happening? Did he say something wrong? The emperor believes he has articulated his thoughts clearly. He described the qualities of a war commander, which certainly apply to Horus, who has achieved numerous victories. He has even heard of Horus's correspondence with his brothers. What could be amiss? The emperor discreetly flips through the book. What is going on? This was not covered. He glances back at the agitated Horus and finds himself at a loss, deciding to summon Yuan Xi, as he truly struggles with such matters. Quickly, summon the eldest princess, quickly. So, father, you called me here because of this matter? Yes. I have come as you instructed. Fear not, dear father, you have performed admirably this time. Indeed. Di Huang has made significant progress. At the very least, he has learned to voice his inquiries directly, which is a vast improvement over the socially anxious father he once was. Yuan Xi pondered for a moment. Perhaps I should seek out Horus to ask him a few questions. Aboard the vessel Revenger's Soul, Horus was engrossed in reading within his modest quarters. His room was exceedingly simple, furnished with a bed, a desk, several chairs, and a bookcase. Letters exchanged with his brothers were neatly stacked to one side, and even Abaddon, who had recently been promoted to company commander, had a room that resembled a more authentic living space than this one. Yet, Horus cherished this place. Everything of utmost importance to him resided within these four walls. A well-worn book on constellations occupied the most prominent position on the desk, accompanied by two small wooden boxes, one for his father's golden ring and the other for his sister's silver necklace. Horus's understanding of family and love was encapsulated within this tiny sanctuary. Knock, knock, two crisp raps at the door. Horus looked up, puzzled. One would expect a notice if someone sought him. Come in, he called out. Yuan Xi pushed the door open, peeking her head inside. Hello, Horus, have you missed me? Horus sprang to his feet. Sister, why did you not inform me of your visit in advance? Oh, I thought I would surprise you, Yuan Xi replied, settling into a chair beside him. What have you been busy with lately? The Shadow Moon Wolves have just reclaimed a planet, and we are heading towards the next star system. Did you come to discuss something? Yuan Xi, as if performing magic, produced a lunchbox. Tada! I brought you lunch, made by my own hands. Give it a try. Thank you. Sister. Horus took the lunchbox and carefully opened it, revealing some meat and an assortment of vegetables. Observing Horus savoring the meal, Yuan Xi spoke up. Father mentioned you have been somewhat distracted lately. Is something troubling you? Horus hesitated, wishing to articulate his thoughts, yet the words felt insurmountably difficult to express. Could he truly say, Sister, do not associate with them, having you is enough for me? What else could he possibly convey? Horus fell silent, lowering his gaze without uttering a word. Yuan Xi sighed, reaching out to gently stroke Horus's temples. Do you remember what I told you? Whatever happens, I will always support you. Speak your mind, everyone loves you, and no one will judge you for it. Sister, Horus finally spoke, am I truly important in your eyes? Very important. Yuan Xi replied without hesitation, offering the most direct and sincere response. What about my other brothers? At that moment, Yuan Xi finally comprehended Horus's inner turmoil. He was afraid, fearful that his brother's presence rendered him insignificant, terrified of becoming the unnamed past that existed before Horus. Horus's plight was tragic, when he was still nameless. He possessed little to nothing. In his eyes, all that he had, his power, his glory, his love, was bestowed upon him by his father and sister. These were the things that Horus had while the nameless did not, hence his anxiety. He feared being abandoned by his father and sister, should they forsake Horus. He would revert to being that pitiful, laughable nameless one from Kashonia. Thus, he desperately sought to prove himself as exceptional, unique, and irreplaceable. However, his brothers were extraordinarily talented. Each had nearly conquered the world they inhabited, possessing qualities that Horus lacked. Tragically, Horus realized that his fears were gradually manifesting into reality. He was to be cast aside, returning to that sorrowful, laughable nameless state. Yuan Xi took a deep breath, placing her hands on Horus's cheeks and turning his face towards her. Horus, look at me. As Horus gazed into Yuan Xi's glass-like violet eyes, he felt a retreating sensation, as if the fervent emotions within her could sear him. Horus. Do you recall what I said when I gifted you that necklace? I expressed my desire for your safety, irrespective of others' expectations. I only wish for you to be secure. Horus, you need not worry that your brothers will overshadow our attention upon you, for we love you, father, your brothers, and everyone around you. Our affection for you is rooted not in your status as a warlord, or as an original entity, or in any unique talent you possess. We love you simply because you are Horus. Is there anyone among your brothers who shares your name? Horus, my brother, you have always been my brother, father's son. And everyone's sibling. Regardless of how you evolve or what kind of person you become, all those around you care for you. They cherish Horus because Horus is Horus. At all times, Horus remains Horus. Gradually, some long-suppressed feelings within Horus began to dissolve, fading like ripples in water, creating waves of emotion that ultimately culminated in tears at the corners of his eyes. Since his return, he had not shed a tear. For he had become an original entity, a prince of the empire, and how could a prince weep? Yet now, Horus understood, it is the prince, the original entity, who does not weep, but not Horus. Thus, he embraced Yuan Xi, burying his head in her shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. Yuan Xi held Horus close, gently patting his back, allowing her brother's tears to flow down her hair. Outside the door, the emperor stood, lingering for a long while before turning to depart. From that day forth, Horus ceased to dwell in anxiety, gradually standing tall. He could assert without hesitation that he was the most beloved son of his father, the most cherished brother of his sister, and the Shadow Moon Wolves looked on with joy as their father began to brighten once more. However, there remained one pressing question: children. I truly ought to recount the tale of those 30 years. Not that, this story will only become more frequent. They bestowed upon me a golden ring and a silver necklace, father declared that I am his centaurus, and sister expressed her wish for my safety. Father, please stop. Don't recite it again. Chapter 46, Flesh and Blood. Axinus, help me break the seal. Tomb, do not struggle, you are destined to be part of the tomb. Axinus, curse your fate, my life is mine to control, not dictated by fate. Ferris, I shall aid you. Just a jest. The 10th original entity descended upon a planet known as Medusa, situated within the nebulous star domain. Scholars speculate that this may have been the battleground of ancient space necromancers and their foes. The natural environment of Medusa is exceedingly harsh, with the local inhabitants divided into various clans, competing fiercely for scarce resources. The original entity's cultivation pod crashed into a snow-capped mountain on Medusa and burrowed deep within the mountain's core. As the original entity emerged from the cultivation pod, he found himself in a pitch-black chamber. At that moment, the young original entity wondered, where is this place? In the darkness, he encountered a massive mechanical beast, later referred to by the locals as the Silver Dragon, Axinus. The original entity's pod likely damaged some facility, inadvertently releasing this terrifying creature. A struggle ensued between the original entity and the beast, yet neither could best the other. Axinus concluded that this method was futile and burrowed through the ground to escape. The young original entity vowed to capture it or slay it outright. Upon reaching the surface, the original entity did not immediately integrate into the local clans. Instead, he observed and learned in silence. During this time, he acquired the name Ferris Manusis. The local clan had long observed a formidable figure, a towering man who consistently lurked in the shadows of the harsh environment of Medusa, seemingly surveilling them. Initially, their impression of Phyllis was not particularly favorable. They even suspected him of having released the silver dragon Axinus, which was indeed true, as he was the dragon's master. However, as time passed, they discovered that this muscular man frequently ventured into various perilous underground ruins of Medusa, effortlessly vanquishing the mechanical beasts within. Through their interactions with Phyllis, they gradually realized that he was, in fact, a decent individual. Eventually, Phyllis once again confronted Axinus, leading to a cataclysmic battle in which Phyllis forced the dragon into molten lava, ultimately slaying it. However, his arm was scorched by the lava, and in a miraculous turn of events, the melted metallic skin of the dragon began to adhere to Phyllis's arm, granting him an indomitable pair of iron hands. Having resolved his obsession, Phyllis deemed it time to integrate into the local clan and impart his knowledge and experience. With his assistance, the local populace steadily grew stronger, and Medusa began to flourish. Logically, the ensuing narrative would depict the unification of the original body across the globe, leading the people of Mydusia to a prosperous existence. Yet, Phyllis was a staunch advocate of competition, firmly believing that it fosters progress, and thus he continually encouraged rivalry among the clans. He merely guided them in unearthing various technologies within Mydusia, enhancing humanity's overall strength without directly aiding any specific clan. It was in this context that the Emperor and Yuan Xi arrived at Mydusia. In a remote mountain area, Phyllis, having anticipated their visit, greeted the Emperor and Yuan Xi. "I am your father, join the Empire. I will ally with you under one condition." "What condition?" "Let us engage in a contest." With great eagerness, Phyllis, a true competitor, was excited to spar with the Emperor, immediately recognizing his father's immense strength. Believing in the merit of competition, he was determined to engage in a thrilling battle. The Emperor, almost experiencing PTSD, replied, "What shall we compete in?" "Of course, in combat, what else?" The Emperor exhaled and, with a playful gesture, struck Yuan Xi, who was stifling laughter. With a psychic jab, "Very well, let us commence." This monumental battle raged for several days, utterly devastating the mountain range. Ultimately, the conflict concluded with the Emperor's victory. Defeated, Phyllis lay on the ground, laughing heartily. He cherished each of his failures, convinced that they represented invaluable experiences that contributed to his growth. He soon pledged his loyalty to the Emperor, who was quite satisfied, as the process of reclaiming his son had proceeded smoothly. In the Emperor's view, Yuan Xi was merely being overly cautious. It was inconceivable that he could offend his son upon their first meeting. "So, sister, let us spar." Yuan Xi smiled, though inwardly she felt exasperated. On their journey back to Terra, Phyllis reflected for several days and concluded that his previous battle with the Emperor had not been sufficiently impressive. He had many new ideas and believed that if he could spar with the Emperor again, he might stand a chance of victory. After reaching out to the Emperor to express his desire for another bout, the Emperor could no longer contain himself. "Oh foolish child, if I truly wished to defeat you, you would be left lying there. I have no time to engage in combat with my son, I am busy preparing for the Great Crusade. Tell you what. Your sister Yuan Xi is only slightly beneath my strength, defeat her, and then come find me." Yuan Xi was almost amused by the situation. "Am I not busy as well?" Her responsibilities included addressing the genetic defects of the Astartes, establishing political, economic, and legal systems, and constantly monitoring the internal dynamics of various legions. She was quite occupied herself. At present, the Empire was akin to an unstoppable war machine, with the Emperor determining its direction, Mikado ensuring its operation, and Yuan Xi fine-tuning its course. Upon learning that the Emperor had sent Phyllis to seek her out, she felt an urge to contact him telepathically to express her irritation, but reconsidered. It had indeed been a while since she had engaged in combat, and the opportunity to spar with Phyllis on the way back to Terra provided a welcome diversion. "Very well, let us fight." "Sister, do you not require a weapon?" "You do not bring one either." The Imperial wing was docked in the orbit of a desolate planet, where Yuan Xi and Phyllis arrived to establish their battlefield. "Let us place our bets. How long do you think Lord Phyllis can endure?" Aboard the Imperial wing, Yuan Xi's offspring had already begun wagering on how long Phyllis would last against Yuan Xi. "1 can of Golo beast meat, I wager 5 hours. 2 cans of Golo beast meat. I bet 10 hours. Lord Phyllis appears quite formidable." As descendants of Yuan Xi, they could perceive her strength firsthand and had never doubted her power. Even though she had not personally participated in the Great Crusade's battles for quite some time. At the Astartes Academy, the individuals of the Zero Legion were often inherently stronger than those of other legions, reflecting Yuan Xi's prowess in the original body. Moreover, since the unification of Terra and the Great Crusade, Yuan Xi had personally engaged in numerous terrifying conflicts. In terms of combat experience, she would not be outmatched by any original body. This was indeed the case, as Phyllis soon realized he was vastly inferior to his sister. Prior to the battle, he had heard tales of Yuan Xi's powerful psychic flames and remarkable flight capabilities, as well as her exquisite swordsmanship, but he had not yet experienced them firsthand. Merely standing on the ground and employing the same fists as Phyllis, Yuan Xi was able to engage him in an evenly matched struggle. In terms of raw strength and physical prowess, Phyllis might have had a slight edge, but Yuan Xi's reflexes and combat decisions were extraordinarily superior, and Phyllis gradually found himself overwhelmed. After 15 hours, Phyllis lay on the ground while Yuan Xi sat beside him. "So, are you satisfied?" "Indeed, sister. Phyllis understood that his father had certainly held back during their prior encounter. Reflecting on it, he realized he had been somewhat foolish to think he could defeat the Emperor. However, he was undeterred, recognizing that this only indicated the vast potential for his further growth. He resolved to adjust his ambitions accordingly, setting his sights lower than the Emperor for the time being. Sister, what are my brothers like? Well, they are like gangsters, Vikings, and rather introverted flower cultivators. Yuan Xi felt the need to spare her brothers some dignity. They are all good people, you will see for yourself when you meet them. Are they strong? Yuan Xi sighed, fine. Another competitive blacksmith, you will understand their strength once you meet them on Terra. On Terra, Mikado glanced at Horus, who occasionally shot him glares. Then turned his attention to the table where Russ was voraciously devouring cheap rations, and Shan Yuanli was amiably sipping tea. The atmosphere felt oddly tense. Horus occasionally glared at Mikado. We are waiting for our new brother. What are you, a traitor, still doing here? Shan Yuanli, while inclined to defend Mikado privately, reconsidered. After all, if Horus was unwilling to listen even to the Emperor's justification, what was the point? He might as well just observe the spectacle. Russ exclaimed, this is delicious. Suddenly, a panicked official rushed in. Oh no, oh no. The Grand Princess and the new prince are fighting. What? Clarify yourself. Mikado urgently inquired of the official. Do you understand what you are saying? The unfortunate mortal produced a piece of paper. The intelligence we received indicated that the Grand Princess and the new prince have engaged in combat. That cannot be. According to the Emperor. This new prince is merely a little unrefined. How could he possibly contend with Yuan Xi? Surely it cannot be Yuan Xi's fault. Quick, contact Her Highness the Grand Princess. My Lord Chancellor, another mortal official entered. The vessel carrying Prince Phyllis has already docked at the port of Terra. The situation had escalated. Malcador glanced at the frowning Horus, the puzzled Shan Yuanli, and the grimacing Russ, and realized it was all going downhill from here. Chapter 47, The Unity of Our Empire. The people of Terra were once again caught up in the exhilarating excitement of card draws. With nearly every household glued to their screens in anticipation of the reappearance of the newly returned prince. There was no denying it. The entertainment options in the Empire were woefully scarce, with daily life consumed by work and little else to engage in, aside from dutifully minting coins for the Emperor. Thus, witnessing the prince's return ceremony had become a rare source of entertainment for the citizens of the Empire. As the hatch opened, Ferris stepped down from the spacecraft. He looked decent, not as impressive as the last one, but certainly better than the previous barbarian. He could be considered a blue card, which was quite commendable. Ferris faced the throngs of cheering people and waved at them, prompting an even louder eruption of shouts. Surely, you must be our newly returned brother, he thought. Ferris glanced to his side where Horus, Shan Yuanli, and Russ stood next to him, while Malcador lingered behind the towering figures, initially unnoticed by Ferris. Remembering Yuan Xi's praise of his brothers, Ferris smiled and extended his hand. I am Ferris Manus. It is a pleasure to meet you, brothers. Horus grasped Ferris's hand. Greetings, brother. I am Horus Lupe Cal. Shan Yuanli nodded with a smile. Shan Yuanli Russ simply bared his teeth. Lyman Russ. Then, silence enveloped the air. This atmosphere felt off. Ferris was somewhat perplexed. Hadn't his sister mentioned that his brothers were all decent? Why did it seem like they harbored some reservations about him? Malcador observed from a distance, having just connected with Yuan Xi telepathically to glean the unfolding events. He understood it was indeed a misunderstanding. But how could they clarify it without questioning? Yuan Xi had mentioned she would arrive in 10 minutes, yet judging by the current tension, it seemed a confrontation was imminent. Coughing a few times, Malcador drew the attention of the gathered individuals. I heard you had an altercation with the Grand Princess. What transpired? Ferris was momentarily taken aback. I merely sought to spar with my sister. Is there an issue with that? Relieved. Malcador thought that this was merely a friendly contest and hoped the misunderstanding could be resolved. However, upon glancing at the three beside him, he noticed Horus's frown deepening. Shan Yuanli also began to frown, and Russ even started to sneer. What more was there to clarify? Malcador felt exhausted. He had managed thousands of administrative tasks without feeling this drained. Princess, please return soon. If you don't, things may explode. Alright, why are you all gathered here? If we don't commence the parade soon, darkness will fall. Yuan Xi rushed to Terra, initially intending to dock the Imperial wing on Mars for supplies and repairs. However, As she realized Tara was awaiting her, she decided to deliver Ferris first. Malcador, in a hurry, contacted her, "Come back quickly, Grand Princess, if you don't, a fight may break out." Yuan Xi replied, "What do you mean a fight?" Upon her return to Tara, she found several large figures staring at each other in a tense atmosphere. Horus discreetly signaled Russ, who seized the opportunity to sneak up to Yuan Xi and sniff her. Startled by Russ's sudden closeness, Yuan Xi quickly pushed him away. "Russ, what are you doing?" "Long time no see, sister," Russ grinned, simultaneously exchanging glances with Horus and Yuan. Seizing the moment, Horus placed a hand on Ferris's shoulder. "Let's start the parade, brother. We should let everyone in Terra know about our brother." On the parade float, Ferris conversed animatedly with his brothers, finally sensing that their hostility was waning. Yuan Xi, however, remained silent, absorbing the accounts from Malcador. She reasoned that her brothers were concerned for her safety, fearing Ferris might harm her, which explained their frosty reception. Russ sniffing her had confirmed she was unharmed, thus rekindling their enthusiasm toward Ferris. Realizing this made her feel somewhat touched, her conscience had not been in vain. Following tradition, Ferris also met with his progeny, now known as the 10th Legion, the Stormwalkers, who excelled in armored assaults. Ferris was quite pleased and had rebranded his battle group as the Iron Hand. Of course, time on Terra was invaluable. After all, it might be ages before they reunited again during the Great Crusade. Hence, Ferris eagerly proposed, "Let us spar, brothers." After the banquet, he could hardly contain his excitement and issued an invitation to his brothers for a friendly contest. Horus smiled and replied, "Perhaps it's best to refrain from fighting. It's a rare occasion that you've returned." Yuan nodded in agreement, and even Russ looked up from his plate to express his support for this sentiment. "If we're not to spar, do your brothers possess any skills in forging? I could engage in some ironwork practice." In truth, Horus and the others had some knowledge of forging, albeit merely at the level of competent craftsmen, which paled in comparison to Ferris, who clearly was a seasoned blacksmith. Thus, they all respectfully declined. Yuan lifted his teacup. "Brother, why are you so eager for a contest?" Ferris smiled. "Brother, is there not a more direct way to identify one's shortcomings than through a competition? That is precisely why when father sought me out, I requested a spar. I wished to uncover my deficiencies." Upon learning that Ferris had indeed sparred with the Emperor, the others regarded him with newfound respect. "After several days, I was defeated, and I pledged my loyalty to father." Russ, still voraciously eating, looked up. "How long did this take?" "Several days?" Ferris continued. "Later, I sought out father again, who informed me that my sister's prowess was second only to his. Thus, I challenged her to a spar, and I was utterly defeated without even a chance to retaliate." Yuan was utterly astonished. "So, sister is that formidable?" "Indeed, I was no match for her," Ferris affirmed, glancing at his suddenly silent brothers. "Did you not know?" Horus and Yuan exchanged looks. Since their return, they had never witnessed Yuan Xi in action. Even having heard tales of her exploits, they lacked a clear understanding. Moreover, Yuan Xi's appearance, being slender and delicate, contrasted starkly with the muscular forms of other original beings, leading them to never envision her as a formidable warrior. Yet, Horus had indeed seen her fight. It was merely that the enemy had been too weak, and Yuan Xi had never unleashed her full strength. Ferris realized. "So you thought I might injure sister, which is why you regarded me with suspicion." Indeed, Horus and the others had never considered that Yuan Xi was far stronger than they. The notion of Ferris challenging Yuan Xi to a spar had incited their ire. What did it mean? Why not challenge them instead? Was he seeking to bully the weak? Awkwardness ensued, the tension was palpable. Horus scratched his head. "Apologies, brother, I misunderstood you." Ferris laughed heartily. "No worries, rest assured, I take no offense." Russ raised a nearby cup. "My apologies, brother, let me drink to make amends." Horus's expression momentarily twisted. "Russ, you merely want to drink?" Laughter erupted, dissipating the barriers between the brothers. "Who claimed that our empire was prone to infighting? Answer me, where is this infighting? Where is it?" "Sister, I request permission to behead Malcador." "See, they are in a hurry again." After resolving the misunderstanding, Helis found himself increasingly troubled by a nagging suspicion that today's misunderstanding had been orchestrated by someone. According to Phyllis, the sparring session with Yuan Xi had been arranged at the last minute, and they had not informed anyone else. The accompanying Zero Legion was the 7th Legion. And upon contacting them, Helis learned that they had not sent any messages to Tyla. This raised the question, how did the news of the sparring session between Yuan Xi and Phyllis reach Tyla? Upon further reflection, Helis recalled that the information had apparently been reported by a subordinate of Malcador. The realization struck him like a thunderclap. He understood that this was all part of a cunning scheme. Malcador had already infiltrated the Astartes Legion with his trusted confidants, intending to sow discord among the brothers by leaking the news of Yuan Xi and Phyllis's sparring. Even when Phyllis arrived at Tyla, he reiterated the matter. For this schemer would undoubtedly prefer to see the brothers divided rather than united, as unity would threaten his treacherous ambitions. Helis was genuinely furious. While he had tolerated Malcador's petty factionalism and deceit, the idea that he would incite discord between the princes was intolerable. He immediately gathered the evidence he had meticulously compiled against Malcador and sought out Yuan Xi. In a secluded chamber of the Imperial Affairs Hall, Helis passionately explained to Yuan Xi the extent of Malcador's malfeasance. Yuan Xi set down a thick stack of documents and asked, "Helis, has anyone else heard what you have said today?" "No, sister, I haven't told anyone," he replied. Yuan Xi nodded, relieved that he had not completely lost his senses. She pondered for a moment before advising, "Helis, do not place complete trust in what you see, you must also consider the positive aspects that you may have overlooked." "Sister, why do you say that? Father says the same, and yet you all refuse to believe me." "Just wait, sister, I will prove that I am right." As Helis stormed away in anger, Yuan Xi sighed. "It seems I have placed a heavy burden on you, Uncle Malcador." Malcador materialized from the air and took a seat, remarking, "I cannot blame Helis. The news originated from an Astartes of the 20th Legion who had infiltrated the 7th Legion. At the time, the 7th Legion was merely accompanying them and had suddenly learned that Yuan Xi was to engage in a duel with this newly returned prince. No one within the 7th Legion knew why they were fighting. The Astartes of the 20th Legion thought it was essential to report such significant news to Tyla. With a sigh, Malcador lamented, "It seems I have only aggravated Helis further. His political acumen is not lacking. But being politically astute does not equate to being a skilled politician. Helis's primary duty remains as a warlord. And a fundamental tenet of a warlord is to maintain strict discipline within their legion. In other words, Helis cannot tolerate treachery. This does not imply that he is incapable of compromise. In fact, he has successfully conquered numerous worlds through diplomatic means. However, he cannot accept that his own people would resort to deceitful tactics to achieve their goals. Malcador's methods of political maneuvering have some effect, but the harm far outweighs the benefits. Helis is convinced that allowing Malcador to continue unchecked would be akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. He has repeatedly written to Malcador to offer counsel, yet Malcador remains unrepentant, leading Helis to conclude that he is indeed the treacherous minister causing turmoil in the empire. What Helis does not comprehend is that the empire is currently in a dire state, and it cannot afford to turn its back on any potential remedy, no matter how unpalatable. Malcador sighed, "I trust that Helis knows his limits, but I fear we are destined for a bloody conflict in the future. While that may be a minor issue, if it leads to greater troubles for the empire, the consequences could be grave." Yuan Xi reassured him, "Do not worry, Uncle Malcador. I have already selected suitable individuals to help you share the burden." As for Gilliman, he remarked, "Lately, I have been feeling a chill down my spine." In Chapter 48. The title proves challenging to conceive. The atmosphere was tense as the Astartes from the 7th Legion, alongside Yuan Xi, prepared for battle against a hostile Xenos force occupying a star system. While awaiting the commencement of their mission, the Astartes from the 3 legions gathered, a rare occurrence. Tujayadan, the second in command of the Shadow Moon Wolves, casually tossed a piece of paper, saying, "How else would we perceive it but with our eyes?" Codus grabbed a card and remarked, "It is said they are rather eccentric." Abaddon, who was still organizing his cards, looked up, while Sigismund nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. It is rumored that they are obsessively devoted to cybernetic modifications, as if they have become possessed, not to mention their close ties with those oil-obsessed individuals." Understanding dawned on Abaddon, as most Astartes held a poor impression of those almost maniacal oil enthusiasts. Their erratic behavior was tolerable, but on the battlefield, they recklessly dashed about. And were it not for the desire to protect Helis's reputation, Abaddon would have already eliminated several of those troublesome oil fanatics. "My mother once discussed this matter with Lord Phyllis, but ultimately, no effective solution was found. Tejayadin raised an eyebrow, if even her highness could not resolve it. How complicated could it be? Quite complicated indeed, Codis affirmed. Phyllis was the first to notice this troubling trend. And he promptly sought out the Astartes who had undergone the most extensive modifications. Faced with a being possessing a single eye, 2 mechanical arms, and an amalgamation of various mechanical organs, Phyllis struggled to catch his breath and exclaimed, "Why have you transformed yourself in such a manner? Father. Is there a problem with replacing our frail flesh with powerful metal, just as you do?" Phyllis felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "Do you think I desired this? My hands are entirely a result of an accident." "I do not care," the Astartes replied defiantly. Ultimately, Phyllis was at a loss. Having exhausted all means of reason and coercion, unable to rein in his unruly progeny. Feeling defeated, he sought solace in drink with Yuan. Yuan Xi recognized that the root cause of this phenomenon stemmed from Phylus's prevailing influence, and as long as Phylus remained unchanged, his legion would never alter. However, correcting Phylus proved far more challenging than reforming an entire legion, given that all his progeny were as stubborn as their father. Curious, Abaddon inquired. Why not simply prohibit them from modifying themselves? That would lead to chaos, Codis shook his head. They would deliberately sustain injuries during training or in battle, thus justifying their modifications. Sigillite suggested, what if we challenged them to a sparring match, and upon winning, they might realize that flesh surpasses machinery, leading them to abandon their cybernetic enhancements? Tejayadin interjected, but they might conclude that their modifications were insufficient and escalate their alterations. I believe I have a solution, Abaddon proposed, arranging the cards in his hand. We could cast those insistent on cybernetic modifications onto the harshest battlegrounds. Once they have perished in sufficient numbers, the Legion's culture would surely improve. Tejayadin's sharp gaze fell upon him, and Abaddon shrugged, I was merely jesting. Codis sighed, it is indeed a difficult situation. Yuan echoed. It is indeed difficult. Among all the brothers, Phyllis felt that Yuan resembled him the most. Both were extreme pragmatists, relentlessly pursuing the most favorable casualty ratios on the battlefield. Recognizing that he could not resolve the problem alone, he sought help from Yuan. Upon hearing Phylus's request, Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. He silently thanked the stars that his own progeny were well-behaved and did not engage in any troublesome antics. After contemplating Phylus's request, Yuan realized he was at a loss for how to proceed. As the modified Astartes within the 10th Legion were indeed more formidable than those who had undergone minimal alterations, the conquest speed of the 10th Legion ascends like a rocket. Those Astartes who were once hesitant now begin to transform themselves upon witnessing such vigor. Those who have already undergone transformation perceive its effectiveness and thus intensify their modifications. This vicious cycle has directly led half of the Legion to succumb to the allure of cybernetic enhancement. Ferris has already taken to a barrel of wine, drinking fervently, exclaiming, Brother, I am truly at my wit's end, I cannot even remove the metal from my own arms. Later, Ferris contacted the Astartes lady on Terra, expressing his desire to rid himself of the metallic arms, observing the havoc it has wreaked upon his legion. He promptly inquired whether his mother could assist in removing the metal. However, the Astartes lady had no solution, though she was a master of genetic inheritance. She was not a blacksmith and could not comprehend the nature of this living metal. Have you tried reaching out to father? No. After I contacted him numerous times for a duel, he blocked me. Yuan truly admired his brother, who willingly seeks a beating. Father. It is the communication request from the Grand Princess, the commander of the 2nd Legion's 3rd Company, Xian, announced, knocking on the door. Ferris, are you there? Yes. I am here, sister. Here is what you should do, gather all those unwilling to cease their modifications into the same company and assign them no tasks. If they cannot endure it, let them undertake a mission with the Mechanicum. Afterward, leave them be. This was Yuan Xi's strategy. If they would not heed her direct words, she would approach the matter indirectly. The original entities could still be managed by their progeny. Once they realize that their continual modifications lead to their diminished utility, they would begrudgingly comply, even developing aversion towards cybernetic enhancements. Of course, such measures are fraught with risk. If not handled properly, the internal strife within the Legion could erupt. Thus, Yuan Xi advised, Ferris, try to temper your conquest speed, and maintain harmonious relations within the Legion. Most importantly, cease the propagation of your ideologies. Or prepare for your legion to descend into chaos. Understood, I shall not anger you, sister. Ferris wiped the sweat from his brow, while Shan Yuanli discreetly positioned himself as an invisible observer. Oh, and Ferris, there is one more matter. Ferris pondered over everything that had transpired since his return, convinced he had not done anything to provoke his sister's ire apart from Legion affairs. What is it, sister? Could I ask you to forge a weapon for Horus? Eh? What's the issue? None at all, brother, I will craft a fine weapon for him upon my return. Ferris sighed with relief, having feared he had erred again. Yet, why the sudden need to present a weapon to Horus? A month prior, Russ, for your valor against the Greenskins, I bestow upon you a fortress and a spear. The spear of the god of wine. 5 years ago, the Space Wolves Legion entered the Flame Ring Star Zone, where they encountered billions of greenskin orcs. After 5 years of conflict, the Space Wolves successfully eradicated the orcs, albeit at a significant cost. To commend Russ's achievements, the Emperor himself visited the Hierophyncle to publicly award him a spear and a fortress. At that moment, all the brothers penned letters to Russ, expressing their congratulations and presenting gifts. Logically, the matter should have concluded, but Yuan Xi sensed something amiss. Horus had been working tirelessly, nearly matching the speed of the vengeance. Hardly pausing for rest, Yuan Xi promptly contacted the Emperor. Father, what is going on with Horus lately? What do you mean? The Emperor saw no issues with Horus. He was neither acting erratically nor doing anything out of the ordinary. Forget it, asking is futile. Yuan Xi decided to redirect the ship towards Horus's location, determined to uncover what was troubling him. Horus, why are you in such a hurry? Not at all, sister, I am merely fulfilling my duties for the Great Crusade. Yuan Xi narrowed her eyes, observing Horus's serious demeanor as she spoke softly. Is that so? I thought our poor Horus was envious of Russ receiving praise from our esteemed father, yearning to be similarly lauded. Horus quickly covered Yuan Xi's mouth, pleading, please, sister. I also have my dignity. Yuan Xi, with an all-knowing expression, pulled Horus's hand away. Speak your mind, how would anyone know if you remained silent? Horus, visibly conflicted, confessed. I too desire a weapon bestowed by father. It should be noted that Horus had been using merely an ordinary power sword, and he gazed enviously at the spear awarded to Russ. Is that all? Yuan Xi rolled her eyes, having initially thought something more serious was afoot. It was merely a desire for a weapon from their father. Yuan Xi took Horus by the arm and turned to leave, saying, Come. I will help you request one from father. The Emperor maintained a stoic expression, yet Yuan Xi was certain his thoughts mirrored her own from that time. Yes, father. Horus lowered his head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, reflecting on how he was no different from children pleading with their parents for treats. Follow me. The Emperor led Yuan Xi and Horus to a large door, which gradually opened to reveal an array of various weapons. There were high-tech spears, exquisite power claws, and even a wooden spear adorned with a piece of metal. These are all yours, feel free to choose any that you fancy. What about me? Yuan Xi raised her hand. That's fine too. What do you mean? Horus questioned, puzzled by his father's hesitation. Unbeknownst to Horus, his focus was captivated by a pearl-white armor, intricately adorned with a bow design across the chest. No, wait. Horus forced himself to divert his gaze to the assortment of weapons. Each time Horus lifted a weapon, the Emperor narrated its powers and stories. And Horus picked up one after another, listening intently. Father. Yes? May I possess a story of my own? Certainly, in the future. I will personally forge a weapon to gift you. Observing the sudden silence between them, Yuan Xi quickly interjected, Oh, we cannot allow Horus to bear the most ordinary weapon. Let me ask Ferris to forge one for him. I have yet to witness Ferris's craftsmanship. Horus exclaimed gratefully, Thank you, sister, and please extend my gratitude to Ferris. My lord, a member of the Imperial Guard entered. We have arrived at Proxima Centauri. Chapter 49, The Proxima Centauri Uprising. Proxima Centauri is the nearest star to Terra and was one of humanity's most crucial navigational nodes during the Golden Age. Even after the onset of the Old Night, the Proxima Centauri system retained a plethora of relics from that era. Should they oppose the Empire, they would undoubtedly become one of the Empire's most troublesome adversaries. However, when the Empire's Grand Fleet arrived, before any negotiations could be proposed, the planetary leaders of Proxima declared their voluntary incorporation into the Empire. Father, trust me, this is undoubtedly a ruse. We cannot overlook any opportunity. The Emperor contemplated this. He recognized the potential deception but was irresistibly drawn to the unexploited technologies of Proxima. Perhaps there were resources of value, and even if it was a trap, he felt confident in his ability to navigate through it. Father, perhaps we should heed Sister's advice, Horus interjected, furrowing his brow. He was reluctant for his beloved father and admired sister to encounter danger. Father, I can descend first to negotiate with them, if all is well. You and sister may meet with them thereafter. Yuan Xi silently counted down, 3, 2, 1. No need, my son, go down and meet with them. As Yuan Xi had anticipated, both the Emperor and the original body exhibited the same obstinate nature, making decisions that not even 10 horses could retract. With a sigh, Yuan Xi thought to herself that none of them could be relied upon. How about this? I will conceal myself and follow you to investigate. If anything seems amiss, I will pull you back. What do you say? The Emperor nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Horus gazed in astonishment as Yuan Xi's figure gradually faded, leaving behind a faint shadow that was nearly imperceptible. This shadow seemed to possess a mystical power, for when Horus diverted his gaze, the image of the shadow in his memory suddenly blurred. He glanced back, ensuring he had committed it to memory, but upon turning away, he forgot. Sister, what's wrong? Yuan Xi's head emerged from the shadow. Horus reached out to touch it. There was a sensation, but the invisibility did not equate to complete disappearance. What kind of ability is this? Oh, it's nothing. You'll understand when the brothers return. At that moment, Yuan Xi's ability was merely a fusion of the powers of Raven King, Kaz, and Khan. Although she could not replicate the effects of her true form, she could still harness around 70 to 80% of their capabilities. The Emperor rose, declaring, "Let us proceed to see our long-lost brethren." The leader of the Federated Commonwealth of Proxima Centauri, William Carl, welcomed the Emperor of Humanity from Terra, accompanied by his son Horus Lupercal, several trusted aides from the 16th Legion, a squad of Imperial Guards, and a contingent of Astartes from the 3rd Legion. The 3rd Legion typically drew its recruits from the nobility of Terra, who valued appearance and demeanor. The Emperor deemed this acceptable, assigning them the role of his ceremonial guard. Thus they became the Empire's facade. They took great pride in this, as they stood tall on either side of the road, their armor embellished with golden, ornate patterns. To them, this was merely another ordinary conquest of a desolate land. As the Emperor and William walked along the path flanked by Astartes, they conversed jovially, reminiscent of old friends reuniting after years apart, leaving Horus momentarily bewildered. Yuan Xi quietly trailed behind, having scanned her surroundings thoroughly, yet she had not detected anything amiss. It seemed that the other party had genuinely come to surrender. Your Excellency, the ceremony for the incorporation of Proxima into the Empire will be held just ahead. William indicated towards the expansive square, teeming with a multitude of onlookers, millions of mortals gathered to witness the grand event. Father, there are far too many people here. We should retreat. Just look at the situation, it's suspicious. Who gathers such a crowd for a surrender ceremony? Trust me, we ought to leave, Father. There is no rush. The Emperor replied, unfazed. Before Yuan Xi could express her concerns further, the Emperor cut off their psychic communication. Frustration bubbled within Yuan Xi, once. He seemed less like a ruler and more like a father, but now he appeared utterly indifferent and stubborn. With no other options, Yuan Xi scanned the square for any suspicious individuals, ready to act should anyone make a sudden move, disregarding any diplomatic protocols. Suddenly, her eagle-like gaze locked onto a cloaked figure a kilometer away, weaving through the crowd as if traversing an empty expanse, sprinting away from the square. Yuan Xi soared into the sky, firmly tracking the figure, who was increasing his speed and rapidly distancing himself from the crowd. Urgently, Yuan Xi reached out to the Emperor, Father. There's someone suspicious. Quickly, take Horus and leave this place. You will take Horus with you, right? The Emperor remained silent, confident in his own power, willing to gamble that he could suppress any forthcoming chaos with minimal cost, reclaiming the population, resources, and technologies previously lost to the Empire. Disregarding Yuan Xi's increasingly frantic warnings, he communicated telepathically with Horus, my son, prepare yourself. Horus took a deep breath, silently affirming, I am ready, Father. Yuan Xi pursued the figure to a high tower, though she was reluctant to be there, having wished to return to the Emperor instead. However, as she turned back, a voice whispered in her ear, "Miss Yuan Xi, Mr. William requests a meeting with you." So they had known of her presence all along. Yuan Xi conceded that the Empire had underestimated them. After receiving the Emperor's consent to proceed, she followed the figure into the tower's apex. "You are William Carl," Yuan Xi remarked coldly, observing the middle-aged man elegantly seated at the dining table, slicing meat. "I expected you to be some repugnant creature hiding in the shadows." "There is no need to provoke me, Miss Yuan Xi," William replied with a smile, gesturing for her to sit. "Let us converse." Yuan Xi stood defiantly before him. "Aren't you afraid I might kill you?" William waved his hand dismissively. And dozens of individuals clad in metallic armor materialized from thin air, aiming strange long rifles at Yuan Xi. "Not invisibility, but spatial manipulation, I see," Yuan Xi murmured, taking a seat across from William. He regarded her. "Your father is about to die." "It is your father who is destined for death," she retorted. William struggled to suppress his emotions. "Very well, I shall speak plainly. Do not pledge your loyalty to that false emperor. Instead, serve me." William was ambitious and capable. 50 years prior, at the age of 30, he had achieved the nearly impossible, establishing himself as the ruler of the Proxima system through sheer determination. Yet, that was far from sufficient. He yearned for conquest, to behold all that he desired, reminiscent of the beautiful homeworld of Terra depicted in ancient myths. However, Proxima's technology focused solely on spatial advancements, and the art of space travel had long been lost to time. William had nearly relinquished his dreams until the arrival of the Imperial fleet. Indeed, this ruler of humanity belonged to the capable. And if a false emperor could occupy his position, why could he not? The emperor was a multifaceted figure, appearing differently to everyone, embodying the perfect leader in their eyes. While to William, he reflected his own ambitions. A sudden cacophony erupted. The confrontation had begun. Yuan Xi turned her gaze toward the square outside the window. But all she could see was a cloud of dust. William smiled. "Yuan Xi, I admire your abilities. You should open your eyes and choose the right master to serve. Your father is already dead. Pledge your allegiance to me. I suspect your ability to ascend as the leader of the Federation is due to your humor." Yuan Xi arose, fixing her gaze on William. "Because you have successfully made me laugh." "Kill her," William commanded, his expression darkening. How unfortunate, he had genuinely wished to win Yuan Xi over. The surrounding guards obeyed their master's orders, firing upon Yuan Xi. Yet she was swifter, drawing her twin blades to strike at William. However, as her blades neared him, they abruptly vanished, and when they reappeared, William remained unscathed. Yuan Xi swiftly dodged the bullets aimed at her, the sound of the gunfire akin to sonic booms, as the table seemed to be torn apart in a circular explosion. Spatial manipulation was indeed troublesome. Yuan Xi grimaced slightly, but as she attempted to move, she suddenly felt her body freeze. She struggled against the overwhelming force locking down every muscle. "Now, do you have any final words?" William approached her, a victor's smile upon his face. "Oh, I forgot, you cannot say anything now." Today would undoubtedly be a day to remember. He had defeated the false ruler of Terra. And soon he would ascend to claim dominion over Terra itself, becoming its king, the king of humanity, the king of the galaxy. He envisioned these scenes vividly, not merely witnessing, but poised to touch them. Yuan Xi rolled her eyes, and a white flame erupted around her, instantly lifting the restrictions upon her. Ignoring the expression of William, who was visibly enraged, Yuan Xi waved her right hand gently, and the white flame surged forth, scorching and inflicting agony, causing William and his retinue to writhe on the ground in despair. With her flame-imbued right hand breaking through the spatial barrier, she seized William and soared away from the tower. The square, once teeming with people, now lay in disarray, strewn with rubble and flames. Yuan Xi beheld countless pools of blood and lifeless bodies, including many Astartes clad in purple armor and several battered forms of the Golden Imperial Guard sprawled across the debris. Yuan Xi remained silent, yet the flames from her right hand blazed even brighter, eliciting more pained cries from William. "Sister," she called out, locating Horus, who was coordinating the aftermath. "How is father?" "Father is unharmed," Horus replied, bowing his head. "However, we have suffered significant losses." Horus felt profound guilt. Moments earlier, a crowd had suddenly opened fire on their father. He had effortlessly blocked the attacks with a wave of his hand before entrusting the Astartes to Horus and leading the Imperial Guard to quell the enemy. Yet, Horus had underestimated their foes. Few enemies possessed weaponry capable of directly dismantling adamantium armor. The Astartes suffered heavy losses in the initial skirmish. And although Horus quickly regained the upper hand, he felt the day's grievous losses were partly his fault. Yuan Xi caressed Horus's cheek. "It is all right, I do not blame you." "But sister," I said, "I do not blame you. The blame lies elsewhere." "Ah, who?" "Humph, who else could it be?" "Father, open the door. If you have the audacity to hang up on me, you can surely open the door." Yuan Xi pounded on the door of the Emperor's chamber, kicking it as she did so. The Imperial Guards stationed nearby were drenched in sweat, never having imagined that their duties could be so arduous. Should they stop the princess or let her be? Finally, the Emperor opened the door, looking down at the smirking Yuan Xi. "Come in," he said softly. "Father, I must ask. Is there a problem?" Yuan Xi initiated, ready to confront the Emperor, contemplating a good thrashing if she could overpower him. "I don't think it was a loss." The Emperor muttered quietly, reasoning that trading hundreds of Astartes and a few Imperial Guards for an entire star system was a worthwhile exchange. "Wasn't that the purpose of creating them?" "I asked you if it was a loss," Yuan Xi said, nearly fainting from exasperation. "Father, can you withstand their weapons?" "I cannot." The Emperor, despite his might, was still flesh and blood. A direct hit from that vortex weapon would indeed be fatal. "You, then?" The Imperial Guards beheld their master carrying the unconscious Yuan Xi onto the ship, the Imperium's wing. 3 days later, the Emperor commended the 3rd Legion for their performance on Proxima and permitted them to don the Imperial double-headed eagle insignia. The 3rd Legion erupted in cheers, celebrating their reward. Thus, the 3rd Legion received accolades, and the Imperium acquired Proxima, marking a mutual triumph. However, a question arose: with every gain, there must be a loss. Who had incurred the loss? Yuan Xi, rendered unconscious from anger. Chapter 50, The Enemy of the Father TSK, How Strikingly Similar. The Primarchs observed their flamboyant new brother from a distance. Chemos was a mining world located in the eastern terminus. Yet the prolonged isolation from the subspace storms had gradually depleted its resources. The inhabitants had developed independent factory fortresses, with all resources falling under the dominion of the factory rulers. The underprivileged populace endured an existence of relentless toil, barely managing to procure enough food to stave off hunger. In such dire living conditions, all forms of entertainment, art, and leisure remained distant from the lives of the planet's inhabitants. The Primarch's pod descended into the civilian sector of the planet, where 3 mortals discovered the infant Primarch. One sought to slay the child, while the other 2 endeavored to protect the beautiful male infant. After a heated dispute, the aggressor was slain by the other 2. And so the Primarch was raised by the workers, earning the name Fulgrim. As a Primarch, Fulgrim grew rapidly, exhibiting intelligence and strength. Even as a child, he could accomplish various complex tasks, and he continually improved factory machinery, significantly enhancing productivity. Most notably, Fulgrim required little sustenance while accomplishing the work of many. The factory overseer soon recognized this exceptional specimen, and Fulgrim's position rapidly ascended. Under his leadership, the living conditions on Chemos improved dramatically. And he even began to foster the development of local art and culture, enriching the spiritual lives of the residents. Fulgrim undeniably became the leader of Chemos, even forging alliances through marriage with several factory fortresses to ensure their loyalty. One thing was certain for Chemos: all believed that under Fulgrim's guidance, a brighter future awaited them. Thus, the Emperor's fleet arrived at Chemos. The inhabitants gazed up at the vast imperial forces, were it not for Lord Fulgrim's assurance that they were allies. Conflict would have surely ensued. A group materialized from the teleportation beams, with the Emperor leading the way and Yuan Xi by his side, followed closely by a contingent of Imperial Guards. Upon seeing the Emperor, Fulgrim pledged his allegiance, for in the Emperor's multifaceted visage, he recognized the indisputable sovereign of humanity, a being of unparalleled perfection. How could such a figure be his father? Fulgrim found no reason to withhold his loyalty. The Emperor cast a glance at Yuan Xi. Look. Yet another humble reunion of father and son. Who claimed I lack emotional intelligence? Yuan Xi snorted, turning her head away. What are you staring at? I am still quite upset. The Emperor remained silent. Since that day, Yuan Xi had consistently treated him coldly. To remedy this, he sought assistance from Mikado, who suggested, just charm her a bit. Yet, the Emperor pondered whether he could lower himself to such a task. This, however, was not a viable solution. Yuan Xi's current position and status were too significant. If their relationship soured, it could invite rumors of an empire on the brink of fracturing. Thus, the emperor thoughtfully nudged Yuan Xi. "This is your sister, Yuan Xi. We shall return to Terra together." Yuan Xi raised an eyebrow. The workaholic emperor was actually taking a break. It was usually her responsibility to manage the return of the Primarchs, while the emperor fixated solely on the Great Crusade. This time, he had surprisingly remembered to cultivate relationships with his sons. Still kneeling, Fulgrim lifted his head and beamed a smile that could enchant countless maidens. "Sister, it is a pleasure to meet you." Yuan Xi smiled and helped Fulgrim to his feet. "Oh dear, the ground is cold. Get up quickly, really, it is all father's fault." The emperor interjected, "Old friend, you must assist me. On the journey back to Terra." Yuan Xi and Fulgrim huddled together, whispering, while the emperor conversed with Mikado through a psychic link. Far away on Terra, as he dealt with administrative matters, Mikado rubbed his temples. "Old friend, do not blame Yuan Xi for her anger, you were indeed too impulsive." After learning of the events on Proxima, Mikado broke into a cold sweat. Those vortex weapons were indeed formidable. Had the emperor been caught unawares, he might have faced disaster. While the emperor, as an immortal, would not perish. That was not the crux of the matter, the Star Torch was. It should be noted that the Star Torch currently relied on the emperor for psychic energy from light years away. If the emperor were to falter, even for a second, all fleets undertaking subspace travel would suffer immense consequences. Thus, it was no wonder Yuan Xi was upset. Even Mikado felt immense anger upon discovering the truth. In a moment of self-interest, Malcador even hoped that Yuan Xi would continue to hold a grudge against the emperor. However, as the chancellor of the empire, he recognized that discord between the emperor and the vice-emperor would undoubtedly bring harm to the empire without any benefit. Thus, Malcador had to exert considerable effort to mediate. He sighed, "Old friend, heed my advice. Yuan Xi is a good child. If you can humble yourself and sincerely apologize, she will undoubtedly forgive you. Please take my counsel." The emperor, feeling a sense of resignation, thought to himself that at his age, he shouldn't place so much weight on pride. Turning around, he noticed Fodram nodding in apparent confusion, while Yuan Xi was animatedly gesturing and speaking. What was she saying? The emperor listened intently. At that moment, Romulus and Remus felt the warmth of their mother in the she-wolf, vowing not to disappoint her expectations. "Yet, sister," Fodram questioned, "what expectations could a wolf possibly have?" Of course, Yuan Xi crouched on the ground, covering her forehead, and suddenly turned fiercely to glare at the emperor, exclaiming, "You're finished, father. I shall deliver 50 knocks to your head." The emperor promptly restrained the flailing Yuan Xi, disregarding Fodram's attempts at mediation. If only this child could refrain from speaking. She would be absolutely perfect, yet she was cursed with a most infuriating mouth. Terra, Malcador found himself once again ensnared in a quagmire. The return of their brethren was not of paramount importance, especially given the possibility of ongoing conflicts. One could not simply abandon a fight midway. For the Primarchs, welcoming their brothers was entirely a voluntary endeavor, and Horus hastily resolved his affairs to arrive at Terra. The emperor, occupied with state matters, had always entrusted Yuan Xi with the task of welcoming the returning prince, yet this time, he unexpectedly returned alongside the newly arrived prince, an intriguing development indeed. Thus, all the Primarchs hurriedly settled their affairs to reach Terra, eager to discern the true nature of this new brother. However, upon encountering Malcador, Horus felt compelled to seize the opportunity for a serious discussion. "Chancellor, let us speak further." Xian Yuanli observed the exchange and could not help but advise Horus, "Brother, let us wait until we have properly welcomed our sibling." "Do not worry, brother, I merely wish to have a brief conversation with the Chancellor," Horus replied, convinced that if he did not seize this moment, Malcador would evade him throughout his stay in Terra. Indeed, as Horus anticipated, Malcador intended to avoid him after today. But now he found it impossible to escape. Malcador sighed, "Then let us proceed, Horus." Xian Yuanli was at a loss, while the other brothers subtly monitored the situation. Although they did not grasp the intricacies as deeply as Xian Yuanli, they all felt that Horus was being excessively harsh towards Malcador. Perhaps Malcador was not a virtuous man. But there were few virtuous individuals within the empire. Even Yuan Xi would hesitate to claim she was wholly good, despite any misdeeds. Malcador's intentions were ultimately for the empire's benefit. Yet, Horus believed that Mikado's actions warranted punishment. His brothers could not sway him, so they resigned themselves, knowing that with the Emperor and Yuan Xi present, no significant turmoil would arise. In the room, Horace passionately articulated the stakes. Chancellor, my father holds you in great trust. It is not too late to turn back. If you do, I shall regard you as a friend of my father and honor you as an elder. Should you remain obstinate, do not blame me for purging the empire of its ills. Malcador glanced at Horace. Recalling Yuan Xi's earlier thoughts, he could not suppress a smile. Ah. Horace, the one who ought to reconsider is you. If you fail to see the truth, who do you think will suffer in the future? Seeing no trace of remorse on Mikado's face, and even witnessing a smirk, Horace stormed off in frustration. Very well, if you refuse to heed my words of caution. Await the day I expose your treachery and bring about your disgrace. At the port of Terra, the citizens were once again caught up in the exhilarating anticipation of the card draw. The spacecraft descended slowly, the hatch opening to release a brilliant light. What is that? The radiance faded, revealing a figure before all. There was a moment of silence, so profound that not a single breath could be heard, followed by an eruption of cheers. Gold has emerged. Gold has emerged. Time passed, and the newcomer had scarcely taken 10 steps in 10 minutes, those unaware might have thought he was performing. He stood there, ostentatiously displaying himself to the audience, reveling in their applause. This was the sentiment shared by all the Primarchs, save for Fajarim, who thought the man rather flamboyant. Xian Yuanli carefully chose his words. Do you not think this newcomer bears a striking resemblance to our sister? Yes, yet not entirely, replied Russ. His words seemingly out of character for him. Horace scrutinized the newcomer. Aside from certain features, he bears no resemblance whatsoever. Fajarim shared the same white hair and purple eyes as Yuan Xi, yet subtle differences were evident. Yuan Xi's hair cascaded down to her waist, shining brilliantly, while Fajarim's fell to his shoulders with a silver hue. Moreover, Yuan Xi's purple eyes sparkled more vividly, while Fajarim's were darker. Beyond their breathtaking beauty, one could sense that Fajarim's visage was a testament to the creator's artistry, a pinnacle of beauty, while Yuan Xi's beauty was more intrinsic, captivating without being ostentatious. Was this the reason for their father's favor? Horace chuckled to himself, realizing that his father could not be so superficial. Surely, it was the resemblance to his sister that garnered such attention. Indeed, this was the case. Horace comprehended the significant place Yuan Xi held in the emperor's heart. A sentiment shared by all the brothers, who understood it was only natural. Horace realized his father had succumbed to nostalgia. In light of this, Horace slapped himself, feeling the weight of the onlookers' incredulous gazes. Horace, what are you thinking? How could you perceive your esteemed father in such a manner? Fajarim's runway display lasted a full half hour, and when he finally reached his brothers, he blinked his beautiful eyes and flashed a radiant smile. Greetings, brothers. I am Fajarim, and it is a pleasure to meet you all. Among the crowd, only Horace responded warmly to Fajarim. The other Primarchs introduced themselves with indifference. Ferris and Xian Yuanli, as staunch pragmatists, harbored no fondness for such frivolity, while Russ merely thought it normal for a barbarian to act barbaric. Fajarim quietly noted his brother's reactions and felt a twinge of disappointment, sensing he was not warmly received. Yet soon, his melancholic mood lifted. He was confident that he would prove himself an exemplary brother. My dear princes, please, Malcador beckoned the Primarchs toward the float. Fajarim could not help but voice his concern. You must be the Chancellor. May I inquire about our father and sister? Malcador smiled. I am unworthy of such a title. His Majesty is currently discussing important matters with the princess. What is it, father? Speak quickly. The emperor took a deep breath, ensuring he would not lose his temper before apologizing. I sincerely apologize. Yuan Xi crossed her arms, tilted her head, and cast a sidelong glance at the emperor. What are you apologizing for? You have done nothing wrong. How could the illustrious and mighty emperor be at fault? It is clearly my fault for being overly meticulous and meddling where I should not. The emperor was perplexed, unable to fathom how Yuan Xi could utter such caustic remarks despite her usual amiable demeanor. Recalling his friend's counsel, the emperor remained patient and spoke. I apologize for my impulsiveness. I admit that I did not fully consider the consequences. Just as Yuan Xi was about to respond, the emperor interrupted, however. I will not regret my decision. I believe I made the right choice at that moment, and no matter how many times I face this situation again, my stance will remain unchanged. Yuan Xi lowered her head. If you were to regret it, we would not have achieved everything we have today. The emperor fell silent, gazing down at the top of Yuan Xi's head. She continued, but, father, at least regard your own importance. I advised you to bring more people along. Yet you did not listen. I urged you to let me stay by your side, and still, you ignored my counsel. Do you truly not comprehend how vital you are to humanity, or do you fancy yourself an omnipotent deity? I shall remember this. Will you fall again in the future? No. If you are deceiving me, you shall obediently allow me to strike your head. Very well. Suddenly, Yuan Xi lifted her head. Then I forgive you. I am no longer angry. I was never angry. Then who was it that employed cold treatment, dredged up my past, and spoke harshly with your alter ego? Nevertheless, it is as it is. Watching Yuan Xi depart with her fluttering wings, at least everything has returned to the proper course. Your Majesty, Fodram has declared that he wishes to name his legion the Sons of the Emperor. What do you think? The Emperor, in a good mood, responded to Mikado's psychic call without hesitation. That is acceptable, let him proceed with it. It is merely a name for a legion. Calling it the Sons of the Emperor is of little consequence. Besides, I believe the Third Legion indeed deserves such a title. Then, Your Majesty, will you attend the banquet in honor of the prince? Leave that to Yuan Xi. Malcador exhaled softly, sensing that the father-daughter relationship had been mended, which alleviated his own concerns. Moreover, it seemed fitting for Yuan Xi to host the banquet. If the emperor were to take charge, recalling the trials he had imposed upon Horus, Malcador shook his head. The emperor should simply focus on the Great Crusade and refrain from meddling in other matters. At the banquet, Yuan Xi arrived fashionably late, and Fodram approached her, the scent of flowers wafting from his hair. Sister, I heard from the brothers that you prepared all this food. Yuan Xi confidently placed her hands on her hips and raised her chin. So, how does it taste? It is truly delicious. I have never had anything so exquisite on Semos. At the dining table, Fodram was attempting to amuse Yuan Xi, while Horus engaged in conversation with Ferris. Shan Yuanli listened attentively, while only Russ remained oblivious to the world around him, focused solely on his meal. Yuan Xi noticed Russ sitting alone at the table and approached him. What is the matter? Russ? Why aren't you chatting with the brothers? Russ bared his teeth. No point in chatting. By the time they finish, I will have devoured all the food. Laughter erupted around the table. Go on, Russ, eat up. No one here is going to steal your food. The brothers understood Russ well, although he appeared wild. He was undoubtedly a loyal companion, and they enjoyed teasing him from time to time. However, Russ suddenly turned away. I'm done eating. An abrupt silence fell over the atmosphere as Russ stood up. Sister, the Space Wolves have unfinished business. I came to Terra just to see the brothers. Now that I have, I will take my leave. What unfinished business? Since we eradicated billions of orcs, the Sixth Legion has yet to recover. How could there be any task so urgent that it would prevent you from attending a banquet? Horus frowned, casting a glance at Shan Yuanli, signaling. You are closest to Russ, what is going on with him? Shan Yuanli shrugged, I'm not sure. He has suddenly reduced contact with me lately and has distanced himself from our relationship. He doesn't even know why. Yuan Xi silently watched Russ's retreating figure, lost in thought. Russ returned to the Space Wolf's quarters within the palace, where his loyal followers gathered around him. Why are you back so soon, Russ? Yes. I heard today's dishes were prepared by the princess. The young wolves were bewildered. Their wolf king usually savored the feasts, so why had he returned so quickly? Had their pack leader been sidelined? Russ bared his teeth. There's no reason. I returned out of boredom. He dismissed the young wolves surrounding him and sat down, casting his gaze upon the golden spear carelessly discarded at his feet, the god spear gifted to him by the emperor. Ha, Russ scoffed, kicking the golden spear further away. What a twist of fate. In the darkness, Russ murmured to himself. Chapter 52, The First Forging Competition of Terra. Having returned to Terra after a long absence, Yuan Xi felt the need to engage in a thorough discussion with Malcador regarding the future of the Empire. Currently, the structure of the Empire is exceedingly simplistic and crude, resembling a mere war machine existing solely for the Great Crusade. Armies arrive in a location, conquer it, appoint a few trusted individuals, and then depart, leaving the power almost entirely concentrated in the hands of the expeditionary forces. The choice of personnel rests solely with them, and if they encounter a ruler they disapprove of, they simply dispose of them without fear of repercussions. However, this is detrimental, extremely so. Setting aside the fact that a horde of military personnel lacks understanding of governance and administration, one must consider that should the Great Crusade come to an end, the Empire's structure would collapse at an astonishing speed, without even the need for chaos to intervene. It would be doomed. The Emperor's vision is to establish a council governed by mortals to oversee the Empire's administration. Yuan Xi then questioned the Emperor. What if your ideas conflict with those of the council? Whom should I heed? The Emperor paused for a moment. Listen to me. Then that settles it. While the Emperor advocated against a philosopher-king style of governance, he was, ironically, the very embodiment of it. Although he appeared to focus solely on the Great Crusade, he was, in fact, dividing himself into thousands of fragments to handle most of the Empire's affairs, occasionally appearing in dreams to appoint capable individuals. He was indeed the Empire's greatest philosopher-king. Yuan Xi's stance was unequivocal. As we call it an empire, there must inevitably be an emperor, the supreme ruler, which is nearly unavoidable. Perhaps over time, this situation may improve, but Yuan Xi predicted it would take thousands of years to achieve. Therefore, it is best not to aim too high or take reckless steps. Instead, one should first explore how to safely transition power away from military forces. Currently, the relationship between the Astartes and mortals is not overly strained, thanks to Yuan Xi's early implementation of policies promoting equality between Astartes and mortals, such as prohibiting Astartes from demanding mortals to kneel and forbidding unwarranted abuse or killing of mortals. As of now, the Astartes do not exhibit a significant sense of superiority over mortals. However, should the Astartes realize that they risk their lives for the Empire yet ultimately attain no positions of authority, they would undoubtedly explode with rage. To address this, Yuan Xi devised a strategy encapsulated in a single phrase: divide power, redirect conflict. Yuan Xi believes that the various powers of the Empire should be divided into different departments, allowing both Astartes and mortals to compete for positions through assessments. You see, I am allowing you to hold high office. If you fail to seize the opportunity, you cannot blame me. Now, the Astartes competitors will no longer be solely mortals but will include both mortals and other Astartes. In this manner, not only does it appear that the Empire maintains an equitable balance, but it also transitions the simple conflict between the Astartes and mortals to a discord among the Astartes themselves. If all goes smoothly, the transfer of power should not incite any significant troubles. However, Yuan Xi still needs to meticulously refine her plans, thus she spends her days at the Chancellor's residence, engaging in discussions with Malcador. Suddenly, a woman, completely enveloped in layers of fabric, emerges from the shadows. Yuan Xi remains silent, merely raising an eyebrow. The woman kneels on one knee, bowing her head to report, Prince Ferris and Prince Fogram have had a dispute at the Naroda Peak Forge. Malcador takes a sip of tea, acknowledging, understood, you may leave. Malcador intends to keep this matter from the Emperor for the time being. Yet he does not wish to conceal it from Yuan Xi, rather, he seeks to use this opportunity to gauge her. Poor Alpharus, he thought, while his brothers revel in camaraderie. He can only watch from a distance, even approaching his sister requires caution. Malcador considers that perhaps this clandestine task should not be solely entrusted to others. He plans to establish an organization to take over Alpha's unsavory duties, allowing the young prince to return sooner and enjoy the privileges of his status. Yuan Xi smiles. Then I shall take a look. Seeing that Yuan Xi has not asked any questions, Malcador breathes a sigh of relief, sensing that his plan will succeed. However, he suddenly recalls that this was not the matter he had arranged. He jolts awake, pondering what exactly this dispute between the princes entails. In a stifling, heated chamber, two muscular men labor, their bare torsos glistening with sweat as they enthusiastically forge metal. The events trace back 2 days prior, when Fogram arrived at the largest forge on Terra, intending to craft a legendary weapon for himself, accompanied by his Phoenix Guard, where he encountered Ferris, who was busy forging weapons at Yuan Xi's request. Ferris aimed to create a sharp longsword as a gift for his brother, and just as he completed it, he laid eyes on Fogram. What a magnificent weapon, brother, your forging skills are akin to those of a deity. Ferris disregards Fogram's extravagant praise, furrowing his brow. He had heard of Fogram's demanding standards for his Glory-class battleship, which were not practical in nature, but rather focused on aesthetic appeal. Not only did he insist on exquisite artistry, but he also required certain parts to be handcrafted, which explained why he had yet to set sail from Terra. Ferris scorns such behavior. His iron fist is devoid of any artistic embellishments, serving as a purely functional steel fortress. Maintaining a facade of calm, he asks, "What brings you here, brother?" Fogrim replies with a smile, "I wish to forge a weapon for myself." Unable to suppress his disdain, Ferris retorts, "Ha! Your delicate hands cannot craft a worthy weapon." Fogrim remains unperturbed, merely batting his striking eyes, "Then let us compete to see who can forge the finest weapon." Ferris, initially inclined to turn away, spins around at the mere suggestion of a contest. He would not decline any challenge. "Very well, let us compete." 2 days later. Engrossed in their forging, the two brothers are oblivious to Yuan Xi's entrance. Fogrim, wielding a hammer, strikes a red-hot piece of steel with movements as fluid and graceful as a dance, a drop of sweat cascading down his forehead and along his bare torso. Meanwhile, Ferris pounds a piece of metal with sheer force, quite literally hammering it with his indomitable fists. Fogrim finally notices Yuan Xi, wiping the sweat from his brow like a hero from a romantic tale. "Sister, what brings you here?" "I heard you were competing, so I came to observe." Ferris raises his head. "Sister, your arrival is timely. Could you judge and determine whose weapon is superior?" "Indeed, sister," they both urge. Yuan Xi contemplates. Since she will remain on Terra for a while, she nods. "Very well, call for me once you have finished." 3 months pass, and when Yuan Xi returns to the forge, she witnesses the two brothers shaking hands in reconciliation. Fogrim mischievously covers Yuan Xi's eyes. "No peeking, sister." Once he releases his hand, a beautifully crafted war hammer and a stunning sword ablaze with flames are revealed before her. "Sister, which of these weapons do you deem the finest?" For fairness, Ferris and Fogrim do not disclose who forged the weapons. Though they have reconciled, they are both eager to learn which one is deemed superior in Yuan Xi's eyes. Yuan Xi lifts both weapons, swinging them briefly, one a mighty warhammer, the other a fierce and ornate longsword. "Given my abilities, I cannot discern which is superior. Let us declare it a tie." Fogrim feigns a pout. "Sister, you are quite cunning." Yuan Xi chuckles. "Not at all, however, it seems your relationship has improved significantly." Ferris also smiles, having previously regarded Fogrim as merely a pretty face. After this contest, he realizes his brother is indeed a formidable warrior. Reflecting on this, he swiftly apologizes for his earlier judgments. Fogrim hands the warhammer to Ferris. "Your longsword could rival the fiery blade wielded by the Celtic hero Nuada." Ferris reciprocates by giving Fogrim the longsword. "Your warhammer is fit only for the thunder god of Norse mythology." They both laugh. And Yuan Xi understands that Ferris and Fogrim's bond cannot be weak, as they are too similar. Fogrim's pursuit of perfection mirrors Ferris's own, both seeking to uncover and eliminate their weaknesses through competition, a testament to their mutual quest for excellence. Enough of this, let us celebrate. Yuan Xi claps her hands. "Today, I shall treat you all to a feast." Fogrim wraps his arms around Yuan Xi's neck from behind. "Sounds delightful, sister, but is it your cooking?" "Of course." Ferris grins. "How about a contest to see who can eat the most?" "Even in eating, I shall not be bested." Yuan Xi interjects playfully. "That remains to be seen." At this moment, on Helifinkel, the slumbering Russ suddenly sneezes, perplexed. "What is this? I can roll naked on Fenris without sneezing. Is my recent unrest affecting my health?" Half a year later, the Pride of the Empire embarks from the Mars shipyard, with the Emperor's Legion joining the Great Crusade under the guidance of its genetic progenitor. Chapter 53, Performance Art Awards aboard the vengeful vessel, the Soul of Revenge, Abaddon, the 1st Company Commander of the Shadow Moon Wolves, Tagadon, the 2nd Company Commander, Cyanus, the 4th Company Commander, and Little Horus, the 5th Company Commander convene in the meeting room. Tagadon glances at Cyanus, who merely shrugs. Although the four are recognized as Horus's most trusted offspring, it is their first time being summoned individually by him, leaving Cyanus uncertain of the underlying issue. Horus enters, his expression marked by hesitation and turmoil. Cyanus's heart sinks. This is alarming, as Horus is typically confident and strategic in front of his progeny. Clearly, something significant is amiss. Cyangnuos pondered for a moment, realizing that it was impossible. Recently, the Inuit Songlong had triumphed time and again, and the pace of conquest had even outstripped that of the 2nd and 10th Legions. Moreover, His father had just returned to Terra and had met with his own father and sister, so what could possibly be amiss? Cyangnuos exchanged a glance with Tagadon, both perplexed by the situation, while Abaddon and little Horus hastily interjected. What has happened, father? Horus slowly sat down, his expression troubled. Do you think I am handsome? Abaddon and Tagadon replied in unison, that goes without saying, you are indeed handsome. Cyangnuos carefully inquired, may I ask why you would ask such a question? Horus sighed. Not long ago, he had received a power sword crafted by Ferris, which delighted him immensely, leading him to pen a lengthy letter of gratitude to Ferris. However, accompanying the sword was a set of Terminator power armor. The Emperor had promised to personally forge a weapon for Horus, but this promise had been left unfulfilled. He had planned to present the weapon to Horus in front of everyone once Horus became the War Master. Not only to express his trust in Horus but also to strengthen their bond, a win-win situation indeed. Then, Yuan Xi approached the Emperor, saying, Father, at the very least, you should provide him with something to give him hope, otherwise, merely speaking of promises without any certainty will drive him to madness. The Emperor, upon reflection, realized this was true. He had intended to ask General Hal of Mars to forge a stronger set of power armor for Horus. So he decided to craft a set himself. Upon receiving that pearlescent white power armor, Horus was overjoyed. However, the only issue was that several neural link tubes needed to be connected at the back of the user's head, necessitating Horus to shave his hair. To this day, Horus could not comprehend why the Emperor had chosen to personally escort Fulgrim back to Terra. He could only assume it was due to Fulgrim's striking appearance, which made the gesture more commendable. Horus held no resentment about this, as he was confident in his own looks and believed he could earn his father's favor through his capabilities. Yet, the prospect of shaving his head filled him with dread. Although his hair had never been particularly long, merely a refined crop, Horus feared that if he became unattractive with a bald head, his father might distance himself from him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Horus's expression contorted. He fervently wished to avoid such a fate. Observing his father's increasingly distressed demeanor, Tagadon hastily kicked Cyangnuos under the table, but Cyangnuos was at a loss. Although he was the strategist of the Legion, he had no solution for this predicament. In a moment of desperation, Cyangnuos stood up and said, Father, I wish to hear that 30-year story again. What? You want to hear it again? Very well. Allow me to recount it in detail. They rescued me from the darkness of Kosonia. Cyangnuos exhaled in relief as he sat back down, grateful that his father had returned to normalcy. However, as soon as he settled, two piercing gazes like daggers fixed upon him. Tagadon and little Horus stared at Cyangnuos expressionlessly. He returned their gaze with an innocent look, imploring, Please, do not regard me so, I acted solely for the sake of father. Meanwhile, Abaddon had already dozed off on the table. 3 hours later, Horus scratched his head, awkwardly smiling. It seems I have digressed. Cyangnuos maintained a calm demeanor. Having grown accustomed to the situation, it is quite all right, please continue. Horus proceeded to narrate the events leading up to the current situation. The expressions of Tagadon, Cyangnuos, and little Horus instantly contorted, and for a fleeting moment, Cyangnuos felt an urge to end his own life, for he had expected something of grave significance, only to find it was this trivial matter. He suppressed his emotions, assuring his father, Rest assured, father, the Emperor, having bestowed this gift upon you, would not overlook its implications. Furthermore, the individuals who genuinely respect and love you would never cease to do so based on your appearance. There is no need for such concerns. Horus's troubled expression faded into a serene smile. You are right, Cyangnuos. I must concede that at times I fall short compared to my progeny. Please do not say that, father. Why, Cyangnuos? If I excel in every aspect, what need do I have for you? Horus patted Cyangnuos on the shoulder, saying, Thank you, Cyangnuos, you have cleared the fog from my heart. Cyangnuos felt a tremor within him, a surge of reverence and admiration blossoming in his heart, nearly prompting him to kneel before Horus, but Horus gently held him up. Horus raised his voice, proclaiming, Do not hesitate to express yourselves because I am your father. I am but a man, with my own shortcomings. Yet I am eager to amend them and welcome your scrutiny. Tears nearly welled in Cyangnuos' eyes. This was Horus, the one to whom all pledged their loyalty. Perhaps at times he appeared somewhat foolish, but all were still willing to fight for him and offer their lives, for when faced with this side of Horus, one could find no reason not to remain loyal. The atmosphere shifted abruptly as they gazed at the snoring Abaddon in silence. Abaddon, stand up. Abaddon, bleary-eyed, lifted his head. Is it over? Horus chuckled in exasperation. Abaddon, your reward is to transcribe the 30-year story I have recounted 10 times. Oh, okay. Abaddon suddenly looked up at Horus, who coldly snickered before turning to leave, even Abaddon's 3 loyal companions casting him glances of helplessness. No. Cardus and Marrow each clung to Yuan Xi's leg. With Cardus tearfully looking up, Mother, can we switch legions? I want to change legions. After departing from Terra, Yuan Xi rejoined the Great Crusade, and coincidentally, the 7th Legion had not accompanied the journey to Terra due to missions, and they had spent considerable time with the Zero Legion. Yuan Xi contemplated changing to a different accompanying legion. Subsequently, Fulgrim approached Yuan Xi, hoping she would accompany him. Yuan Xi thought to herself, here comes another who assumes I am weak. Typically, the accompanying legion would only be assigned to those whose Primarch had not yet returned, primarily for unified command. Since Yuan Xi was the sole Primarch, the entire unified legion would operate under her command, preventing any conflict in orders. Additionally, Yuan Xi could provide reassurance to the other legions. After all, if something significant were to occur while the Primarch was absent, the acting legion commander might not handle it well. And Yuan Xi could serve as a trump card against overly formidable foes. Of course, this was predicated on Yuan Xi's formidable prowess, yet Fulgrim was unaware of her strength, as her appearance made it difficult for others to believe she was more powerful than the hulking brutes. Furthermore, everyone knew Yuan Xi was a civilian, leading Fulgrim to approach her with a request for companionship. Yuan Xi raised an eyebrow. Did Ferris not inform you? Inform me of what? Yuan Xi nodded, realizing that Ferris had led Fulgrim astray. Upon reviewing the arrangements of other legions, she found no better options, thus she consented. Very well. Unexpectedly, the most vocal opposition to this matter came from Yuan Xi's Dawn Angels Legion. Yuan Xi's Zero Legion had always been the social butterfly among the legions, maintaining good relations with everyone. Yet their relationship with the 3rd Legion remained somewhat delicate. Generally speaking, after the implantation of gene seeds, the Astartes gradually aligned themselves with their progenitor. For instance, the Astartes of the 6th Legion resemble wolves, while the 16th Legion, with their genetic mutations inherited from the sons of Horus, bear a striking resemblance to Horus himself. In the Kosania Military Academy, it is not uncommon for the Thunder Warriors instructors to mistake their students, yet the Zero Legion stands apart. Presently, the sole white-haired individual within the Zero Legion is Eusones, whose white hair and golden eyes are inherent from birth. The appearance of all members of the Legion is exactly as it was during their mortal lives. Now, let us consider the 3rd Legion, which produces a stream of handsome warriors with white hair and purple eyes after the implantation of gene seeds, and they proudly wear the double-headed eagle insignia. Observe their name. The Sons of the Emperor. What does that imply? Are you the progeny of Yuan Xi, or are we? This is not the crux of the matter. Even though the Zero Legion seldom appears due to their limited numbers, some individuals are unaware that the Dawn Angels exist and mistakenly believe that the Sons of the Emperor are the true offspring of Yuan Xi. We can tolerate these misunderstandings, as it is human nature. However, witnessing the multitude of purple cans gathering around Yuan Xi is infuriating for almost all Dawn Angels. What does it mean that you all have fathers yet seek to usurp their mother? Is there no justice or law? Cadus could no longer contain himself. He drew his twin swords, ready to charge, only to be restrained by Mello. Do not act impulsively, they are many. Mello, just hold me down, for I cannot guarantee what I may do otherwise. Yuan Xi, amidst the throng of the Emperor's sons surrounding her, cast her gaze upon her offspring, who was behaving like a performance artist. Yuan Xi proclaimed, Chapter 54, Unparalleled Power, grant me a reason. Once the members of the 3rd Legion departed, Cadus and Mello clung to one of Yuan Xi's legs, pleading earnestly for her to assign them a different accompanying legion. Cadus looked up and lamented, Mother, they are too arrogant. Long before the progenitor's return, the 3rd Legion had already cultivated an air of arrogance. Since the progenitor's return and the Legion's renaming to the Sons of the Emperor, their pride has only intensified. Each of these purple cans struts about, refusing to acknowledge others. Cadus and the others could understand this to an extent. After all, it is only natural for a legion that bears the double-headed eagle to exhibit a degree of arrogance. However, their hubris has exceeded reasonable bounds. They look down upon even the Zero Legion, failing to distinguish between the great and the small. Caddis and his companions do not wish to provoke animosity with the Third Legion, so they hope to remain at a distance. If I cannot provoke them, I can at least avoid them. Yuan Xi nodded. Having been informed by the Thunder Warrior instructors on chemos that these young ones are inexplicably proud and tend to quiet down for a few days after receiving a beating, only to resume their arrogance shortly thereafter. Yuan Xi patted her offspring on the head, assuring him, "Fear not, in a few days there shall likely be an opportunity for you to spar, at which time you may vent your frustrations." "Really?" "Indeed, I will send you Sonis to participate." Caddis and Mello shivered and sprang to their feet, exclaiming, "Mother, surely it cannot come to that." Yuan Xi clapped her hands, "It can indeed, besides. It is not as though I will be striking you, so what is there to fear?" Caddis and Mello exchanged glances. "Alas, let us mourn for our cousins." Amen. On board the Emperor's Pride, a throng of purple cans surrounded the newly returned members from the Imperial wings. "So, have you agreed?" The leader of the Sons of the Emperor shook his head. The structure of the Sons of the Emperor differs from that of other legions. Beneath the progenitor, there are not just squad leaders but 10 Lord Commanders, further subdivided into more detailed ranks. Focurum encourages the warriors to seek out role models for inspiration, and nearly all of them look up to their commanders. In such an environment, their veneration for the Emperor and their progenitor, Focurum, borders on the pathological. A fervent adoration that nearly touches the sacred boundaries of religious faith. It is noteworthy that, for the Sons of the Emperor is paramount, while Yuan Xi stands as a close second. This is not solely due to Yuan Xi's amiable appearance but also because she is universally acknowledged as exceptional, the Vice-Emperor, the Long Princess, the Lord of the Thunder Warriors, and the Emperor's Wing. Each title underscores her greatness, earning her genuine respect even from these proud warriors. In contrast, the Zero Legion is harder to evaluate. Their numbers are few, their military achievements are modest, and their public image is lacking. Most critically, they indulge in leisure activities such as football and mahjong, which leaves the Sons of the Emperor feeling that their cousins are unworthy of the Astartes title. Thus, the Sons of the Emperor believe they are far more deserving of being Yuan Xi's progeny. However, this does not imply they wish to abandon their lineage, rather, they hope Yuan Xi will simply disregard the few hundred individuals and join their legion instead. Imagine, a family all adorned with white hair and purple eyes would be splendid. Yet, such sentiments cannot be openly expressed, so they quietly devised a plan to subtly integrate the princess into their legion. To this end, they dispatched several individuals to invite the Long Princess aboard the Emperor's Pride, where the Sons of the Emperor would paint her portrait, featuring only their progenitor and legion commanders. However, Yuan Xi declined, questioning why they sought her for a family portrait. They insisted, "It is not a family portrait, it is merely a painting." Yet Yuan Xi remained resolute in her refusal, leaving them no choice but to retreat in disappointment. "What now? Our plan has fallen apart. I have a strategy." "Pray tell." "We have the opportunity to challenge them to a sparring session, allowing Her Highness to discern which legion is most suitable for her." The surrounding Sons of the Emperor immediately found satisfaction in this notion, envisioning a chance to demonstrate their superior swordsmanship to their idol cousins and convince Yuan Xi of their rightful status as the true Sons of the Emperor. The tactics of the Sons of the Emperor, much like their obsessive pursuit of perfection, are meticulously refined. They excel at employing diverse strategies, formulating comprehensive plans before launching a swift offensive to obliterate their adversaries. In this instance, before the Zero Legion could take action, the Sons of the Emperor liberated the planet from a hostile alien regime that oppressed humanity. Focurum approached Yuan Xi. "Sister." "Yes?" "My progeny wished to engage in a sparring session with your legion." Focurum sensed that his offspring were up to something devious, but he also recognized that such a sparring match could foster communication between the two legions and enhance the abilities of his offspring. What is there to lose? Ah! What a delightful surprise. Yuan Xi smiled brightly. "Then I shall bring some of my progeny to the Emperor's Pride." Indeed. Focurum sensed something amiss. Why did he feel as though his sister harbored ulterior motives? What peculiar events might he be unaware of? "Mother, you want me to take action?" Usonis pointed at himself, bewildered. "Yes, you shall be the first." Usonis appeared conflicted. "Are there any requirements?" An overwhelming aura emanating from him like an approaching storm, an unparalleled sense of oppression bearing down. Caddis swallowed hard, realizing the inevitable doom of the sons of the Emperor. They stood no chance against Yusonis. Such is the nature of Yusonis, once Yuan Xi's command is given, it transforms into reality, for his loyalty and strength will ensure its manifestation. Yusonis seldom engages in sparring with others, for he is so powerful that only contests with the Imperial Guard on Terra pique his interest. While the motive behind his mother's intention to undermine the sons of the Emperor remains unclear, the dismal fate of the sons of the Emperor is now an established fact. Upon the Emperor's pride, Yusonis stood at the center of the training ground, sword in hand, awaiting his first opponent. Lucius, we have emerged from the crucible of battle. Let us not falter. A handsome Astartes with white hair and violet eyes casually hoisted his sword onto his shoulder. Just wait and see. I shall bring that insufferable orange canister to its knees. With that, Lucius strode purposefully towards the training ground. Indeed, stay spirited. Well done, let us see how he responds. As Lucius faced Yusonis, he surveyed the stands and spotted Fogram and Yuan Xi. He smiled provocatively at Yusonis. The princess is watching, you know. Losing in her presence would be quite disgraceful. Yusonis remained silent, merely biding his time for the duel to commence, but Lucius was relentless. You know. I have always believed that you do not deserve your Primarch, yet perhaps you are an exception, for you possess a certain aesthetic appeal. Akin to a theatrical performance. Just as the blade was about to collide with Yusonis' visor, the latter moved, faster, faster still. In Lucius's eyes. A resounding bell tolled, signaling the imminent start of the contest. The two donned their helmets, and at the sound of another bell, Lucius lunged towards Yusonis with lightning speed. Uncertain whether his earlier taunts had succeeded in distracting his opponent, Lucius was nonetheless confident that victory was his today. He swung his sword down with grace. Akin to a theatrical performance. Just as the blade was about to collide with Yusonis' visor, the latter moved, faster, faster still. In Lucius's eyes. His actions appeared as though played in slow motion. With astonishing speed, Yusonis sidestepped and delivered a powerful thrust with the sword's hilt, striking Lucius directly at the heart. As Lucius beheld the deep dent where his heart once resided, a chilling breath of impending death swept through him, yet he managed to maintain a smile. What a pity. Brother, you almost defeated me. Yusonis finally spoke, his voice cold and unwavering. Humph. In a flash, Lucius was consumed by rage and charged again. He no longer cared for the pretense of sparring, he sought to punish this disdainful wretch before him. Yusonis regarded Lucius. And in an instant, one that Lucius could not possibly comprehend, Yusonis closed the distance between them. Lucius felt as if he could see the emotionless golden eyes of his opponent through his helmet. Too late to react, Lucius attempted to distance himself. But a fist loomed larger in his vision, growing ever closer. With a thunderous crash, Lucius's helmet shattered, and he was sent hurtling backward. His once mighty form now akin to a feather in the wind until he collided with the wall, embedding himself within it. Silence engulfed the arena. Not a soul dared to utter a sound. In less than 2 minutes, the master swordsman Lucius had been soundly defeated by Yusonis, who had not even drawn his sword. Yusonis spoke, delivering his first words since the duel began. Next. Chapter 55, The Essence of Perfection Very Commendable. This was the Emperor's first evaluation upon seeing Yusonis beside Yuan Xi. Yuan Xi raised an eyebrow, accustomed to the Emperor's elusive manner of speech, yet she was not one to keep her thoughts to herself, so she directly inquired, how commendable? The Emperor pondered for a moment. If he were part of the Imperial Guard, he might very well become the second Baldur. He might even surpass him, though he refrained from voicing that latter sentiment. The first half alone was sufficient to elicit a radiant smile from Yuan Xi. Hee. I have also gained golden status. As one of the initial members of the Zero Legion Astartes, Yusonis had encountered numerous formidable foes, yet under his twin blades, those so-called adversaries crumbled like fragile bubbles. He was resolute in his belief that he would deliver one victory after another for Yuan Xi. He had sparred countless times with his brothers to hone his strength, but soon ceased, for such exchanges no longer rendered him more powerful. During his time on Terra, dueling with the Imperial Guard had become his norm. Initially, he had scarcely had the opportunity to retaliate. Yet gradually he had risen to a level where he could meet them on equal footing, if not surpass them. Returning to the present. The training ground bore witness to numerous human-shaped craters, with Yusonis standing at the center like a boss character from a video game. Decimating opponent after opponent with brutal efficiency, even now, he had yet to draw his sword. Edlon wore a grim expression. He admitted he had initially underestimated the Zero Legion. And Usonis, otherwise he would not have been the first to dispatch Lucius, a mere captain. However, the battle had turned into an act of humiliation, an affront to the 3rd Legion and to Fogrim. This was not merely a kick, it was a slap to my face. And I intend to make this scoundrel pay. I apologize, Lord Usonis, for not allowing you to enjoy yourself. Idlan closed his eyes in tranquil resignation. The arena fell utterly silent. Upon witnessing Lord Idlan lying prostrate, the Emperor's sons understood that, although they did not know how they had provoked the Zero Legion, they had certainly come to disrupt the event. Was it not you who sought us for a spar? Seeing no one rise to challenge Usonis, Yuan Xi stood with delight. Fogrim. What is your perspective? Fogrim's countenance was equally troubled. He recognized that Usonis could not have acted without reason in besting the Emperor's sons in such a manner. Thus, he turned to Yuan Xi. Sister, have we inadvertently offended you? Yuan Xi did not answer the question. Instead, she soared to the center of the arena, standing beside Usonis, and smiled at the Emperor's sons, whose expressions were markedly grim. What, can you not bear the sting of your defeat? Or have you become so arrogant as to believe you are above failure? Years ago, your predecessors fought valiantly by the Emperor's side, sacrificing themselves to earn the double-headed eagle emblazoned upon your chests, yet now you bring shame upon it. The Emperor named you the Emperor's sons in the hope that you would embody the ideals of the Empire, but you have misconstrued those ideals as mere nobility and arrogance. Now, when people speak of you, they say you are nothing more than a flock of peacocks, blinded by so-called glory. I do not wish to hear any more rumors of your disrespect towards mortals or your brothers. Amidst the stillness akin to stagnant water, Yuan Xi returned to Fogrim's side. As Fogrim began to speak, Yuan Xi placed a finger upon his lips. There is no need for apologies, Fogrim, you have done nothing wrong. Yuan Xi waved her hand dismissively. Fogrim. You know that true perfection is not superficial but arises from within, thus I shall refrain from further comments. Lastly, I advise you, if your every action is driven by the pursuit of perfection itself, you have already strayed from the path of perfection. Yuan Xi departed, taking Usonis with her, while Fogrim remained motionless, lost in thought. Fogrim did not aspire to reach the pinnacle of perfection, he merely savored the journey toward becoming increasingly perfect. He wished to witness his own growth, inching ever closer to the ideal of perfection he envisioned. If someone were to tell him that the more he strived for that ideal self, the less likely he would become it, Fogrim would undoubtedly retort, watch closely, for I shall prove you wrong. Yet, it was precisely Yuan Xi who uttered those words. When Fuqua Lim first laid eyes on Yuan Xi, he immediately recognized that she was undoubtedly closer to that realm of perfection than he could ever hope to be. This notion was swiftly affirmed through his observations. The people extolled Yuan Xi, her brothers cherished her, and even the Emperor did not disguise his favoritism towards her. Fuqua Lim did not confide in anyone. Yet he was elated when he heard someone remark that he bore a resemblance to Yuan Xi. Did this imply that he too was gradually evolving into a being of greater perfection akin to her? However, now, a person he deemed more perfect than himself was proclaiming that everything he had ever done was erroneous. What was Fuqua Lim to do? How was he to respond? Father, murmured the Phoenix Guard as they regarded their dazed patriarch. Tavits. Father, called Sol Tavits, I wish to see him. I must see him. Tavits was merely an ordinary captain among the Emperor's sons, and given his prowess and achievements, he could have been promoted long ago. Yet, each time advancement beckoned, Tavits declined. For him, titles and accolades held little significance, his sole purpose as an Astartes was to serve the Emperor. This was Tavits' creed. Thus he chose to remain a humble frontline officer. His character earned him the affection of his soldiers. Yet it also attracted the disdain of the traditionalists led by Eidolon and the concealed jealousy of his friend, Lucius. Tavits disapproved of his comrades' yearning for glory and status. But he did not impose his will upon others, preferring instead to diligently attend to his own duties. Upon hearing that the Zero Legion would be coming to spar, Tavits frowned. Unlike others who rushed to observe, he focused intently on his sword practice. Tavits understood that to be labeled as a formidable legion by others was indeed commendable. Yet he could not fathom why his brothers were skeptical. Thus, he refrained from subjecting himself to humiliation, confident they would soon learn humility after facing defeat. Well, Tavits mused, this might just temper their arrogance, lest they suffer greater misfortunes in the future. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, and upon opening it, he found a subordinate officer he recognized. Tavitz was the first to inquire, "So, brother, did we win?" A crushing defeat," came the response. Tavitz nodded, confirming his suspicions that the loss was indeed severe. "Cough, your father wishes to see you." "Oh, Tavitz stammered, momentarily bewildered, "Father wishes to see me?" Yuan Xi returned to her quarters aboard the Imperial wing. She was not truly angry, the arrogance of the Astartes was universal among legions. And she could not guarantee her own legion was composed solely of humble individuals, though the Third Legion exhibited this trait to a greater degree. These were trivial matters. What truly troubled Yuan Xi was Fuqua Lim's obsessive fixation on perfection. Perhaps it stemmed from his inherent nature, or perhaps it was the influence of chaotic forces. Yet his yearning for perfection was profound. If he did not alter his perspective, even if Yuan Xi barred him from wielding the stabbing sword, he would still find another. Be it the stabbing cat or stabbing dog sword, ultimately falling into chaos. However, Yuan Xi found it exceedingly difficult to shift Fuqua Lim's mindset. She recalled a recent incident on a distant planet when an emperor's son expressed displeasure at a mortal's touch. Fuqua Lim, witnessing this. The pursuit of perfection as a process rather than a destination was the most meaningful aspect. Fuqua Lim never intended to transform himself into an embodiment of perfection. He merely aspired to improve gradually. Could Yuan Xi truly prevent others from becoming better? Yuan Xi felt lost regarding how to proceed. She recalled a recent incident on a distant planet when an emperor's son expressed displeasure at a mortal's touch. Fuqua Lim, witnessing this, placed a mortal child upon his shoulder before his offspring, declaring, "You are noble, they are base. Your duty is to elevate them as high as possible. To falter even slightly would be a disservice to your stature." At that moment, Fuqua Lim epitomized the form the emperor envisioned. Perhaps the emperor allowed the Third Legion to be referred to as the emperor's sons due to his recognition of Fuqua Lim. Yet Yuan Xi understood that his respect for countless mortals was still rooted in an elevated perspective unique to the Primarchs. Mortals, Primarchs, and Astartes remained separated by a tragically thick barrier. A multitude of questions swirled in Yuan Xi's mind: Primarchs, mortals, Astartes, chaotic deities. Too many inquiries plagued the seemingly robust empire. The empire grew ever stronger yet increasingly fragile. Suddenly, Yuan Xi felt an overwhelming desire to sleep. It had been far too long since she had rested. And she could scarcely recall the last time she had taken a break. Now, she simply wished to cease all thought, to deliver herself a blow and drift into slumber. "Mother, something has occurred." "Never mind, it appears I am destined for a life of toil." Observing her hurried progeny, Yuan Xi inquired about the situation. According to the Thunder Warriors of the Second Legion, Lord Shan Yuanli had not been in good spirits lately. Chapter 56, A Clear Conscience. Shan Yuan. "Would you care for a drink?" "No." "Haha, why do you still behave like a child? What harm is there in a little wine?" The Second Legion was exceptionally close-knit. For Shan Yuanli was endowed with a gentle nature. He remembered the name of each of his sons and understood their desires and grievances. He cared for the thoughts of every son, creating a bond that rendered the members of his legion akin to a true family, a connection that only Horus could rival. Without a doubt, Shan Yuan was Shan Yuanli's most cherished son. It could be said that no one within the legion disliked this innocent child, whose adorable visage concealed a fierce warrior. Even the veteran Terrans took delight in teasing the boy from time to time. Yet Shan Yuan found this bothersome. He could not comprehend why his brothers liked to jest with him, and even his father occasionally indulged in light-hearted banter. "I have always been a serious person. Is my expression not earnest?" he pondered while pinching his serious face in the mirror. Not long ago, the Second Legion achieved a significant victory. Despite facing formidable technology and peculiar parasitic abilities, the Second Legion succeeded in exterminating the xenomorphs, reclaiming an entire star system at the cost of over 5,000 Astartes. It was said that his father's brothers had written letters of congratulations. At that moment, his father had indeed been smiling, appearing quite pleased. And everyone around Shan Yuan believed that Shan Yuanli was in high spirits. Yet Shan Yuan felt otherwise. Beneath his father's smiling facade, he sensed a tumult of unspoken emotions. Thus, he quietly approached his father's chamber, desiring a sincere conversation. "Shan Yuan, is there something you wish to discuss?" Upon hearing the knock, Shan Yuanli opened the door to find his son standing outside. "Father, are you well?" "I am perfectly fine, why do you ask, Shan Yuan?" Shan Yuan sensed something amiss. His father's demeanor was unusual, and he believed he could detect something particularly sensitive for an Astartes. Father, are you injured? No, why do you say that? Father. Why won't you let me in? Shan Yuanli closed his eyes and stepped aside, revealing the sparse furnishings of the room, complex machinery in the corner, bloodstains on the floor, and a dagger stained with blood upon the table. Shan Yuan beheld the scene, his gaze drawn to the mottled wounds on Shan Yuanli's arm. Why? Father? Why? Shan Yuanli paused before responding, because I have made some grave errors. What errors? I must take responsibility for the 5,000 sons lost. Shan Yuanli firmly closed his eyes. What do you mean, father? Why must you bear the burden for their deaths? Shan Yuan nearly shouted, his emotions spiraling out of control. Because I did not fulfill my duty, I did not give my best. I do not understand, father, Shan Yuan murmured, I do not understand. He seemed to have realized the reason why there would forever be unhealed wounds on Shan Yuanli's arm. At that moment, he actually believed it to be injuries sustained during Shan Yuanli's work. How naive he was. Go back, Su, he said. Su left in a daze. And from that day onward, Shan Yuanli exhibited no peculiarities. Su almost thought that day had merely been a fleeting dream. Until the most brutal battle of the Second Legion occurred. At that time, the Second Legion was resupplying on a planet conquered by the Empire. Unaware that the planet's governor had already betrayed the Empire, conspiring with aliens to aim a devastating blow at the Second Legion and seize the Empire's technology along with Astartes' advancements. The Second Legion was caught completely off guard. And only after Shan Yuanli quickly organized a counterattack did they manage to break through, albeit at a great cost, with 10,000 Astartes perishing under the traitors' fire. From that day forward, Shan Yuanli became increasingly taciturn. He spoke little in general, and now, apart from necessary communication, he uttered not a single word. Su grew increasingly anxious, sensing that something dreadful was about to transpire. Thank you, Su. What you said means a great deal to me. Upon arriving at the Second Legion, Yuan Xi first encountered Su and learned everything that had transpired with Shan Yuanli through him. Leaning back in her chair, she gazed upward. From the very first moment she saw Shan Yuanli alongside the Emperor, she knew he harbored a story, yet they refrained from inquiring. Yuan Xi felt that even if she asked, he would remain silent, so it was better to wait for a more opportune moment. The Emperor, on the other hand, was entirely indifferent. Unconcerned as long as Shan Yuanli performed adequately in the Great Crusade, even if he encountered further issues. However, now, Yuan Xi sighed, it was imperative to ask. For what kind of story, what kind of emotional turmoil, would remain forever unknown until he spoke of it? So, Li, tell me your thoughts. Yuan Xi sat face to face with Shan Yuanli, and for a fleeting moment, she felt as if she were interrogating him, prompting her to slightly lean away to appear less intimidating. Sister. Don't you know? I've already conveyed all my thoughts to Su. Did he not share them with you? I only wish to hear it from you. I believe it is all my fault. It is not your fault. No, it is mine. It is not yours. I say it is mine. Shan Yuanli nearly shouted. His teeth clenched as he glared at Yuan Xi, who could see the bloodshot veins in his eyes and the bulging veins in his neck. Yet in an instant, he lowered his head. I apologize, sister. Look at you, Yuan Xi leaned forward, gently lifting Shan Yuanli's head to meet her gaze. Look at your state, you appear utterly worn. Sister, when was the last time you slept? Shan Yuanli closed his eyes. I do not know. Then sleep, when you awaken, everything will improve. Yuan Xi sat by the bed, tucking in the blankets for Shan Yuanli. Now she understood, she had come to realize the inherent flaws in Shan Yuanli's character. Finally concluding that not a single son of the Emperor was without abnormalities. Emerging from the room, all the squad leaders of the Second Legion awaited her outside. Su stepped forward. Your Highness, our father, he is asleep, Yuan Xi gestured for silence. Let us go. Within the conference room aboard the Zhou, Yuan Xi halted the Astartes who sought to question her. If the Primarch is absent, who among you holds authority? The Astartes exchanged glances, and one stood up. I. The Legion's aide Zhao Yi, I recognize you, Terra Astartes, having served for over a century. I will take charge of matters regarding the Great Crusade for the time being while I escort Li back to Terra. Su hastily rose. Your Highness. Our father, he is unwell, or rather, I should say he is troubled in spirit. Yuan Li's guilt weighed heavily upon him, for him. Any loss resulting from his failures felt like a catastrophe he had caused. For instance, Horus might consider the loss of 5,000 sons acceptable if it led to victory, believing that triumph absolved the sacrifices made. Conversely, for Yuan Li, those 5,000 sons perished because of him, driven by a desire for victory, he had doomed them, which felt akin to his own hand having slain them. Yuan Li did not regard himself as human, he believed that as the strongest, he must bear the burden of all mistakes, attributing every error to himself. Therefore, when tragedy struck, he chose to punish the truly guilty, himself. Yet there were always things he wished to avoid witnessing, leading him to inflict self-harm repeatedly, his conscience nearly crushed beneath the weight of his guilt. He could no longer lead the legion, at least until his emotional turmoil was resolved, he should not be allowed to command. Yuan Xi rose. I will have my legion coordinate with you. Should you encounter difficulties, you may seek their assistance. Inform me when your father awakens. Is that your reasoning? Indeed. Yuan Xi closed her eyes, leaning back in her chair, engaging in a psychic conversation with the emperor. She dreaded this, for she had already anticipated his response. I cannot permit it. As expected, her fears were realized. Yuan Xi, you are overly anxious. Yuan Li's issues are not severe. We cannot simply remove him from the legion for such reasons. Yuan Xi smiled wryly, her eyes tightly shut, a mocking expression gracing her features. She did not know if she was ridiculing the emperor or herself. The Second Legion's pace of conquest will not falter, I assure you. Very well. Yuan Xi felt a pang in her heart, wishing to cry, wishing to laugh, yet ultimately, she merely took a deep breath, staring blankly at the ceiling. She should understand the emperor. In his eyes, nothing surpassed the importance of the Great Crusade. A mere son's psychological issues were inconsequential. Yet she remained sorrowful. She yearned to change certain things, yet found herself utterly powerless, feeling as though all her efforts were in vain, merely leading her in convoluted circles to a singular conclusion. The emperor had not changed, he remained that frigid son, the Primarchs had not altered, they would continue to descend into despair for various reasons, the outcome remained unchanged. All that was left was tragedy. What, then, was her purpose in exerting herself day after day? No. Yuan Xi clenched her fists so tightly that her fingertips nearly pierced her palms. She recalled certain matters, long forgotten in the busyness of her life. It did not matter. The outcome was irrelevant, as long as she remained true to her conscience. Yuan Xi sat by the bed, gazing at the slumbering Yuan Li. How might you come to understand what it means to be true to one's conscience? Chapter 57, The Imperial Cabinet. Haha, splendid, splendid, the heavens have eyes. Horus laughed heartily as he read the letter in his hand. Even if Yuan Xi had obtained the emperor's permission to take Yuan Li back to Terra, she still required a suitable justification. After all, she could not simply tell the populace or her brothers that Yuan Li was on the verge of madness and needed to be taken home for a respite. Moreover, without a proper reason, Yuan Li himself could not possibly leave his legion. Thus, Yuan Xi devised a plan. The Emperor's Edict, the second prince possesses noble virtue, embodying the Emperor's grace. Let Yuan Li be appointed as a member of the cabinet. Thus it is decreed. What is it? Yuan Xi smiled. Why are you still dazed? Receive the edict. For a fleeting moment, Yuan Li thought he had awoken in a haze. What was this cabinet? How had he not known that such an organization existed within the empire? Sister, my legion, oh, fret not, Yuan Xi waved her hand. I have made all the arrangements. My legion will accompany them. And if your legion encounters any significant matters, they will come to you for assistance, have no worries. Very well. Upon learning that Yuan Xi had brought Yuan Li back to Terra, the reactions among the original bodies varied significantly. They were all pondering the purpose of the cabinet and why it was necessary to bring Yuan Li back at this time. On the surface, the front lines of the grand expedition appeared calm, yet secretly, various legions had dispatched spies to Terra to gather intelligence. However, they were destined to fail. As discussions about the cabinet had only previously arisen in Yuan Xi's and Mikado's speculations, with no prior whispers to hint at such developments. In Yuan Xi's and Mikado's plans, the cabinet was intended as a transitional parliamentary system from the present to the future. Its essence was to alleviate the conflicts between military and political entities within the empire. Regrettably, most cabinet members had to be original bodies, as if they were mere mortals, Astarte would have believed that he had toiled endlessly only to be overshadowed by them. Yet, if they were original bodies, their criticisms would be limited to vague accusations of ambition against one another. This opportunity aimed to shift the imperial military-political conflict from a struggle between Astarte and mortals to an internal court conflict. Thus, even if the army discovered that their rights had been gradually stripped away, they would not suspect that the emperor intended to abandon them. Instead, they would likely believe that certain original bodies, representing the bureaucratic powers, were encroaching upon their rights, which still fell within the realm of court conflict. However, this approach gave rise to new challenges, particularly engaging the intensity of conflicts among original bodies, a task solely entrusted to Yuan Xi. At least for the time being. No one else could fulfill this role. When the opportune moment arose in the future, the cabinet would be dissolved by the parliament, signifying that the political system and structure of the empire would have matured sufficiently. Yet, from the current state of the empire, it appeared that such a future was still a considerable distance away. On the first day of Yuan Xi and Yuan Li's return to Terra, Yuan Xi announced the establishment of the cabinet, which would serve under the emperor's authority to manage various state affairs. Simultaneously, she appointed Chancellor Malcador to also serve as the chief advisor of the cabinet. Among all who received this news, Horus was the most elated. For he perceived that the cabinet's responsibilities mirrored those of the former chancellor of the empire. Although Malcador remained at the helm of the cabinet, he no longer wielded unilateral power. The establishment of the cabinet meant a dilution of Mikado's authority. This maneuver by his sister was indeed astute. A subtle promotion while simultaneously demoting him. Horus had always suspected that the ambitious Malcador could not conceal his true nature from their father and sister. And they likely recognized him as a cunning individual, thus devising a means to curtail his power. Furthermore, Yuan Li's induction into the cabinet implied his withdrawal from the competition for military leadership, and having a brother within the cabinet could help curb Mikado's treacherous actions. It was a trifecta of good fortune for Horus, who struggled to suppress a smile in public. Yet, Horus could not fathom why it was specifically Yuan Li chosen for this role. Among the returning originals, both Yuan Li and Fu Grim were in the upper echelon of political capability, having unified an entire planet prior to their return. Why then had Fu Grim not been appointed? Horus felt compelled to write to his brothers to discuss this matter. And he also intended to send Yuan Li a congratulatory letter while cautioning him to be particularly wary of Malcador. Brothers, what are your thoughts on the cabinet and the matter concerning our second brother? Fu Grim, upon reading Horus's letter, could not help but smile bitterly. Sharing the same sentiments as Horus, he believed he possessed the capability to enter the cabinet, yet his sister had inexplicably overlooked him. Akarduna. And his most noticeable flaw was his impulsiveness and earnestness, which meant he could not feign ignorance. How could that be? Father, no one would dislike you, Lucius interjected. Had only recently returned from a mission with the 10th Legion and was now serving as an aide to the original body. He pondered. Could it be that his sister harbored disdain for him? Akarduna was indeed a formidable fighter, though his command capabilities were somewhat lacking. And his most noticeable flaw was his impulsiveness and earnestness, which meant he could not feign ignorance. How could that be? Father, no one would dislike you, Lucius interjected. Observing the counselor, a genius at feigning ignorance. After a moment of contemplation, Akarduna suggested, I could inquire with Usonis. Having trained alongside Usonis at the military academy, leading him to think Usonis had regressed. He understood both Usonis' abilities and those of his own brothers. This mother-s boy would undoubtedly be informed. Lucius scoffed, give it up, he hardly holds us in high regard. Not at all, I sense he respects us. Are you sure that's what he calls respect? Indeed. Akarduna recalled how Usonis had single-handedly penetrated the 3rd Legion without even unsheathing his sword, leading him to think Usonis had regressed. He understood both Usonis' abilities and those of his own brothers. He believed Usonis could fight 3 opponents at once without so much as a scratch, and refraining from drawing his sword was a sign of great mercy. Enough of this. Fu Grim felt himself descending into a state of melancholy. Recently, he had shared a conversation with Tavitus regarding the concept of perfection, to which Tavitus had replied. I don't know, I've never contemplated that question. Why not? Tavitus scratched his head, Father, why must we pursue perfection? Isn't it sufficient to simply do well in what we are supposed to do? At that moment, Fugram found himself at a loss for words. He could muster countless arguments against his son's perspective, yet he could not voice them. For he had long admired Tivitus internally, considering him one of his most exceptional offspring, only to realize that Tivitus had never aspired to be the best. Fugram then recalled Yuan Xi's words. If your every action is a pursuit of perfection itself, you have already strayed from the path of perfection. He recognized the weight of this statement reflected in Tivitus. In recent times, Fugram had refrained from attending theatrical performances or appreciating artworks, as he was consumed by thoughts about his future. Lost in contemplation, he received the news of Shan Yuanli's induction into the cabinet. What should I do? Fugram murmured, Sister, what should I do? Are you certain? Shan Yuanli sat in a chair, gazing at Yuan Xi across from him. Yuan Xi blinked her large eyes. Of course, would I deceive you? Today. Shan Yuanli had intended to embark on his first day of work in the cabinet, only to be interrupted by Yuan Xi. Ah, you see. If you wish to handle state affairs, shouldn't you conduct a thorough examination first? Shan Yuanli conceded that this was a valid point. But he questioned why Yuan Xi had chosen to investigate agricultural planets with favorable conditions for 3 consecutive months. Rubbing his temples, Shan Yuanli remarked, Sister, stop teasing. Shan Yuanli considered himself the pillar of the Legion, and thus, he felt it was his duty to shoulder the burdens. Do you believe you are a deity? I am not, Shan Yuanli replied decisively, with no hint of hesitation. As a staunch supporter of the Empire's truth, he scoffed at the notion of divinity. Then why do you perceive yourself as omnipotent? I am not omnipotent, yet I am the strongest. Shan Yuanli considered himself the pillar of the Legion, and thus, he felt it was his duty to shoulder the burdens. Who else possessed the capacity to bear such responsibilities if not him? Are you? Yuan Xi leaned back, crossing her legs. If you assert that, then those stronger than you must be me, and those stronger than me must be the Emperor. So this is all Father's fault? Sister, Li. As long as you exert your utmost effort, you remain the most forthright and guiltless among us, would you not agree, Sister? Indeed, you possess an enchanting aura. Nor do you have Fugram's beauty, nor Lucius's drinking prowess. As Yuan Xi spoke, she began to laugh, and Shan Yuanli found himself smiling as well. And when she once more met the gaze of Shan Yuanli, she discerned a letter of crystalline sorrow within his eyes. Would you care to hear my tale, Sister? As long as you exert your utmost effort, you remain the most forthright and guiltless among us, would you not agree, Sister? Indeed, you possess an enchanting aura. A remarkable ability to compel others to relinquish their facades and embrace their true selves in your presence. Yuan Xi released her embrace of her younger brother. And when she once more met the gaze of Shan Yuanli, she discerned a letter of crystalline sorrow within his eyes. Would you care to hear my tale, Sister? Chapter 58, The departed. As the dawn's blush pierced the distant horizon, the aged 67 commenced yet another day of toil. 67 is a being of humanity, albeit unbeknownst to himself. He simply felt a distinction between himself and the jellyfish-wielding laser guns. This is evident, for any with sight could perceive the difference. Here, humanity exists solely as slaves, devoid of names, only identifiers. They remain oblivious to their enslavement. His emaciated form and balding white hair serving as testament to his proximity to death. Perhaps in a few more dawns, he shall pass, and thus find his release. It seems that human existence is solely for the purpose of laboring unto death. The depths of their eyes reveal a profound numbness. Dignity, the essence that should be the birthright of these humans, is a concept of which they have never even heard. 67 has grown old. His emaciated form and balding white hair serving as testament to his proximity to death. Perhaps in a few more dawns, he shall pass, and thus find his release. Such should have been the case, had he not encountered that tiny infant within the incubation chamber in the mine. 67 knelt upon the ground, tears streaming down his face as he murmured to himself. A ray of light pierced through the breach in the incubation chamber, casting a delicate glow upon the visage of the beautiful infant. As if by divine miracle, all present wept and laughed, offering praises to the deity that had remained silent until this moment, in gratitude for this blessed child. From that day forth, 67 vowed to expend every ounce of his being to nurture this child, even at the cost of his own life. The others believed him to be the savior sent by the divine, destined to lead them, and in harmony with the colors of that day's dawn. They named their future king Shan Yuanli. Shan Yuanli grew at an astonishing rate, reaching the size of an adult within mere days. His strength and wisdom nothing short of miraculous. He improved the equipment within the mines and proposed numerous safety recommendations for his fellow captives, leading all the slaves to believe that Shan Yuanli was indeed their divinely appointed savior. Yet, Shan Yuanli bore no identifier, he was merely an outsider descended from the heavens. Should the overseers discover all that the slaves had accomplished, their efforts would be rendered futile. Thus, before Shan Yuanli could fully mature, 67 grasped Shan Yuanli's shoulders with a frenzied expression, "You must save us, you must." As he spoke, the old man broke into tears. Had he lost his sanity? No. They were compelled to detonate a stronghold within the mine where Shan Yuanli had resided, sacrificing several companions in the process. Shan Yuanli, their deaths are inconsequential. As long as you are unharmed, you are destined to save us all, they reassured him. As long as you are safe. 67 grasped Shan Yuanli's shoulders with a frenzied expression, "You must save us, you must." As he spoke, the old man broke into tears. Had he lost his sanity? No. For everyone here harbored the same fervor, all regarded Shan Yuanli as their sole lifeline. Some even contemplated murder to hasten his growth, compared to them. On a profound midnight, innumerable slaves took action, and under Shan Yuanli's leadership, they slaughtered their overseers and seized all available weapons. Knowing he owed it to all of them, he would grant them freedom, and even if it cost him his life, he would not hesitate. Under the guidance of the original body, countless human slaves conspired in secrecy, drafting meticulous plans, for perhaps their anticipated freedom and salvation were not far off. On a profound midnight, innumerable slaves took action, and under Shan Yuanli's leadership, they slaughtered their overseers and seized all available weapons. A multitude of armed slaves advancing toward a world they had never glimpsed. The enemy's retaliation soon followed, thousands of terrifying warriors encircled the slaves from all directions. Yet, Shan Yuanli swiftly devised a strategy, guiding the slaves into the city, utilizing its intricate roads for guerrilla warfare. Shan Yuanli understood that without eliminating the enemy's leaders, the swiftness of this treachery was astonishing. By the time the news of betrayal reached Shan Yuanli, he found himself encircled by his own people. At the terminus of their journey, they were met only with the specter of the enemy's retreat. Then, calamity struck, betrayal, silent and insidious. Increasing numbers of allies turned their weapons upon those who had fought alongside them mere moments ago. Countless brave warriors fell, engulfed in confusion and shock. The swiftness of this treachery was astonishing. By the time the news of betrayal reached Shan Yuanli, he found himself encircled by his own people, while more terrifying foes surged from every direction. Inevitably, death loomed. Shan Yuanli and all his companions were doomed. Yet at that moment, he felt only clarity and a flicker of liberation. But why? Why? The individuals around Shan Yuanli crumbled, their anguished cries echoing as they sank to their knees. He would gamble, success could mean salvation for all. Shan Yuanli immediately began to study the teleportation apparatus, determined to understand and operate it. A gunshot rang out. As they crawled toward him, beseeching, "You can save us, can you not? Please, save us." Shan Yuanli was on the brink of madness. What could he do? He glanced at the nearby teleportation device, an unfamiliar entity to him. He could comprehend even the most complex machinery within the mine, yet this was beyond him. No. He would gamble, success could mean salvation for all. Shan Yuanli immediately began to study the teleportation apparatus, determined to understand and operate it. A gunshot rang out. No one turned their attention to him, their focus was solely on the chaos of battle, for distraction meant death. But 67 approached Shan Yuanli, as if they were merely venting their frustrations. Yet Shan Yuanli remained undistracted, his sole focus was the teleportation machine. "Li 67. He roared, pointing toward the ceiling. A wave of heat surged forth from above, and the enemy continued to breach their defenses. A brilliant light ignited. Shan Yuanli had succeeded. Yet, no one turned their attention to him, their focus was solely on the chaos of battle, for distraction meant death. But 67 approached Shan Yuanli, who supported his grievously injured form. "Grandfather, I have succeeded. This device can only teleport one at a time. You must escape." "Li, what of you?" "I shall follow shortly." Shan Yuanli lied. The energy of the teleportation device sufficed for only one use, and where it would lead, and what might transpire during the process, he could not say. Yet one thing was certain, leaving this place offered a glimmer of hope, while remaining meant certain demise. 67 gazed upon the magnificent giant he had nurtured since childhood. smiling as blood trickled from his lips, tears washing away the grime upon his cheeks. He spoke not a word, merely shook his head. No, grandfather. His heart was consumed by sorrow. Time passed, and at long last, the sensation of solid ground returned beneath his feet. Shan Yuanli lay upon the ground, enveloped by the earthy scent of soil and trees, gazing up at the night sky, tears streaming down his face. He rose once more to survey his surroundings, a dense forest, humid and oppressive, filled with the stench of blood. Following the trail of blood, his heart was consumed by sorrow. Time passed, and at long last, the sensation of solid ground returned beneath his feet. Shan Yuanli lay upon the ground, enveloped by the earthy scent of soil and trees, gazing up at the night sky, tears streaming down his face. He rose once more to survey his surroundings, a dense forest, humid and oppressive, filled with the stench of blood. Following the trail of blood. In the depths of his thoughts, Shan Yuanli often reminisced about that time, recalling countless souls surrounding him, their eyes filled with despair and longing as they whispered, "Save me." Shan Yuanli vanquished the beast, rescuing the barely breathing child. Initially, they could not communicate, as their languages were entirely disparate. However, in due course, Shan Yuanli encountered other humans and bestowed the name Xian upon the child. What followed was the grand tale of the great emperor of Domus. Yet, with resilience and a dark exterior, the original being descended upon this land and was adopted by the blacksmith Ember. The blacksmith nurtured the original being and named him Woken, after the first king of the fire dragons. In a mere 3 years, Woken transformed into a towering, robust man, and with his extraordinary intellect, its gravitational force giving rise to active volcanoes and seismic activity upon Yuan Xi star. The relentless radiation from nearby stars has endowed the life forms on Yuan Xi star, including humans, with resilience and a dark exterior. The original being descended upon this land and was adopted by the blacksmith Ember. The blacksmith nurtured the original being and named him Woken. Their only recourse was to hide and pray not to be taken. Yet, Woken would no longer tolerate such aberrations. Thus, he became the finest blacksmith in the region. However, the achievements of the original being extended far beyond mere blacksmithing. Prior to his arrival, the dark spirits scoffed, deeming him just a mere monkey, daring to confront the mighty spirit race. They attempted to subdue Woken, but they were sorely mistaken. Their only recourse was to hide and pray not to be taken. Yet, Woken would no longer tolerate such aberrations. Thus, when the spirit race returned to Yuan Xi star to seize more mortals, they were met by a formidable giant, standing boldly with 2 hammers in hand, refusing to cower. The mortals who had long hidden were deeply inspired. They too seized weapons to rise against the dark race, and on that day, Woken single-handedly felled over 100 of them. The leaders of Yuan Xi star, hearing of Woken's deeds, rushed to meet the original being, but Woken merely grinned innocently, saying, this muscular figure wielded his hammer with such ferocity that he shattered their skulls as if they were watermelons. Witnessing Woken's fierce battle against the dark spirits, the mortals who had long hidden were deeply inspired. They too seized weapons to rise against the dark race, and on that day, I am formidable, stronger than all of you. Did you hear? My father said you are all pathetic, that everyone present here is his younger brother. The incessant chatter of Yuan Xi was abruptly silenced as Shan Yuanli, disguised as an ordinary mortal, covered her mouth, urging, sister, please stop. Initially, expelled the dark spirits. To commemorate this victory, a grand feast was held, only to be interrupted by a peculiar figure cloaked in a cape, who boldly proclaimed, I am formidable, stronger than all of you. Did you hear? My father said you are all pathetic, that everyone present here is his younger brother. The incessant chatter of Yuan Xi was abruptly silenced as Shan Yuanli, disguised as an ordinary mortal, covered her mouth, urging, sister, please stop. Initially, the onlookers regarded the emperor with kindness, but Yuan Xi's disruption made it seem as though they were preparing to confront the emperor in a fit of anger. The emperor, undeterred, surmised that Yuan Xi was simply upset once more, though the reason eluded him. Regardless, it was of little consequence, these people posed no threat, and he allowed Yuan Xi her antics. Upon learning of the events on Yuan Xi star, the emperor quickly realized that Woken must be another of his sons, and he summoned Yuan Xi to his side. As for Shan Yuanli, upon returning to Terra, he had not engaged in much work, preferring to remain close to Yuan Xi, who had inadvertently brought him along. The emperor was not particularly pleased. He questioned why an original being would waste time idling instead of participating in the grand expedition. Nonetheless, Seeing the Second Legion's conquest progressing steadily, he chose to overlook it. Woken noticed the unfamiliar faces and approached the Emperor, halting those who intended to attack everyone. Do not harbor malice towards these distant compatriots, I can sense they are not malevolent. You are Vulcan Woken, the Emperor stated. Indeed, my friend. With the Emperor donning his disguise as he and Woken tested their endurance and strength in various trials. They traversed mountains and lifted anvils. 8 days passed. Yet he believed in his own strength and accepted the challenge. His intention, however. Wouldn't it be simpler for father to simply win? The Emperor saw Woken's genuine loyalty, not merely a superficial agreement stemming from a wager. With the Emperor donning his disguise as he and Woken tested their endurance and strength in various trials. They traversed mountains and lifted anvils. 8 days passed. And they reached an impasse. Yuan Xi nearly believed the Emperor had truly matched this new brother in prowess, but upon witnessing Yuan Xi's disdainful glance, he began to understand. Sister. Wouldn't it be simpler for father to simply win? The Emperor saw Woken's genuine loyalty, not merely a superficial agreement stemming from a wager. The volcano erupted unexpectedly. Losing his footing, he clung to the rock face with one hand while grasping the lizard's carcass with the other. Their final challenge involved forging a weapon and using it to slay a fire lizard, with the largest kill determining the victor. Fire lizards, fearsome beasts of Yuan Xi star, could weigh several tons. The two quickly forged their weapons and set off. Woken soon discovered and dispatched a colossal fire lizard, but as he descended the mountain, the volcano erupted unexpectedly. Losing his footing, he clung to the rock face with one hand while grasping the lizard's carcass with the other, remaining trapped for hours. Then, the stranger reappeared, wielding a fire lizard even larger than Woken's. Without hesitation, he cast his prey into the lava, using it as a bridge to rescue Woken. Thus, the empty-handed Emperor and Woken, clutching a gigantic fire lizard, returned to the village. As the crowd cheered for Woken, he knelt before the stranger, declaring that the one who prioritized the lives of others above victory was the true champion, and he pledged his allegiance. The Emperor was pleased. Although it had consumed considerable time, it was not in vain. He held great admiration for Woken, not solely for his strength but also for the brilliance of his humanity. Oh father, I never realized how magnificent you are, I was blind to misjudge you, Yuan Xi exclaimed, flailing dramatically beside the Emperor. Oh, I nearly forgot my equally brilliant daughter. However, a good reprimanding first seems prudent. The Emperor ceased concealing his aura, revealing himself as the Golden Colossus, the sovereign of humanity. Yuan Xi dropped his pretense. Navigating past Yuan Xi, who flitted about, attempting to kick the Emperor's back, and the Emperor, who was rhythmically adjusting his psychic energy, approached Woken, extending his hand. Yuan Xi raised an eyebrow, while the Emperor remained silent, only Yuan Xi appeared unperturbed. Contrary to his exterior, Woken possesses an exceedingly gentle heart. Your strength and forging skills are truly remarkable. Woken grinned modestly, I merely possess a few skills worthy of display. By the way, father, Yuan Xi, unfazed, replied, fear not. Just a bit of playful banter. Father, sister, may I decline? In a surprising turn, Woken expressed his desire to refuse the responsibilities of an original being. Yuan Xi raised an eyebrow, while the Emperor remained silent, only Yuan Xi appeared unperturbed. Contrary to his exterior, Woken possesses an exceedingly gentle heart. Nonetheless, he maintained a stern facade and inquired, why the refusal? Woken replied, I have no intention of becoming a conqueror, and my brothers are far superior commanders. I believe the Empire would not require my services for expansion. The Emperor felt more satisfied, he had never desired a war machine for conquest. Should my father and brothers require my forging skills, I would be more than willing to assist the Empire. In truth, while the Emperor feigned silence, he was inwardly elated. Nonetheless, he maintained a stern facade and inquired, why the refusal? Woken replied, I have no intention of becoming a conqueror, and my brothers are far superior commanders. I believe the Empire would not require my services for expansion. The Emperor felt more satisfied, he had never desired a war machine for conquest. Are you willing to rescue those still struggling in unending darkness? Woken firmly held Yuan Xi's hand in response, raising his gaze. Father, sister, I agree. I am willing to join the great expedition. Yuan Xi exhaled softly, returning to the role of a brother. Although the brothers were now distinct, even radically different. But what can I teach my brothers? Humanity, Yuan Xi interjected, grasping Woken's hand. Woken, your duty has never been to conquer, but to save. Brother. Are you willing to rescue those still struggling in unending darkness? Woken firmly held Yuan Xi's hand in response, raising his gaze. Father, sister, I agree. I am willing to join the great expedition. Xian Yuanli exhaled softly, returning to the role of a brother. Although the brothers were now distinct, even radically different, their overall characters remained commendable. Horus's warmth, Russ's boldness, Fulgrim's delicacy, and Ferris's sincerity, now accompanied by the great warm-hearted Woken. Contemplating this. However, the only issue was that he was required to work overtime. Yuuxing is replete with web gates, which the Dark Eldar exploited to continuously abduct slaves. It must be noted that Woken did not wish to return immediately. He considered himself utterly inept in leading troops into battle. Thus, he proposed to the Emperor that he wished to learn under his guidance for a time before officially returning. The Emperor consented, acknowledging that Woken was currently ill-suited for command. However, the only issue was that he was required to work overtime. Yuuxing is replete with web gates, which the Dark Eldar exploited to continuously abduct slaves. The web gates were a crucial component of the Emperor's plans, and he intended to study them on Yuuxing. Alas, Woken had destroyed all the web gates, leaving the Emperor disheartened yet determined to glean insights from the remaining ruins. Thus, upon hearing Woken's request, the Emperor devised a plan. Since Yuan Xi and Xian Yuanli were recently unoccupied, he entrusted Woken to Yuan Xi, knowing that if Yuan Xi were to teach Woken military leadership, she would have to bring him along on the great expedition, thus also taking Xian Yuanli with her, 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the harsh words Yuan Xi might hurl, the Emperor was unconcerned. Could she really come through the web lines to reprimand him? Yuan Xi indeed could not, and moreover, she could not overpower him. She could only scold the Emperor in her heart while reluctantly accepting this task. She now needed to attend to her brother's mental well-being, discuss the construction of the Empire with Mikado, and instruct Woken during the great expedition. With documents in tow, she grasped Xian Yuanli with one hand and Woken with the other, feeling akin to a beleaguered wife fleeing home with her children. In fact, the situation was quite similar, for the trio had very few accompanying personnel. Yuan Xi's Zero Legion was currently engaged with the Second Legion on the opposite side of the galaxy. They tacitly avoided discussing that day. Now, the prospect of meeting again made Yuan Xi feel somewhat awkward. And Woken? Lord Woken is currently in the engine room with Lord Xian Yuanli. Xian Yuanli found this brother quite admirable, despite Woken's imposing stature, which could be somewhat intimidating. Your Highness. Yuan Xi reclined in her chair and rubbed her temples. Since their last encounter in which she admonished Fulgrim, they had not seen each other, although they frequently corresponded. Woken and Xian Yuanli were engrossed in exchanging insights regarding machinery in the engine room, their conversation deepening to the point of forgetting those around them. The accompanying Mechanicum members had long since collapsed on the floor, leaking oil, as the brilliance of their discussion rendered the experience invaluable. Esteemed lords. He was remarkably humble and gentle. Most importantly, he possessed an astonishing understanding of forging and technology. At that moment, Woken and Xian Yuanli were engrossed in exchanging insights regarding machinery in the engine room, their conversation deepening to the point of forgetting those around them, who appeared lost in thought, the regal demeanor of yesteryear replaced. Since Tavet's conversations with Fulgrim, he had become a favored companion of the Primarch. Though still merely a captain, a member of the 13th Legion, one of the accompanying Astartes, entered. Her Highness the Princess wishes me to inform you that we are about to conclude our warp travel, and we shall proceed to act alongside Lord Fulgrim. Father, what is it, Tavets? Are you well? Of course, Tavets, I am quite well. Tavets regarded his father. One could only imagine the expression on the barber aboard the Emperor's Pride when Fulgrim expressed a desire for a haircut akin to Ferris's short style. Not only that, but he also attempted to adopt less refined behaviors, such as drinking heartily like Russ rather than savoring his drink with elegance. Often partaking in activities previously unfathomable for him, such as cutting his hair. Once, Fulgrim cherished his long, pristine locks, devoting considerable time each day to their upkeep. One could only imagine the expression on the barber aboard the Emperor's Pride when Fulgrim expressed a desire for a haircut akin to Ferris's short style. Not only that, but he also attempted to adopt less refined behaviors, such as drinking heartily like Russ rather than savoring his drink with elegance. Fulgrim was compelled to explore what life would be like if he ceased pursuing perfection, yet the reality proved to be quite distressing. Fulgrim was merely in search of a way of life that he could accept beyond perfection. Fulgrim's existence had always revolved around the pursuit of perfection. This is not good, Tavets thought. If this continues, it will not end well. Tavets could no longer bear to witness his father in such a state. In his memories, his father, though proud and extravagant, was noble and resilient. Therefore, Tavets withheld the news of Yuan Xi's impending arrival from Fulgrim, believing his father would not wish to meet the princess in such a condition. Yet, Tavets understood that he must facilitate the meeting between the princess and his father, allowing her to rescue their father. Thus, while he did not inform Fulgrim, he commanded the legion in the name of the Primarch to prepare for Yuan Xi's reception. His father, though proud and extravagant, was noble and resilient. Therefore, Tavets withheld the news of Yuan Xi's impending arrival from Fulgrim, believing his father would not wish to meet the princess in such a condition. Yet, Tavets understood that he must facilitate the meeting between the princess and his father. Yuan Xi also held on to. Everything that has transpired with Fulgrim is due to me. To resolve this, the one who tied the knot must untie it. In a sealed conference room, he expressed his earnest plea to Yuan Xi. Hurriedly rose, restrained by Xian Yuanli beside him. Brother, what are you about to do? There would be far fewer troubles. However, it was futile to complain at this juncture, and Yuan Xi had to assume the role of a psychologist once more. Confusion reigned in Fulgrim's heart. He had always pursued perfection as his sole objective, and all his achievements were built upon this aspiration. To deny this goal was tantamount to denying his past, to deny Fulgrim himself. He sat dazed in his chair, gazing at the grand portrait across from him, depicting his once beautiful and noble self. Was this not commendable? Was there anything wrong with seeking perfection? Why subject himself to such torment? Sister. Confusion reigned in Fulgrim's heart. He had always pursued perfection as his sole objective, and all his achievements were built upon this aspiration. To deny this goal was tantamount to denying his past, to deny Fulgrim himself. He sat dazed in his chair, gazing at the grand portrait across from him. Fulgrim did not turn back, tears pooling in his eyes. I do not know, sister. I merely wish to do so, I just want to become increasingly perfect. Yuan Xi's palm shimmered with a soft glow as Fulgrim's short hair grew until it reached his waist. Fulgrim. Until he felt gentle hands massaging his temples and caught the familiar scent of flowers behind him. Fulgrim, what drives your desire for perfection? Do you recall what I said back then? The superficial metal displayed outwardly, yet true glory emanated from within. Yuan Xi produced a comb from seemingly nowhere. Yuan Xi's palm shimmered with a soft glow as Fulgrim's short hair grew until it reached his waist. Fulgrim. If your actions are solely aimed at perfection itself, then how could that not be a case of putting the cart before the horse? Sister. Fulgrim. There is nothing wrong with wanting to improve yourself. Take Horus, for instance, he strives to be the best among his brothers, so that father will pay attention to him every day. Fulgrim could not help but chuckle. However, dear brother, your pursuit of perfection must be guided by a traceable path. It should stem from a certain belief within you. Because you desire to excel. There is nothing wrong with wanting to improve yourself. Take Horus, for instance, he strives to be the best among his brothers. Exquisite eyes sparkling with a smile. Then sister, how do I uncover the belief within my heart? I do not know, but why not inquire about your new brother? The recently returned brother, what sort of person is he? He serves as a role model for you, for me, and for father. One could say he is a paragon for all. I truly wish to meet him. Chapter 61, Children, I have returned. Fulgrim. Exquisite eyes sparkling with a smile. Then sister, how do I uncover the belief within my heart? I do not know, but why not inquire about your new brother? Xian Yuanli nearly wished to punch the smiling face before him. What a joke. Upon Fulgrim's return to normalcy, Yuan Xi entrusted him and Xian Yuanli with the task of mentoring. Yuan Xi believed that although Fulgrim could be unreliable at times, he had a dependable ally in Xian Yuanli. With their combined prowess, they would be more than capable of guiding. Xian Yuanli had no qualms. Xian Yuanli nearly wished to punch the smiling face before him. What a joke. Upon Fulgrim's return to normalcy, the negotiation was fraught with peril. In a nutshell, had Fulgrim not been a Primarch, he would have perished several times over. Nevertheless, he had a dependable ally in Xian Yuanli. With their combined prowess, they would be more than capable of guiding. Shan Yuanli had no qualms. I want to scold you, but do you really expect praise? Brother, look. I conquered a planet with just 8 men. Who among our brothers can achieve that? Foe grew him. Listen closely. Pride must not be excessive, ambition must not be unrestrained, joy must not be extreme, and aspirations must not be fulfilled. The planet was conquered in a remarkably short span of time. When Foe Gruum returned, strutting like a peacock to take credit, Shan Yuanli was left exasperated. I want to scold you, but do you really expect praise? Brother, look. I conquered a planet with just 8 men. Who among our brothers can achieve that? Foe Gruum. Let us speak amicably. While saying this, glanced at Yuan Xi, sitting leisurely nearby with tea. Sister, is everything all right? It is fine, let them bicker a bit. Yuan Xi did not see arguing as a significant issue. What family has not had its share of disputes? Once expressed, the tension could be alleviated. Aren't you merely a year older than me? Why pretend to be my elder? Watching the two engage in verbal sparring, felt quite overwhelmed. Brothers, please do not argue. Yuan Xi gestured for to sit beside her, and he complied, sitting upright like a well-behaved student. Sister, my brothers are all extraordinary. Yuan Xi rose and patted E's shoulder. Believe in yourself. Even if you are not as formidable as your brothers, it does not mean you lack excellence. Your brothers and your progeny will be proud of you. Although had yet to meet all his brothers, his reputation had already spread throughout the 3rd Legion. Yuan Xi gestured for to sit beside her, and he complied, sitting upright like a well-behaved student. Sister, my brothers are all extraordinary. The kindness of his brothers and their profound love for the civilians stirred him. He remembered how Yuan Xi once described, in him. Your brothers and your progeny will be proud of you. Although had yet to meet all his brothers, his reputation had already spread throughout the 3rd Legion, thereby reducing civilian casualties. Regrettably, no one perceived his noble intentions. Foe Gruum revered the power of exemplary figures, much like the ethos he promoted within the Legion. Previously, his role models were the Emperor and Yuan Xi. Now, he had added to that list. Foe Gruum resolved to cultivate a good rapport with this new brother, but, brother, one witnesses a rare nobility of spirit. Thus, Foe Gruum endeavored similarly. Although Shan Yuanli believed him merely arrogant, Foe Gruum's intention was to minimize conflict, thereby reducing civilian casualties. Regrettably, no one perceived his noble intentions. Foe Gruum revered the power of exemplary figures, much like the ethos he promoted within the Legion. Previously, so Foe Gruum could only discuss forging with him. Thus, do you have any knowledge of art or philosophy? Shyly scratched his head. Brother, I only know a little about blacksmithing, I am not well versed in such matters. His temperament made it difficult for him to find a true confidant. What a pity, Yuan Xi mused inwardly. In this world, good people are indeed hard to come by. What is the situation? The enemy continues to pour in relentlessly, the instructors are holding the front line, but our supplies may not sustain us for much longer, Commander. Atrus Numian? It was unfortunate that even though was a genuinely warm-hearted individual and nearly everyone among the brothers held him in high regard. At this moment, the 18th Legion found itself in a perilously critical state. 19,000 valiant warriors of the Legion, accompanied by 100 Thunder warriors as instructors. What is the situation? The enemy continues to pour in relentlessly, the instructors are holding the front line, but our supplies may not sustain us for much longer, Commander. Atrus Numian? The current captain of the 1st Company of the 18th Legion, and also the acting commander of the Dragon Riders of the 18th Legion, struggled to suppress his emotions. Had it not been for the intervention of the Yuan Xi Divine Army, the 18th Legion might have been obliterated. The current situation bore a striking resemblance to that past ordeal. Have we contacted reinforcements? No, wait, the commander is responding. Numian hastily rushed to seize the communicator. This is Numian, commander of the 18th Legion. The dwindling supplies proved utterly insufficient to vanquish all foes. If this continued, death would be inevitable for all. Numian closed his amber eyes, recalling the battle on Terra, where... Numian turned to his comrades, bewildered. Did I hear that correctly? Did he just refer to us as children? Perhaps. It soon became evident that Numian had not misheard. Vulcan arrived with 3,000 newly recruited Astartes from the Night Song Star, aboard his newly modified warship, the Divine Intervention, right beside his progeny. Under Vulcan's leadership. All Astartes successfully evacuated, and Numian, representing the Legion, approached Vulcan. "Are you our progenitor?" Numian cautiously examined the towering black giant before him. He needed no verbal confirmation, for every fiber of his being resonated with the truth. Indeed, this was his father. Vulcan placed a reassuring hand on Numian's shoulder. And he felt the weight of a mountain settle upon him. The almost fearsome figure spoke softly, "Yes, child, I am Vulcan, your genetic father." "Father, I, Numian, never anticipated your return." Traditionally, the progenitors parade for 3 months upon their return to Terra. He needed no verbal confirmation, for every fiber of his being resonated with the truth. Indeed, this was his father. Vulcan placed a reassuring hand on Numian's shoulder. And he felt the weight of a mountain settle upon him. The almost fearsome figure spoke softly, "Yes, child, I am Vulcan, your genetic father." "Father, I, Numian." Some initiatives required the return of certain brothers to ensure their smooth execution. "I could not have foreseen that the one coming to rescue us would be our genetic father." Vulcan smiled gently and stepped forth to face the Terraborn veterans. Although Yuan Xi's teachings via the Thunder Warriors had mitigated the Astartes' arrogance to some extent, it remained a superficial remedy. Their respect for mortals stemmed from Yuan Xi's desire for them to do so. Genuine acknowledgement of the shared humanity between mortals and Astartes was still alarmingly scarce. Thus, the 18th Legion would be the cornerstone of Yuan Xi's grand design. As documents from Yuan Xi reached the progenitors of various legions, unseen ripples began to unfold. Aboard the Soul of Vengeance, Horus gazed silently at the documents on the table. "Father," Abaddon spoke softly. "Let us take a look." Horus passed the document to his companion, Cyaneus, who glanced at the cover. "Criteria for the selection of model legions and regulations concerning Astartes' conduct." Horus nodded. "What do you think? How shall we embody this model legion? Is that what you are concerned about?" Chapter 62, Turmoil. Nothing brings greater joy than indulging in a bucket of popcorn while watching one's favorite show during a holiday. Cyaneus, who glanced at the cover. Criteria for the selection of model legions and regulations concerning Astartes' conduct. Horus nodded. "What do you think?" Though the domain of the accursed now reigned within the Star Torch, the inability to intervene did not preclude him from spying. This period had been a delight for the trickster. Yuan Xi had indeed instigated numerous changes. Carlos now resembled a drunken fool day by day. Unless it is watching an even more cherished series. Within the Crystal Labyrinth, our great Lord of Change was, as per usual, peering into the realm of reality for amusement. Little pony, a pity. The trickster had meticulously arranged plans for the pony's corruption, only to see Yuan Xi thwart them at their core. Another scheme would have to be devised. Gazing at Yuan Xi's visage on the screen, the trickster chuckled. "Yuan Xi, your existence has proven to be quite the amusement, justifying the efforts I expended to save you." "Yuan Xi, no. When did you save me?" Suddenly, the trickster sat upright, excitement bubbling within. "There is more to observe. The model legion must be an idea from my sister." Little pony, a pity. The trickster had meticulously arranged plans for the pony's corruption, only to see Yuan Xi thwart them at their core. Another scheme would have to be devised. Ferris fell silent, having diligently suppressed internal competition within the Legion as per Yuan Xi's guidance. However, he was reluctant to forego the opportunity presented by this competition regarding the model legion. "Then let us compete and see who shall be the model legion." Indeed, similar events unfolded within each legion. Those with returned progenitors felt compelled to vie for their father's honor, while those without progenitors were equally eager to compete. If they could prove themselves a model legion without their progenitor, it would undoubtedly elevate their standing. Abaddon perused the entire document passed to him by Cyaneus. "Father, did it not mention that the model legion would be selected based on each legion's performance? But it does not specify the criteria." Cyaneus shook his head. "Brother, look at the latter part of the document, concerning conduct." "Oh," Abaddon reread it. "Ah, I see." The document encouraged Astartes to cultivate hobbies and engage in side professions during their leisure, particularly promoting their involvement in everyday labor. It reiterated the legal equality between Astartes and mortals, while distinctly stating that in times of war, Astartes held a superior strategic position. In short, the message conveyed was that if a legion belittled mortals, they should not be surprised by repercussions. Torgadon raised a question. "Father, what benefits does being a model legion confer?" Horus's expression turned serious. The model legion may carry the unique Aquila insignia on their pauldrons, and the Empire will prominently publicize their achievements. By the gods! Abaddon exclaimed. It reiterated the legal equality between Astartes and mortals, while distinctly stating that in times of war, Astartes held a superior strategic position. In short, the matter of the War Master remained known to very few, aside from the Emperor, Yuan Xi, and Horus, along with a select few of Horus's confidants. Hence, they understood the significance of the Model Legion better than anyone. If the Shadow Moon Wolves failed to secure the title of Model Legion, Horus's future as War Master might not be widely accepted. Cyaneus believed that while the outcome was not guaranteed, it was certainly promising. After all, Horus was currently the most respectful of mortals and the most concerned about mortal casualties. The Shadow Moon Wolves were generally amiable towards the mortals aboard their vessel, and Cyaneus had even engaged in friendly conversations with several mortals. He firmly believed that within the Empire, only the Zero Legion could rival the Shadow Moon Wolves in this regard. Wait, Cyaneus suddenly exclaimed, Father, is the Dawn Angels also a contender for the Model Legion? Horus nodded gravely. Indeed. A moment of silence enveloped the air. What more could be said? The Dawn Angels had consistently volunteered for labor alongside mortals during their time in the military academy. Who could rival their camaraderie with the common folk? At that moment, Loken. Only the Zero Legion could rival the Shadow Moon Wolves in this regard. Wait, Cyaneus suddenly exclaimed, Father, is the Dawn Angels also a contender for the Model Legion? Horus took a deep breath. Correct, we still have a chance. Moreover, the Model Legion is evaluated every 5 years. Even if we fail this time, there will be another opportunity, so do not lose heart, my children. Loken quietly spoke, shouldn't we pay attention to the other legions? The air was momentarily still, followed by a burst of laughter. Abaddon patted Loken on the shoulder. Ha, Loken, you should have a bit more faith in us. If we cannot match the Zero Legion, can we not surpass the other legions? Russ, you ought to have some confidence in us. There will be another opportunity, so do not lose heart, my children. Loken quietly spoke, shouldn't we pay attention to the other legions? The air was momentarily still. Since Russ received the Emperor's accolades after the last battle with the Greenskins, he had shown no ambition. This time, Russ openly declared his disinterest in such trivial matters. Yet the wolf cubs yearned for progress, they were desperate to improve. When Russ was praised by the Emperor, the wolf cubs celebrated for several days. Why had their wolf king become so despondent? Subsequently, the 13 companies of the Wolf Legion convened a meeting. It was clear that while their wolf king was unwilling to strive, they were eager to compete. In terms of relations with mortals. Yet the wolf cubs yearned for progress, they were desperate to improve. When Russ was praised by the Emperor, the wolf cubs celebrated for several days. What does our mother mean? Caddis was puzzled. The selection criteria for the Exemplary Legion seemed to revolve around the Zero Legion. Yet, had Yuan Xi ever demanded their merits? Why suddenly assign them the title of Exemplary Legion? Usonis understood well that this so-called Exemplary Legion was a predetermined outcome. In the Empire, their legion was not inferior to any other. They often brought a few mortal friends along for drinks. Mortal, do you think I dare to drink? Usonis questioned. Alpheus felt a sense of despair. The uniqueness of his legion had left him with no expectations. However, at this critical juncture, he had other pressing matters. My lord, why suddenly assign them the title of Exemplary Legion? Usonis understood well that this so-called Exemplary Legion was a predetermined outcome. In the Empire, detailing much of the recent internal activities of the legions. Yuan Xi glanced through, nodding in satisfaction. Currently, the controversy surrounding the Exemplary Legion was still under control. Alpheus felt a sense of despair. The uniqueness of his legion had left him with no expectations. However, at this critical juncture, he had other pressing matters. My lord, there is no need for direct elimination. A subtle warning will suffice. If they remain incorrigible, then further action is warranted. As he spoke, Yuan Xi secretly despised his own moral decay. He had become a callous individual indifferent to human life. Sighing, Yuan Xi looked up at Alpheus. Since you are here, the smear campaigns and clandestine inquiries were only surfacing far beneath the Astartes, insubordinate factions. In a moment, I will provide you with a list. There is no need for direct elimination. A subtle warning will suffice. If they remain incorrigible, then further action is warranted. As he spoke, On the small table were two simple dishes, and Yuan Xi and Alpheus ate quietly. My other brother is returning, would you like to see him? Yuan Xi suddenly spoke while they were eating. Alpheus was taken aback, since Horus's return, he had not witnessed any of the prince's homecoming parades. Not only had he been too busy, but he also had no desire to see it. Why, when he too was a prince, did he not receive such treatment? Why must he shy away from the sunlight? When would he be able to step into the public eye, rather than sneakily dine with his sister? Alpheus felt wronged. But he understood. He recognized the necessity of his identity, and thus he would not voice how much he longed to return to the light and declare, I am Alpheus, Prince of the Empire, brother of Yuan Xi, son of the Emperor. After a moment of silence, Alpheus replied, No, my lord, I shall not go. Yuan Xi nodded. Producing a small box and placing it on the table, open it and see. Trembling, Alpheus opened the box to reveal two exquisite silver pocket watches, each adorned with intricate silver serpents on the dials. I have prepared gifts for each of my brothers, Yuan Xi explained. This pair of pocket watches has some magical functions. You may explore them well. Alpheus's lips moved, his gaze cast downwards to avoid Yuan Xi's eyes. He wished to say something, yet words eluded him. A hand gently reached towards Alpheus, lifting his chin to meet Yuan Xi's gaze. With a playful wink, Yuan Xi said, I entrust these to your care. Each adorned with intricate silver serpents on the dials. I have prepared gifts for each of my brothers, Yuan Xi explained. This pair of pocket watches has some magical functions. Chapter 63, The Path Ahead. Vulcan, my legion should not possess radiation or phosphor weapons. We ought to conduct warfare humanely. Ferris, wow, so you won't incinerate people with flamethrowers? A hand gently reached towards Alpheus, lifting his chin to meet Yuan Xi's gaze. With a playful wink, Yuan Xi said, I entrust these to your care. The original beings understood they had no hope of being the first exemplary legion. Vulcan refused to ride in a float. Initially, he even declined a parade for the people. He believed he was merely one of the countless citizens of the Empire. Why then should he burden the populace with such a meaningless spectacle? However, Yuan Xi insisted, Vulcan, this is not meaningless. Your presence will bring joy to everyone. Thus, Vulcan consented, yet he still refused to ride in a lofty float. He wished to walk to the palace like any other mortal. Ferris quickly realized that this exemplary legion was intended for the newly returned brother. He believed he was merely one of the countless citizens of the Empire. Why then should he burden the populace with such a meaningless spectacle? However, Yuan Xi insisted, Vulcan, this is not meaningless. Your presence will bring joy to everyone. Thus, Vulcan consented, yet he still refused to ride in a lofty float. Fulgrim understood that this exemplary legion was destined for the 18th Legion without a doubt. The comments he had made to Ferris were merely to tease his good friend. Ferris recognized he had been played, yet he did not mind. It was of little consequence. He simply wished to engage in meaningful conversation with the new brother. Among the brothers, he was the only dedicated blacksmith, and with another blacksmith arriving, Ferris was eager to learn. Therefore, as soon as the banquet concluded, Fulgrim understood that this exemplary legion was destined for the 18th Legion without a doubt. The comments he had made to Ferris were merely to tease his good friend. Horus and Russ were unable to return to Terra to welcome their new brother. Yuan Xi sighed. Horus was genuinely busy, but Russ was likely simply unwilling to come. Yuan Xi could roughly guess the reason, yet this was not a sustainable situation. She missed the carefree husky. Thus, reluctantly, she donned the mantle of a psychologist once more. Did Russ truly neglect his duties due to an understanding of his responsibilities? No, he never slacked off. The Wolf King's heart was intricate and wise. Horus and Russ were unable to return to Terra to welcome their new brother. Yuan Xi sighed. Horus was genuinely busy, but Russ was likely simply unwilling to come. Yuan Xi could roughly guess the reason, yet this was not a sustainable situation. She missed the carefree husky. Thus, reluctantly, she donned the mantle of a psychologist once more. Russ could no longer confide in his brothers as he once did, for he feared that when the day came, his compassion would prevent him from acting. Therefore, even in his idleness, he refrained from returning to Terra to meet his new brother and merely lay in bed, sound asleep. Gunnar, exasperated, remarked, Russ, how long will you continue to lie there? It's one thing to disregard the matters of the exemplary legion, but how can you not even visit your brother? Russ could no longer confide in his brothers as he once did, for he feared that when the day came, his compassion would prevent him from acting. Therefore, very well, I shall take my leave. Gunnar pushed the door open and exited, while Luce let out a cold chuckle. His offspring still had yet to comprehend their responsibilities. It was indeed laughable for a butcher to be regarded as a model of the Legion. As Luce glanced at Gunnar, who had returned, he bared his teeth and asked, "What brings you back?" Gunnar hastily raised his hand, exclaiming, "I genuinely have matters to attend to. The princess has come to seek you." "Oh. Just tell her I'm inebriated and cannot be seen." "Is that so? You can actually get inebriated?" Yuan Xi casually pushed the door open. It was indeed laughable for a butcher to be regarded as a model of the Legion. As Luce glanced at Gunnar, who had returned, he bared his teeth and asked, "We couldn't even if we wanted to." With that, he turned and departed, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Luce shifted his body, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Yuan Xi. "What do you want?" "If there's nothing, I shall sleep." "Is it not permissible to visit you if there's nothing?" "Oh, feel free then." Entering as if it were her own home. Luce shot a glance at Gunnar beside him, questioning, "Why did none of you stop her?" Gunnar shrugged, "Why should we? Besides, we couldn't even if we wanted to." With that, he turned and departed, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Luce shifted his body, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Yuan Xi. Luce withdrew, turning away and saying nothing. After what felt like an eternity, though it could have been but a fleeting moment, Luce became aware of Yuan Xi speaking amidst his chaotic thoughts. "That day shall never come, Luce, I promise you." "What day, sister? I cannot comprehend your words." A gentle laugh escaped Yuan Xi as she firmly turned Luce to face her. Yuan Xi replied, playfully patting Luce, "Show me that spear of yours." "Lost it." "Lost it?" "Indeed, lost it." Yuan Xi remained silent, simply smiling as she gazed into Luce's golden eyes. Brushing Yuan Xi's hand away, his golden eyes reflecting a bright light. At that moment, he resembled a proud and fierce wolf. "Oh sister, why are you so certain?" "That day shall never come, Luce, I promise you." "What day, sister? I cannot comprehend your words." A gentle laugh escaped Yuan Xi as she firmly turned Luce to face her. Gripping his face to ensure he looked at her. "Luce, you know what I mean. I will say it again, that day shall not arrive." Luce smiled. "Sister, do you truly believe that?" Yuan Xi shook her head. "Luce, it is his burden to impose his expectations upon you. Whether you accept them is your own concern. There has never been a path, only choices. Reject him, Luce, reject this duty. You need only be as you were before, your brothers will welcome you." "No, sister. There is no predetermined path. Neither I, nor they, nor you. Your futures are not guaranteed, he has never provided us with a path." Luce sat up, laughing wildly. Somewhat heartless. Only he could remain unflinching even after staining his hands with kin's blood, a feat no one else among his brothers could achieve at present. "Very well, sister. Our conversation has lingered long enough, you ought to depart. I shall go visit the new brother, and I will continue to do so." Yuan Xi sighed, lamenting that such a devoted individual as Luce had been assigned the role of a butcher by the emperor. As long as this duty existed, Luce would never be able to free himself from the knot in his heart. Before departing, Yuan Xi imparted one final message to Luce. "Remember my promise, Luce. Put your cards down, Abaddon, I am already winning, why are you interfering?" Although the first iteration of the exemplary legion, Ingyu at Sunlong, had little hope. Lamenting that such a devoted individual as Luce had been assigned the role of a butcher by the emperor. As long as this duty existed, Astartes had ample leisure time, especially during the Great Crusade when a significant portion of their time was spent traversing the warp. However, Astartes typically lacked proper hobbies. So apart from warfare and sparring, they had little in the way of recreational activities. Xiao Hila shuffled the cards while inquiring, "Where is Loken?" Tagadun pondered for a moment. "It seems he is in the lower deck cleaning with the mortals." Ever since Helis learned of Woken's character, he had lost hope in the first exemplary legion. Yet he was determined to secure the second. Coincidentally, the Revenge of the Soul had suffered structural damage due to prolonged service. Thus he organized Astartes and mortals alike for a cleaning endeavor. Syagna suddenly turned to Abaddon beside him. "I recall you were seeking a side job, were you not?" "It seems he is in the lower deck cleaning with the mortals." Ever since Helis learned of Woken's character, he had lost hope in the first exemplary legion. It was akin to a martial arts teacher for Astartes. Tagadun chuckled, "That suits your character quite well." With a pointed head. Abaddon retorted, "What do you mean by that? Let me ask you, what is your meaning?" Cyanus interjected, alright, Tagadun is merely praising you for being the most suitable to train new recruits. Xiao Helis furrowed his brow. Brothers, I truly do not know what to do. In reality, many Astartes, like Xiao Helis, were filled with confusion regarding side jobs and hobbies. It was akin to a martial arts teacher for Astartes. Tagadun chuckled, that suits your character quite well. With a pointed head. Abaddon retorted, what do you mean by that? There is still plenty of time, the Empire has time, Inuit Sunlong has time, and we have time. Chapter 64, The Leisure Life of the Astartes Sigillite. When will you win a hand? Today is the day. The 7th Legion Sigillite was quite distressed. In the past, when Yuan Xi did not encourage Astartes to cultivate hobbies. Since the day they became Astartes, their future seemed to revolve solely around war, and contemplating life beyond that left them at a loss. It's all right, brother, Cyanus smiled. There is still plenty of time, the Empire has time, Inuit Sunlong has time, and we have time. Chapter 64, The Leisure Life of the Astartes Sigillite. Yuan Xi advocated for Astartes to develop hobbies. Just as Sigillite was about to invite his brothers to play openly, they formed a civil engineering study group instead. Isn't it said to encourage the cultivation of hobbies? Yes, civil engineering is indeed our hobby. Fortunately, there were still brothers willing to accompany him for a few rounds of mahjong. Sigillite smiled, in the past, I would lose to others. But today I can lose to a few newcomers. I believe I have one. No way. Sigillite leaned closer to inspect, good heavens, an astounding hand, are you serious? Renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship, Sigillite was equally notorious for his dismal luck in mahjong. From the moment he began playing, he had yet to win a hand. Yet he remained both inexperienced and eager to play. Now, everyone's first impression of Sigillite was that of a formidable fighter who was also hopelessly unlucky at mahjong. As a day passed, Sigillite lost yet again, pulling at his flowing golden hair. How is this possible? Why can't I win a hand? What a bore, Sigillite. Do not invite me next time. Indeed, I concur. Sigillite looked at his brothers, do not leave, brothers, I will surely win the next round. In truth, the members of the 7th Legion had little interest in games like mahjong, they were far more passionate about civil engineering and martial sparring. As a day passed, Sigillite lost yet again, pulling at his flowing golden hair. How is this possible? Why can't I win a hand? What a bore, Sigillite. It is truly regrettable that our sword saint must endure the wait until he can play another round with a different legion. Ah, ha, here comes the motivational broth. The members of the 7th Legion had little interest in games like mahjong, they were far more passionate about civil engineering and martial sparring. I just remembered I have matters to attend to. May I leave first? Akaldina smiled and replied, of course, but do remember to join me at the training grounds afterward. It is truly regrettable that our sword saint must endure the wait until he can play another round with a different legion. Ah, ha, here comes the motivational broth. Akaldina placed the chicken soup he had personally prepared on the dining table, exclaiming, all the dishes are ready, why do we not eat? Eidolon suddenly stood up, saying, brother. I just remembered I have matters to attend to. May I leave first? Akaldina smiled and replied, of course, but do remember to join me at the training grounds afterward. I am eager to learn whether you have made any recent progress. Eidolon, feeling somewhat defeated, returned to his seat and the sons of the Emperor exchanged glances, swiftly disposing of the food on the table into the waste disposal, breathing a sigh of relief as they survived another meal. When it comes to hobbies, the sons of the Emperor are most qualified to speak. They are passionate about the arts, music, and philosophy. Akaldina, as the son of the Emperor and a master of the dual red flower staff, particularly indulges in painting and cooking, though the results are often lamentable. The swordsmanship master Lucius remarked about Akaldina's artwork, brother, your depiction of the Gatella pig is truly lifelike. To which Akaldina cheerfully explained, actually, I painted a Golo beast. Lucius, staring at the chaotic lines before him, found it impossible to connect the abstract form with a Golo beast and, in all honesty, could not utter a kind word. However, considering Akaldina's prowess and the amiable look in his eyes, Lucius could only suppress his aching conscience, muttering, the Golo beast well painted. As for painting, it is tolerable, as avoiding it poses no harm. Yet, Akaldina's cooking is nothing short of disastrous. They cannot fathom how someone could create dishes so unpalatable that even the Astartes refuse to partake. Moreover, Akalduna is eager to share his creations, serving them to his brothers, who, out of respect for him and acknowledgement of his martial strength, are compelled to eat. Presently, at least half of the Legion's warriors have tasted that astonishingly dreadful cuisine. When Fulgrim visited his sons, he encountered Akalduna, standing awkwardly with a pot in hand, while the other sons were filled with ambition, practicing and honing their skills during their holiday. Father, I just recalled I have urgent matters to attend to. I must be off. Among hobbies, none surpasses the Sun Angel of Yuan Xi, even if their activities appear crude and simplistic in the eyes of the Third Legion. Nevertheless, as the dual red flower staff of the Zero Legion, Yusonis's interests starkly contrast with those of his brothers. He prefers the tranquility of reading and playing chess. Initially, Yusonis read merely to accompany Yuan Xi in silence, but gradually, he grew fond of this serene feeling, reminiscing about the time spent alone with Yuan Xi. Recently, he has taken to playing chess with his cousins from the Second Legion, specifically Go. Although Go is a game originating from the Second Legion, Yuan Xi mentioned that a similar game existed in Gatella. Yusonis was indifferent to this, for he has now become an undisputed master of Go. The Second Legion members who taught him the game can no longer compete with him, gazing in awe as he plays against other masters. Most spectators surrounding the Go board are from the Second Legion, with only a few from the Zero Legion. Over time, the Zero Legion has grown to a size of 3,000, and with an increase in numbers comes a diversity of interests. A handful of individuals sharing Yusonis's passion often stand by to learn while he plays. Zhao Yi sighed, I concede. Yusonis nodded, thank you for the match, brother. Can I now consider myself the strongest Go player among both legions? Zhao Yi chuckled, not quite, brother, I am merely second in our legion. Oh. Who holds the first position? Xian, unflinching, raised his right hand, declaring, I do. Yusonis looked at Zhao Yi, who had a bearded visage of a hermit, and then at Xian, whose youthful face bore no expression. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Yusonis was thoroughly defeated on the Go board. But this mattered little to him, for he firmly believed he would ultimately prevail against Xian. Thus, he smiled and said, I shall win against you, Xian. Who holds the first position? Xian, unflinching, raised his right hand, declaring, I do. Yusonis looked at Zhao Yi, who had a bearded visage of a hermit. Even though it is universally acknowledged that they are the Empire's war machines, war is not the entirety of their existence. This is precisely what Yuan Xi desires. But this mattered little to him, for he firmly believed he would ultimately prevail against Xian. Thus, he smiled and said, I shall win against you, Xian. Only then will they understand that they are not so different from the mortals behind them, they too can have their dreams and pursuits. Wakong is well aware of this. All Astartes of the Fire Lizard maintain connections with their mortal families and friends from before their transformation, often returning home to visit. This is a rare occurrence among all legions. Naturally, while the Exemplary Legion knows who the exemplary ones are, Yuan Xi must maintain appearances. Hence, only then will they understand that they are not so different from the mortals behind them, they too can have their dreams and pursuits. Wakong is well aware of this. All Astartes of the Fire Lizard maintain connections with their mortal families and friends from before their transformation, often returning home to visit. This is a rare occurrence among all legions. Naturally, while the Exemplary Legion knows who the exemplary ones are, Yuan Xi must maintain appearances. Hence, she arrived aboard the Retribution Soul as a judge for the Exemplary Legion. Loken stood nervously alongside other squad leaders, though he had heard his father's stories dozens of times. He was now about to meet his father's sister, the Imperial Princess, the legendary Vice-Emperor, for the first time. Before long, Yuan Xi arrived. And Loken beheld a stunning angel seemingly descended from myth, approaching his father, who appeared quite pleased as they exchanged excited words. When the two reached Loken's side, Horus breathed a sigh of relief, having initially feared something serious was amiss. He replied with a smile, indeed, Loken, we will rely on you then. Loken unconsciously straightened his posture, replying, Captain Gael Loken of the Shadow Moon Wolf 10th Company, Your Highness. Sister? Horus, standing beside Yuan Xi, inquired. Chapter 65, For your glory and that of the Master of Terra, the tale of Robeldorn is as mundane and invincible as the man himself. Fenwood is a world of ice and snow located in the storm zone, a planet with scarce resources and a sparse population. As they gradually walked away, Loken stood rooted to the spot, slowly unclenching his hand to reveal a compact communicator nestled within. Long before the arrival of the Primarch, the Fenwit had established a regime spanning multiple planets. The Primarch was raised by an elder chieftain of the local Dorn family. Fenwit is a world of ice and snow located in the Storm Zone, a planet with scarce resources and a sparse population. The most notable being the successful reactivation of the colossal space station known as the Mountain Array, which orbits the planet Fenwit. The Mountain Array is a massive space station. Long before the arrival of the Primarch, the Fenwit had established a regime spanning multiple planets. The Primarch was raised by an elder chieftain of the local Dorn family. Despite their best efforts to navigate its complex operational systems. However, the Primarch succeeded in bringing it back to life. Originally, Yuan intended to embark on the Shenzhen how to conquer the outside world. Just as he was about to step out, he encountered the Grand Imperial Fleet. Likely a relic from the Golden Age, that the Fenwit people had been unable to operate prior to the arrival of the Primarch. Yuan readily accepted the dazzling truth that the imposing figure before him was indeed his father, and he promptly pledged his loyalty. Yuan intended to embark on the Shenzhen how to conquer the outside world. Just as he was about to step out, he encountered the Grand Imperial Fleet. Yuan genuinely believed it unnecessary. He thought that since the formidable man before him seemed more capable of uniting humanity, especially given that he was his own father. Yuan readily accepted the dazzling truth that the imposing figure before him was indeed his father, and he promptly pledged his loyalty, proclaiming that he would dedicate everything to the Emperor. Even the Emperor appeared somewhat bewildered, pondering whether the boy was being overly forthright without even inquiring about their circumstance. If one were to assess the likelihood of her becoming embroiled in chaos, it would surpass that of Yuan. What was wrong with pledging allegiance directly? Indeed, there was no issue. The Emperor quickly regained his composure. Only the blindly arrogant and vain would parade about. Yuan Xi quietly remarked, but the individual who conceived this event is equally vain. She clutched her heart and coughed, urging, please. If one were to assess the likelihood of her becoming embroiled in chaos, it would surpass that of Yuan. This often rendered Yuan seemingly obstinate and aggressive, yet he truly harbored no malicious intent. If given the chance, Yuan Xi would pen a volume titled Do Not Lose to Inarticulateness, the straightforward stone collection, but she believed that if she presented the book to Yuan, he would thoroughly read it and meticulously correct any inaccuracies within. Yuan felt no fault in his character. He believed that speaking plainly was commendable. However, this often rendered Yuan seemingly obstinate and aggressive, yet he truly harbored no malicious intent. If given the chance, suggesting they return to Tyla and take a moment to admire his new warship. Reluctantly, Yuan nodded, and the Emperor continued, since your brothers are parading, you must do so too. This is an order. The Emperor was rather pleased with Yuan's character, loyal, useful, and diligent. He recognized that the most effective way to engage with Yuan was through a hierarchical relationship. However, Yuan Xi found it challenging to command her brothers to act, despite her superior status, rendering her at a loss with Yuan. I can hardly fathom how rudimentary Tyla's defense system is. I could breach it within a month if I led an army, Yuan remarked, surveying the dimly lit planet beneath him with a critical eye. Yuan Xi hesitated, contemplating the implications of someone breaching the heavily guarded spaceport and reaching Tyla without arousing the attention of the Emperor and Mikado. If such a feat were accomplished, the Emperor might even consider abdicating in favor of that individual. Nonetheless, Yuan Xi merely urged Yuan softly, when you meet your brothers, could you refrain from being overly critical of them? Yuan queried, why should I reproach them? My point is, could you perhaps express your thoughts more delicately? Yuan insisted, contemplating the implications of someone breaching the heavily guarded spaceport and reaching Tyla without arousing the attention of the Emperor and Mikado. If such a feat were accomplished, Yuan believed that directly addressing issues was preferable. Concealing problems only harmed his brothers. As he gazed out at the approaching Tyla, he resembled a formidable fortress. Today, the brothers had gathered not only to welcome back their returning kin but also to greet their father, who was hastily returning aboard the newly completed Emperor's Dream. The citizens of Tyla looked forward to the return of the prince, recalling the last one, who, though fearsome in appearance, was amiable. Yuan believed that directly addressing issues was preferable. Concealing problems only harmed his brothers. As he gazed out at the approaching Tyla, he resembled a formidable fortress. Today, the brothers had gathered not only to welcome back their returning kin but also to greet their father, who was hastily returning aboard the newly completed Emperor's Dream. The citizens of Tyla looked forward to the return of the prince, recalling the last one, who, though fearsome in appearance, was amiable. It was far more likely to be perceived as a provocation. Horus was the first to regain his composure, extending his hand to Duowen. "I am Horus Lupercal, welcome, brother." Duowen stepped out with a stern expression. While initial impressions of this stoic figure were generally positive, there lingered a sense that his mood was not quite right. Duowen approached his brothers and declared, "I am Luoga Duowen." In all honesty, it was difficult for anyone to interpret this seemingly cryptic statement as a polite introduction. And it was awkward for all present, given that they had all participated in parades. Fulgrim, who had been the most flamboyant during his parade, felt particularly uncomfortable and even contemplated organizing more parades on Chemos. Standing to the side, Mikado felt a headache coming on. The personalities of these princes were all so diverse. Just when he thought he had enough to manage, in came this upright and steadfast individual. Was there not a more obedient and agreeable child among them? At that moment. And it was awkward for all present, given that they had all participated in parades. Fulgrim, who had been the most flamboyant during his parade. Mikado would dream of waking up with a smile. Duowen nodded in agreement. Finally, Sigismund awaited this day eagerly. They had welcomed back their progenitor. Sigismund planned to provide his father with thorough feedback regarding the obstinacy and rigidity of the 7th Legion's Astartes, confident that the Legion would improve under their progenitor's guidance. Vulcan stepped in to smooth things over. "Brothers, shall we commence the parade?" Mikado felt immensely. Mikado would dream of waking up with a smile. Duowen nodded in agreement. Finally, Sigismund awaited this day eagerly. They had welcomed back their progenitor. Sigismund planned to provide his father with thorough feedback regarding the obstinacy and rigidity of the 7th Legion's Astartes, confident that the Legion would improve under their progenitor's guidance. When the parade procession reached the palace, Sigismund beheld his father approaching with a grave expression. Moving with the measured gait of a soldier who had served for over a century. "I am Luoga Duowen, your genetic progenitor." Sigismund understood the source of his apprehension. Yuan Xi surveyed the magnificent structure before her, adorned with gilded and marble decorations, resembling a splendid space cathedral more than a mere fortress. "Father, your taste, silence." TCH. Chapter 66, The Beloved Stone Man Filusi, remain calm. Duowen did not mean it that way. "I absolutely meant it. I implore you, Duowen, please stop." Filusi gritted his teeth. This warship had been specially designed by him, and he had frequently inquired about its progress. At last, the majestic Queen of Glory-class warship was finished. He embarked on the great expedition. His glorious flagship, the Eternal Expedition, was still under construction. After all. Chapter 66, The Beloved Stone Man Filusi, remain calm. Duowen did not mean it that way. "I absolutely meant it. I implore you, Duowen, please stop." Filusi gritted his teeth. The Emperor conferred upon Duan another privilege. As the flagship of the 7th Legion, he could recruit soldiers on any planet he set foot upon. Thus, an early departure was increasingly advantageous for Duan. The Emperor was pleased, for it is rare to find a son imbued with such ambition. Malcador was also satisfied, knowing that if they delayed any longer, the princes would soon engage in conflict on Tyla. At the banquet celebrating Duan's return, the Emperor conferred upon Duan another privilege. As the flagship of the 7th Legion, he could recruit soldiers on any planet he set foot upon. Thus, as their harsh environment necessitated the consumption of substantial calories to avoid freezing to death, Duan bluntly remarked, "What sort of dullard is concerned with mere indulgence?" At that moment, the Wolf King was ready to retaliate, and apart from Yuan Xi and Woken, no one intervened. Even the ever-smiling Fogrim and the perpetually sunny Horus merely sat back. He openly expressed his disdain for the banquet's cuisine. In the eyes of the Inuit, only high-calorie, high-energy food could be deemed worthy. As their harsh environment necessitated the consumption of substantial calories to avoid freezing to death, Duan bluntly remarked, "What sort of dullard is concerned with mere indulgence?" At that moment, Yuan Xi made great efforts to soothe Russ, assuring him that Duan never meant to belittle him, which restrained Russ from delivering a parting punch to Duan. Later, Yuan Xi confronted Duan, observing with cold detachment. Xian Yuanli covered his forehead, knowing that such a day would inevitably arrive, aware that even fraternal bonds could harbor discord. The first day of Duan's return concluded amid chaos, and the following day, Russ withdrew from Tai La, declaring that a boor like him had no reason to remain. Duan remained oblivious to the fact that this was a welcoming feast. He believed it was a prelude to his expedition. Yuan continued to criticize. Questioning the banquet chef for preparing dishes that disregarded the caloric needs of the Gene originals. Yuan Xi replied, "That would be me." Yuan remarked, "The taste is quite good." Yuan Xi felt a small surge of emotion, surprised to receive praise after enduring Yuan's frequent critiques. In truth, Yuan harbored profound affection for his brothers and those around him, however. His rigid demeanor and unwavering loyalty to the emperor often led him to react in ways that were less than pleasant. "Your tactics are utterly futile." Questioning the banquet chef for preparing dishes that disregarded the caloric needs of the Gene originals. Yuan Xi replied, "That would be me." Yuan remarked, "The taste is quite good." He was aware that the emperor envisioned the Great Expedition as a means to expand the empire and acquire additional resources. Consequently, during his initial journey away from Tai La, alongside Yuan Xi and Ferris, he directly confronted Ferris regarding his disapproval of Ferris's ironclad tactics. In Yuan's view, "Were it not for my sister's presence, I would surely pummel you to a pulp." Yuan understood the emperor's lofty expectations for the original beings. He was aware that the emperor envisioned the Great Expedition as a means to expand the empire and acquire additional resources. Consequently, during his initial journey away from Tai La, as Yuan Xi attempted to mediate, Yuan interjected, "Will you stubbornly persist in your folly?" Ferris exploded with rage, "What do you mean? Now you're calling me foolish? Fine, fine. If I don't pound you today, I shall change my name to Ferris Yuan." Yuan Xi had to intervene, embracing Ferris while shouting at the still-standing Yuan, "Run, Yuan. Why are you just standing there?" Unfortunately, the stone man did not comprehend the need to flee and failed to grasp the intensity of Ferris's emotions. Ultimately, after considerable effort, Yuan Xi managed to calm Ferris and prevent his iron fist from meeting Yuan's face, concluding the dispute with Ferris expelling Yuan from the iron fist. Breathless, Ferris questioned Yuan Xi, "Sister, if I don't pound you today, I shall change my name to Ferris Yuan." Yuan Xi had to intervene, embracing Ferris while shouting at the still-standing Yuan, "Run, Yuan. Even without malice, he can still infuriate one to the brink of madness." Unable to endure any longer, Ferris sought an excuse to depart. Yuan Xi sighed. Recognizing that while Yuan possessed many admirable qualities, his forthright nature was difficult for many to tolerate. As the mountain array set forth towards the front lines of the Great Expedition. "Why did you stop me from giving that bastard a beating?" Yuan Xi sighed, "Ferris, do not view our brothers in a negative light, Yuan harbors no ill intentions." Ferris scoffed. Even without malice, he can still infuriate one to the brink of madness. Unable to endure any longer, Ferris sought an excuse to depart. Yuan Xi sighed. Recognizing that while Yuan possessed many admirable qualities, his forthright nature was difficult for many to tolerate. As the mountain array set forth towards the front lines of the Great Expedition, he believed Yuan to be a commendable brother, having engaged in private conversations with him and appreciating his knowledge and military acumen. Yet, he also found Yuan's personality quite vexing. Horus understood that Yuan Xi was responsible for managing the brother's psychological issues, and he worried that Yuan Xi might be hurt by Yuan's bluntness, prompting him to keep a watchful eye. Yuan Xi grasped Horus's concerns but felt they were unwarranted, as she recognized Yuan as a good child, despite having faced his pointed criticisms on several occasions. Conversely, Horus observed Yuan Xi sitting quietly, her head lowered in silence while Yuan stood opposite, incessantly chattering. To be honest, Horus had a fleeting impulse to draw his sword and strike the stone man, yet he managed to suppress his emotions through years of discipline. "Rog Yuan, sister. Is something amiss?" Just as Yuan was about to respond, Yuan Xi swiftly covered his mouth, exclaiming, "Ah, it's nothing, we were merely discussing the upcoming recruitment." Earlier, Yuan Xi had approached Yuan, hoping to reduce the number of recruits from each planet while increasing the number of planets from which to recruit. After all, aside from selecting Astartes, Horus had a fleeting impulse to draw his sword and strike the stone man, yet he managed to suppress his emotions through years of discipline. "Rog Yuan, sister. Is something amiss?" Just as Yuan was about to respond, Yuan Xi swiftly covered his mouth, exclaiming, "Ah, it's nothing, we were merely discussing the upcoming recruitment." Earlier, any delay was tantamount to disobeying the emperor's command, which was utterly unacceptable for someone as loyal as he. Thus, he swiftly dismissed Yuan Xi's suggestion, repeatedly emphasizing that he would only act in accordance with the emperor's wishes. Although Yuan Xi was reprimanded sternly by Yuan, she bore no ill feelings. Deviating from protocol felt like risking his very life. Moreover, the Emperor's expectation was for Yuan to reach the front lines of the Great Expedition without delay. In Yuan's eyes, any delay was tantamount to disobeying the Emperor's command, which was utterly unacceptable for someone as loyal as he. Thus, he swiftly dismissed Yuan Xi's suggestion, repeatedly emphasizing that he would only act in accordance with the Emperor's wishes. Although Yuan Xi was reprimanded sternly by Yuan, she bore no ill feelings. She understood that despite Yuan's seemingly aggressive demeanor, his tone had been more akin to negotiation. Unfortunately, Horus did not share this perspective. Furthermore, just as Yuan Xi released her grip, Yuan added, "Why conceal the truth? Accepting criticism for mistakes is quite normal." At this, Horus erupted. "Rob Yuan, on what grounds do you yell at my sister? I assure you, in matters of construction, I am your equal, and in strategy, I surpass you. If you have the courage, confront me directly. Targeting our sister is not an accomplishment." The stone man remained perplexed, having no awareness of having targeted Yuan Xi. Yuan maintained his serious demeanor. "Horus, are you even aware of what you are saying?" This was, for a stone man, a rather concerned inquiry. "Rob Yuan, just shut up." Yuan Xi rubbed her temples, exasperated. However, since the implementation of the scribe edict by Her Highness the Princess, every Astartes legion is mandated to have a scribe document their exploits. Wozi sought this position. Chapter 67, the scribe Suoluman Wozi serves as a scribe, tasked with accompanying the towering giants in battle and chronicling their deeds. It is not a remarkable role, he muses. A member of the Astartes respectfully announced to the mortal before him. Wozi smiled faintly, adjusting the thick stack of papers in his hands. In this era, he was one of the few still committed to recording everything with pen and paper. "There's no need to keep the commander waiting next time," he remarked. Eager to understand the nature of these superhumans of the Imperium, recording their tales in meticulous detail. "Please enter, Commander Sigismund awaits your interview inside." Upon entering, Wozi beheld the composed figure of Sigismund. The giant rose to greet him as Wozi settled into the chair across from him, producing his paper and pen. He was one of the few still committed to recording everything with pen and paper. "There's no need to keep the commander waiting next time," he remarked. The Astartes bowed his head. "Please do not say such a thing, you are recognized as the greatest author in the Imperium." Wozi sighed, "It is but a hollow title. But his integrity is undeniable, his mere presence is a source of solace." Sigismund still recalled their first solitary meeting, standing close to Dorn, feeling every cell in his body tremble as if before an indomitable mountain. "My son, you were in command of the Legion before my return." At that moment, Sigismund did not even realize he was shivering as he responded, "Yes, father. You still have much to improve." When Dorn said this, Sigismund could hardly meet his gaze. "Yet, overall, you have done well." He felt a great hand upon his shoulder, the weight signifying immense trust and admiration. Taking a deep breath, Sigismund looked towards Dorn. "Father, could you dissolve my brother's civil engineering club? I believe it contravenes the guidelines set forth in the construction policy." "Not at all. But if I hear you've been playing mahjong again, do not return to see me." "Are you serious?" "I never jest." Wozi chuckled, while Sigismund appeared utterly despondent. "I believe unless the princess drafts a document promoting mahjong among the legions, I may never touch it again in my lifetime." Wozi laughed heartily, while Sigismund turned red with embarrassment. Next question, next question." Wozi struggled to suppress a smile. "Have you contemplated life after the Great Expedition?" Sigismund scratched his chin. "I suppose I would be an ordinary construction worker." Wozi was taken aback. The renowned sword master of the 7th Legion wished merely to be a worker after the Great Expedition? "Wozi, to be frank," Sigismund said, looking at the mortal, "I never considered what life would be like after the Great Expedition long ago. I always believed that for the Astartes, for us, the future would consist only of endless war." Wozi scribbled furiously, "What changed your perspective?" "I don't know," Sigismund replied, a look of confusion upon his face. "It seems as though, all of a sudden, we could envision a future. I began to imagine life after the Great Expedition without even knowing what it would entail." "Why do you wish to be a worker?" "Simply because I am skilled at it, and I enjoy it, especially after my father's return." Even before Dorn's return, the 7th Legion excelled in a strategy of steady, fortress-like advancement, a strategy that was further refined upon his return, making them even more adept in battle. After posing a few more questions, Wozi glanced at the time. Thank you, my lord, I must go to interview the next dignitary. Farewell. Sigismund rose to escort Wozi out. Who is the next dignitary? Wozi smiled, it is Lord Rogaldorn. May I request that you omit my comments regarding Mahjong? Wozi merely smiled in silence. Please enter. In a modest meeting room, Wozi encountered Rogaldorn, the prince of the Imperium. This was his first close encounter with a prince. Previously, he had only caught a distant glimpse of the princess while on Terra. Nonetheless, Wozi exhibited no unusual reactions. Unlike other mortals who might weep at the sight of a Primarch, he remained composed, exchanging nods with Dorn before taking a seat opposite him. Just as he had with any other interviewee, Dorn maintained a stoic facade, yet internally held great admiration for the mortal before him. Long ago, he had read Wozi's previous works to comprehend the current state of the Imperium, which was why he consented to the interview today. My Lord Dorn, could you recount your meeting with the Emperor? At that time I was aboard the battle barge, and upon meeting my father and sister, I pledged my loyalty. And then? What then? Wozi rubbed his temples, the prince was unexpectedly forthright. Could you discuss your plans for your legion? My legion will secure victory after victory for the Imperium. Very well, let us move on to the next question. Wozi thought to himself that he was running out of questions to ask. Can you share your thoughts on your brothers? Dorn paused for a moment. Horus is the brother with whom I communicate most frequently. He is warm, intelligent, and resourceful. If the Imperial Fists were to ally with the Luna Wolves, I would feel greatly assured. There are those who describe Russ as a brutish savage. But I believe such assessments are lacking in consideration. I find Russ to be straightforward, it is a fortune to be his brother. Leman Russ often appears taciturn, concealing worries and sorrows that are perhaps invisible to others, yet he is undeniably exceptional and deeply cares for his brothers. Ferris is calm and formidable. Even if I do not agree with his tactics, I must concede that only Horus could rival him in strategic deployment. Fulgrim is a noble and elegant brother. Yet he is not arrogant. On the contrary, he is humble and gentle, while he may act flamboyantly at times, I wholeheartedly acknowledge his excellence. Vulcan is the most compassionate and humane among my brothers. I must admit, I fall short in that regard, I should learn from him. If possible, I would certainly advocate for my legion to learn from the 18th Legion. Wozi hurriedly recorded a plethora of notes. He chuckled. I thought you would be as reticent as before. Ha, Dorn also laughed, though his expression remained unchanged, yet the sound of laughter did escape him. What are your thoughts on the Emperor and the Primarch? Silence enveloped the room, a prolonged silence. Just as Wozi was about to change the subject due to Dorn's reluctance to respond, Dorn finally spoke. I align with my father's ideals and principles. And it is for this reason that I willingly offer my loyalty and all that I possess. However, I must say Dorn refrained from expressing the words that lingered in his heart. He sensed that the Emperor's fervor for grand ideals rendered everything a mere tool to achieve his goals, even himself. Yet, despite this, Dorn remained unwavering in his loyalty. Because he deeply identified with the Emperor and embraced the Emperor's vision, he was able to unreservedly place himself in the role of a tool for the Emperor. Voss spoke up appropriately, then let us discuss the Vice-Emperor, and the Princess. Without hesitation, Dawn replied, she is sincere and perceptive. Always able to discern the hidden facets of human hearts. It is precisely this quality that endows her with a magical allure that allows others to set aside their grievances. As if one can trust and rely on her at any moment. Sincerity, is it truly surprising? Yet, sincerity is indeed a rare treasure. My brothers and I hail from across the galaxy, even though we share the same blood, we can never unreservedly reveal our innermost selves to one another. We cannot do so, our father could not do so, yet she possesses that ability. You know, I never thought I could believe in someone at first sight. But when I met my sister for the first time, I was willing to trust her, not for any particular reason, but because I felt she believed in me just as genuinely. Voss nodded, that is indeed remarkable. Rising, Voss expressed his gratitude, thank you for taking the time to allow me this interview, my lord. No need for formalities, just call me Dawn. Voss hesitated for a moment. Then looked up with a smile, well then, good night, Dawn. Good night, boss. Before you leave, may I see your manuscript? Of course. At that moment, Sigismund, who was preparing a mixture, felt an ominous premonition. Chapter 68, the title is hard to think of sister, I am ready. Truly ready. Really. I don't believe you. Xian Yuanli sighed. This was the 17th time Yuan Xi had rejected his request to return to the Legion. He was aware that his previous behavior had been abnormal. And he had assured Yuan Xi that he would not err again, yet he continued to be turned down. In exasperation, Xian Yuanli glanced at his companion, Mikado, who merely smiled and avoided his gaze. In the cabinet office of the Terra Ministry, Mikado, Yuan Xi, and Xian Yuanli occupied the only 3 chairs available. Despite the considerable stir caused by the cabinet's affairs within the Empire, there were only 2 members to date, Chief Minister Mikado and President of the Red Cross, Xian Yuanli. The term Red Cross in the Warhammer universe is utterly absurd, even bordering on a dark joke. Yet it was the most suitable position Yuan Xi could conceive for Xian Yuanli. Yuan Xi grasped her younger brother's hand, forcibly rolling up his sleeve, and gently traced the intersecting scars upon it. Li, the notion of being well does not refer to the healing of your arm's wounds. It pertains to the healing of your heart's wounds. Now, tell me, are you well? I do not know. Xian Yuanli was uncertain, honestly. These days were the most fulfilling and joyful of his life. Yuan Xi was earnest. The establishment of the Red Cross was not merely to provide Xian Yuanli with a leisurely position to mend his heart, it had its own distinctive organizational structure, framework, and funding operations. Yuan Xi genuinely hoped for him to save those small lives that were often obscured by lofty status. Xian Yuanli did not disappoint Yuan Xi. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to his work, deriving profound joy from the act of saving others, becoming ensnared in the process. He personally visited children on the brink of death due to illness and assisted workers severely injured in accidents. He cherished these endeavors. However, he could not forget that his progeny were still fighting in the galaxy. He was their father, and how could he neglect them? Do not worry. They are with my offspring, along with 2 Thunder Warrior legions. The expedition is progressing smoothly, so do not fret. Yuan Xi remained unperturbed, possessing a degree of confidence in the combat prowess of her children, not to mention the over 1,000 Thunder Warriors accompanying them. Furthermore, she had also left contingencies for her children. With such a formidable lineup, any mishaps would indicate a grave issue. Mikado added, Li, your work is equally significant. If you were to depart, neither I nor the Vice-Emperor would possess the energy to manage the affairs of the Red Cross. Since you are satisfied with your responsibilities, it would be best for you to remain. Xian Yuanli bowed his head in silence. After a long pause, he turned to Yuan Xi, Sister, if anything were to happen to my children or if father requires me, you must inform me. Of course, rest assured. Watching Xian Yuanli's departing figure, Yuan Xi wearily tilted her head back. Uncle Mikado, do you think this is a good approach? You have already done remarkably well, my dear. Yuan Xi understood that curing Xian Yuanli's emotional affliction could not be achieved merely by allowing him to rest for a while. His ailment stemmed from the exceedingly high expectations placed upon him by many, juxtaposed with the disheartening outcomes. He needed to save others, to succeed in saving them, which was the very reason Yuan Xi established the Red Cross. Yet, it is common knowledge that the Red Cross addresses symptoms rather than root causes. Without first improving livelihoods and economic conditions, other efforts would merely scratch the surface. However, the Emperor did not concern himself with such matters. His mind was solely occupied with the Great Crusade. Mikado cared, but as he was aligned with the Emperor, he prioritized matters pertaining to the Great Crusade. Only Yuan Xi regarded this as a significant issue, which allowed her to grasp the true degree of distortion within the Empire. The Empire was vast, indeed. Issuing any civil welfare documents beyond the political core regions like Terra was akin to treating imperial law as inconsequential. Aside from major issues such as tax evasion, the imperial forces could only investigate such matters, yet they could not deploy troops to every inhabited planet for trivial issues. The lofty distance between the Emperor and the common folk rendered them beyond reach. In the current state of the Empire, loyalty sufficed, as long as one remained loyal. Even if they were heinously wicked, as long as they paid taxes, they were considered good citizens of the Empire. Yuan Xi could only slightly admonish those who were excessively egregious. Rubbing her temples, Yuan Xi inquired, Uncle Mikado, how is the Great Crusade progressing? Currently, the Emperor and Horus are engaged in combat in the east, while Vulcan and Ferris are attacking alien forces in the north. And Russ and Fulgrim are confronting an orc faction in the southern galaxy. Dawn is fighting alone in the west. Yuan Xi's expression tightened. Did I not instruct for Boss's article to be sent out? Why is Dawn still solitary? Mikado recalled the intelligence returned by the scouts. It seems Dawn requested to act independently, unable to tolerate the peculiar looks his brothers cast upon him. Ah. Even now. Dawn recalled the chilling gaze Horus had directed at him that day. It is worth mentioning that after Horus had quarreled with Dawn over Yuan Xi's matter, he had felt rather awkward. After Yuan Xi explained the situation, Horus realized he had wronged Dawn, although he had apologized at the time. The expression on Dawn's face left him uncertain whether Dawn had truly forgiven him until he read Voss's article. Initially, Horus had thought the accounts were unnecessary, after all. What was there to record about their daily lives? However, after reading Voss's article, he recognized the necessity. Indeed, it was crucial. Through these writings, Horus could understand his brothers beyond mere correspondence. Subsequently, what Dawn observed was a somewhat bashful Horus, filled with remorse. Dawn, Horus was profoundly embarrassed. Never expecting that after misunderstanding Dawn, he would receive such an assessment. He sought to apologize to Dawn in person, but to Dawn, it seemed a bit unsettling, a bald giant approaching you with embarrassment, and he was your own brother. How could that not be disconcerting? Though Dawn later realized Horus was coming to apologize, he still found it difficult to maintain composure. Dawn claimed directly that he bore no grudge against Horus. However, Dawn's expression made it hard for others to believe this. Even Horus could not discern whether Dawn had genuinely forgiven him or was merely being polite. Thus, in the days that followed, Horus took great care of Dawn, showering him with concern and inquiries about his well-being. This made Dawn extremely uncomfortable. Each time Horus inquired about him, he recalled that bashful Horus from that day, and it became unbearable. He resolved to withdraw. He then sought out Fodram's fleet. Fodram, feeling somewhat awkward, had also perused Voss's article and realized that Dorn indeed cared for his brothers. Reflecting on the time Dorn had returned, when he seemed rather impolite, Fodram felt compelled to apologize. When Dorn saw Fodram come to him, he could not help but feel a shiver of familiarity. After expressing his understanding to Fodram, Dorn hastily departed with the mountain formation. So be it, I shall go my own way. Furthermore, if Voss wishes to interview me again, tell him I am unavailable and let him interview Sigismund instead. Meanwhile, Sigismund, still engaged in his ash work, exclaimed, "Hee, I love working with ash, it brings me joy." Mikado sighed, what a misfortune, what a situation. Yuan Xi stifled a laugh. At least the brothers have come to recognize that Dorn is indeed a good person. It is not entirely in vain. Dorn is indeed a fine lad, if only he were a touch more diplomatic. Mikado found himself at a loss. Each of the princes was a heavyweight in their own right, with Shada being as he is and the flamboyant ones being flamboyant. The only good child, Vulcan, excelled only in forging, offering no assistance to the Empire's current internal affairs. "Fear not, Uncle Ma, it shall be soon," Yuan Xi assured, taking a sip of tea. "Soon. Someone reliable will arrive." Mikado sighed again. Let us hope that after the Emperor's visit to Maculag, he swiftly finds the next prince. Yuan Xi suddenly raised his head. Maculag? Yes. Indeed, Mikado gently patted Yuan Xi's back. The Maculag of the Eastern Terminus Star Domain. What troubles you, child? Quickly, summon the 13th brother back to the capital. Chapter 69, Courage and Glory. The wisdom of the Primarch taught Gil Lyman how to become great, while the love of Connor and Uton instructed him on how to be a great man. The Maculag of the Eastern Terminus Star Domain was a human colony of the Dark Age. Even during the Old Night era, the local populace retained a relatively intact industrial system. They could even communicate with neighboring civilizations through short-range warp travel, where the Primarch's pod had descended. It is said that Connor Gil Lyman had dreamt of a golden figure and a beautiful infant boy long before the Primarch's arrival. Guided by this dream, he discovered the young Primarch and named him Robert, meaning Great One. Connor devoted his life to the welfare of the people, never marrying. Yet he understood the significance of a mother's presence in a child's upbringing. Thus, he appointed his regent, Lady Talasha Uton, as Robert's adoptive mother. The young Primarch grew rapidly, mastering all the knowledge of Maculag sages by the age of 10. In military prowess, Gil Lyman exhibited extraordinary talent. Nevertheless, Connor and Uton continued to love this small giant as if he were their own child. When the emotionless young Gil Lyman expressed his readiness to lead troops into battle, Connor's response was, "You may do so when you grow up." "I am grown." "No, you are not." The young Primarch, psychologically astute yet cold, constantly pondered matters beyond his years, while his parents wished for him to realize he was but a child, one entitled to a complete childhood. Gradually, the Primarch's icy heart began to thaw. He genuinely contemplated emotional matters and began to express affection to his parents, truly admiring his father's noble ideals. When the Primarch first led troops into battle, he achieved victory swiftly, concluding the war with minimal casualties. However, upon returning joyously, he was met with the sight of his father lying in a pool of blood. Another regent of Maculag, Galen, dissatisfied with Connor's measures to strip the nobility of their privileges and restore them to the commoners, instigated a coup and assassinated Connor. When Gil Lyman was still a small giant, he believed himself capable of anything. Now that he had matured, he found himself powerless. Ultimately, Gil Lyman quelled the rebellion, despite being filled with anger and sorrow. He judged the criminals according to the law, inheriting Connor's ideals by distributing the nobility's wealth and land to the people. He became the new ruler of Maculag with the support of the populace. As Maculag flourished under Gilliman's leadership, the Empire's expeditionary fleet arrived. "Are we related?" Yuan Xi sighed, covering his forehead. The 13th brother, upon meeting the Emperor for the first time, blurted out such a question. Generally, those with a hint of psychic sensitivity can sense that the Emperor is their father at first glance. While it is somewhat understandable for the 13th brother to be considered a psychic muggle, he truly is one. Gil Lyman was equally perplexed. Normally, he was the only towering figure in Maculag, so it seemed reasonable to ask such a question in the presence of many. Yuan Xi elaborated until Gil Lyman finally realized that the golden giant before him was indeed his biological father. Gil Lyman, valuing intelligence, invited Yuan Xi and the Emperor to his residence to better understand the current situation. Of course, such tasks could be entrusted to Yuan Xi's dear father. She had another individual to meet. Lady Yuan sat in a chair, reading, sunlight streaming through the window, and as time passed, wrinkles began to creep into the corners of her eyes, yet she remained beautiful and noble. "May I sit here, my lady?" Yuan looked up at Yuan Xi, smiling. Neither subservient nor overbearing. "Please do." Yuan Xi gestured to the chair, which enlarged by one size, and sat across from Yuan, gazing out the window. "Thank you for your efforts, Lady Yuan." Yuan closed her eyes and placed the book she had never opened on the table. "Where do you intend to take him, and what awaits him?" Yuan Xi paused for a moment. "I do not know, but I promise you, he will always be the Gil Lyman you remember." Yuan chuckled lightly and opened her eyes. "Let us hope so. May I present you with a gift?" "Of course." Yuan Xi plucked a few strands of hair and delicately tied them around Yutan's slender wrist. Yuan examined Yuan Xi's gift and smiled. "Thank you, child." Yuan Xi hesitated, ultimately refraining from revealing that she was actually older than Yuan. Gil Lyman swore allegiance to the Emperor, which was to be expected, as he shared the same lofty ideals of making humanity great once more. Thus, he fully understood the significance of having a more formidable force supporting him. Furthermore, although Gil Lyman verbally acknowledged the Emperor as his father, he remained steadfast in his belief that Connor was his one true father. "Do you think the parade for the prince's return is effective?" On the way back to Terra, Gil Lyman engaged in a game of military chess with Yuan Xi while conversing. His thoughts divided, one half pondering the chessboard while the other considered Yuan Xi's query. As he moved the pieces, he remarked, "I believe it is beneficial. Spreading the news of the prince's return indeed helps to boost the Empire's morale." Yuan Xi smiled. "Very well. You win." Initially, Gil Lyman struggled against Yuan Xi, but after numerous matches, he gradually adapted and was able to mount a suitable counterattack. In the end, Yuan Xi found herself utterly defenseless, attributing it to Gil Lyman's rather cunning strategies. Subsequently, Gil Lyman elaborated on how he achieved victory and the methods to counter him, while Yuan Xi listened quietly. "Gil Lyman, when you meet your brothers, do not speak in such a manner." "Why? You currently resemble a politician rather than a brother." Gil Lyman awkwardly scratched his head. "I shall do my best." Gil Lyman's flaw lay in his overly formal demeanor. He maintained a composed and cultured facade before anyone. While this was effective in interactions with subordinates, it would not bode well for his rapport with his brothers if he persisted in such a manner. "How dreadfully dull it is," thought Fajaram. He gently tapped his fingernails against Ferris's iron arm while using his superhuman hearing to discern the crisp sound amidst the cacophony of cheers. Yuan Xi was at her wit's end. Despite her repeated admonitions against speaking to the brothers in such a manner, Kiraman had done just that. Frankly, the scene bore no resemblance to a brotherly reunion. It felt more like President Kiriman visiting a rural area to offer comfort, compounded by the presence of thousands of onlookers shouting their support. "Surely, you must be Horus. My brother, I have heard from my sister of your remarkable achievements." Horus felt a tad awkward. It seemed as though this new brother was inspecting his superior. Kiriman felt entirely unfazed, having previously conquered an enemy faction through negotiation with the same expression, and conversing with his brothers was merely a matter of having the upper hand. Alas, it was hopeless. However, it was fortunate that she had cautioned Kiriman against discussing family matters with his brothers. So perhaps there was still a chance to salvage the situation. The welcoming party for Kiriman comprised Horus, Fajarim, Ferris, and Shan Yuanli, most of whom regarded the newly returned brother as a tedious politician. Shan Yuanli, being a politician himself, felt an acute sense of déjà vu. It appeared he had gained a new colleague, he mused. After meeting his offspring, Kiriman arrived at the palace. The social butterfly Fajarim inquired about Kiriman's homeworld. And they then listened as Kiriman proudly elaborated on Maculag for 2 hours. "Sister, what troubles you?" Horus nudged Yuan Xi, who had weakly rested her head on the table. "Never mind, I can't do anything about it, let it be," Yuan Xi sighed, sipping her tea, relieved that Kiriman had not yet divulged his familial circumstances. "The previous governor of Maculag was my father, Kano. It is through his guidance that I have achieved all of this." "What of my mother?" Yuan Xi chuckled in exasperation. "Nothing. Please continue." "Sister, have I said too much?" Kiriman was led by Yuan Xi to various locations in Terra. Shortly after the banquet, the princes found excuses to leave, leaving only Shan Yuanli, who claimed to be too busy with work to accompany his brother. Yuan Xi felt a buzzing in her head, so, he was aware after all. Kiriman awkwardly scratched his head. He had merely intended to share his experiences in governing Maculag with his brothers, and he truly had no intention of boasting. Next time. Be more cautious. Yuan Xi guided Kiriman to the Imperial Department of Affairs, the usual workplace for Malcador and herself. "This is the Department of Affairs, my workplace. Would you like to take a look?" "Yes." Kiriman was genuinely curious about how the Empire's affairs were managed, believing he might glean some valuable insights to better govern Maculag. "This is hell," Kiriman remarked, perusing the booklet in his hand, unable to comprehend how such a vast empire could have such antiquated and inefficient administrative practices. Yuan Xi sat in her office, pouring a cup of tea for Kiriman. "Well, you have seen the current plight of the empire," she said, her voice choked with emotion. "But I have truly done all I can. Rest assured, you may focus on the front lines, I will manage things here." Observing the pitiful Yuan Xi before him, Kiriman spoke softly. "Sister, allow me to assist you." "Really?" "Indeed." "Then, thank you, Kiriman." Yuan Xi thought to herself, mission accomplished. Chapter 70, Idealists. What do you mean the Maculag Radiance has departed, leaving the sole Maculag citizen behind on Terra? Alfarius's expression was tense as he scrutinized the intelligence report. How could a prince be immediately assigned a cabinet position, let alone such a crucial role as Minister of Affairs? What of the 13th Legion? In the end, "Father is not by my side, he has yet to warm the seat before he is gone." Horus also inquired about matters concerning the Emperor, surprisingly receiving no objections. The Emperor merely stated that it would be left to Yuan Xi. Horus found this unsettling. The 2nd Legion had a substantial number of Thunder Warriors accompanying Yuan Xi's Legion, which is why they did not bring their Primarch. However, the 13th Legion had genuinely ridden off with the Maculag Radiance. He penned several letters to Kiriman, expressing his concerns regarding Kiriman's Legion and suggesting that the 13th Legion should join his command for unified management with his 16th Legion. Kiriman's response was, "Do not fret, brother. Watch my maneuvering." Consequently, the Maculag Radiance reached Maculag, ferrying shiploads of new recruits, initiating the conquest of extreme warriors from Maculag as a starting point. Kiriman, having thoroughly studied all reports of the Empire's battles, discerned that employing legions as combat units was often wasteful. Frequently, a small number of Astartes sufficed to accomplish tasks. Thus, inspired by Yuan Xi's legion size, Kiriman divided the legion into combat units of several thousand, using the Maculag Radiance as a network to conduct operations spatially. If the enemy proved challenging, adjacent combat units could swiftly provide support. Kiriman frequently communicated with the legion's deputy commander, Gage, ensuring stability and offering combat suggestions from half a galaxy away. not to mention the robust logistical system surrounding Maculag. The Extreme Warriors' performance surged dramatically in the absence of their Primarch. By the time Horus realized this, he was utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? Wasn't he supposed to be in an office? The speed of the Extreme Warriors' conquest was astonishing. Alfarius, initially indifferent towards this new brother, suddenly felt a compelling urge to witness him in person. Sister, come down, I won't speak of you again. Really? Indeed. Wait, something feels off, exceedingly off. For a fleeting moment, Alfarius doubted his eyesight, for how could he see his sister clinging to a pillar in the Department of Affairs, while Kiraman stood below, cradling his head? As soon as Yuan Xi landed, Kiraman spoke up, Sister, you must explain the provisions and personnel. Yuan Xi's eyes widened. Kiraman, I fail to understand. Am I the only corrupt official in the entire human empire? Why do you persistently pursue your sister? Kiraman did not wish to do so. Had Yuan Xi been hoarding art or entertainment, he might have turned a blind eye. However, how could the discrepancies regarding the resources of the genetic research facility and the death row inmates utilized as test subjects not add up? Let alone the death row inmates. Most of those resources were invaluable, some even posed hazardous chemical risks. If leaked, it could cause chaos throughout the outer palace. Such items should not go unaccounted for. Yuan Xi did not wish to mismanage them, yet some resources were exceedingly demanding, and distributing them across other genetic projects would only draw attention. It was better to maintain a blank account. After all, she was the Vice-Emperor, who could truly hold her accountable. Well, I was indeed caught, she conceded, acknowledging her lack of confidence. What are you doing standing there? Alfarius heard a familiar voice behind him and turned to see Malcador. Do not speak. Wait for me at the Chancellor's residence. A voice echoed in Alfarius's mind, and he cast a lingering glance at Yuan Xi before turning to leave. Malcador entered. Kiraman. Some things are better left unknown. S. expression was solemn. Prime Minister, I understand your concerns. But I fail to comprehend why the Vice-Emperor himself must be embroiled in this matter. He was acutely aware of the typical tactics employed by politicians. Those unsavory affairs were invariably delegated to subordinates. Should the situation that Yuan Xi was involved in escalate to a significant issue, it would undoubtedly tarnish the Vice-Emperor's reputation, potentially implicating the Emperor himself, which would create a grave predicament. Yuan Xi spoke softly, rest assured. I assure you that my research pertains to benevolent endeavors and will not bring harm. Hesitated, ultimately refraining from voicing his reservations. He sighed, seated himself, and began to review the documents at hand. The state of the empire was indeed dire. When he gazed upon the massive fleet obscuring the sky above, he had once believed the empire to be a bastion of strength and rationality. However, now, he could only chuckle bitterly. In S view, the empire was a facade of splendor concealing its decay. The foremost issue lay in the empire's formidable military juxtaposed with a feeble internal governance structure, lacking the requisite strength to propel its vast apparatus. Although Yuan Xi had shared visions for the future with, he largely concurred with her. Yet, the singular challenge was the scarcity of competent individuals. Despite Yuan Xi's establishment of a rudimentary educational framework, the results remained disheartening. The only recourse seemed to be an influx of personnel, where quantitative accumulation would precipitate qualitative change. However, both Yuan Xi and dismissed this notion, realizing that they would have to await the return of other princes to devise a solution. In the meantime, found solace in his office. During this period, his dual-threaded mind operated at full throttle, achieving a balance between the speed of document submission and his own revisions. Take a break, Yuan Xi suggested, presenting a platter of fruit upon his desk and removing the documents from his grasp. Rubbed his temples, reclaiming the documents. I'll be done shortly, sister. Yuan Xi settled into a chair beside him. Have you been in touch with Lady Yuduan lately? Smiled, a rare occurrence after several days of relentless work. She is well. I shared my recent experiences with her, and she took pride in my endeavors. Reflecting on this, S' smile deepened, his eyes glimmering with an indescribable nostalgia. Then you should go visit her. Yes, he replied, abruptly lifting his gaze. I'll handle the affairs of the ministry. Yuan Xi rose with a smile, pushing open the door to S' office. You know I did that on purpose, right? Indeed. Saw through Yuan Xi's act. He had always known her intentions to maneuver him into the ministry, as she held high expectations for him. What do you think? he asked, turning his head to avoid the light from outside and her gaze. Aside from feeling a bit fatigued, everything else is fine. Then leave, Yuan Xi responded, turning her body. If you wish to depart, then depart. Ultimately, looked towards Yuan Xi, perplexed by her sudden reversal. Why? You haven't even realized how exhausted you are, Yuan Xi remarked, glancing towards the door. I have no demands of you, just do what you desire, whether that be managing affairs here, leading your legions across the galaxy, or returning to as a leisurely prince. It is your freedom, I will not compel you into any endeavor you do not cherish. At that time, I merely wished to offer you another option. Do you like it? Fell silent, grasping the documents nearby. As an essential node in the Empire's eastern territory. Necessitated robust investment for development. Good, Yuan Xi smiled. What ensnared was never a matter of promises, but rather his ideals. He envisioned humanity entering a new golden age under a unified regime, for which he was willing to exert his utmost effort. Given that remaining in the office currently served to fulfill his aspirations, willingly accepted his position there. Contemplating a question, he pondered whether he would still have pledged allegiance to the Emperor had his father been alive. The answer was affirmative. He would have unreservedly dedicated himself to the Emperor, for his dreams aligned closely with those of the Emperor. Such reflections filled with a sense of shame, as he inexplicably felt he had betrayed his father and... No, he shook his head, I have not betrayed. Resolving this thought, he added another 0 to the funds allocated for its development. After all, is a vital navigational hub for the Empire, and my actions bear reason. However, it seemed his brothers held a different perspective. Scrutinized the documents in his hands, his expression contorted. You're not pretending anymore? Chapter 71, Loyal and Devoted I Concede. Father had once again experienced defeat in his routine chess match with the Emperor, or perhaps it was a deliberate loss. As he wished to linger a little longer in his father's presence. Naturally, subtle intentions could not escape the Emperor's notice, yet he remained silent, allowing to prolong the game. Feeling a sense of reluctance, realized that today's match was drawing to a close. But he recalled something he wished to remind his father. Father, should we keep an eye on? The Emperor shook his head. No need, my son. Trust him. Your brothers are as loyal as you. Indeed, father, replied, lowering his head in silence as he tidied the chessboard. In truth, shared a strong bond with. He greatly admired S' strategic prowess, while had often praised S' capabilities in his letters, marking their friendship as genuine. However, also discerned S' ambitions. He had long observed the gradual erosion of military authority. Once, the great expeditionary forces could be freely deployed and commanded, yet now, such powers were being supplanted by the bureaucratic entities had previously dismissed. Through his investigations, traced these bureaucratic groups back to a singular origin, the imperial cabinet. Initially, he suspected all of this to be a ploy by, and after S' return, he had repeatedly written to caution him against. Yet, consistently evaded the issue. In reality, with S' re-emergence, the curtailment of military authority had intensified. Found himself preparing for the worst, it appeared that had aligned himself with. Particularly troubling were recent reports indicating an unusual acceleration in the development of the S-500 worlds, centered around. The region had nearly achieved self-sufficiency, evolving into a state within a state. The burgeoning, coupled with a significant role in the cabinet and expanding authority, alongside growing accolades from the great expeditions, rendered S' ambitions glaringly evident. Grappled with conflicting emotions, his friendship weighed against his responsibilities. Ultimately, he chose to voice his concerns to his father. To be honest, the Emperor himself was uncertain. While he could not fathom the rationale behind S' potential descent, he recognized that was indeed the only one capable of such a rebellion. Nonetheless, the Emperor was indifferent. As long as fought valiantly during the great expeditions, he would accept any eventuality. May the heavens bear witness to my unwavering loyalty. Remarked with a wry smile. Enough of that, interjected from the side. Currently, enjoyed a close relationship with. Often turning to him for assistance in times of difficulty. In private, even referred to as uncle, much like Yuan Xi. Today, as usual, visited the ministry to find. Only to see seated nearby, reviewing documents. Luz harbored no ill feelings towards Gilliman, yet, like others, he perceived Gilliman as ambitious. Out of professional duty, Luz discreetly kept his guard up against Gilliman. Noticing Luz, Gilliman recognized him as a brother and promptly rose to greet him. The two brothers engaged in conversation. And to be candid, their exchange was rather pleasant. Luz began to suspect that Gilliman might not be as the rumor suggested, but out of personal concern, he directly inquired. Do you seek independence? Gilliman, who had been enjoying their conversation, was taken aback by Luz's earnest question. He immediately asserted his loyalty. But it was evident that Luz remained skeptical. As Mikado entered, he witnessed this scene. He felt a headache coming on, knowing that Yuan Xi might not return anytime soon, however. It seemed the two were merely playfully sparring. After learning the context, Mikado advised Luz that Gilliman was not the type of person they feared. Luz reclined on the couch nonchalantly, clearly indicating his disbelief. He expressed that most of their brethren viewed Gilliman with suspicion. Gilliman clutched his chest. On the verge of tears, why do my brothers perceive me this way? Luz, casually biting into some fruit nearby, replied, perhaps it's your overwhelming sense of hometown pride. In truth, not many princes despised Gilliman, most merely found his political demeanor somewhat pretentious but not to the extent of hatred. However, it was undeniable that nearly all original members felt envy towards him. Among those present, who had not experienced hardship, it was only the 13th brother who enjoyed such fortune. Being doted upon by both parents and hailing from a good family. If it were merely a matter of his favorable background, it would be acceptable. But Gilliman incessantly boasted about it. Coupled with the recent, exaggerated development of Ayatolema and Gilliman's office-bound existence, it became apparent to others that he was no longer playing a part. Gilliman stubbornly retorted, I have indeed acted, but there were reasons behind it. What reasons? Luz scoffed. Do you truly believe I see you as an ignorant barbarian? Gilliman hesitated before finally uttering, my sister has acted as well. 13th brother, I shall end you, Luz threatened. As Mikado used his psychic powers to restrain the suddenly aggressive Luz. Luz, calm down, he urged. Luz sat back down, ignoring Gilliman beside him. Chancellor, where is my sister? She is hurrying here from the Gene Research Institute, do not fret. Luz grunted and bared his teeth at Gilliman. Gilliman awkwardly scratched his head. Ah, everyone is here. Yuan Xi announced as she entered, unexpectedly accompanied by Duan. Luz rose to join Yuan Xi, who took his hand and addressed the standing Duan. Duan, please wait here for a moment. You may converse with Gilliman in the meantime. Gilliman, this is Duan, I have matters to discuss with Luz, you two chat. With that, Yuan Xi hastily led Luz away. Please. Have a seat, Duan, Mikado invited as Duan sat upright on the couch Luz had previously occupied. This was Gilliman's first meeting with Duan. And he was about to speak when Duan introduced himself, I am Roger Duan. Upon realizing Duan was introducing himself, Gilliman quickly reciprocated with his name. As their conversation progressed, Gilliman unconsciously slipped into his politician's rhetoric, first expressing that he had reviewed Duan's combat records and then commending his abilities. However, Duan's expression remained stoic as he asked. Why do you praise me? Good question, should I not offer praise? Gilliman replied. Mikado, nearly losing his composure, swiftly changed the subject, Duan. Weren't you stationed at the front lines of the Great Expedition? Why have you returned to Terra? Duan responded flatly, my sister wants me to oversee some renovations. I will leave once I finish. Gilliman inquired with curiosity, what renovations require your personal presence? Duan would not lie, but it did not mean he would speak freely. So he remained silent. Gilliman understood that there were secrets involved. During his time in the Ministry of Affairs, he had already uncovered several matters he was not privy to. Nevertheless, he resigned himself to ignorance. Do you harbor ill intentions? Duan suddenly posed the sincere question to Gilliman. Heaven and earth can testify, I, Gilliman, am utterly loyal. Should I possess even a hint of treachery, let me sleep for 1,000 years without waking. Gilliman was perplexed, why did everyone seem to know of his supposed betrayal? Who had leaked such information? Alpha Ruiz interjected, why are you looking at me? Do you suspect I am the source? Chapter 72, The Sinister Plot Gilliman. I have held my post longer than you. Allow me to impart some wisdom, in the realm of governance, one must coexist with the light. Chancellor. Do you take me for a man who would conspire with those wretched insects? As dawn broke over Terra, the ministers of the Ministry of Affairs witnessed the Chancellor and the Imperial Prince embroiled in a heated argument within the office. The two debated from morning until dusk. not even pausing for a sip of water. All day, the staff remained on edge, fearing that a clash between such prominent figures, one a former prime minister and the other an imperial prince, could lead to disastrous consequences for them, leaving them with no recourse. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the deputy emperor intervened. As Yuan Xi entered the office, the fighting gradually subsided, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped disaster. Within the office, the anticipated scene of turmoil did not materialize. Instead, both men remained unnervingly calm. "Chancellor, I apologize for today," Mikado said, waving his hand dismissively. "Let us not speak of it, we had already agreed upon this." Both men simultaneously lifted their teacups, exclaiming, "Sigh." Yuan Xi observed the peculiar dynamic between the two, stifling her laughter. "Now, let us rewind to a week prior. Sister, Horace has written to me again, probing for information." "How should I respond?" Gilliman asked, contorting his face as he held the letter. "Why does he think I am in league with the Chancellor?" Yuan Xi, engrossed in her documents, scribbled and doodled, replied. "What else could it be? You have indeed acted." Gilliman had been busily collaborating with Mikado to expand the Empire's political apparatus, believing his actions were for the greater good of the nation, with no connection to Mikado. However, from Horace's perspective, Gilliman had clearly allied himself with Mikado. As the Empire's political influence had indeed spread to the front lines of the Great Expedition, the expeditionary forces had become increasingly difficult to engage in political affairs. But this is the right course of action, Gilliman thought, baffled as to why his brothers could not comprehend the importance of scholarly governance. Whether it is right or wrong does not matter, what matters is their perception of right and wrong. Yuan Xi lifted her head. "How about this? I will speak with Uncle Ma and perform a duet with you, so the brothers will not perceive you as colluding with Uncle Ma. Yet this will not alter the ambitious image they have of you." Gilliman remained silent for a long while. "So, sister, how shall we perform this duet?" Yuan Xi shook her finger. "You know why Horace despises Uncle Ma, do you not?" Gilliman nodded. "Of course. It is because Mikado serves as a shield for those detestable bureaucrats. I understand that this is a necessary strategy for him. Indeed, some of them have been excessively audacious lately. In the past, we would merely reprimand them. But now we should catch a few to serve as examples." Gilliman instantly grasped Yuan Xi's intent. "I must take action against them." "Yes. And then you must have a fierce argument with Uncle Ma, so everyone knows your relationship is strained." Gilliman nodded but soon realized a dilemma. Exactly. From now on, you shall only be a figure of integrity and self-discipline in the realm of governance." Hesitated momentarily, then replied, "That odorama." Yuan Xi chuckled. "You are aware of your own greed. Fear not, indulge if you must. In the future, I shall personally endorse your endeavors. As long as you do not empty the Empire, you may transport whatever you desire back home." A faint smile crossed S lips, tinged with embarrassment. "However, is indeed a crucial asset of the Empire." "Enough of this chatter," Yuan Xi interjected. He had discerned the truth. The Emperor's sons had all inherited his stubbornness, harbored a lingering sense of guilt towards his homeland, having abruptly transitioned from the position of CEO to serve the Empire. Thus, he sought to provide for his family in some manner. Yuan Xi did not oppose his desire to support his household. He merely wished would express it openly rather than stubbornly insisting that was a vital stronghold of the Empire. It was exhausting. Yuan Xi subsequently conferred with, who readily agreed, finding the situation quite favorable. After all, he was perceived as the pillar of support by those around him and could not personally address the swarm of pests. Thus, S' desire to distance himself from was mutually beneficial. Soon, a dramatic spectacle unfolded within the Ministry of Administration. Within days, executed several heinous officials, causing a wave of trepidation among the Empire's corrupt elite. During this period, exhibited his displeasure in the ministry. And it became evident to all that the Chancellor's temperament was less than amiable. The political landscape was rife with undercurrents, with factions forming rapidly. The three main groups consisted of S faction, embodying conservative and obstinate forces, S faction, representing radical reformists, and a neutral faction that opted to observe. While many believed that and were at odds, the reality was that they were allies. As the elder of his faction would promptly report any radical or dangerous ideologies to, who would then deal with them accordingly. Conversely, if identified any decay within his faction, he would refer it to for resolution. Thus, the political arena of the empire found itself in a peculiar state of tumult yet flourishing. Upon receiving such news, was almost gleeful. I knew I had not misjudged you. From the moment we met, your unwavering loyalty was evident. Sensed something amiss. If the two were truly at odds, Yuan Xi would undoubtedly intervene. Since Yuan Xi had not expressed any opinions, it suggested deeper complexities at play, so he chose to remain silent. And showed no interest in the political affairs, while was intrigued but ceased discussion after expressed disinterest. Meanwhile, felt a sense of urgency and penned a lengthy letter to Anne, suggesting that misunderstandings had occurred and advocating for familial harmony. Eventually, with Yuan Xi's reassurance, found solace. Though aware of the tension between and remained silent as an official of the cabinet, he was well aware of their relationship. As for the emperor's great crusade, only among those present cared about this matter. Among all those he despised, topped the list. He viewed as an ambitious fool, believing that infiltrating S ranks was far easier than breaching the palace's defenses. Especially after witnessing S audacious remarks about Yuan Xi. His disdain for intensified. Following that day, began circulating rumors of S ambition. Yet now, was audaciously opposing. In S mind. And Yuan Xi were his most significant allies, all his skills had been imparted by. The fact that had managed to offend both was intolerable. He resolved to teach a lesson, though he would stop short of bloodshed and merely aim to embarrass him. As perused the documents in his hand, he felt a wave of anger wash over him. What do you mean the entire empire is whispering about my alleged liaison with the Xenos and that I consort with the women of the... Is this truly the kind of person I am? A foreboding sensation gripped, such scandals did not arise without substantial power behind them. The question loomed, who was spreading these rumors? Soon after, received a report from a scout, and upon reviewing it, he clutched his chest in shock. As the words of the traitor echoed in his mind, succumbed to exhaustion. In the office, only Yuan Xi remained, sipping tea in solemn contemplation. Alas, what a calamity. Chapter 73, The First Randan War, 1, The time had come to steer the First Legion back onto its rightful path. As the oldest of the Space Marine legions, it had always been a paragon among its peers. Even in the absence of the Primarch, it boasted the most formidable weaponry and the largest fleet. While many of its victories remained unheralded, none could deny the might of the First Legion. The inaugural Supreme Grand Master, Saran, once stood beside the Emperor during court meetings, a glory unimaginable to other Astartes. However, the First Legion gradually succumbed to stagnation and decay, with its once mighty warriors blinded by past glories. Following a devastating encounter with a formidable Xeno species, the First Legion suffered catastrophic losses, culminating in the sacrifice of Supreme Grand Master Saran on the battlefield. In a whirlwind of blame and confusion, the First Legion found itself in disarray. The second Supreme Grand Master, Uriam, assumed command with the endorsement of Yuan Xi and, his primary task being to reunite the fractured legion. Uriam understood that the best means of rekindling camaraderie among the broken ranks was to present a formidable adversary worthy of the First Legion's legacy. In the crucible of battle, the brothers would rally once more, and the First Legion would be reborn. Their brethren, the Fifth Legion, known as the Star Hunters, had brought forth distressing news. A Xeno species known as Randan had seized 6 planets in the imperial sector of Moraz, capturing countless humans as slaves and constructing a colossal war satellite. Uriam recognized this as an exceptional opportunity. Thus, on the forges of the world of Shauna, Uriam assembled a vast force of 50,000 Astartes from the First Legion, accompanied by 100,000 mortal soldiers and 100 capital ships. The 3 Glory-class battleships of the First Legion were dispatched in full force, as Uriam aimed to restore the honor of the First Legion. They have come, I hope you will not fail. I shall offer their corpses as tribute to Randan. The voice belonged to 2 repulsive Xenos, towering figures reminiscent of Space Marines. Their forms resembled humans clad in heavy armor, their featureless faces marred by twisted, writhing masses akin to gnarled roots. Indeed, they were among the most terrifying species in the galaxy, Randan. They were perilous and lethal beings, their technological prowess rivaling that of the Empire. They possessed enhanced soldiers comparable to Space Marines, capable of masquerading as enemy vessels, and could even breach Astartes' communication channels. Yet, despite their capabilities, their favored strategy involved deploying vast numbers of enslaved troops to exhaust their enemies, ultimately leading a decisive assault under the leadership of their warlords. This tactic had proven effective in previous battles. However, they now faced the Empire. At the outset of the conflict, the Imperial forces first encountered the former inhabitants of the region, now enslaved by the Randan. Bound by neural collars, they descended upon the Imperial troops like frenzied beasts. Urium swiftly grasped the enemy's strategy and resolved to lead the 8th Battle Company of the 1st Legion in a targeted decapitation strike. Jujingxing, one of the planets occupied by Randan on Xuanjiao and Moersi, witnessed Urian leading thousands of Astartes in a bloody combat. The enhanced soldiers of Randan were towering. Monstrous beings born solely for slaughter, their hands glued to their dual firearms, their arm bones embedded with blades, their bodies encased in heavy armor and personal energy shields that mitigated most explosive impacts. Amidst the hail of gunfire, Urian's gaze was fixed upon a distant towering creature, a worm-like figure. Realizing he had found his target, which was charging towards him at an astonishing speed, they locked eyes, both consumed by the singular thought of vanquishing a formidable opponent. The clash of Urian's power sword and the massive blade enveloped in dark light reverberated with a terrifying force, akin to cleaving through a solid wall. Urian deftly shifted his sword aside, evading a downward strike, thrusting forward only to be met by the blade's defense. Thus commenced a breathtaking duel at the heart of gunfire. Both warriors lost in their fervent battle, swords dancing like celestial dragons and blades whirling like tempestuous winds, blood splattering and wounds multiplying. Yet neither retreated an inch, their sole intent to annihilate the other, regardless of the cost. The alien's heavy strike descended upon Urian, who parried with his sword but remained unaware of the severity of his injuries, forcing him to involuntarily step back despite gritting his teeth. In that fleeting moment, the Worm-Man recognized the opportunity. He raised his colossal blade to strike downward. A flash of white light surged forth, and as the Worm-Man swung, the anticipated outcome did not unfold. Urian stood unscathed. In a moment of daze, a sharp pain surged through Urian's arms. He stared in disbelief, having intended to thrust his sword into the enemy's chest as the creature leaned forward, only to witness a stream of light severing the alien's arms. Urian glanced towards the source of the light, a golden-hilted longsword stained with blood. Who wielded it? He looked skyward, where white flames engulfed the heavens, revealing a 6-winged angel. Sword in one hand and white lightning crackling in the other, unleashing a tempest that reduced countless lives to ashes. Soon after, several gunships descended, and squads of orange-clad soldiers emerged, operating with the precision of a finely tuned machine, swiftly turning their fire upon the retreating aliens. The Sun Angels disregarded the chatter on their communication channels, for they had never needed it. Each battle required merely the succinct commands of their squad leaders. Detailed instructions were clearly the tactics of the enemy. Without any directives, they rapidly encircled and annihilated the foe with minimal manpower. Yuan Xi landed on the surface, ignoring the ongoing battle behind her and the recently risen Urian. With a delicate gesture, she summoned white lightning that rendered the fleeing Worm-Man's legs to charred remains. Yuan Xi approached the crumpled Worm-Man, who still attempted to escape, and placed her foot upon him. White flames roaring from her soul, causing the creature's body to writhe violently. "Tell me, what are you?" Upon her arrival at Jujingxing, Yuan Xi had intercepted the Worm-Man's thoughts through her psychic abilities, her innate intelligence swiftly comprehending their language, as she coldly interrogated the creature beneath her foot. "We are Randan." "I see, but what exactly are you?" "Worms, can't you tell?" Yuan Xi smirked, her right hand enveloped in white flames grasping the creature's head, lifting it. "Well, if you're unwilling to speak, then there's no need to continue." With a tightening grip, she crushed the alien's skull. But that was not the end. As the body fell, her other hand moved, the longsword gliding like a stream of light, leaving only a scattering of debris upon the ground. "Urian, my lord." Urian stood solemnly, grappling with the questions of why the Vice-Emperor and her legion had arrived here, and why he had rejected the Thunder Warrior's request to accompany them. Yuan Xi regarded Urian, her violet eyes still glinting with residual hostility, nearly suffocating him with their intensity. "You thought this was an opportunity to vindicate the First Legion Astartes. Thus you rejected the Thunder Warrior's offer despite knowing the dangers of this mission, did you not?" Urian lowered his head in shame. "Indeed, my lord. I recognize my error and willingly accept the consequences." Yuan Xi nodded. "Very well, once your original form returns, I shall personally convey your misjudgment to him. However, for now, I shall not hold you accountable." Her words astonished Urian, yet her next utterance brought tears to his eyes. "In this endeavor, the Sun Angels and I shall assist you." But externally we shall declare it a singular triumph of your own, Urian, your vision shall be realized. My lord, please elaborate on what Randan truly is. Chapter 74, The First War Against Randan. 2. Yuan Xi had always been cautious regarding Randan. Even though she had not personally engaged in the great expedition for some time, she remained vigilant about the progress of various legions. Hence, upon learning that Urian had ventured forth with the First Legion unaccompanied by the Thunder Warriors to confront Randan, she hastily pursued aboard the Imperial Wing. Yuan Xi was uncertain about what Randan truly was, yet she understood it posed significant danger. However, upon finally witnessing them, her disappointment was profound. The Empire had faced foes with superior technological prowess before, but ultimately, those adversaries fell to its artillery. If Randan relied solely on its technological strength, what warranted the immense toll the Empire would pay in the future? No, that could not be right. Through the viewport, Yuan Xi gazed at the colossal battle satellite crafted by the enemy. It was indeed impressive, but nothing more. What was this so-called Randan? Urian. How do you propose we engage them? Urian stood alongside Yusonis behind Yuan Xi, both observing the immense war fortress outside the viewport. At that moment, 4 of the 6 planets of Xuanjiao and Moersi had been reclaimed, with only the massive war satellite and the primary planet still under alien control. After a moment of contemplation, Urian proposed, My lord, I believe we should simultaneously assault both the satellite and the main planet. While the satellite is under attack, the main planet will be at its most vulnerable. I shall take the opportunity to execute a decapitation strike on the main planet. Yusonis voiced his dissent. The enemy outnumbers us significantly, splitting our forces may lead to a protracted stalemate, resulting in a Pyrrhic victory. Yuan Xi gazed out the window. Let us prioritize the assault on the battle satellite. Once the main planet's orbital defense capabilities are weakened, we shall execute a decapitation strike with our main forces. Understood. Yusonis. After breaching the main planet's orbital defenses, leave the entire legion there. You will accompany me to the primary planet of Moersi with the Demon Slayer Legion. Yusonis' expression hardened. The Demon Slayer Legion was the name of the original guard of the Sun Angels, yet Yuan Xi often refrained from revealing them publicly. Yusonis' lips moved. But he ultimately bowed his head. Yes, mother. The battle commenced as 3 Glory Queen-class battleships of the First Legion, along with the Imperial Wing, engaged in a fierce naval confrontation against the Randan battle satellite in the vastness of space, where reckless weapons rained down like a torrential downpour, and small spacecraft erupted like fireworks in the desolate cosmos. Throughout the skirmish, the communications device intermittently relayed both favorable and unfavorable news, but Yuan Xi paid no heed. Unable to discern whether the cries were from allies or the enemy's provocations, the Empire's sole directive was to closely follow the pristine white battleship, the Imperial Wing. There. Yuan Xi suddenly pointed in a direction. Concentrate all firepower on that target. The original entity possesses a remarkable perception, discerning the slightest flaws of the enemy. While Yuan Xi's objective is to exacerbate this wound, allowing the adversary to bleed to death. Amidst the barrage from the Imperial Wing, weaponry is unleashed towards the direction indicated by Yuan Xi, resulting in a massive explosion on the battle satellite, reducing 1/6 of it to cosmic dust. Advance, jump assist. As the enemy's firepower diminishes, the Imperial forces press forward under the hail of gunfire, with drop pods and landing vessels cascading from the warships like raindrops. Yet the fleet continues its relentless advance, for ahead lies the primary planet of Morse, the stronghold of Commander Randan, who leads this operation. Our satellite has been captured. One worm-like creature hissed, facing a towering Cyclops. Agugal, go meet her, let us gain further insight into her. The Cyclops knelt on one knee, for Randan. I obey your command, Commander. Urian had never doubted the power of the Imperial heir, yet even with prior encounters, he remained in awe of that almost mythic figure. To many, Yuan Xi was perpetually smiling, yet when she unabashedly unleashed her ferocity and malevolence, few could suppress their trepidation. Blood and dismembered limbs erupted like fireworks upon the ground. Yuan Xi needed do nothing more than soar effortlessly at ground level, her dual blades flailing chaotically, slicing to pieces any who dared to obstruct her path. The enemy roared and lamented, their energy shields crumbling like fragile paper, as psychic energy swept through the remnants. The devastating weaponry rebuffed by Yuan Xi's psychic barrier before it could reach her, rendering the once invincible Randan army mere dust swept away by a gentle breeze. The demon-slaying army did not follow Yuan Xi, rather, they could not match her speed, nor did they worry that she would be harmed by such foes. Aside from Yusonis, clad only in standard power armor, each member of the demon-slaying army wore exquisite Terminator armor. Urian was unaware of its model. But its complexity and the formidable firepower it bore were secrets unknown even to the Grand Master of the First Legion. Compared to the Terminators of other legions, those of the Sun Angel Legion appeared somewhat slender, seemingly only marginally thicker than standard power armor, lacking any visible heavy weaponry. Yet at that moment, Urian marveled as the barrels beneath the arms of these Terminators unleashed a relentless barrage of plasma fire, an array of unexpected weaponry emerging one after another. Are we not the First Legion? How come your secret arsenal exceeds ours? Yusonis remained silent, his dual swords dancing like a white rainbow. He was the one closest to Yuan Xi at the forefront, even as enemies surged toward him, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Yuan Xi. Nevertheless, all foes fell before him with ease, and by the time he reached Yuan Xi's side, his armor bore only a few superficial scratches. Step back, Yusonis. Yuan Xi's attention shifted to the approaching Cyclops, a wail of psychic energy echoing in her mind, its piercing sound reverberating in her ears, yet Yuan Xi merely smiled. Without further ado, like a bolt of lightning, the enemy did not even have time to react before his legs were severed. Hiss. Aside from the Sun Angel and Urian, the movements of all others in the First Legion hesitated momentarily. The psychic shriek was too jarring, severely impacting their combat effectiveness. The demon-slaying army swiftly responded, immediately taking over the protective duties of the First Legion, preventing the enemy from seizing the opportunity to strike. Hee, Yuan Xi chuckled, a crimson glow enveloping her violet eyes. She sheathed her twin blades and grasped the giant's arms, effortlessly yanking them down. White lightning continued to reap its toll upon the battlefield as Yuan Xi coldly tightened her grip around the giant's neck. Speak, what is Randon? Haha, you will find out. Yuan Xi's smile grew radiant, yet her gaze no longer lingered on the colossal mass in her grip, but was fixed intently upon the worm-like creature observing from afar. Lightning erupted from her palms, black dust cascading down. Commander Randon, Yuan Xi murmured. Meanwhile, the repugnant alien in the distance nodded slightly. The war had concluded. At least on this battlefield, the enemy was utterly defenseless. Urian silently observed ahead, where Yuan Xi stood atop the dismembered alien body, white flames scorching the worm-like creature, its hissing wails resembling a macabre symphony. The demon-slaying army stood vigilantly beside their original entity. Speak, what are you? Speak. You will come to understand us, you will. Suddenly, Yusonis, who had been standing watch, stepped forward. Mother, a small contingent of mortal forces responsible for mop-up has rebelled. The situation has been confirmed and has been suppressed. Urian's hair stood on end. A rebellion? Could it be that the rebels were from the mortal forces under the First Legion? The news had already reached the Vice-Emperor. I have brought shame upon the First Legion. Yuan Xi abruptly fell silent, the white flames beneath her feet extinguishing as she lifted the object beneath her. How did you accomplish this? Ha, you will find out. Yuan Xi paused briefly, then raised the head of the object and brought it crashing down, controlling her strength to prevent an instant death. Before the victim could emit a wail, Yuan Xi bent down, her hands acting like a beast's claws, methodically tearing apart the remaining limbs. Urian watched in silence, witnessing Yuan Xi torturing the already motionless corpse. Then, he observed the demon-slaying army raise their weapons, aiming at Yuan Xi. What are you doing? Urian bellowed, directing his longsword at Yusonis beside him. Are you planning to betray? Yusonis glanced at Urian. Brother, let us keep today's events a secret. With that, he approached Yuan Xi, drawing his sword until the tip was nearly at her back. Mother, he is already dead. Yuan Xi's movements gradually slowed, ultimately coming to a halt as she stood in stunned silence. Go, Yusonis, return. The demon-slaying army lowered their weapons, silently following Yuan Xi as she departed, leaving Urian rooted in place. After a long moment, he turned to his brothers, who were also frozen in shock. What have you seen? We are blind. Very well. Let us return. Terra, Yuan Xi sat in silence within the office of the Ministry of Affairs, while outside, Kilimanjaro and Mikado were engaged in their daily theatrical quarrel. Sister. Yuan Xi turned to see the door flung open, revealing a surprised smile. Li, I thought you had gone to work, what brings you back? Sister, Xian Yuanli approached Yuan Xi. Urgency etched upon his face, not even taking a seat beside her. What is it, so hurried? The battle report from Morse, I have read it. Yuan Xi's smile gradually faded. Sister, the ones I mentioned before, they are. Shoo, Yuan Xi placed a finger on Xian Yuanli's lips. Enough, I understand, I know. Xian Yuanli lowered his head, his eyes filled with an unshakable sorrow. I must find them, I will take vengeance, I will exact revenge with my own hands. Yuan Xi remained silent, gazing out the window, where the sunlight waned and hues of dusk filled the sky. Nightfall was approaching. Chapter 75, All is Dust. You little brat. If I catch you again at the internet cafe, subspace, you want tea have any good juice to drink? Wrong, old man, wrong. Horace trembled before his cold-faced father across the table, uncertain if it was merely his imagination, but he felt that his father's mood was far from pleasant. The Emperor felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Long ago, he had discovered his inquisitive son within the warp. Initially, their conversations were filled with joy. And the Emperor shared a wealth of knowledge about the warp, while also cautioning his son not to delve too deeply into its mysteries, as it could adversely affect his health. To his dismay, the son readily agreed, but, once the Emperor disconnected, he eagerly resumed his exploration of the warp. Not only swimming through it but also attempting to befriend the great white sharks lurking within. The Emperor could no longer restrain himself. He had warned the boy countless times not to trust the entities of the warp, yet the lad persisted in associating with them. This was unacceptable. Today, he would bring the boy back to the Empire for a much-needed reprimand. Magnus, engrossed in his studies, suddenly shivered and stood up, hastily instructing the attendants around him. My father is coming, prepare yourselves. Magnus was a rather unique being among the Primarchs, possessing knowledge of his own origins and memories from infancy. His incubation pod had landed in the only city of Prospero, Tisca. The majority of Prospero's inhabitants were psychers, but unfortunately, they coexisted with terrifying creatures known as the flesh-eaters, which laid their eggs in the brains of psychers, pushing the civilization to the brink of extinction. Fortunately, Magnus' pod had come to Tisca, where he was raised by the local populace. Like a sponge, he absorbed knowledge voraciously, and within a few years, he became the mightiest sorcerer in the land. He led the people in a counteroffensive against the flesh-eaters, reclaiming their territory in just a year. And he became the undisputed leader of Tisca. During this time, he unified the fragmented political factions through his remarkable intellect and eloquence, transforming Tisca into a shining jewel of Prospero. Now, the jewel of Prospero was about to encounter the brightest luminary of the galaxy. The Emperor arrived in a dazzling display. And Magnus was astonished. He had envisioned the intricacies of his father's mastery of the warp, but witnessing it firsthand made him realize his previous expectations were but a mere fraction of reality. Subsequently, the Emperor bestowed upon Magnus an embrace that would incite envy among other Primarchs. Yuan Xi, observing this tender moment between father and son, was taken aback, not expecting the Emperor to embrace Magnus. Could this be a rare bond shared only among high-tier psychers? Yet, Magnus' expression seemed somewhat peculiar. Magnus felt as if his waist might be crushed by his father's embrace. Just as he was about to speak, the Emperor's psychic voice resonated in his mind. If I catch you misbehaving in the warp again, you shall see how I will discipline you. At that moment, Magnus felt utterly despondent. He couldn't comprehend why his father thought he was still a child. With his wisdom, how could he be so easily deceived by the warp? It was inconceivable. Nevertheless, he decided to hold his tongue, lest he face dire consequences from his own father. Magnus extended a hand towards Yuan Xi. Sister, I am Magnus. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Once the Emperor released Magnus, he hurriedly made his way to Yuan Xi, exclaiming, Sister, I have heard so much about you from father, it is wonderful to see you at last. Yuan Xi smiled warmly. Is that so? I have heard much about you as well. Curiously, Magnus inquired, how did father describe me? Yuan Xi playfully winked. Father said that if he caught you wandering in the warp, he would be inclined to break your legs. Can I not return? I suddenly feel quite content here. Yuan Xi remained silent, merely pointing to the stern-faced Emperor nearby. Magnus swallowed hard. I was joking. My brother, you are quite tall. Vulcan chuckled innocently. He had thought himself the tallest among the brothers, but it seemed he had underestimated others. Magnus proudly lifted his chin. Not at all, brother, you are also quite tall and robust. Yuan Xi struggled to contain her laughter. For Magnus was hardly a towering figure, he had always been a scholar, with little time for physical training. After inquiring about the heights of his brothers, Magnus used his psychic abilities to craft himself a more imposing physique. Fugrim approached to chat with Magnus, finding this new brother far more interesting than the previous pampered lad or the stony one. Magnus joyfully conversed with his brothers, eagerly absorbing their tales like a parched sponge, subtly steering the discussion towards the warp, hoping his brothers would share his scholarly fascination with the vast ocean of knowledge it represented. However, Kilimon, Vulcan, Fugrim, and rest were indifferent to Magnus' words, some even displaying a hint of wariness. Kilimon stepped forward. "Brother, didn't sister mention those entities to you?" Magnus confidently replied, "She did. But worry not, brother, with my wisdom I shall not be deceived." Nearby, Mikado used his psychic abilities to support Yuan Xi, who was nearly overcome with exasperation. The Emperor's son was indeed a curious character. Thanks to Yuan Xi's mediation, the Psykers were not met with hostility as in the original narrative. Yet a general sense of caution prevailed, particularly within the 15th Legion. In truth, the Primarchs present were quite intrigued by the 15th Legion, as no one had ever laid eyes on them. The Primarchs had inquired about them from Yuan Xi, who explained that the 15th Legion specialized in the adverse effects of psychic influence and was few in number, thus never having undertaken any missions. They would wait for their Primarchs to return. "Are they truly my offspring? What is the matter with you?" "Of course, they are your children. Yet I sense something impure about them." Magnus fell into contemplation as he gazed at the rows of silver canisters, while Yuan Xi smiled beside him. After the unification of Terra, Yuan Xi had first attempted to rectify the genetic flaws of the Thunder Warriors, and subsequently, she turned her attention to the genetic defects of the 15th Legion. However, all her efforts yielded naught. It was as if the process had lost its efficacy, methods that had previously shown promise now bore no fruit. Yuan Xi was on the verge of losing her temper and directly approached the Emperor. "I know you are busy, but even if you work 24 hours a day, you must carve out an extra hour to devise a solution for me." The Emperor contemplated and then infused each genetic seed with his psychic enchantment. Now, Yuan Xi could rectify the genetic flaws without hindrance, and thanks to the Emperor's enchantment, these Astartes became stronger and more psychically gifted. Yuan Xi imposed strict standards for the selection of these warriors. "Everyone, I expect you to pass the 66 trials of abomination." Indeed, they all understood the truth of the warp, were aware of the existence of demons, and held a profound wariness towards the malevolent deities of the Empyrean. They were also the first line of defense that Yuan Xi established to restrain Magnus. Winking at one of the Astartes, Yuan Xi watched as 2 silver canisters swiftly approached, sliding to a halt before Magnus and each grasping one of his legs. The captain of the 1st Company of the 15th Legion, Ahriman, embraced the left leg of Magnus, exclaiming, "Father, we have awaited your return with great longing." His twin brother and the commander of the 2nd Company, Ormuzd, clung to Magnus' right leg, lamenting, "In this world, there is no one as good as a father. Children without a father are like blades of grass." Yuan Xi patted Magnus on the shoulder, suggesting, "Very well. If you do not recognize them as your sons, perhaps you should let them fend for themselves." "No," Ahriman shouted, looking up at Magnus. "Father, please do not abandon us." Ormuzd nodded in agreement. Magnus, feeling a bit awkward, chuckled, "No, I do recognize you, my children. I am truly delighted to see you." "That's wonderful, father. I knew you would not forsake us," they exclaimed in unison, while Magnus turned around awkwardly, his brothers observing the scene with stoic expressions. How embarrassing. At that moment, all the original beings secretly thought, "What a pitiful child. Thankfully, he is not my son, or I would be utterly mortified." However, not everyone felt this way. The honest Woken mused, "What a touching reunion between father and sons." Magnus replied, "Then I shall leave them to you." Woken declined the offer. Chapter 76, The Wisdom of the Worldly. Little Magnus, I regret it. "What did you say?" "I said, I regret it." Kilimon suspected that his mental state had deteriorated over the past few days, otherwise, how could he have witnessed Magnus weeping while clinging to Yuan Xi's leg? Yuan Xi sat in her office sipping tea and said, "If you have something to discuss, sit down and speak. This is neither the time nor place for such antics." Magnus, feeling wronged, settled beside her and pleaded, "Sister, could you please ask them to stop hovering over me? I am not foolish, I cannot be deceived. Yuan Xi could not help but smirk, gazing at Magnus. Is that so? I cannot help but feel you have already been deceived. The 15th Legion was Yuan Xi's most cherished division. From the very beginning of the Great Expedition, the selection of the 15th Legion was prioritized, with many candidates who could have entered the Zero Legion being reluctantly sacrificed for the 15th. Before Magnus' return, the 15th Legion had already grown to a size of 10,000, designated as the Empire's Psychic Special Forces. Thus, initially, Magnus was quite pleased with his sons. Despite the somewhat embarrassing circumstances of their recognition, he adored these spirited offspring. To commemorate the day of their reunion with the 1,000 sons present, Magnus renamed the 15th Legion to 1,000 Sons and prepared adorable subspace Pokémon for the 1,000 offspring on that day. However, Father, what are you doing? Ahriman exclaimed as he crushed the Pokémon in anger, confronting Magnus. Father, have you been blinded by the dark gods? Magnus looked sorrowfully at the shattered creature. How could that be? They are all benevolent beings from the vast ocean. Beside him, Ormuzd also crushed a small creature, sneering, there are no friendly subspace beings. None at all. Magnus was perplexed as to why his sons were so averse to the subspace. Later, he discovered the selection process of the 15th Legion and understood the reason. Ah, so they were frightened by demons. Magnus had not considered canceling the abhorrence ritual. He merely wished to find more Pokémon to show his sons that one must view the world with two eyes, and one should not be too one-sided. Yet, whatever Magnus offered, his sons crushed. One might think they were at a Pokémon incineration station. Eventually, Magnus realized that his sons seemed rather stubborn. Very well. I shall not offer them anything, perhaps a swim in the vast ocean would suffice. What are you doing, Father? It seems you are not doing very well. Magnus was nearing a state of nervous exhaustion. His sons, seemingly deranged, pursued him in the vast ocean. The moment they spotted him, they would pull him up. It was one thing for one or two to do so, but the entire 10,000 of the 15th Legion descended upon him. Magnus could hardly bear it. His sons watched him as if he were a fugitive, and he could only swim discreetly in the vast ocean. How had he, as a father, become like a son? He recalled that day when Yuan Xi had asked him if he wanted to change legions. Now, Magnus wished he could eliminate that version of himself. Why had he felt so sympathetic? Those children were clearly pretending to be pitiful to elicit his compassion. However, it was too late to take back his words, once spoken. They could not be retracted. Moreover, despite their imperial lineage, these children were still his own, and he had to fulfill his responsibilities as a father. Of course, it would be better if they would let him swim freely in the vast ocean. So today, Magnus timed it perfectly, the moment Yuan Xi sat down in her office. He threw himself onto her, clinging to her legs and wailing, making it clear that he wanted to go online. Yuan Xi could not fathom it. While she understood the desire to go online, having enjoyed it herself when she first learned about psychic abilities, it had always been to test her own capabilities, never to delve into knowledge for knowledge's sake. Magnus, on the other hand, was intent on attending online classes, specifically those taught by dark gods. Yuan Xi could not comprehend why someone would have such a fervent passion for learning. Even children from neighboring galaxies did not exhibit such behavior. She turned to Kilimon, who was ostensibly reviewing documents but was actually observing the exchange with keen interest, and asked, Kilimon, do you enjoy studying? Kilimon paused, about to articulate his love for learning in a political tone, discussing how he wished to contribute to his homeland and the Empire, when Yuan Xi waved her hand dismissively. Speak honestly. I do not. Yuan Xi then gazed at Magnus. Little Magnus, I understand if you wish to learn something from your brothers in the real world. But why must you study that subspace? Magnus puffed out his chest proudly. What significance does the real world hold? The vast ocean is the true realm of mysteries. Only the knowledge found there is worth my meticulous study. But subspace is genuinely perilous. Do not deceive me, sister. Magnus waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps it does have its dangers, but you cannot assert that it lacks its merits. As he spoke, Magnus produced a small creature. Look, sister, this Pokémon is adorable. And I shall give it to you. Yuan Xi was exasperated. This foolish, naive giant bird was willing to produce anything to appease the children. She could not fathom how Yuan Xi managed to find so many friendly creatures in such a vast pit of filth, while she could not. Yuan Xi remarked, practice makes perfect. Kilimon interjected, brother, subspace is the domain of dark gods. How can you be certain these creatures were not deliberately placed before you by them? Magnus, surprisingly proud, replied. Then I can use them to learn the knowledge of the vast ocean. In the end, I still come out ahead. Seeing Magnus boasting about outsmarting the dark gods, Yuan Xi was both amused and exasperated. How was it that Magnus resembled the emperor so much, believing he could outwit the dark gods and emerge unscathed? Was this a common affliction among those with psychic powers? Why was Uncle Ma so composed and mature? Magnus turned to Kilimon again. Brother, you do not understand. Once you truly grasp the essence of subspace, you will be just like me. Then I shall remain forever uninformed. Kilimon sighed and shook his head. Initially, he held a favorable impression of Magnus, admiring his thirst for knowledge. However, now he saw only a pitiful figure, arrogant and vain. Magnus was convinced that others were short-sighted, fixated solely on the negative aspects of subspace, while he alone could uncover its positive facets. Yet, in reality, he was the one blinded, stubbornly believing he could master this reservoir of knowledge, a delusion even the emperor had long since abandoned. Yuan Xi was at her wits' end. She feared Magnus might discreetly cause a significant upheaval among everyone, so she found herself unable to reprimand him. If he is prohibited from exploring the Yasukai, he will undoubtedly sneak away, and even with Qianzi watching, an unforeseen incident may occur. On the other hand, allowing him to engage in such activities is even worse. For Magnus is indeed capable of causing a significant disruption. It is also not feasible for Magnus to conduct his research under Yuan Xi's watchful eye. Even if Yuan Xi had ample time to monitor Xiao Ma, she could not guarantee that she would detect any insidious schemes. And it is entirely possible that Xiao Ma could fall victim to one right before her eyes. There is no alternative but to delay. Yuan Xi rubbed her forehead and suggested. Let us proceed this way, your brothers have not yet all returned. Once they do, if the supporters of your research outnumber the dissenters, I will permit you to pursue your studies under supervision. What do you think? Magnus pondered for a moment and replied, all right. Can I study the vast ocean of knowledge before my brothers return? Perhaps I could explore a terra time under Qianzi's supervision. 3.5. Fine, 1 it is. Observing Magnus' retreating figure, Yuan Xi sighed. This was indeed a second-best solution, as it at least provided Magnus with a semblance of hope, thus preventing him from secretly engaging with the Yasukai for extended periods. Kilimon's expression was one of concern. Sister, you should not indulge Magnus in this way. Yuan Xi shook her head in resignation. Trust me, Kilimon, if Magnus errs, the consequences will be severe, second only to my own and Father's. Kilimon found himself at an impasse. He could not persuade Magnus but could still rally the other brothers to vote against him. He planned to mobilize their sister and the Chancellor to sway the brothers, but he wondered why he had not seen Mikado today. Sister, where is the Chancellor? Ah. Uncle Ma, Yuan Xi replied while sipping her tea, he seems to be discussing matters with Russ. Just then, Mikado entered with a blank expression, having attained a state of composure akin to a mountain crumbling before his eyes without a flicker of emotion. No, but the princess should check on them. Magnus is fighting with Russ. Chapter 77, Little Ma. Magnus, how dare you claim to be exceptionally wise? You are nothing but the Empire's foremost fool, China. Exclaimed Seth, Lehman, and Russ, I will take you down. Those nearby felt bewildered. What was happening? After exiting the Ministry of Affairs, Magnus immediately spotted Mikado and Russ approaching. He thought to himself that this was fortuitous, as his sister had mentioned that the brothers would vote to determine whether he could research the vast ocean, and he could gather support in advance. Thus, he forced a warm smile and approached Russ. You smile so insincerely, Russ remarked, picking his nose. Magnus took a deep breath. Reminding himself not to be angered by the barbarian's words, securing votes was paramount. Brother, your Legion's psychic practitioners. Russ bellowed, what psychic practitioners? The Space Wolves have never had any, do not slander us. Magnus felt a bit lost. But I have read your battle reports, your rune priests are precisely that. Those are Fenris runes. Magnus was barely able to maintain his composure. If a certain ability appeared to be psychic and operated similarly, then what was it if not psychic? But he decided to set aside such thoughts, securing votes was crucial. Brother, I implore you to assist me. Russ scrutinized Magnus for a moment. What do you wish for my assistance with? Sister said I may research the Yasukai freely in the future, Magnus smiled, but I need the majority of the brothers' consent. Look at you, Russ, a Fenrisian giant, loyal and a true friend, you must lend your support. Russ bared his teeth. Speak plainly. Magnus smiled ingratiatingly. Could you cast a vote of approval when the time comes? That won't do. Magnus' expression froze momentarily. Why not? Russ sneered, I cannot stand by and watch you fall. Russ had always despised psychic powers, especially after Yuan Xi revealed the truth about the Yasukai to him. Thus, when he first laid eyes on Magnus, he remained on high alert. To Russ, Magnus' actions were akin to placing himself directly beneath the gaze of a malevolent deity. If you had a legitimate reason, I would not object. But are you truly pursuing this for knowledge? Is there nothing in the real world that can satisfy your thirst for learning? Why must you venture into the Yasukai? Magnus protested, why must you all assume I would be led astray? I have my own sense of judgment. He felt genuinely aggrieved, everyone claimed the Yasukai was perilous. But that was not the case. Moreover, he was not foolish, he understood what was appropriate and what was not. Why was it so difficult for him to simply study the Yasukai? Russ chuckled derisively, every fallen individual at first believes they possess discernment, they think they will not fall. I am not like those fools. You are the biggest fool of all. Russ, I will end you. Mikado, feeling helpless, realized the princes were once again about to come to blows. He had learned from experience that when in doubt, seeking the vice-emperor's intervention was the way to go. Yuan Xi observed the ruckus outside the palace with calm detachment, while Kilimon glanced and then averted his gaze. Although the scene appeared tumultuous and frightening, to them, the force exhibited was akin to mere child's play for the genetic entities involved. Both Russ and Magnus were not foolish, after all, they were within the Terra Imperial Palace. Beneath Yuan Xi's watchful gaze, they could not genuinely fight to the death, at most, they were contemplating landing a punch on each other to relieve their frustrations. Naturally, Yuan Xi could not allow the two to continue their brawl indefinitely, the surrounding guards appeared ready to intervene, and repairing the palace would be quite the hassle. Thus, she swiftly flew over and delivered a slap to each of them. If you wish to fight, there are plenty of places for that. Causing a ruckus in the palace is utterly unacceptable. Sister, Russ called me foolish, Magnus complained. Russ, are you not foolish? Stop. She turned to Russ. Russ, I have already consented to Magnus, as long as he secures the majority of the brothers' approval, he may explore the Yasukai under supervision. Do you have any objections? Russ remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. Yuan Xi then turned to the still smirking Magnus. Little Ma, Russ's concerns mirror my own. I nearly perished at the hands of a malevolent deity, so I do not wish for you to suffer the same fate. Russ shares this sentiment. Therefore, do not blame him, his actions today stem from genuine concern for you. Magnus lowered his head. I understand, sister. That is more like it, Yuan Xi said, patting their shoulders. If there is anything to discuss, let it be known, why should brothers resort to fighting? Russ laughed heartily. Brother, it was quite exhilarating to spar with you today. Let us find time for a drink. Magnus smiled awkwardly. I am not much of a drinker, brother, but in the future, if any of the psychic practitioners in your legion have questions, they may come to me, and I shall provide answers without reservation. That is Fenris runes, not psychic power. Do not be so stubborn, do you think I cannot discern if it is psychic or not? Magnus, I will end you. Enough, Yuan Xi said with an impassive expression. Having come to terms with the situation, it seemed these two were simply destined to clash. Have you found father? Aliman inquired of Ormazd, who shook his head. No. He would not have hidden away to roam the Yasukai, would he? That cannot be, Aliman pondered. This morning, as usual, he observed his unruly father, however. When he pulled back the covers early in the morning, the man was nowhere to be found. Aliman recalled that day after Terra's unification, when the Emperor was about to embark on a grand expedition to conquer the Starry Sea. Aliman was set to join his brother Ormazd in military service. Yet no one could have anticipated that the then Vice-Emperor Yuan Xi would personally receive the two brothers. At that moment, Yuan Xi smiled and gestured for the two mortals before her to take a seat on the nearby chairs. As the brothers nervously settled down, they reflected on their lives, bewildered as to why the Vice-Emperor would summon them simply for their desire to enlist. Do not be afraid, Yuan Xi spoke, her voice like a gentle breeze. I believe you are curious. A trembling Almazide nodded in agreement. You are aware that the Achaemenid is the recruitment ground for the 15th Legion, Yuan Xi continued with a smile. Among all the legions, the 15th is the most unique, as it is predominantly composed of psychics, unlike the others where such individuals are exceedingly rare. Aryaman hesitantly interjected, so. I cannot divulge too much to you now, but once you become Astartes, you will comprehend the significance of your duties. I have come to request your assistance. Well, yes. You. When your progenitor returns, I hope you can keep an eye on him. I cannot monitor him constantly, so I wish for you, as his offspring, to help watch over him. At that time, the two were unaware of what Yuan Xi's words truly meant. It was only after they became part of the 15th Legion, after they had encountered the darkness of the ether, and after they met their father, who was addicted to traversing the ether, that they understood Yuan Xi's intent. They had witnessed the profound darkness of the ether during the abhorrent rituals, encountering terrifying demons that paled in comparison to the might of their progenitor. They understood that should Magnus ever fall into misfortune, it would spell disaster for the Empire and humanity. Thus, they vigilantly watched over their father, fearing that he might be deceived by a malevolent deity. Aryaman clenched his teeth. Gather all Legion members, we must dig 3 feet into Terra to locate our father. Almazide suddenly turned to look outside. It seems our father has returned. Magnus strode in, proud and defiant, shedding his previous tendency to avoid his children. My sister has said I can now study the ether for an hour daily under the supervision of the Thousand Suns. You cannot prevent me from accessing the net now. Aryaman and Almazide exchanged glances. Father, you haven't been deceived by an illusion of a malevolent deity, have you? Magnus grew anxious. This time it is genuine. You can inquire if you wish. Alas, their father had already succumbed to confusion, and the Thousand Suns mobilized to restrain him. No, this time it is truly real. Trust me, believe me. Nevertheless, on this day, Magnus was unable to successfully traverse the vast ocean. The unfortunate Jinchi awaited desperately in the ether, cradling the adorable little sprite he had managed to find. Little Ma, he called. Chapter 78, Let us hope I am Rogaldorn. I am Magnus, dear brother. Little Ma's recent attempts to gather votes had been dismal, failing to rally support for Gil Lyman on Terra and offending Russ in the process. He hastily took his ship, the Glorious, to the front lines of the Great Crusade, hoping to win over his brothers. His first stop was Dorn, who was valiantly fighting alone at the front. Magnus calculated shrewdly that since Dorn was solitary, a visit of warmth and concern would surely foster a good relationship. However, Magnus seemed unaware of the reasons behind Dorn's solitary endeavors. Thus, when our dear Magnus attempted to express concern, brother, how is the Great Crusade proceeding? If there are difficulties, I can have the Thousand Suns assist the Imperial Fists. Magnus approached Dorn with utmost care, but Dorn recoiled in discomfort. What exactly do you intend to do? I merely wish to express my concern for you, dear brother. What harm can that do? Dorn's expression turned cold as he glared at Magnus. I shall take my leave. Do not bother me. Wait, brother. Magnus hastily grasped Dorn, who was about to rise. Actually, I have something I need your assistance with. Magnus proceeded to recount his situation in detail, causing a notable shift in Dorn's demeanor. Dorn's frustration escalated. Had I known that my patience would lead to this, I would have left immediately. He exclaimed angrily. Magnus, do you even comprehend what you are doing? Do you wish to betray the Empire and embrace chaos? Dorn's extreme loyalty fueled his rage, and the very thought of treachery against the Emperor ignited his fury. Magnus, oblivious to the gravity of his actions, was fortunate that Dorn had not struck him outright in his rage. Wait, brother. I do not intend to betray, you are still seeking excuses for your vanity. Dorn rose. You fully understand what the ether signifies, you are aware of our father's warnings, yet you remain obstinate. I cannot agree to this. Brother. If you continue to argue, I shall strike you. Defeated, Magnus departed, returning to the Glorious, where he lamented to Aryaman and Almazide. I never intended to betray. Why does everyone think my research into the ether equates to siding with chaos? Aryaman and Almazide exchanged glances, unusually refraining from chastising their father and instead offering comfort. It is all right, father, we know your loyalty. The Thousand Suns understood that Magnus was not malevolent, he was merely stubborn. From childhood, Magnus had been a model student, akin to Prospero's ideal child, believing he possessed a keen sense of discernment, making it difficult for him to heed others' warnings. In this light, Magnus might appear arrogant, somewhat. But not entirely. If he were to err, he would sincerely repent. The issue lay in the uncertainty of what calamity might arise from his potential mistakes. Thus, the 1,000 sons vigilantly watched their father, fearing that if he were to err, the consequences could be dire, with siding with chaos being the least of the issues. Magnus shook his head. It is fine, we shall seek out other brothers, there must be some who will believe in me. Will there? Ahriman remained silent. Horus, sorry, brother. I align with father and sister, I echo their sentiments. By the way, have you heard my 30-year saga? Magnus sighed. Very well, next. Just returned from the Great Crusade. Shan Yuanli and Ferris said, no particular thoughts, I abstain. Fine, next. Fulgrim, brother, you truly should heed father's advice, the ether holds no benefits for you. Magnus. Vulcan, I am merely a blacksmith, unversed in such matters, but it is prudent to heed our father. Magnus lamented, a bleak future indeed. Alas. So many brothers could not muster even one supporter, how could he pursue knowledge of the ether or traverse the vast ocean? Within the glorious, witnessing their father's despair. Ahriman hesitated. Did the opinions of the princes truly hold significance? Whether Magnus could study the ether hinged not on the princes but on a word from the emperor or Yuan Xi. If either expressed support, the other princes would be powerless to oppose. How could their father not comprehend this? Of course, Ahriman could not voice such thoughts. As he did not wish to see Magnus engage with the ether unimpeded, the current situation was adequate. Almazide communicated through psychic means with Ahriman. It appears father's campaign for support is doomed. Indeed, it was nearly impossible to secure the backing of more than half of the princes unless what? Forget I said anything. Unless a new prince emerges, one who can earn the trust of all the royal sons and express support for their father, how could such a notion even be entertained? Ahriman chuckled at the absurdity of it all. It is impossible, the princes each possess distinct personalities, and who could possibly be a favorite among them all? Only a princess could wield such influence, and that is merely a fanciful thought. Suddenly, Magnus, who had been lamenting, lifted his head. If it is indeed our father's intention for me not to delve deeply into the subspace, then I shall persuade him otherwise. Ahriman was left speechless, astounded at the sheer audacity of his father's extraordinary wisdom. How could one dare to counsel the emperor? Magnus, however, felt increasingly convinced of his course of action and promptly commanded his attendants to seek out the emperor for an audience. Ahriman and Ormuzd exchanged hesitant glances. Perhaps it was best not to worry, after all, the emperor likely would not resort to violence against his own son over such trivial matters. One can only hope. Kiriman. Your wish will be realized, trust me. Yuan Xi sipped her tea while Kiriman, buried in paperwork, sighed, let us hope so. Kiriman genuinely wished for the brothers to sit down together and share a meal. He had already arranged for the construction of a grand chamber on Maculage, large enough to accommodate over 20 original beings. He longed for a time when everything would settle, and the brothers could gather as ordinary siblings, enjoying each other's company over a meal. Unfortunately, as Kiriman became acquainted with more brothers, this desire seemed ever more elusive. They hailed from various corners of the galaxy, each with their own customs and ideals. Merely tolerating one another was a feat, and sharing a meal together seemed like a distant dream. Yuan Xi's presence could undoubtedly ease the tensions among the brothers, as the originals were fundamentally good-hearted, albeit prone to holding their feelings inside. Yuan Xi, however, was perpetually occupied with her duties. Kiriman found himself curious, having taken on a substantial portion of imperial affairs. How was it that Yuan Xi remained so overwhelmed? What could possibly keep her so busy? Sister, what do you usually occupy yourself with? Yuan Xi paused, smiling as she regarded Kiriman. Are you suggesting you are not busy enough and wish to take on my burdens? Kiriman's expression twisted momentarily. Never mind, sister. If you do not wish to share, then do not. Kiriman, do you know why Li left Terra? He shook his head. I do not. To be honest, he had only met the taciturn brother a handful of times. Their conversations had been pleasant, yet they lacked depth. Recently, he was quite surprised when Yuan Xi unexpectedly approved Shan Yuanli's request to depart Terra once more to lead a legion. Li had lost his family to Randon, and upon learning of their whereabouts again, he was consumed by a desire for vengeance. Kiriman's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. I see. His urgency is palpable. bordering on recklessness. The enemy is far from simplistic, and I hope to gather more precise intelligence. So, sister, you have been engrossed in researching Randon lately? Not entirely. There are other matters at hand. You will understand when you meet the other brothers in due time. Kiriman hesitated, pondering the prophecies and the psionics involved. Magnus interjected, forgive me, but psionics are truly remarkable. The Emperor retorted, remarkable, indeed, I made them remarkable. Magnus corrected himself, wrong, father, please stop, please. Chapter 79, Worthy of the Blood of St. Giles. My lord, are you well? St. Giles smiled gently at the child behind him, of course, my dear. Why do you ask? You have been gazing at the sky for quite some time. The child could not comprehend what was captivating about the dim sky of Boyer. Wondering why St. Giles remained fixated on the distant heavens. St. Giles knelt beside the child. His pale fingertips brushing away the dust from the child's face. I am awaiting my father. Legend has it that long ago, the people of Bear experienced a horrific war, leading to the obliteration of the planet's civilization. Before the arrival of the originals, only a handful of inhabitants survived on this terrifying world filled with radiation, beasts, and mutants. The cultivation pod of the originals descended upon Boyer, and the local bloodline tribes soon discovered a beautiful winged boy. Initially, they mistook the original for merely another mutated being, for it is difficult to believe that a normal human could possess wings. Some even attempted to slay him. Yet, they soon realized that this boy could effortlessly vanquish the lethal fire scorpions of Bear, prompting the tribes to adopt him. The original quickly showcased his prowess, traversing the radiation-laden desert without protection and leading the locals to repel the mutants that had long threatened their existence. He ascended to leadership, and the people revered him as a deity, the sacred Giles of Bear. Recently, St. Giles experienced an inexplicable premonition. He envisioned his father, a hazy, golden giant, arriving at Bear. St. Giles could not discern whether this was a portent of good or ill, nor could he ascertain if it heralded fortune or disaster for his bloodline. All he could do was prepare himself, awaiting the impending arrival. A profound sense of intuition washed over St. Giles. He sensed the moment had arrived. Alone, he ventured into the seemingly endless desert of Boyer, accompanied only by his sword, poised to greet his long-unknown father. St. Giles had never witnessed an aerial vessel. The colossal golden object descending from the sky resembled a fierce vulture. From within emerged a battalion of golden warriors, flanking the path of their sovereign. Greetings, travelers. St. Giles spoke in the tongue of his bloodline, yet it seemed the golden warriors could not comprehend him. He blinked, pondering how to communicate. My son. A voice resonated from the Path of Kings, and for a moment, St. Giles believed it to be a mere echo of his thoughts. For the bloodline language of his father mirrored his own pronunciation, as though the response had been drawn directly from his innermost being. The voice continued, I am the Emperor. Your father. St. Giles gazed into his father's eyes, where he perceived countless souls, men, women, elders, and children. His father appeared more as an amalgamation of concepts than a mere individual. Enough of this pretense, it is a heartfelt reunion, so why the facade? The atmosphere shifted, as Yuan Xi, standing beside the Emperor, nudged him with her elbow. The Emperor cast Yuan Xi a sidelong glance, then fell silent. St. Giles was taken aback. This figure had never appeared in his visions. A person who bore a striking resemblance to him yet was undeniably different. Yuan Xi approached St. Giles. I am Yuan Xi, your sister. You see, I have 2 more pairs of wings than you. St. Giles chuckled, although Yuan Xi's command of the bloodline language was somewhat clumsy. He felt her joy and kindness radiating through. I am St. Giles, do all my siblings possess wings? Then, he noticed the Emperor frowning slightly as he surveyed his pristine wings, causing a pang of concern to swell within him. Surely not. What troubles you, father? Are you frightened? Yuan Xi swiftly conveyed a psionic message to the Emperor. He should not have wings. And what of it? I have wings too, and 2 extra pairs at that. The Emperor shot Yuan Xi a glance. He was not born with wings, you were born with them. Owing to the complexity of your genes. I was too indifferent to alter it, allowing your wings to remain. Indifferent, you say? The Emperor skillfully severed the psionic link, and Yuan Xi, gritting her teeth, ultimately refrained from further protest. Shangjalisi was oblivious to the events unfolding around him, yet the reactions of the 2 individuals before him were indeed intriguing. He observed with a smile the silent demeanor of his father and the flustered expression of his sister, sensing that the future would not lack excitement. The people here place their faith in me, yet the Empire should not interfere with them, as long as you promise that, I will acquiesce to your demands. The Emperor remained silent, a silence that nearly suffocated Sigillite. As his father elaborated on his grand vision, Sigillite glimpsed the supreme glory atop that great endeavor. Yet he also perceived the stark white bones lying beneath that radiance. Father, you claim you will grant me a legion to conquer the starry seas. May I pose a question? What if I refuse? The Emperor continued his silence. Father, what do I mean to you? The Emperor gazed out the window, where a dozen children laughed and played around Yuan Xi, having never encountered someone as reminiscent of their lord Sigillite as she was. They surrounded Yuan Xi just as they would have around Sigillite. Kneeling on the ground, Yuan Xi smiled as she retrieved candies and snacks from the crevices of her armor. The children, unfamiliar with such delights, mimicked Yuan Xi, placing the confections in their mouths and giggling with glee. Following the Emperor's gaze towards Yuan Xi, Sigillite then heard the Emperor's response, "You are my children, nothing more." "Then swear it, father, the Empire's arrival will only usher in peace for the blood kin." "I swear." Sigillite gently closed his eyes, a wave of relaxation washing over him, and it was only then that he realized how tense he had been moments before. "All right. Let us discuss the future." "No, I must be imagining things." Kilimon sensed something was amiss. Had he become daft from work? Or was it possible he was witnessing a superlatively handsome figure resembling his sister, even adorned with wings, seated in her place, indulging in fruit? Sigillite had a fondness for fruit, for everything on Bear was rather dry, even the few fruits available were rendered tasteless by radiation. While he was munching on a piece of fruit, he looked up to see Kilimon standing in the doorway. "What are you doing here, brother?" Kilimon was startled by Sigillite's sudden approach, but he quickly regained his composure. He must be yet another brother. "I am Sigillite. From the Bai 2 of the Dongjong Star Domain, recently brought back by my father and sister. I am Robert Kilimon, also hailing from the Dongjong Star Domain, from Maculage. Having returned to the Empire 6 years ago." "Maculage?" "Indeed, Maculage." As he spoke of his homeland, Kilimon's chest swelled with pride. He eagerly recounted the excellence of Maculage and the prosperity of its people. Sigillite listened quietly until Kilimon finished his tale, then smiled in response. "It sounds wonderful. Bai 2 is merely an expanse of endless desert. I would truly love the opportunity to visit Maculage." "Do not worry, brother." Kilimon could hardly contain his excitement as he patted Sigillite on the shoulder. "Maculage will always welcome you, brother." Kilimon found this brother truly admirable. Not only for his striking appearance and ethereal presence but also for his humble and courteous demeanor, which felt like a refreshing spring breeze. "Brother, why not host a return parade to introduce yourself to the brothers and your offspring?" Sigillite chuckled softly, "Because I have much to learn. I believe I should first familiarize myself with all facets of the Empire to truly know my brothers and lead my descendants adequately." As Sigillite spoke these words, his gaze lowered, his tone imbued with humility and gentleness. Kilimon clutched his chest, thinking, he must be an angel, indeed. "It seems you are enjoying your conversation. So I need not introduce you," Yuan Xi remarked as she entered, witnessing Sigillite's polite smile and Kilimon's infatuated expression, his gaze fixated upon the face of the seraph, nearly drooling. Yuan Xi nudged Kilimon's arm. "All right, even if Sigillite is stunning, you shouldn't stare." Kilimon's face flushed slightly. "No, Sigillite approached Yuan Xi from behind, bending down, his arm slipping around her waist through the gaps in his wings. "All right, sister, you are the most beautiful." Gazing at the breathtakingly handsome face resting on her shoulder, Yuan Xi gently pinched Sigillite's cheek. "Do not jest, I must attend to my duties." Sigillite feigned a look of grievance. "Very well." Yuan Xi then took her seat, while Sigillite settled into the adjacent chair, perusing a book and occasionally nibbling on grapes. Observing Kilimon still standing there, hesitating to speak, Sigillite inquired, "Brother, why do you linger? Is there something on your mind?" Yuan Xi shot Sigillite a deadpan look. "Because you are occupying his seat." "Oh dear, my apologies," Sigillite chuckled, rising to shift a chair beside Yuan Xi. "Then I shall sit here." Kilimon resumed his seat, silently watching Sigillite feed Yuan Xi fruit while reading, sensing an air of cunning in his brother. Sigillite winked at Kilimon. "What troubles you, brother?" "Nothing." Kilimon lowered his gaze to the documents, dismissing the notion as mere illusion. Chapter 80, The Flawed Seraph. Something felt off, very off. Kilimon observed Shangjalisi, who seemed oblivious as he fed Yuan Xi grapes, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Aren't you eating? Sister? Go ahead and eat. For several days, Shangjalisi had seemingly become attached to Yuan Xi. Often, her whereabouts were unknown, yet whenever she appeared, Shangjalisi would instinctively approach her. Yuan Xi found it difficult to maintain her composure, while she recognized that many original entities felt a sense of reliance on her. Witnessing such an overwhelming dependence from Shangjalisi was unprecedented. Even Horus did not exhibit such behavior. When Shangjalisi was initially found, he expressed a desire to thoroughly learn about the Empire before commanding his legion, to which the Emperor consented. Yuan Xi suggested that Shangjalisi seek Horus, believing their contrasting temperaments would complement each other well. However, Shangjalisi insisted he wished to learn from Yuan Xi first, and the Emperor agreed once more. Yuan Xi aimed to carve out time to impart knowledge about the Empire to Shangjalisi, but it soon became evident that it was unnecessary. The learning capability of original entities required no teacher. With merely a glance at books and newspapers, Shangjalisi grasped a considerable understanding of the Empire. So, when will you seek Horus? Shangjalisi smiled as he held a grape to Yuan Xi's lips. Do you wish for me to leave, sister? Not at all. But we have taught you all we can. Shangjalisi blinked his beautiful eyes. That is fine, I can self-study on Terra. Brother, Kilimon interjected. You can take the books you wish to bring along, so you can continue your studies even while away from Terra. As he spoke, Kilimon fell silent, pondering why it felt suddenly colder. Shangjalisi was smiling at Kilimon when he felt a soft hand pinch his cheek. Yuan Xi spoke up. Kilimon, please step outside for a moment. I need to converse with Shangjalisi. Kilimon stood and walked to the door, casting a glance back, curious about their conversation, but he was not one to eavesdrop. Thus, he slowly closed the door and stood guard outside like a sentry. I did not intend to eavesdrop, I merely stand watch to prevent others from entering. Haha. The soundproofing of the palace is truly remarkable. Inside, Shangjalisi gently held the hand that cupped his cheek. Sister, what do you wish to convey? Are you afraid? Shangjalisi paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Why do you ask that, sister? Because you indeed appear to be frightened. Shangjalisi fell silent. Throughout his life, he had always considered himself the most exceptional one. On Ba-Air, he was regarded as a deity in the eyes of others, undeniably so. Even though he was aware of his own limitations. Before encountering the Emperor, Shangjalisi believed that his wings and his extraordinary powers were bestowed upon him by his father. He trusted that his brothers possessed the same admirable appearance and formidable strength as he did. However, upon returning, Shangjalisi sorrowfully realized that even among his brothers, he was the most unique. They lacked wings, and after reviewing their battle records, he discovered they did not share his abilities. Shangjalisi had always deemed power to be a curse. He could not fathom why he was so special, why only he among his brothers possessed such capabilities, which left him in a state of trepidation. There was only one exception, Yuan Xi, who, like him, was a genetic original, endowed with wings and even greater strength. Shangjalisi recognized that although Yuan Xi resembled him in many ways, her attributes were not fortuitous, her strength and appearance were anticipated by their father, whereas his were not. Thus, he unconsciously sought to win her favor, hoping to enhance her recognition of him and, in turn, bolster his own sense of security. Suddenly, he felt two hands on his cheeks. It was Yuan Xi, gently lifting his chin. Do not worry, if the Empire does not trust you, the first to be suspected should be me. As long as I am here, you will never face reckoning. Shangjalisi smiled, placing his hands over hers. But sister, I am not perfect, while you are far more so. No one is perfect, and no one requires perfection, Yuan Xi replied, playfully pinching his cheek. But it's all right. The flawed Shangjalisi is quite adorable. Sister, a month from now, I will seek Horus. I will learn how to lead my legion there. Go ahead. If you have any questions, just ask Horus. He is undoubtedly an exceptional brother. Is he temperate? Very much so. Why? Then I can rest easy. I simply do not understand. The fruits aboard the Vengeance of Souls are enough to feed 100,000 Astartes for a month. Which famished soul devoured them all in a single day? Abaddon seethed. Shang-Chi slightly unfurled his wings to obscure Abaddon's gaze. Not me, I have no idea. Horus looked helplessly at Shang-Chi, then glanced at the furious Abaddon. I ate them, what of it? You ate them, your father ate them well. Abaddon hastily swallowed his words. It should have been you eating them, the more you eat, the more it proves your physique strength. Enough, Abaddon, Horus waved his hand. When the next planet's resupply arrives, we shall add more fruit. Alright, I shall be off, father. Abaddon fled without looking back. It was a jest, if he lingered. His father might realize that he had been reprimanded, and then he would face punishment again. Abaddon had no desire to relive that embarrassing tale. Once they were alone, Shang-Chi quietly spoke, I apologize, brother, I lost control and inadvertently consumed them all. Horus clapped Shang-Chi on the shoulder and laughed heartily. No worries. Eat to your heart's content, brother, those fruits were prepared specifically for you. Horus had received a letter from Yuan Xi, informing him of a new brother who had a penchant for fruit, which is why he had prepared an abundance aboard the Vengeance of Souls, awaiting Shang-Chi. Poor Abaddon thought they were meant for them. However, if they truly desired some, Horus would prepare a bit for his progeny. He pondered, after all. He was a benevolent father, though he himself had little interest in such things, he could not let his children suffer. Shang-Chi smiled as he observed the shifting expressions of Horus. This brother was rather easy to understand. Shang-Chi found it quite simple to comprehend Horus, for he was consistently sincere and enthusiastic. His affections and aversions were unreservedly displayed in Shang-Chi's presence. On the very first day Shang-Chi arrived aboard the Vengeance of Souls, Horus joyfully recounted his 30-year saga, detailing how he monopolized Yuan Xi and the Emperor's time for those 3 decades. Others might perceive this as boasting, but Shang-Chi sensed that Horus genuinely wished to express his love for their father and sister. Such sincerity sometimes evoked envy in Shang-Chi. Thus, the seemingly aloof Shang-Chi surprisingly found a harmonious rapport with Horus. Look, brother, this necklace was a gift from sister, and this ring was from father. Aren't they beautiful? Shang-Chi smiled, resting his chin on his hand, his fingers idly playing with the teardrop-shaped ruby earrings. Horus also cherished this new brother, he was simply perfect, or rather, Shang-Chi embodied perfection itself. In Horus's eyes, Shang-Chi could even rival their father and sister. Moreover, Shang-Chi resembled them not merely in appearance but in a certain aura, an ineffable quality that Horus could not articulate but greatly appreciated. Brother, you have spent quite a long time on Terra, haven't you? Indeed, Shang-Chi smiled, resting his chin on his hand. During that time I was by sister's side, learning. Horus suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Then you must have met Mikado. Shang-Chi was taken aback. Are you perhaps missing the point? Yes, what of it? Brother, you must be cautious of him, he is a traitor and a scoundrel. Anything related to him, you must inform me. Shang-Chi recalled the elderly man in the Ministry of Affairs, who had tirelessly devoted himself to his duties, and then thought of the quarrels between Gil Liman and Mikado, which seemed riddled with flaws in his eyes. Something felt amiss. What if the Emperor was the true villain, and Mikado was merely the scapegoat? Yet, seeing Horus's clenched jaw, Shang-Chi chose to remain silent. Never mind, one cannot impart knowledge to others, they must learn through experience. Surely, it would be quite amusing when Horus encountered a setback. Chapter 81, Titles are truly difficult to conceive. Children, come and paint with me, would you? Shang-Chi sighed softly, it turned out that caring for children was exhausting. Long ago, the 9th Legion was a fearsome force of flesh-eating ghouls, one that few desired to associate with. On the battlefield, they unabashedly displayed their thirst for blood and death, lacking grace and the honor befitting warriors. Their existence was solely to crush any enemies before them. And the Emperor indeed employed them as such, a role they accepted with cold pride. For ages, they remained unnoticed, even developing some bloody and brutal rituals. To the Empire, they were dreaded ghouls, to the Empire's enemies, they were terrifying beasts. Yet, to Yuan Xi, they were merely misguided warriors in need of salvation. Long ago, Yuan Xi began her efforts to cure the 9th Legion's bloodthirst. In battle, they would gradually succumb to a frenzied craving for blood, until Yuan Xi could resolve their thirst. The Thunder Warriors were dispatched to prevent them from losing their sanity. Simultaneously, to improve the 9th Legion's reputation, Yuan Xi had sent a company to fight alongside them when the Zero Legion consisted of only 500 members. Yuan Xi's measures have yielded remarkable results. It has been a long time since anyone has mentioned the name of the 9th Legion schools. Now, when the 9th Legion is referenced, the first thought that comes to mind is the valiant Grey Warriors fighting on the front lines against the fiercest of foes. Long before St. Gilly's return, Yuan Xi had already made significant progress in his research on bloodlust. While a complete cure remained elusive, he managed to ensure that those afflicted would not lose too much of their sanity, which stands as Yuan Xi's most notable achievement. St. Gilly's was well aware of all this. Yuan Xi had disclosed every detail about the 9th Legion to him. St. Gilly's contemplated how he should face his progeny. He had deliberately observed the interactions between Horus and the Shadow Moon Wolf, taking mental notes to embody the responsibilities of a father when he met his children. However, when the day arrived, and he beheld the eager, longing eyes of his kin, all his previous thoughts were cast aside, and ultimately, he chose sincerity. During a significant battle, St. Gilly's encountered the 9th Legion, his offspring. In a recently concluded skirmish, they had valiantly captured a stronghold, providing cover for the following troops. Approaching his children, amidst their radiant gazes, St. Gilly's spoke, his gentle yet resolute voice overpowering the howling winds above. He declared, "Do not pledge loyalty to me merely for sharing the same blood, only do so if you deem me worthy." In the next moment, St. Gilly's unsheathed his sword and knelt before them, to the astonishment of all. "Instead, allow me to offer my loyalty. I promise to share in your glory or accompany you into the abyss. I ask to fight alongside you. Should you refuse, I shall depart without resentment, even if it means breaking my vow to the Emperor. If you accept me, then let us write the story of our future together." Captain Ampulu of the Dawn Angels stood quietly to the side, observing the tearful warriors opposite him. He recalled the day he first arrived at the 9th Legion, when those wandering spirits mockingly addressed him, saying, "How could the offspring of our Vice-Emperor deign to come here?" Ampulu halted his brothers, who were ready to act. "Brothers, we are here to save you." The warrior smirked, revealing his long, bloodied fangs. "I thought we had been abandoned." "No one will abandon you." The warrior approached Ampulu. "Even our progenitor would be sorely disappointed by our current state." Gazing at the Astartes surrounding St. Gilly's, Ampulu blinked. "Look. He is not disappointed in you, he has not abandoned you." According to research departments, the sound levels during the parade on Terra the day of St. Gilly's return reached historical highs, and notably, the rebroadcast of the return parade garnered the highest viewership among all progenitor return parades. Horus casually draped his arm over St. Gilly's shoulder, who adjusted his wings slightly for comfort. "I thought you were too busy on the front lines to return." Horus laughed heartily. "Brother, how could I miss such an important occasion?" On the float, Horus and St. Gilly's exchanged enthusiastic words like long-lost friends, while Ferris and Fulgrim whispered to each other, "This new brother has wings too." Ferris glanced at the wings on St. Gilly's back. "Indeed, I thought only our sister had them." Fulgrim looked at Ferris. "Why don't we have wings?" Ferris shuddered at the thought of having wings. "Thank goodness I don't, or else blacksmithing would be uncomfortable." At that moment, Horus turned. "Brother, this is Fulgrim." Fulgrim smiled slightly. "Greetings, brother. This is Ferris." Ferris nodded. "Hello. This is Guilliman. We've known each other for a while." "This is Dorn. I am Rogel Dorn." St. Gilly's smiled gently. "I am St. Gilly's. And I have brought gifts for my brothers." Later at the banquet, St. Gilly's entered carrying a sack. "These are luminescent stones from Baltar and Ball gems. Please see if there is anything you fancy." Fulgrim eagerly approached to select, while Ferris showed little interest. Fulgrim jokingly teased Ferris, comparing him to a gorgon obsessed with violence, which succeeded in amusing both Ferris and Horus. Dorn remained expressionless, about to speak when Horus swiftly covered his mouth. "Brother, let us discuss the Great Crusade later." Dorn nodded and fell silent. Meanwhile, Guilliman's gaze shifted to the unnoticed conversation between St. Gilly's and Yuan Xi in the corner. In that corner, St. Gilly's produced a crown carved from a single gem and placed it upon Yuan Xi's head. "Look, sister, it fits perfectly." As he spoke, he leaned closer to Yuan Xi. Feigning indignation, "Sister, did you purposely withhold information about the 9th Legion from me?" Yuan Xi smiled awkwardly. "Didn't I tell you? Calm as a maiden, swift as a hare." Yuan Xi straightened unconsciously. "Indeed. Are you certain this phrase is used correctly?" Yuan Xi awkwardly scratched her cheek. The issue of the Ninth Legion's bloodlust had significantly improved, as they were now experiencing an unusual phenomenon of sleepiness. Generally, Astartes require very little sleep and can endure extreme conditions without rest. Yet, the Ninth Legion maintained a commendable sleep routine. It seemed that every time bloodlust struck, they were knocked unconscious by the Thunder Warriors, inadvertently conditioning them for somnolence. Even the newer recruits, initially unaffected, soon succumbed to slumber after a few beatings. Upon St. Gilly's return, he had intended to utilize artistic philosophy to combat bloodlust. However, he quickly noticed his children peacefully asleep. How can you be sleeping? At your age, how can you sleep? Children, would you like to learn to paint with me? Ah. Yes, father. Listening to the chorus of yawns, St. Gilly struggled to maintain his composure, recalling how Yuan Xi had described his legion, calm as a maiden, swift as a hare. Indeed, these youngsters fought fiercely but slept soundly when not engaged in battle. Nevertheless, he deemed that being drowsy was preferable to losing one's sanity to vampirism. And St. Gilly's felt grateful for that. At worst, he could gradually correct their behaviors later. However, he resolved not to let the matter rest, at the very least. He needed to provide his sister with a good scare. In the corner, Yuan Xi watched as St. Gilly's approached her, carrying another bag. Cough, St. Gilly's, what is this? Sister. These are all handmade ornaments for you, you must try them on. Yuan Xi gulped at the sight of the bag filled with hundreds of unique pieces. Can I try them one by one? No, they are all sets, sister must wear them all at once. All right. Don't you like them? No, I love them. Yuan Xi gritted her teeth, I absolutely adore them. Chapter 82, The Second Randan War, 1. For this empire, it had been a long time since they felt fear. But Randan was about to remind the empire of what fear truly is. Since the decline of the Eldar, the two mightiest forces in the galaxy were on the verge of erupting into the most terrifying conflict, heralding the arrival of destruction. Following the conclusion of the first Randan engagement, Yuan Xi promptly commanded a formidable fleet, including 3 Astartes legions, to pursue relentlessly, seeking to identify and annihilate Randan's sphere of influence. However, the vast armada yielded no significant results. To this day, the Empire remains unaware of the precise location of Randan's core. Xuanjiao Moors, the site of the Empire's initial confrontation with Randan, is shrouded by a veil of debris from the former war satellites, a grim testament to the horrors that transpired here. In comparison to the ominous presence that now looms over Moors, these remnants seem trivial. Tidal gazed through the porthole at the shadowy armada that blotted out the sky, with massive war satellites scattered throughout the fleet's heart. The diminutive window could hardly contain the vastness of these war machines. A wave of nostalgia washed over Tidal, for his homeland lay merely a few light-years away. In just a decade or so, he anticipated a glorious retirement, having already secured a plot of land back home, eager to cultivate it and enjoy his twilight years. Commander, we have relayed the message, a trembling soldier behind Tidal reported. He had witnessed terrifying foes before and had seen how the Emperor's angels engaged in fierce combat with them. He had thought he could conquer his fear, yet now, confronted by a swarm of enemies resembling a dark cloud, primal instincts surged forth. Tidal understood, he knew that fear gripped everyone, and he was terrified himself. Yet, as the highest authority present, if he faltered, who could possibly save them? How many do we have? 200,000, Commander. How much reinforcements can we expect in a short time? 7 Imperial Guard regiments and 1 Astartes unit have responded to our call for aid. The nearest will arrive in 3 days. 3 days. Tidal scoffed inwardly. Mandeville was 100,000 miles away, and subspace transit was hardly a viable option. Quite splendid. He thought, by the time reinforcements arrived, he would likely be reduced to ashes. Movement. Just as Tidal contemplated this, the fearsome fleet stirred. Disregarding the modest escort fleet composed of merely 2 ships, fanning out around the war satellites and plunging into the dark cosmos, which was the Empire's territory. Silence enveloped the escort vessels. The crew members were mute, akin to seedlings in a deluge, as if they were on the verge of being crushed by an overwhelming force. What the hell are you doing? A gunshot shattered the stillness as Tidal fired at the ceiling. Are you all fools? Why are you simply waiting for those detestable aliens to breach the sacred borders of the Empire? Have you forgotten how to fire the warships? Commander, we fire. Fire. The cannons aboard the warships unleashed a barrage of firepower, unprecedented in its intensity since their inception. Yet, accompanied by a brilliant flash, all fire was absorbed by the energy shields of the alien vessels. The enemy remained undeterred, such trifling attacks were akin to mere tickling. And the main force continued its advance. Tidal could not contain his fury. "Face me, you bastards! Face me!" As nearly all alien warships ventured into deep space. A colossal black vessel loomed before Tidal. It made no move, no gesture, merely hovering in front of the two escort ships like a giant confronting two infants. What the hell do these creatures want? "Commander, we have a communication request." Tidal's gaze sharpened. Was it reinforcements or the enemy? If it were the latter, how had they accessed the Empire's communication channels? Accept it. Yes. A crackling sound followed, and a voice resonated throughout the warship. "Greetings, humans. We are Randan." "Damn it." Tidal cursed, "Shut off the communicator." "Commander, we cannot turn it off." The voice continued, "We come not for war. Randan is a race that cherishes peace. We seek to unite all species of the galaxy under one banner, to forge a harmonious world. Your emperor, however, is the butcher with blood-stained hands. Our mission is to liberate all races from the tyrant's grasp." Bang! Tidal shot the communicator into pieces, turning to face his terrified subordinates. "Are you hesitating?" Silence. A moment of stillness passed, and Tidal sneered, "Have you forgotten what transpired here 30 years ago? Have you forgotten how those damned aliens tormented humanity? You dare hesitate?" Some were about to speak but were silenced by Tidal's gesture. "Do not apologize to me, do not make promises. Your actions will prove your loyalty." The escort ships fired again as Tidal roared orders to unleash all firepower and weaponry upon the Empire's foes before them. A tremendous explosion echoed. And Tidal felt the deck tremble beneath his feet. His stance remained resolute. He did not turn back, he already knew what had transpired. "Commander. Our other escort ship has defected." Tidal waved his hand dismissively, "No need to elaborate, Thailand." He gazed out the porthole at the unmoving alien vessel and then turned his attention back to the young soldiers behind him, his blue eyes, dulled by time, locking onto theirs. "The Emperor has given us everything. Will you now offer everything back to the Emperor, my child?" The soldier smiled and stood tall, meeting the gaze of the elder with his own blue eyes. "Of course, father." "Very well, Tuirker, ram it." Tuirker was the name of Tidal's home planet. And every soldier here was chosen from there. They had departed their homeland with hope, and now they were destined to perish aboard a ship named after their birthplace. A blinding flash illuminated the desolate cosmos. "Your Excellency, how many legions are stationed at the northern border of the Empire?" "There are 7 legions, Your Excellency." "Then mobilize them all. Prepare the Empire's wing. I shall lead the charge." "Yes." Yuan Xi had never exhibited such a demeanor. Madness and violence radiated from her eyes, instilling fear in the mortals surrounding her to the point of fainting. "Your Excellency, I request to join the battle." Yuan Xi turned to Kilimon beside her, gently closing her eyes to conceal the rage within. "Kilimon, I must confess this is perilous. This enemy is unlike any we have encountered before. Do you understand?" Kilimon rose. "I understand. I have foreseen this day's arrival and have never contemplated retreat. Should the Empire require me to don armor and join the fray, I shall do so without complaint or avoidance." "Very well, I grant you permission." Yuan Xi inquired about the situation. "One enemy fleet is besieging the forge world of Shauna. With the 5th Legion, Star Hunters, and the 19th Legion, Pale Nomads, engaged in battle with 3,000 Astartes and hundreds of thousands of mechanical thralls. The whereabouts of other enemies remain unknown." "Where are the 2nd and 11th Legions?" "The 11th Legion is stationed at the northern border of the Empire, while the 2nd Legion is in the eastern region. Reassign the 11th Legion from the Randan front and contact Shan Yuanli." Shan Yuanli had anticipated this day's arrival but had not expected it to come so swiftly. He had been tormented by nightmares for far too long. Haunted by the entity that had robbed him of everything, Randan, they had come too quickly. Shan Yuanli recalled the earliest moments of his memory, the deep, dark mine where he first understood responsibility and family. Yet Randan had taken everything from him, leaving only nightmares. He approached the Emperor, expressing his determination and anguish. beseeching his father for the opportunity to exact revenge, and the emperor acquiesced. Before setting off, Yuan Xi received the news that the emperor had appointed Yuan Li as the commander in charge of the campaign against Rendan. Li, do not rush. Will you wait for me? I will help you shatter your nightmares. Do not bear everything alone, try to trust your brothers, trust me, trust our father, alright? Yuan Li caressed the letter in his hands, but he replied, Sister, this is my nightmare, my torment. I have evaded it once, how can I escape it again? Thus, the Zhou set sail, and Yuan Li was prepared to confront his destined adversary. Yuan Xi sat slumped in her seat aboard the Imperial wings, her head tilted back in silence. Usonis, notify the Thunder Warriors, inform them that a fierce battle may soon commence. Understood. Usonis turned to leave, while Cardus glanced at Yuan Xi, his lips moving as he asked. Mom, is Rendan truly that terrifying? Yuan Xi opened her eyes and gazed at the ceiling, who knows? Chapter 83, The Second Rendan War, 2, War remains the singular theme of this universe. The siege of Shana by the Rendan fleet had persisted for a full Terran month, with relentless artillery raining down from the sky like a crimson, searing tempest. Had it not been for the void shield still holding, Shana would have already transformed into a hellscape. Beneath the protection of the void shield, thousands of Astartes and millions of mechanical servitors waged battle against the Rendan slave army. Breakthrough. Facing the enemy surging forth like a locust swarm, Alex issued commands with calm resolve, despite the fury raging within him. Among the ranks of the slave army, he recognized many human faces, those who should have been proud citizens of the Empire, now mindlessly clawing and biting at everything in sight. The slave army was not formidable. In fact, they were undoubtedly mere cannon fodder, yet they came in an unending wave, with ships laden with slave troops descending from the skies as if they were inexhaustible. Alex felt powerless against this tide. Behind them lay the foundries, and thanks to that, their supplies were still ample. However, should they falter here, the Imperial forces on Shana would plummet into despair. Alex understood their mission was to buy time, as long as the Imperial main forces completed their assembly. Their task would be fulfilled, and once the main forces launched their assault, everything would improve. Commander, the northern factory has fallen. A voice crackled through Alex's helmet. He gritted his teeth, how could it be lost so quickly? Where are the troops from the 19th Legion? We have lost contact with them, Commander. Alex struggled to contain his urge to curse. Damn it, the 5th Legion is supposed to be a guerrilla unit. Are you leaving us here to defend? Is this acceptable? Alex looked skyward, where the enemy's colossal black warships hovered in low orbit, continuously bombarding them. He could even see the outlines of the warships distinctly. The units he had dispatched to scout the enemy commander returned empty-handed. It was highly likely that the true enemy was watching them from above. Yet, Alex was powerless. Stepping outside the void shield would expose them to the enemy's concentrated fire. Suddenly, Alex blinked. It appeared an enemy warship had exploded. No, it had indeed exploded, with debris raining down like dark meteors. Alex shouted in exhilaration, for the Emperor. Reinforcements had arrived, the Imperial firepower had sunk a Rendan warship, heralding the onset of a counteroffensive. The previously coordinated assault formation of the Rendan warships momentarily faltered, but they quickly reoriented to face the impending adversary. The Imperial wings, accompanied by a massive fleet of hundreds of escort ships and battle transports, advanced toward the Shana star system, the enormous cannon at the prow still radiating residual heat. Yuan Xi's vessel may not have been the largest or the fastest, but it undeniably possessed the most advanced technology and the most formidable firepower. During the assembly of the Imperial wings, Yuan Xi endeavored to install every dark weapon possible, and the Emperor, disregarding the protests of the Mechanicus, tacitly approved her actions. Now, the Imperial wing stood as the ultimate weapon of the Empire, second only to the Emperor's dream in terms of firepower. The cannon's muzzle gathered terrifying heat once more, coalescing into a fireball resembling a star. This was a superweapon modified from the red engines on Terra, a means of avenging the burnt chicken wings. In this scorching temperature, all resistance would be rendered futile. A beam of fire shot forth, targeting the most central and largest warship within the Rendan fleet. Along the way, the energy shields of several smaller ships flickered momentarily before being obliterated alongside their vessels. Regrettably, the beam was ultimately halted by the energy shield of the warship at its destination. Yuan Xi was not surprised. After all, if the Rendan were easily defeated, she would not have come here personally. At her behest, 7 Astartes legions had each dispatched a company, converging with the incoming 2nd Legion, but this required time. And what Shauna lacked most was time. Yuan Xi had come to provide direct support to the besieged world of Shauna. Aboard the Imperial wings, the tech priests chanted binary hymns. And the ship's artillery roared in unison. The exchange of fire between both sides resembled a torrential downpour, as one small warship after another fell victim to the onslaught. Thousands of lives extinguished in an instant. Amidst the fierce confrontation, another fleet emerged behind the Rendan forces, led by the radiance of Maculag. Killimand, it is yours to command. Understood. Yuan Xi recognized that her strategic prowess paled in comparison to Killimand's, thus. She entrusted him with full command of the fleet and prepared to engage in what she did best. Breakthrough, jump assist, support Shauna. Yes. Alex was astonished to witness drop pods descending from the sky like raindrops, adorned with the insignia of the Zero Legion. The Vice-Emperor's Legion was indeed participating in this war. What struck Alex even more was the tall figure approaching him. He felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before Yuan Xi. Was this truly the offspring of the Emperor? Alex felt as if he were drawing near to a sun, the intense heat threatening to incinerate him. Report the situation, soldier. The voice commanded. Alex took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. We have secured the foundry and the void shield generator behind us. But the enemy continues to pour in relentlessly, and the void shield may soon overload. That will not happen, Yuan Xi replied. You are doing exceptionally well. Victory for the Empire is imminent, and your contributions are invaluable. Then, Alex watched as Yuan Xi soared into the air, dual swords unsheathed, diving down as white lightning surged forth, causing the enemy ranks to crumble. Yuan Xi felt sorrow as countless souls beneath her dual swords were human, yet she could do nothing to save them. She could only end their suffering in the swiftest and most merciful manner. The counteroffensive had commenced, with the arrival of the original entity acting as a massive battlefield annihilator. The supposed numerical advantage of the enemy faded before Yuan Xi, it was merely a matter of a single sweep of her sword. Killimand was currently at the forefront, leading the Imperial Navy against the Rendan fleet's frontal assault, while Yuan Xi aimed to clear the enemies on Shauna before striking at the rear. However, the Rendan were not foolish. They would not allow Yuan Xi to recklessly sweep their flanks. Thus, this time, the troops descending were no longer the slave army but rather well-equipped elite forces. Usonis, leading the Demon Slayer army, struggled to keep pace behind Yuan Xi. They formed the spearhead on the battlefield, tearing a massive wound in the enemy formation while the remaining Astartes provided cover behind them. Explosions and plasma intermingled on the battlefield, where white flames surged like an ocean at its center. The genetically enhanced soldiers of Rondon fell, wailing, only to be annihilated by the approaching Astartes. This epitomized suffering. A conceptual agony, even though these soulless creatures were devoid of pain, the flames easily toppled them. The defeat of Rondon was inevitable, indeed. Their warships were retreating at maximum speed from Shauna, and the moment the last soldier's head was severed by Yuan Xi, the Battle of Shauna was temporarily declared a victory. Aboard the Glory of Maculage, Gil Lyman breathed a sigh of relief. From the onset, he had orchestrated the entire cosmic battlefield, and the complexity of his thoughts had begun to wear him down. A smile crept onto Gilliman's face, had he, after being a bureaucrat for so long, grown somewhat unaccustomed to the art of warfare? Father, you, the Primera Space Marine beside Gil Lyman murmured. The Blueskins were exuberant today, eager to impress their father, who was personally directing the battle. Seeing Gil Lyman's smile suddenly left them uncertain, was he pleased or displeased? Gil Lyman understood their thoughts and waved his hand, donning a joyful expression. You all performed admirably today. It seems that even in my absence, you've excelled as warriors of the Empire. I am proud of you. He looked at the cheering Blueskins, his smile genuine, until an eerie voice echoed within the Glory of Maculage. Enjoy the joy of victory, humans. For it is in this way that the pain of failure becomes most profound. Gilliman's smile froze. Could the enemy even breach the communication channels of the glorious Queen-class battleship? He felt a rare sense of relief regarding the Empire's rudimentary mechanical systems. Had they been more advanced, the situation might have been dire. What is the status of the battle? Yuan Xi entered, followed by the just-returned demon hunters. We lost 17 frigates, 500 Astartes, and 100,000 mortal auxiliaries, Yuan Xi sighed. Acceptable. Gil Lyman nodded in agreement, sacrifice was inevitable. But the question remained how to achieve the greatest results with the least loss. Are you still wearing the bracelet I gave you? Guilliman's expression twisted for a moment. Sister, is there something you wish to discuss with Mother? Yuan Xi replied, Guilliman, you took off your armor to reveal a deep blue bracelet, a gift from Yuan Xi. Its primary function was to send video messages, although due to subspace delays, live video chatting was not feasible, sending a video was possible. Sometimes, when Guilliman missed home, he would send a video to Lady Yoduan, and she often replied with a video of her own. Guilliman did not understand why Yuan Xi was asking this now. Yuan Xi merely glanced at him. Fine, just don't take it off. Guilliman hesitated. In truth, he had never removed it, after all. He always responded to his mother's videos promptly. He wore it at all times. Suddenly, Guilliman stood frozen, finding that Yuan Xi and her retinue had vanished. How strange. What had happened? They had been conversing just moments ago, and now the scene had abruptly changed, as if time had sped up without his awareness. Guilliman turned to his aide, Gaichi, what just transpired? What time is it now? Gaichi, equally bewildered, replied, Father, I recall you were conversing with the princess. And then, 4 hours have suddenly passed. What's going on? A chill ran through Guilliman. Contact the wings of the Empire, quickly. Yuan Xi's voice emanated from the communicator. Calm and collected. Guilliman, this is not an enemy attack, so do not worry. Guilliman realized something, falling into silence. So it was. All memories of Rondon had evaporated from his mind. So this was Rondon. Was it true that the so-called Rondon was tied to memory? Chapter 84, The Second Rondon War, 3, he had only secured the position of War Commander due to his greater understanding of Rondon, Father. When it comes to capability, you are far more qualified. Horus waved his hand, silencing Abaddon, who was about to speak. Enough, Abaddon. My concerns lie elsewhere. What troubles you? Seanis inquired, having noticed Horus's distraction since the onset of the Rondon conflict. Initially, Seanis had thought Horus was merely upset over Yuan Li's appointment as war commander. As the Second Legion was on par with the Shadow Moon Wolves in military achievements, making the Emperor's choice reasonable. Horus shook his head. He understood the reasons behind Yuan Li's appointment, recognizing that his unfortunate brother was perpetually overshadowed by Rondon. Moreover, Yuan Li was indeed capable of leading. And it was only just that he should take charge of the conflict against Rondon, a sentiment that Horus fully supported. Horus rapped his fingers on the table. What manner of enemy is Rondon? Have we gleaned any intelligence? The Lords of Shadow Moon exchanged glances, and Tagadan frowned. No information at all. Rondon's intelligence is tightly guarded. Horus sighed, this is precisely my concern. Since the commencement of the Great Crusade, Yuan Xi had remained in the shadows, always identifying herself as the vice-emperor and a bureaucrat. Tales of her valor during the unification of Terra, of her conquests for the Empire, had faded with time. Yet, why had Yuan Xi chosen to involve herself in the Rondon War, half a galaxy away, alongside Guilliman? Horus had to brace himself for the worst. Perhaps the enemy's strength exceeded expectations, compelling even Yuan Xi to take the field. Yet, a dilemma arose, if the enemy were truly that formidable. Should not intelligence on them be disseminated to all legions? Only with such knowledge could they adequately prepare to counter Rondon if encountered. But why had no intelligence regarding Rondon been released since the conflict began? I heard a legion was redeployed from the battlefield before the war began. Which legion was it? Seanis pondered. It seems to have been the 11th Legion. Horus furrowed his brow. Did they possess any peculiarities? Young Horus interjected. I've heard they are particularly clever. Abaddon nearly stifled a laugh but managed to suppress his amusement. Horus shot Abaddon a glance and rapped on the table. Disseminate orders. All companies should refrain from discussing Rondon. Horus had come to a realization, if they were not to be informed about Rondon, then so be it. With a sister and father present, all imperial foes were nothing more than mere crows and clay dogs. He aimed to reassure the soldiers below, ensuring they bore no grievances against the Emperor or the war commander's decisions. This was merely the role of a war commander in a single battle. Horus rapped the table again. The Empire's final war commander would undoubtedly be him, for he possessed the greatest capability, having stood beside them for 30 years. 30 years was not an insignificant span. The Lords of Shadow Moon felt a wave of fatigue wash over them. Here he went again. Thank you for being here, brothers. Gil Lyman said, patting Xuan Yuanli on the shoulder. After all, they are the Empire's greatest adversaries. I have an obligation, cough, cough. Gil Lyman glanced at Yuan Xi beside him. Did I say something wrong? Yuan Xi rolled her eyes. That was painfully correct. You turned a perfectly good brotherly gathering into a formal meeting. Would it kill you to express some concern for your brothers? No wonder you struggle with relationships. Xuan Yuanli, understanding, patted Gil Lyman on the shoulder. We appreciate your presence, brother. Russ chuckled. So now you should be able to tell us what exactly Rondon is, right? Shan Yuanli contemplated for a moment. They are a perilous adversary, possessing both technology and intellect that are undoubtedly on par with humanity. What is most unsettling is their apparent ability to manipulate human emotions. How do they accomplish this? Lucy inquired, scratching his chin with a tone so calm it seemed almost uncharacteristic. Just as Killaman was about to speak, he heard Yuan Xi's voice. Memory. It is very likely linked to memory. Leaning back in his chair and gazing at the ceiling, Yuan Xi continued, of course, this is merely speculation, but it holds merit. Following the conclusion of the First Randon War, Yuan Xi meticulously studied the remnants left by Randon, yet the results were meager. It is evident that Randon possesses some form of psychic ability, but curiously, given Yuan Xi's capabilities, he should not have been oblivious to their use of such powers. In fact, aside from a few crude psychic assaults, he had not detected any other forms of their psychic application. However, the 11th Legion offered a possibility, as it possesses an exceptionally unique talent, memory transmission. The Astartes, implanted with the genetic seeds of the 11th Legion, experience significant enhancements in memory and cognitive logic. And their memories can be shared to a certain extent. The memories of the previous Astartes are transmitted to the next in line. Connecting this with the eventual erasure of Randon, Yuan Xi was compelled to deduce that Randon's ability to control emotions is related to memory. The more memories one holds of Randon, the easier it becomes to fall under their influence. Thus, Yuan Xi first cleared the memories of all Astartes and mortal troops involved in the First Randon War. After the conclusion of the Shana Support War, he also eradicated all memories related to Randon. Now, apart from Shan Yuanli, who had long been in contact with Randon, only Yuan Xi comprehended the true nature of this enemy. Killaman furrowed his brow. I was indeed affected. Yes, I erased your memory, Yuan Xi replied, raising his gaze. But I did so with your consent. Yuan Xi turned to Shan Yuanli. Li, I hope to erase all your memories of Randon. Are you willing? The pair of sorrowful, pitch-black eyes met Yuan Xi's, and he heard Shan Yuanli's solemn voice. Sister, will you erase my memories of my kin and the hatred I possess as well? Yes. Are you willing? Shan Yuanli closed his eyes. Sister, what about you? How can you ensure you will not fall under the enemy's control? Because I have awakened half of my essence, because I am the strongest among you, and because I have prepared a contingency. A contingency? Yuan Xi nodded, indeed. Months prior, Yuan Xi had made a psychic call to the Emperor, the conversation roughly going as follows. Hello, Dad, are you there? If I were to suddenly go insane, would you strike me? Yes. Aren't you already going insane now? That's good. If I were to suddenly lose my mind, say, by aligning with the xenomorphs, you must wake me up. Then, separated by vast stretches of the galaxy, the Emperor delivered a psychic reprimand to Yuan Xi. Returning to the present, Shan Yuanli leaned wearily against his chair. All right, sister, very well. Yuan Xi stood and gently placed her hand, glowing with white light, on Shan Yuanli's forehead. Shan Yuanli gazed deeply at Yuan Xi. Sister, when I awaken again, remind me that